There was a previous version of this video where I was very angry. I'm still very angry. This is because I watched as a young artist, out of nowhere, got a completely unjustifiable giant harassment campaign launched on her, and then when it did not stop, she proceeded to post some borderline suicidal comments like, "I feel broken, please remember I'm human too and can only take so much," and "I feel close to a breaking point." And then she went missing for over 4 months. Her crypto wallet and all her social media ceased activity. I could not contact her, nor could anyone she was mutuals with whom I asked. No one knew what happened. Even according to the project group she announced that she was collaborating with in her last post, she apparently vanished without a word. I was genuinely worried for over 4 months this girl was dead. Now luckily, she is fine. On August 8th, while I was editing this video, her previously deleted account suddenly reactivated and new transactions started appearing in her wallet. There was no verbal or text confirmation yet that she was fine, but with the help of some of the team at Uwucrew, which I don't care if that plug makes this look like a suspicious crypto scheme, those people are good people, and I want to shout them out. But yes, with their help, we managed to find a line of contact with her to confirm her safety. So, thank God she's okay. That doesn't change the fact that her situation looked that dire, and yet excluding us, nothing was done or said about it. And I know what you're thinking, maybe people just didn't notice. No. You don't understand how big this was. Rebel Taxi and Ross O'Donovan, that missing girl's mental state was in no insignificant part your fault. I am dead serious. But you didn't do anything. Even when months on, even her since inactive account was still getting abuse, including memes acknowledging that she might be dead. This wasn't some small event that just went under the radar. This is especially true when you consider that this video is not just about 2 specific large YouTubers involved in this specific situation with this specific artist. This was part of a much broader pattern of lies and willing complicitness in abuse many artists face that was upheld by the majority of a community. I'm not kidding when I say I'm about to start drama with like 10 plus YouTubers, all with over 100k subs, some of whom were very big names with over 1 million subs, some of whom were my friends. Although we've got a lot to cover before I give that context. Most people don't even know that being an NFT artist is profitable as a profession, let alone the fact that it's drawn a huge amount of artists out of poverty, and let alone the fact that there was a mind-bogglingly huge harassment campaign to shut those artists up that has been going on for well over a year now under everyone's noses. And I know NFTs are hated. Dude, I'm probably going to lose patrons for this video. I don't care. My pride in myself, the pride that I get from the belief that I'm a person with honor and a conscience, refuses to let me sit here and say nothing. If my channel implodes tomorrow, it will have been a worthy death. And if that happens, which it might, remember all my stuff is public domain. Download this video, re-upload it, put ads on it, stick some Amazon referral links in there, make some money for yourself, have fun. I can't stop you, and I don't want to. As long as this message gets out, I'm happy. In my previous videos, I might seem sort of calm and just sort of going about my businesses with videos as per usual, but the truth is I have been waiting until I had the time, money, and evidence to make this video, because my blood has been boiling consistently for the past 7 months. I cannot stress how genuinely angry I've been at the audacity of these hypocrites. I am, of course, talking about the wonderful sarcasm people over at twitter.com, who all took part in the worst harassment campaign I have ever seen directed at any group of artists in my life. Of course, what's interesting is over here on YouTube, you've probably never heard of this. And that's why I'm not just angry at the abusers, who, while they are the largest group of harassers I've ever seen, are still just a minority. No, I'm angry at most of Twitter for being complicit in it. I believe it maliciously was allowed to happen without pushback because they wanted it to happen. That's why you haven't heard about this on YouTube, because the vast majority of people who knew this was happening intentionally made no attempt to signal boost it. Furthermore, a large chunk of this group is guilty of something that makes them just as bad as the harassers. These are the liars, people who willingly and knowingly spread bullshit on this topic, especially in reference to artists. These are the people who have been on Twitter long enough and have been involved in the NFT conversation long enough that the algorithm must have presented them with blindingly obvious contradictions to the narrative they've been spreading. Despite this, they either chose to ignore it, or in some cases, like Dan Olson, creator of Line Goes Up, outright lie about it. I'm not even talking about the people who didn't do their due diligence and search out counter-arguments to make sure they weren't punishing artists monetarily for nothing, although that was negligent and inconsiderate. I'm talking about the people who must have logically had the contradictions naturally recommended to them through Twitter's algorithm and said nothing and continued to propagate lies so far-reaching that it became the commonly accepted opinion even on YouTube, where an admittedly highly researched 2-hour video somehow managed to omit incredibly obvious contradictions and even lie directly to the viewers, of which there were 8 million. As a result, I don't even think most people on YouTube even know that NFT artists, both big and small, make money, let alone that they get harassed constantly. I can't say the same of Twitter though. As far as I'm concerned, the only people on Twitter I'm not angry at is 1. People who genuinely had no idea about any of this, 2. Artists who said nothing because they feared they'd be next just for associating, yes, that's a thing, and 3. Finally, people who had no real obligation to get involved in this. It's not fair to demand people care about or involve themselves in any one issue, even if you're a commentator who didn't cover this because you fear the backlash. You're a coward, sure, but I don't think you're a bad person. The main thing I care about is malicious intent and hypocrisy. That is to say, I'm not angry at people who didn't pretend to care about artists. Because that's the thing that makes me really salty. I feel like most of Twitter had an obligation to get involved in this, and it's why I'm so angry at the majority of Twitter, because up until a few months ago, I genuinely believed Twitter was a pro-artist platform. Twitter is full of what I call pro-artist posts. Twitter's absolutely covered in posts about how you should treat commission artists, don't repost art, don't pay an exposure. God, there are so many posts about encouraging artists to charge what they're worth and condemning working for exposure. Some people even go far as to say really extreme stuff like, don't even quote retweet art, only retweet it. People make big, popular tweets just telling artists to take breaks and not overwork. There's tons of posts that get tons of retweets where commissioned artists will show rude DMs they got and be like, don't treat artists this way. I feel like I myself have learnt commission etiquette from this stuff. Like, I now understand the steps of the commission process and I don't ask for changes on the base sketch after they've already done the line art. I've even retweeted stuff like this, like retweeting to atone for my sins. Although I can't find that post anywhere, it's somewhere if you scroll down far enough. On a larger scale, people talk about things like industry crunch all the time and how it's bad for artists. People will make artist appreciation posts to signal boost them all the time, and whenever some foreign policy shit goes down in another country, Twitter is really fast to recommend artists from that country that need your help, encourage you to donate, stuff like that. This happened for Russian and Ukrainian artists when the war started, and it's happening now in the Philippines at time of writing. A year ago, when Season 4 of Attack on Titan was coming out, people were posting "Thank you Mappa" in response to a lot of the criticism, and to be fair, hate, as well, that the studio was getting over an admittedly fairly rushed product. Mappa isn't even the animators, it's the studio that accepted the budget and timeline and forced its animators to work to it. But, okay, the point is, I thought their heart was in the right place, or at least that's what I thought. A couple of months ago, Twitter was all about the New Deal for animation, a movement centered around how animators get paid less for animated shows than if they were live action, and how they're demanding more pay and to unionize and other stuff like that. Unionization is a really big one as well, actually. I've seen a lot of them in the past, and Twitter is absolutely covered in posts about how artists are overworked and underpaid. Terms like underpaying, minimum wage, crunch, these are all things that come up all the time. And solutions can be everything from supporting artists, free healthcare, crediting artists, unionization, UBI, demanding more pay from companies, encouraging people to pay artists more or not complain about rates, and just a month or two ago, complaining about charging more for commercial rights. That's something I saw. I never see pushback on these posts, and you will see these ideas echoed wherever you find artists on Twitter. Like, I remember when, the shitstorm that started when Elon Musk posted a picture without crediting the artist. That's probably, the only time I, ever saw, even a small amount of pushback. And I think that was only just because they liked Elon Musk. Wherever there's a viral tweet about art stealing, no one pushes back on it. It's unanimously pro-artist. Uwucrew, one of the artists we're going to talk about, actually had her art stolen in 2019 for a popular tattoo store in Toronto. All of the comments and quote retweets rallied behind her. So, I think it's pretty fair to say that for most people on Twitter, or at the very least, most of the people on Twitter that use, it for art, are pro-artist. And yet, the reactions I'm going to show you in this video, not just the harassment that gets almost zero pushback, but the liars, the complete lack of sympathy for any artist's individual situation, and even the people willing to dish out severe punishments and boycotts despite seemingly no attempt to make sure their justifications were correct, these somehow all make up the vast, vast majority of comments about NFT artists, and it just doesn't make any fucking sense from the pro-artist platform that I thought this was. One of the reasons I'm going to get so angry in this video is because that pro-artist mentality seeped into me years ago from Twitter. It's why I try my best to pay my artists well, why I put myself in debt to give my artist severance when we parted ways suddenly, even though we didn't have a contract or agreement. It's how I got the idea to do Pirates of the West, our yearly charity drive for the Animator Dormitory project. Most of this mentality came from me being on Twitter and being like, you know what? Yeah, artists are awesome. We should support and protect them. But apparently, all of you were fucking lying, because the second something came out that radically lifted artists out of poverty, everyone flipped on a fucking dime, and for some reason, I am the only motherfucker out here who is consistent. So this is the story of how something incredibly good happened, and the people who apparently wanted that good thing did everything they could to stop it. Insults, ostracizing, harassment, and wherever they could, pretended that none of the positives or nuance existed, including the thousands and thousands of artists who, I cannot understate this, had their lives radically changed for the better. Just to be clear, I have no problem inherently with anyone being against NFTs or choosing not to support someone who takes a part in it. I don't even have a problem with you being misinformed about it. But if you did that while putting on an air that you care so much about artists, that's different. Even if you don't like NFTs, if you claim to care about artists, I'd at the very least have thought you would politely boycott and maybe even look into counter-arguments just to make sure you weren't throwing the people you claim to care about under the bus for no reason, especially when you're being presented with blindingly obvious contradictions. I'd at the very least expect you to not ignore that. And if you were doing that, while not just ignoring contradictions, but actively lying about it, abusing and ostracizing artists, or, and this one really pissed me off, pretending any artist doesn't exist because it's not convenient for your narrative, that's what I have a problem with. That's what makes this a story about how Twitter backstabbed artists. Part 1. Line goes up. Before we begin, sorry, 3 things. I know there's a lot of preamble in this video already. 1. I can't believe I had to say this in the video. Don't abuse any artists who work for me. For one, you're wasting your time. I warned my current artists about this video and showed them some of the comments I'll be showing in this video, and they were like, nope, fuck that, and quit. So the comic is on hiatus. I've also nuked any reference to them and any other artists I've worked with as just an added layer of protection. You think that's me being paranoid. I'm not being paranoid. But just so we're clear, when I find some new artists who can imitate the style well and are okay with doing work for me, don't abuse them. I don't say this because I expect you to listen. I say this because I don't currently make NFTs. I don't buy NFTs. I don't work with NFTs. If you don't abuse artists that work for me, it stays that way. But if you abuse any artist for even associating with me, and that makes it so no one wants to work with me anymore, I will. I will make so many goddamn NFTs. And that's not a threat. That is the logical extension of what I'll have to do. If I can't hire normal artists anymore because they're all scared of being boycotted from associating with me, I'll just have to move to the artists that aren't monetarily affected by this. NFT artists. Of course, I can't afford them because they make way more than I can pay, so the only way I'll be able to pay them is if I let them mint their work for me as NFTs and let them take the profit. If you truly care about individuals like me not making NFTs, do not track down and abuse any of the artists that work for me in the past, present, or future, because it will inevitably result in me making NFTs when I didn't before and had no intention to do so it will be completely antithetical to your point. Even though I think you are horrible people, I am willing to cut you this deal. All you gotta do is let me speak my mind and leave any artist out of this. The same concept applies if my channel gets mask flagged and goes down and I can't get it back up. Because of the sheer amount of research I did for this video, I ended up making a lot of connections with NFT artists. If my career on YouTube ends, I have total confidence I can just start working in the NFT space instead. But again, I ain't gonna do that unless you make me. 2. That's all the essential information out of the way, so now I'm just going to provide a contents list. This video is mainly about the abuse NFT artists have got, but as a lot of people consider this justified, I've included debunks to all the major big anti-NFT arguments as well as provide an alternative explanation to explain what actually drives the NFT economy and why people would want to buy a fucking monkey JPEG for 100k.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, here we go! Crown item, oh my god, 6918. God, it's such a clean piece. Processing. Woo. Come on, come on. Yo, let's fucking go! Oh my god. Emotional damage. There you have it. Oh my god, it's so clean. Woo!
I know it was weird to me when I first heard about it too, but I promise you, for at least half the people in the community, it's not about making money, and the explanation I will give you will make way more sense and be backed up with way more evidence and precedent. By the way, when it comes to the environmental damage argument, I'm not going to give you some cop-out answer about proof of stake and things are going to get better. What about Solana and green blockchains? No, fuck that shit. Bitcoin, Ethereum, proof of work, crypto, blockchain technology, none of these things were ever a threat to the environment. It's all bullshit. It always has been. You have been lied to. And just as a little teaser if you don't believe me, did you know that the analysis that originally popularized and set the standard for the environmental damage argument has 3 official rebuttals all published in the same journal that have been available since 2019? I bet you didn't, because no one brings that shit up for some reason. I wonder why. More on that later. Finally, 3, very quickly, I'm going to explain what an NFT is in the easiest way I know how. It'll take 30 seconds, I promise. Do you know what a CSGO skin is? They're basically unique skins you can put on your weapons in the game, Counter-Strike Global Offensive, that make them look different to other players. The big difference between CSGO skins and skins in other games is that they can also be traded with other players for other skins and even money. What this means technically is that a CSGO skin is a digital record in a company database that lists someone as the owner of something purely aesthetic and gives them the ability to trade that ownership with other people. The only difference between this and an NFT is that that record of ownership is kept on something called a blockchain rather than on a database of a single company like Steam. This is the key difference because it means literally anyone can make an NFT of anything, not just a single company like Steam, and also means no one has to trust a company like Steam to manage the record. A blockchain isn't owned by anyone, it's a decentralized system, and therefore trustless. Or at least that's the argument. Other than that, it's the exact same. Both and sold are traded between each other for often large amounts of money, even up to hundreds of thousands. Both are used in scams. Both are used to show it off to other people, whether it be in-game for a skin or on social media with a profile picture that links to your wallet, so anyone can just click on it and see the NFT's details, particularly to check if it was created by the account they perceive to be as the authentic creator or original creator, as after all, anyone can make an NFT even of the same image. There you go. NFTs in 30 seconds or less. I didn't count, that was probably 30 seconds. It's actually super easy if you know about other digital assets. Also, side note, if you're a fan of my channel and you're wondering why I'm doing this video when I'm an intellectual property abolitionist, I would completely argue they're completely different things, but I know a lot of people see these things as very similar because of the artificial scarcity. This is covered in this video too. If you want to skip to it, you can, just to know what the fuck's going on. Okay, thank you, bye. Alright, now I can finally begin. Let's start with the lies. So before I mention people pretending artists don't exist, let's start there, because if nothing else, this is the front-facing, polite side of a rotten core that detractors like to show off to people who don't know any better. Particularly in videos like this one, line goes up by folding ideas. The video I'm making here isn't really a dedicated response video to this, although I'll be rebutting a few sections as we go on. This video lies about a couple of the core facts about NFTs and gives the impression that NFTs and what they're used for is a lot more black and white than they actually are. Not only that, but after watching through all 2 hours of this video, it is impossible for me to believe it is not motivated by the exact same malicious intent Twitter has to throw artists, the people I genuinely thought they cared about, under the bus. You're probably thinking to yourself, but this video is very pro-artists and claims NFTs do nothing but hurt artists, right? This is what I mean by the polite front face of a rotten core. This video maliciously sweeps anything inconvenient under the rug and hyperfixates on anything bad. The hilarious part about this is in doing so, it creates contradictions that make it fairly obvious he's lying. Let me show you what I mean by giving you 2 separate paragraphs in this video. See if you can spot the difference.
All told, the frenzy collapsed pretty quickly. By June, the market had already receded by about 90%, which incidentally just further incentivized the low-effort process of minting other people's artwork to the point that art platform DeviantArt implemented an extremely well-received feature that scans several popular NFT marketplaces for matching images. The output of that is extremely depressing. Not to labor the point, but reposting digital art without attribution is nothing new. Profiting off someone else's art is also nothing new. All that's new is NFTs represent a high-energy marketplace with an irrational pricing culture where the main buyer is easily flattered and not particularly discerning. The potential payoff is extremely high, much higher than a bootleg Redbubble store. The consequences border on non-existent, and the market is clearly in an untenable state, so there's an incentive to get in at as low a cost as possible before it collapses. Hence, the absolute plague of art theft. While a few sellers, legitimate and otherwise, made off with undeniably big paydays, hundreds of thousands of artists bought in only to find that there wasn't a new, revolutionary, highly trafficked audience of digital art collectors. Instead, there was a closed market, dealing in casino chips, where the primary winners were those already connected, who already had the means to get the attention of the whales in the media, a market where participation required buying into a cryptocurrency at a rapidly fluctuating price in order to pay the minting costs to post the work where it would sit unsold.
The first paragraph implies that stealing art to sell as NFTs was extremely profitable, especially after the initial boom as the number of thieves significantly increased, so much so that it could be called a plague, and DeviantArt's NFT scanner even reported over 80,000 cases of art theft. But the next paragraph implies that the actual artists who made NFTs of their own work, especially after the initial boom, were almost always negatively affected because they wasted money on gas fees, the fee to create an NFT, for no return. Do you notice how these two paragraphs don't make any fucking sense? The art thieves can make a lot of money and are seemingly unaffected by gas fees, but if the actual artist provides the exact same product, they make nothing and even make losses because of the gas fee, despite the only difference between these two groups being that these are the legitimate artists. This gets even weirder when you realize, by the video's own admission, the original creator seems to have some kind of influence on the sale of an NFT, with many people associated with the creation of famous memes such as Nyan Cat, Overly Obsessed Girlfriend, Bad Luck Brian, were the only ones able to sell their associated meme for a high amount, despite anyone before and after being able to mint and sell the exact same meme as an NFT themselves. Even if you assume this is due to the initial boom in NFTs somehow, there are plenty of memes that sold like this. For instance, the Men in the Coffin Dance meme posted a video in April of this year to verify their identity so they could sell an NFT of the meme they star in as a charity drive for Ukraine. It sold for $1 million. Although perhaps this was the idea behind the primary winners were already those well connected who had the means to get the attention of the whales. And they are the faces of famous memes, so they do have media presence. But you'd think art thieves of all people wouldn't have that. It's a ticking time bomb before someone finds out. And when it does, you'd think your legitimacy, media presence, and connections with the whale would start to rapidly decline. So surely the original artist, if anyone, is likely to have more connections and media presence than the average thief. After all, they would be able to actually build reputation without risking it all collapsing at any point, right? So let's go back. How can being an art thief of a piece of work be extremely profitable while the legitimate creator has effectively no chance of being profitable at all? Simple. One must be a lie. In his effort to paint crypto in as bad a light as possible, he has given two negative statements that can possibly be both true at the same time. Now obviously it's quite serious to accuse someone of lying. After all, maybe he just made the assumption without realizing the contradiction and never found direct evidence that substantiated that contradiction. I personally disagree. Because this video is a very well researched 2-hour video, and yet it takes 5 minutes to see this statement is wrong. I found out what I'm about to show you accidentally? How did you not find this out in your research for a 2-hour video? So before we get into the rotten core that this lie is covering for, and before I obliterate any of the other arguments that are used to justify it, like the idea that NFTs are all scams, or that it's bad for the environment, I am going to indisputably prove this one false, so that no one can hide their malicious intent behind it ever again. Part 2. NFTs are really good for the artists who get into them. Okay, so you'll notice I haven't said artists, period. I'm not going to do what this guy did and pretend that all artists agree with me. Artists, to be fair, are totally divided on NFTs. In fact, total transparency, even some of the abuse I'm going to show you in this video comes from artists towards other artists. Artists are without a doubt split on NFTs. That doesn't mean I'm going to let this video and Twitter take that split and wherever it's convenient sweep fucking one half under the rug like they don't exist. That's part of what I mean backstab. You don't have to agree with someone to acknowledge their existence or not lie about their experience. Alright, ready for proof? Let's look at some proof. Follow along. No, seriously, follow along with me. I'm going to show you exactly how to find this out for yourself so you don't have to think I'm cherry picking the few tiny examples of people who got lucky, because that's not the case. At any point, you can search this up yourself, scroll through, and find tons of artists. Go to twitter.com, go to the search bar, type foundation.app. That's the URL that a lot of people who post on Foundation link went to when they post a work or get a bid on it. Foundation is one of the big NFT sites. There are some other big ones like Super Rare and Maker's Place that if I wanted to ham this point, I'd go through too, but we really only need one. So search foundation.app, scroll through, find someone who has art you like, go to their Foundation page, on their profile, look at their work, and see how many NFTs they've sold, and then check the price it's sold for. So, mind you, crypto is volatile currency, so for perfectly accurate measures you need to check what the price of Ethereum was on the date it sold, because that's the actual money they would have had access to at the date if they chose to sell it for their local currency immediately, which if they're living off their art, they probably did. If you're feeling a little frisky, maybe do a reverse image search to see if the art was stolen from somewhere else. Although I've done this myself for each example I'm going to use. I was going to show the results of that on screen for each artist, but it doesn't really tell you anything at a glance. Sometimes it'll like show a link to a different Twitter account and you're like, oh, maybe it is stolen. But then you go there and it doesn't even like take you directly to the tweet and you have to like scroll through and it's always like another NFT artist who has a completely different style and it turns out they literally just retweeted the art and that's why it shows up. It's a bit silly. I remember when like reverse image search used to give you like a nice clean, no results found. That would have been nice. But oh well. At any rate, you can check this yourself if you want. Just right-click, search image with Google Lens. But generally, you can tell at a glance that none of these are stolen because they have none of the usual indicators. All of these accounts are highly active, they all talk with other artists, have their own personalities, like and retweet stuff they like, plenty of them post work in progress and teasers to new pieces, and all of their NFTs are posted slowly over time with high reserve prices, implying they're actually taking time to make the art rather than just re-uploading as fast as possible to make any amount of money as fast as possible because they don't actually make the art and also fear getting the legitimacy nuked at any point. Anyway, pretty much everyone I'm about to show you I found from this method of searching foundation.app on Twitter. But I'm actually going to start with the first artist that really blew my mind before I found this technique. This is what I mean when I said I came across this accidentally. I mean, I literally was just on Twitter after I started interacting with NFT and crypto stuff, and it was just naturally recommended to me. That's it. This is Hone Art. He's a Korean artist who did this absolutely stunning landscape shot of a girl standing on water with all these sea creatures around her in the foreground and these beautiful majestic fantasy whales in the background with little crowns and royal capes and then pulling out the clouds that flow along with them and you can see the reflections of everything in the water. It's just beautiful. This sold for 1.6 Ether, which at the time was 5,150 USD, which for an artist selling a single image is a lot, and absolutely paid back the time they put into it, especially when you consider he set the reserve price for 0.1 Ether, which was presumably over his break-even point. That said, relative to other NFTs you've seen, 1.6 Ether probably isn't a lot. Like, Bored Ape Yacht Club, as I'm sure you're aware, sell for like 100 Ether, which is insane, but you've also got to remember, these monkeys are basically at this point synonymous with NFTs. They have huge media presence. So let's compare media presence. How many followers did this artist have? Well, at the time I took the screenshot, they had 500 followers. And don't even think about the Pixiv account listed here. Pixiv doesn't have public followers, but you can see image views, and even the top images don't even break 1,000 views even now. It's also worth noting that not only was this artist and NFT not advertised on Pixiv anyway, but Pixiv is a Japanese website and the NFT sold on an English-speaking website to an English-speaking collector with only other bidders seemingly being English-speaking too. It doesn't seem like the Pixiv account is relevant. But it gets even crazier. This follow account is just from when I took the screenshot. That was after the auction for this ended. This is the first NFT sold on this account and is the second most popular tweet in the account's history with 53 retweets. Most of even his recent posts have barely broken 20 likes. So in all likelihood, before this NFT, this account had next to 0 followers. Remember the claim. The claim was, NFTs don't help artists at all, and if they did, it was only from people who got in early, and if not, it was because they had a large following and media presence. This is 5,000 USD to a small artist with almost 0 following in January of this year. I know. Even I looked at this and thought, oh, it must be art theft, but I did a reverse image search. Seemingly, this is the, first place on the internet this image has appeared. Not only that, but over the past couple of months, he's built a consistent reputation as seemingly a real person. He talks to and replies to people, he gives updates on progress and even shows little teasers. He even showed the line art to the NFT well before it was posted. Oh, did I mention this was uploaded in Jesus fuck shit quality? This is real. And he's not the only one. As I said, you can check this yourself if you don't want to search it out on Twitter, but that's okay, I'll do it for you. And I'll even go the extra mile. I am not just going to show you 25 different artists who have made at least over 1,000 USD from NFTs. I am going to show you 25 different artists who have made over $1,000 recently and have under 1,000 followers. Now, getting exact estimates of how much an artist has earned in USD is a little complicated because it depends on when they sold their Ethereum for their local currency, and because the value is quite volatile, you can get wildly different results. Just keep in mind, when I convert to NFT, I'm converting to the price of Ethereum when I recorded these screenshots and wrote down the numbers. All you really need to know is that at the time that I took these screenshots, the total Ethereum that these artists had earned from their art was worth over 1,000 USD. And as a note, I want to just stress how big that is. That is a $1 to follower ratio. I wish I made $1 per follower. I have 300k subs. I have not made 300,000 USD in total even in the 6 or so years I've been doing YouTube serious. I don't even think I broke 100. Making $1 per follower as a tiny artist in the 4 or so months that most of these accounts have been active, that's insane. And this wasn't even when Ethereum was at all-time high. This was in April, when it had dropped $1,800 from the all-time high in November. The last time it had been this low was around about July, so this should be a pretty good lowball estimate, especially with all of these being small artists who probably only recently started just like Hone did. For most of them, it's more likely that they earned their money when the value of ETH was closest to this, if not lower than its value at the time I took the screenshots. Oh, and for the record, these were not hard to find. For pretty much all of these, I just typed foundation.app into Twitter and just scrolled through for a while. Hardest part was finding artists that I liked that hadn't already gained over 1k followers. Alright, you ready? Here we go. 1. Dream Keme, a bit like Hone Art, does these beautiful wide shots, 624 followers, total sales 2.97 ETH, that's about 8,900 USD. 2. Kusin Kessel does these really shiny and sparkly portrait pieces with like beautiful line art. They also have like a bunch of abstract fantasy pieces. 743 followers, total sales 2.489 ETH, that's about 7,500 USD. 3. Hone Art, who we already talked about. 4. Seek Goliath did this absolutely stunning piece of art, the line art, the flow. I actually really love this piece. 727 followers. She also sold this single piece of art for 0.4476 ETH, which at the time was 1,332 US. This was actually the first and only piece of art on her personal account so far. She went on to do a bunch of like collaborative NFT projects with Killer Girlfriends. 5. Rien, another fairly new artist to Foundation, who did this really abstract piece with a string heart that pops with like a strong red color. That's the only piece so far. It sold for 0.44 ETH, or about 1,309 USD. 638 followers. 6. Shishi, an artist with a bunch of more creative stuff. There's also like a bunch of really lewd stuff, can't show that on screen. All of it sold pretty well, but they have 568 followers, total sale 0.75 ETH, or about 2,246 USD. 7. Archelia, fucking sparkle artist ahoy. She has 179 followers, and once this bid goes through on a new item, she will have 0.4759 ETH, which is about 1,400 USD. 8. Orilla has a collection centered around a single character, like a photo album of their journey, I guess. Seemingly it's a hit, despite having only 581 followers, total sales 2.33 ETH, about 7,000 USD. 9. Orisei, 967 followers, sold just a single piece for 0.9144 ETH, so about 2,750 USD. 10. Anna. I'm technically cheating. Dead on 1,000 followers. They do these beautifully detailed pastel portraits. Total sales 2 ETH, about 5,900 USD. Okay, by the way, we're like 10 artists in. Does this still sound like money laundering to you? I'll get into what actually drives NFT bros in a bit, but for now I just want to tackle the money laundering argument because I think people think that mainly in absence of a better explanation. I'll give the better explanation in a bit from now, but I just want to, like, for now, just demonstrate that there's a few holes in the money laundering argument. It's not a perfect explanation. Point is, I get why people might think that maybe a criminal enterprise hires someone to pretend to be a normal artist so that they can send their dirty money from their drugs or hitman job to them under the guise of buying an art NFT, and then the company led by the drug dealer takes the majority of the money from the hired artist under the guise of company profits so that they have a cover for where they got their money. Wait, wouldn't that just mean there'd just be like an incredibly suspicious crypto wallet that's publicly or privately on record as being the one you send money to for drugs that also has a suspicious number of art NFTs inside it or travel through it that all come from one specific artist? Isn't this a really easy way to get swatted? Like money laundering with cash works because the transactional history of every note isn't publicly readable. The government can't tell that 80% of the cash that was received by your Chinese laundromat was recently given to a drug dealer. If it was, the police would have a search warrant very quickly to search for more evidence. If you're working with crypto, the government can see that 80% of the artist's money came from a drug dealer's wallet. All you would need to do is go undercover, buy some drugs, and then follow where all the money goes on the blockchain. Yeah, I don't know if the money laundering argument is like really that well laid out. In fact, a little bit of research shows that there's no evidence of money laundering with NFTs. The money laundering that's been documented with crypto has only ever been through other methods, and they're not even perfect. People have been caught. But even if you pretend that NFTs are used to launder money, actually looking into a bunch of these artists will show that money isn't coming from the same person. Very frequently, you'll look at the collectors created by these artists, and each one of them has gone to a completely different collector who all have NFT collections of their own, of different styles and sizes, from tons of different artists, and each collector has their own Twitter profile that can be anything from semi-active to very active. And I'm like, man, if this is money laundering, that must be some kind of crazy international drug lord meth head kingpin organizing all these accounts, plus keeping up with the art account and writing all these ooh, thank you for the bid anon summer messages about our cute anime girls with cake pictures. Really kept up the disguise well. Hello, I'm Anna, flower emoji, blush emoji, crying emoji, heart emoji. Almost tricked me into thinking you were a 6-foot scarred and tattooed Russian man in charge of a drug empire. It's a bit much. Like, is there money laundering happening with NFT? Possibly. Is it a majority? Fuck no. This is also a pretty good counter argument to the idea that this might all be like wash trading, i.e. it's being bought by an account owned by an artist who bought their own work to inflate their art's perceived value. But in order to do this, you need that money in the first place. But many of these people supposedly wash trading are small artists. You don't pump 5k USD into the Ethereum network to buy your own work as a small-time artist. That's a big investment for an artist trying to pay rent. Not only are there many artists and small artists with not that kind of money, but also because you can see the multiple collectors for any given artist and the half a dozen other things they've collected from other artists, wash trading seems unlikely. Some of these collectors have money for 600 plus NFT collections. I'm pretty sure the small artist with under 1,000 followers isn't behind it. There's also the fact that, like, are you really going to tell me that these absolutely unhinged happy Twitter posts about seeing their art being bought were fake? The idea that someone typed this with a straight face, I'm not buying it. Anyway, continuing on. 11. Toya. They do these really pretty landscapes of things like flowers and wheat, and they always have this like one curly-haired character in them. They feel very Ghibli-esque. 715 followers, 5.1893 ETH, 14,833 USD. 12. Parado. Another loot artist, can't show that on screen, but she has some less loot stuff that sold for like 0.25 ETH by itself, but most of their money comes from their Love Ex Machina collection. Total followers 857, total sales 1.57 ETH, or about 4,600 USD. 13. Nors, a more simplistic anime-style artist with a good sense of color and style. 590 followers, has one collection with 0.82 ETH sales combined with 2 extra pieces worth 0.26 ETH for a total of 1.08 ETH, about 3,100 USD. 14. Pajinki, bright, cheerful portraits of an anime girl with blue hair. 0.36 ETH, about 1,100 USD. 217 followers. 15. Yoruta, a Japanese artist who has like a very clean, simplistic art. 982 followers, total sales 0.95 ETH, about 2,800 USD. By the way, I know I'm only mentioning anime-style artists, it's just kind of what I gravitate to when selecting artists that I think are good and what I ended up following when it was recommended to me. But for the record, me focusing on anime stuff is actually underrepresentative of the probability of it being an NFT artist. Anime style is niche, so when you get out to the wider community, things go for higher. Like, I've seen photographers who are under 3k followers on both Twitter and Instagram who have made like 1 ETH in sales. Maybe it's just my taste showing, but I really didn't expect to see like small photographers making that kind of money. Nor did I expect there to be a market for a lot of digital modeling 3D type stuff either. Much later in this video I talk about an instance where a moderate sized artist with 50k Instagram followers and only 5k followers on Twitter was not only quite successful, but had a piece of art like bought by fucking Jim Carrey of all people. So you can see how and why the market broadens if you go outside the anime niche that's like my personal taste. Now, celebrities, it's possible that it might have been a paid thing, but my point is anime is a niche and they're not getting like celebrity offers in the first place because the niche isn't as profitable as something more mainstream. And this is reflected in small artists under 1k followers as well. When I tried selecting some non-anime artists that I thought were good, most of the ones I actually found were like had more profits than most of the anime artists did of similar follower counts. Here's 10 more of those over 1k, under 1k artists. Non-anime edition. 16. Uwucrew did this crazy cyberpunk wizard gif, 735 followers, 0.65 ETH, or about 1,900 USD. 17. GLP, fucking weird bone dragon gif, 928 followers, total sales 0.40 ETH, about 1,200 USD. 18. Wonderland After Dark does these really detailed and realistic portraits that are sometimes GIFs with a lot of moving motifs. 256 followers, total sales 0.7636 ETH, about 2,253 USD. As a note, this account's name wasn't After Dark, it was an After Dark account. The main account with 10k followers was indicated by sun emojis instead of anything not cryptic, so I missed it. Instead, I'm going to replace this entry with Kare, an artist who I found later, and I'm also going to bring up later in the video, but they're also under 1k over 1k. I suppose I said this was supposed to be a non-anime section, wasn't it? I'm too lazy to find another sub 1k account though. Now that it's like August 21st as I write this, it's admittedly like a lot hard to find sub 1k accounts when it's like not something like niche like anime. It's okay, I'll talk more about small photographers and graphic designers a bit more later to make up for it. They're just not perfectly under 1k followers. 19. Choco Feline does a more realistic painterly style. Their collection For Your Eyes Only has 0.63 ETH in total sales, about 1,000 USD. In spite of that, 353 followers. 20. Kimi Mutani does... What the fuck is going on? This is amazing. This one hasn't sold yet at time of writing, but they have 808 followers, and their other NFTs make up 0.84 ETH in total sales, about 2,500 USD. 21, Pepe Chiller. Does a bunch of Pepe related animations and like really nails the style perfectly. This one's really crazy. Only 242 followers, but 3.11 ETH in total sales, which is like 9,200 USD. 200 followers and almost 10 grand. What the fuck is that? For the record, Pepe art is pretty popular in these spaces for some reason, so I think a lot of these purchases came from Foundation's search function and not social media, but the point still stands. You can be very successful as an absolutely fucking tiny artist. That said, you know what's not anime and not Pepe art? 22, Cosmic Void. Intensely abstract, but still very pretty. A tiny 213 followers with a whopping 3.11 ETH in total sales, 9,200 USD, same as Pepe Chiller. 23, Fluke's Fluke, crazy detailed, almost like Where's Waldo-esque art. 738 followers. I really wouldn't have guessed this one, but this is actually the highest earning under 1k artist I have on this list. 3.827 ETH, about 11,300 USD. They're from Thailand, so I wonder if this is like some kind of cultural significance behind this character. Like, I don't know, maybe it's the Thailand equivalent of Pepe. That's stupid. 24, Mr. Num's art. I feel like I'm on acid. 447 followers, 0.51 ETH, 1,500 USD. And finally, 25, Elahe Earth. 944 followers and like really creepy looking art. 0.49 ETH in total sales, about 1,500 USD. So there you go, 25 small artists, all made over 1,000 USD while having less than 1,000 followers. For the record, I didn't think to make sure that there weren't any alternate accounts until like 4 months later. So about 3 or 4 of these have Instagram or main Twitter accounts with a bit over 1,000 like 4 months after I did the screenshots of the NFT accounts. So they were probably below 1,000 before. But just to be safe, I took out anything over 2k. It's also worth noting that most of these people didn't even advertise their NFT accounts on their Instagram, presumably because of backlash. They only linked their NFT account to their Instagram and not the other way around. The only real exception I'm making to this is Cosmic Void, who has 4k followers on his Instagram with a link to an old account with 20k, but neither of these link back to his NFT accounts and only like the other way around. Even his 20k account is just for showing off tattoos, and there's like literally isn't a single reference or link to their NFTs on the page. Even the one time he showed a design that'd be used in part for an NFT design. For the record, all this isn't to say that I haven't seen good art that hasn't sold, right? Like, here's an example I found quite recently. But keep in mind, when I took this screenshot, this was still, like, on sale for $1,000 fucking dollars. Gas prices are, like, around $50 and are higher or lower at certain times and dates. The general process for selling art as NFTs is you set your starting bid high, but if you get no bites, you drop the price a bit. So while, yes, this artist has technically taken losses, there's a whole number of prices that this could be lowered to before you could truly say that they've taken losses. There's also examples like Hone Art, who started super low in an auction and made a shit ton, and artists like Hane Fiduzi, who make this like really dope skeleton art that I'm honestly hasn't surprised that it's like gone for more. He was on this list with 200 followers and 0.40 ETH in sales, but then I realized he has a plus 10k Instagram account. Anyway, he auctioned his work fairly high at first, but then brought them down over time, and ended up selling a number of pieces for a comparatively low profit, but still not that low. I'm yet to see a good artist drop their art all the way down to gas price just so they could tap out even. Not even close. Actually, that's not totally true. At the very end of scripting this video, I found Theobalds, who makes these really cool pirate landscapes that they've sold for 0.05 to 0.09 ETH each. But that's still like 90 USD to 160 USD at time of writing. But that's still usually double the break-even point on a good day. Sorry, no, I tell a lie. That $50 estimate I just gave you comes from ages ago when Ethereum had a boom of people on the network. When I took these screenshots after things had settled back down, cost of minting on Foundation is like 30 USD. Hell, as I'm writing this, it's gone down to like 16. So even this guy with like the lowest prices I've seen from an artist I considered good is making his money back. And I have been looking. Oh, also, I only just realized Theobalds actually uses AI in his work. That's why there's like a bit of weirdness in his works and why it's cheaper. It's because it's easier to produce. Furthermore, I've even tried to watch and keep track of certain artists myself a couple of times. There was an artist called Bago Sangito who was under 1k followers at the time, and their first work hadn't sold, but I thought it was pretty good, so I'm like, I'll follow him anyway and see if it sells. He sold it within a week. But even if you pretend they sold it when I took this video on June 19th, they still made more than you would with commissions. For context, this animation that I had commissioned has more movement but less detail, only costed me like $150. Again, I fully encourage you to go see this for yourself. Just find one of the artists, follow them and watch them closely for a while. Even though the market is significantly down on June 19th as I type this, when you take into account the lowering gas fees, way smaller artists are still making way better money than normal size artists do on commissions, with way more artistic freedom too. Although, perhaps this isn't good enough because the other side has statistics. Part 2, Tangent A, Dodgy Statistics. Folding Ideas briefly shows the source on screen for the claim that hundreds of thousands of artists took losses from gas fees and never made money back, but Moonicat, the creator of Web 3.0, a libertarian dystopia, puts a bigger focus on this statistic and its claim that the vast majority of NFT artists don't make money.
Artists who have made money out of this trend are now successfully converted into automatic NFT shills, putting .eth at the end of their Twitter screen names, such as musician RAC. He reckons that if he's being exploited, then he'd like to be more exploited, please. He seems convinced now that this is the solution for small-time artists barely making any money from their work. Trouble is, the logic is entirely flawed. RAC was able to make money through already having a platform. And that's the only real scarcity at play here. Attention. Here's a graph showing the median prices of sales in primary sales of NFT collections over a 1-week gold rush period. Looks pretty good at a glance, right? Until you realise the y-axis is a fucking logarithmic scale. Here it is on a normal scale. 34% of these collections made $100 or less, which means that after various fees, they actually lost money. 20% made less than $92 after fees, and then 11% made a whopping $223 after fees, and so on. That's for an entire collection of NFTs, which could be anything up to around 10,000 JPEGs.
Is this malicious? It might be malicious. I feel like I shouldn't have to point out the problem with this. This is an artistic medium. There is no barrier to entry. You can't just take everyone who's ever made a single cent from their work and claim it's bad overall because a majority didn't earn enough to make profits. I'm pretty sure what's true of NFTs is probably true of any artistic method of making money. This is like claiming commissions or art supplies are bad for artists because the majority who tried failed and so lost money on buying the tools. It's like calling YouTube bad for aspiring YouTubers because most won't make their money back on the recording tools. It's like, no shit. The reality is most people who try to be a YouTuber have no idea what they're doing. It's not like there's a required college course. Most of them are kids or young adults who don't know anything other than that they're inspired by a favorite creator that they want to emulate. It's the same deal with aspiring artists. But if any of those aspiring YouTubers made even a single cent from AdSense, they would be counted in the YouTube equivalent of this analysis. For this statistic, all you need is a single sale to be included in the data, which, by the way, can be a very low price. It doesn't actually have to be over the gas fees, so many inexperienced artists who weren't going to be profitable through any other art medium may have been included in this list because they could have sold low enough to compensate for their lack of skill. The reason it doesn't have to be higher than the gas fee is because the fees you have to pay on OpenSea, where this data is taken from, isn't a fee you pay every time you make an NFT. It is a one-time fee to create the account. That's it. Dan Olson also mentions artists losing money on gas fees, which is true on marketplaces like Foundation, but on OpenSea, where this data comes from, it's by default the buyer who pays the gas fee, not the artist. It even says so in the analysis. So many of these artists may have sold their NFTs for way under the price of the fees because they believed if they sold enough, they'd eventually be making profits. This means it's very possible that a ton of artists in this statistic were new inexperienced artists that before were probably only rarely able to lock down a commission or some other means of making money, but were able to set their price low enough to lock down a single sale to be included in the statistic. This is especially true when you consider that this analysis took its data from the Gold Rush period, otherwise known as the 3 days after Bieber sold his $69 million NFT and had a ton of articles made about him. Not only does this mean there were a ton of people new to NFTs buying stuff like crazy thinking everything was liquid gold, but it also means a ton of artists just got started selling NFTs and may not have had a chance to earn back the cost of their account. Do you know how long the period of time is that they took this data from? 10 days. 10 fucking days. Which means if you were an inexperienced artist who set their price low enough to sell even a single piece to someone in the Gold Rush period, you had 10 days to sell more and make enough to make up your account fee, or you would be considered by this analysis as having lost money. 10 days. Included in this statistic aren't just artists that have dedicated themselves to learning and improving and are good enough to lock down consistent commissions. This statistic may have also included new and inexperienced artists who got commissions at a very slow rate for a very low price, and when they moved to NFTs would not have had enough time to earn back their account fee. By the way, which do you think there is more of? New artists or experienced artists? Yeah, no shit, there are way more new, aspiring, and inexperienced artists, so even if a small percentage got lucky in a gold rush week, they alone could dwarf the number of experienced artists capable of actually making a consistent living from their art. It also may have included completely amateur artists who didn't make money from commissions, period, but happened to get lucky in a gold rush period when no one knew what would sell and many thought free money was on the table. These videos say themselves that these buyers don't care about the art, right? According to these videos, art theft is rampant and very profitable for a reason, right? So who's to say that bad art that wasn't profitable through any other medium wouldn't sell here? And so there's no reason to think that there could be a lot of NFTs with art from people who wouldn't make it as an artist anyway, or even try to make it as an artist that's inflating the statistic that's supposedly about artists. It's literally data from all of OpenSea. The title shouldn't have been "Most artists are not making money from NFTs." It should have been "Most people on OpenSea with at least a single sale could not make their money back on their account fee in 10 days. That's the actual study. What people think of as an artist make up a tiny percentage of the NFTs sold in this period. You've lumped what people typically think of as an artist in with people who re-upload memes with a filter, or photoshopped a meme, maybe with Elon Musk's face on it, or just ham something out in Paint, or whatever the fuck this is. It includes completely procedurally generated art, re-upload bots, anyone who had a camera and thought they could make a quick buck by uploading some photos off it. Most of the art in NFTs is shitty profile pic collections. Dan shows a ton of these in his videos, and even the really bad ones, even now, could probably manage to sell a single NFT to be conflated with this statistic used to represent artists. This would be especially true in a gold rush period too. Put simply, the vast majority of this stat is people who were unlikely to sell art consistently by making it into an NFT, or literally any other method either, so it's a bit disingenuous to put this as a point against NFTs specifically. For that matter, even though it's always just like one Google reverse image search away from being found out, art theft was profitable, right? So even if just a small percentage of the art theft claimed about NFTs sold a single piece, they'd be part of the same statistic lumped in with legitimate artists. And art theft has an even lower barrier to entry, so there's gotta be like way more, right? It would completely throw off this statistic. Like, it winds me up that detractors of NFTs will always signal boost the admittedly really bad stuff like the art stealing from dead creators and like the etiquette NFTs to characterize this as the vast majority of NFT creators, but then hilariously turn around and imply with this statistic, why wasn't the tasteless etiquette guy making his fair share of the money? This is unfair. And look at all these art thieves. They're rampant. They're entitled to a slice of the pie too. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, you know, there was only one bid of like $35 on any of one of the etiquette punks, right? Like, the guy would have literally been part of the same statistic trying to claim that artists don't make money. Also, that bid may have even been the creator trying to make it look like the collection has value. You guys love to pretend that everything is wash trading, but you don't apply the logic consistently if it hurts the argument. Moonicat does exactly what Dan Olsen did with art thieves. In an effort to paint crypto in as bad a light as possible, they create so many criticisms that they start contradicting themselves with it. Let's take another bit of a tangent for a second, because I'm kind of being dishonest myself when I'm talking about art theft. So far into the video, I've actually been pretending that rampant and profitable art stealing is a legitimate criticism for the sake of flow. But the truth is, I think it's questionable. In fact, I think art theft happens no more here than in any other industry. The first thing that tipped me off to this was, while I have absolutely seen art theft, I've not seen a fantastic amount of evidence to suggest it's very profitable, or at least any more profitable than any other form of art theft. In fact, I don't think Dan has either, considering he shows a single example at 4811 where you can see the volume traded and it says 0.14 ETH with 89k minted. I find it funny that he's willing to pretend that artists on OpenSea have to pay gas fees for each mint, but then he doesn't apply any of that to the art thieves. It's weird that he only shows one instance where you can see the profits, because you'd think he'd want to substantiate the claim he made that the potential payoff is extremely high, much higher than a bootleg Redbubble store. But he doesn't. Now, this is not me saying that art stealing is okay when it's not profitable. This is me saying if the vast majority of examples you can find are unsuccessful, it indicates that this isn't as common as it seems, and instead indicates that any instance of stealing is being signal boosted like crazy. After all, if not much money is to be made, then it can't be happening that much, can it? There's not much incentive after all. Part 2, Tangent B. Art theft is overstated. That is to say, art theft doesn't happen as much as you think it does compared to any other industry. Don't believe me? Very easy way to see this for yourself. Go to Twitter, search art theft. This will give you all posts in recent history that include the phrase art theft, not just the ones that are popular. Scroll through for a bit, count how many targeted allegations you see of art theft, and how many you see of NFT art theft. Preferably you should use instances where you have screenshots for proof. I did this twice myself. First time I did this on the 19th of May. I counted 2 NFT art thefts and 14 non-NFTs. Interestingly, most of these were actually re-uploads to Instagram or Twitter, but when I looked at the cases where there was just similar risk and similar returns, so merchandise like t-shirts, it was a case of 3 cases of merch theft and again 2 NFT thefts. I did this again on June 6th and found a whopping 7 instances of art theft as merchandise on things like AliExpress, Redbubble, Public Tea, etc. before I even got to a single instance of NFT art theft. And it wasn't even art theft. The tweeter was actually the creator of the NFT, and they were just saying that because of its like price, that it was like practically art theft anyway or something. I literally like stopped scrolling after a while just because I couldn't find any. These are admittedly small snapshots in time, but feel free to try this yourself. And while you're at it, look at how many people are just talking about NFT theft as compared to how many actual instances of NFT theft you find. Or you can compare it to how much people talk about merch theft, which is like never. I find that quite telling. Conclusion is, when you search for how many instances of art theft are actually posted rather than go off what's been retweeted or otherwise signal boosted, there's no real evidence to suggest that art stealing happens any more for NFTs than any other industry. My theory for why you see so much more NFT art theft than you do merch art theft is quite simple. People on Twitter hate NFTs and are far more likely to press retweet when they see an instance of art theft with NFTs than they would if they see an instance of art theft with something like a t-shirt store. This isn't whataboutism. I'm not saying why aren't you complaining about merchandise art stealing too. If you know about art theft or your stuff got stolen, you should call it out. What I'm arguing is that art theft isn't inherent to NFTs, nor is higher rates of art theft inherent to NFTs either. In fact, I'd argue they're not higher at all. You can't look at all these terrible things happening and have that paint what you associate NFTs with or draw some inherent conclusion about NFTs as a whole because you think these things are happening a lot more compared to others. Because it may have just been that you've seen those things more than because they're just publicized more, not because they're actually happening more. And this all makes sense. Everything you see against NFTs applies at the very least equally to merchandise. You're crazy if you don't think you can find the exact same amount of shit that's been said about NFTs with this instead. You just have to look harder. There are literally Twitter bots that scan Twitter for conversations of anyone who responds to a piece of art by saying that they'd buy it on a shirt, and if the bot finds one, it will immediately automatically steal the art, stick it on a graphics tee printing site, and offer up the link to the purchase page to the person who made the comment. Twitter had this whole thing where it played games with these bots just to see what crazy things it would put on a t-shirt store. If there's bots that automatically steal and upload to sell as a t-shirt, do you think that maybe art theft happens for t-shirts at least a similar amount as NFTs? I mean, you don't even have to risk your money on the account fee with t-shirts. You can just wait until you actually get a confirmed sale before you print. Is it perhaps possible that this happens all the time and you just haven't heard about it because it doesn't get publicized as much? I have this whole section in my copyright video where I show just how much art theft happens and how for small artists copyright is completely useless at stopping it. And these instances of art theft do get publicized, but this is on Twitter. They basically never go as far as going viral on YouTube and having multiple videos about it, but it does with NFTs. I've also had personal experience with this too. I've received sponsorship offers from t-shirt stores that didn't tell me they stole their art. I almost didn't catch it either, but when I did, I fucking ratted them out in a public video for shits and gigs. But there were big YouTube channels that took that sponsor. Point is that with art theft that's not NFT related, chances are that you don't even know it's happening even though it happens just as much. Furthermore, if there's bots automatically uploading stuff, you're crazy if you think you can't find Quinny's art on a t-shirt somewhere, or commemorative Etika merch with stolen art. In fact, here's one right now! Guys, it literally took me 30 seconds to find this. It's really not that hard. This happens all the time, and it can be just debatably just as bad. Not only are they selling merch of a dead guy for profits, they're stealing art to do it from someone who no doubt held Etika very dear to them. That's gotta be, like, close to being just as bad as Etika punks, right? Maybe that's not enough for you. What if I told you this was being sold on Amazon? Yeah, I didn't scour the internet to find this like a dodgy t-shirt store that would sell this. This is on fucking Amazon. Art stealing on the most mainstream shopping platform. Also, I wasn't expecting to make evidence out of this after I asked the artist. I was just like, oh, I should probably use my platform to try and get this taken down. So I made a post about it. But then after like 24 hours, I realized something. Hey guys, where's my fucking 9k retweets and 8 YouTube videos? What do you mean it only got retweeted 14 times? I guess if I'm being fair, the Etika were intentionally made by a troll group to piss people off with, like, specific references to the bridge from which he took his own life. But, like, if you're going to count that, is it really fair to use this as a point against NFTs when they 100% chose NFTs because it would be more controversial? Similarly, you could argue that there's a lot of big companies using dead guys to plug NFTs, and it's like, well, that happens too. The official Stan Lee Twitter account has already necromanced the poor man multiple times before to, like, plug everything from t-shirts to figures to cartoons. The only difference in NFTs is that NFTs are controversial. If Funko Pops and t-shirts were this controversial and this profitable, big companies like Disney would still probably shill the shit out of them through this account anyway. It is definitely more controversial, though. Despite me not agreeing that NFTs are bad, you should probably you should never, under any circumstance, talk through a corpse on a hot button issue, Disney. Like, at least if Disney talks through Stan Lee to plug a line of t-shirts, you can at least say that Stan Lee was probably okay with it because t-shirts aren't controversial. But with over 50% of the population hating NFTs, that's a good shit, and Stan would have hated it too, so, like, maybe don't. But I think this reflects more on the company than it does NFTs. Actually, I'll give you a more direct comparison. Quinny Art, the artist who died of cancer. Did you know that literally days after her death, a stationery store ripped her art and started selling it without permission? You probably didn't know this happened because it got none of the same coverage despite it literally being days after her death. Ugh, oh god, I don't want to use the expression before the body is cold, but that is literally what that phrase is for. Like, as hot button as NFTs are, waiting for an artist to die before you steal their art for profit is a little bit more controversial. And yet, the NFT story had multiple videos mention this and use it as a point against NFTs inherently. Solar Sands, Line Goes Up, Saberspark, Cracked. It even had videos dedicated to the story specifically with 400k views. The stationery story had no videos mention it or use it as a point against merchandise companies and had just one video about it with only 100k views. The NFT story was featured on Gizmodo and Wired. The stationery story, again, literally days after her death, had an article on Distractify. Two of these websites have content sections on Wikipedia, the other looks like this. So you have one case of art theft where a single image was made into an NFT by a random stranger, didn't even sell, let alone for a high amount, and was uploaded to a non-mainstream marketplace. Twinsea has 14k followers on Twitter, OpenSea has 1.7 million. Meanwhile, you have another case where multiple pieces of art were stolen to make multiple items literally days after an artist's death by a whole-ass company and was advertised on mainstream website Instagram. And we have no clue how many sold before people worked out it wasn't an official endorsement. And that was the one that got less media presence. Let's take another look at profitability, because I think that's another good indicator. So in all fairness, I found a bunch of cases where it's profitable. Way more than folding ideas. Here you go. This is it. In all my research, this was all the instances I found where I could easily verify sales. I can fit it in one page. And this is still bad, but the question is it any worse than any other art theft venture, or is the only reason I found them because they've been heavily signal boosted? Well, I came across a Twitter account that retweeted any instance of art theft for NFTs it came across, and I realized I could use this to test my theory. Firstly, I scrolled through this account to see how many instances of art theft there was from May 14th, which was when I checked this, all the way to March 1st. In 2.5 months, this account recorded 200 cases of art theft, which again, yeah, feels like a lot. But when testing for signal boosting, you can't use flat numbers. Flat numbers are bad. You need to have something to compare it with. Like the 80,000 instances of art theft put out by DeviantArt sounds big because it's a flat number. But then you look at how many NFTs are minted and you're like, oh, it's 26,000 a day? Or even if you just scroll down on DeviantArt Protect, apparently they themselves scan 3.8 million a week since August, and they've only got, since then, 80k. So 200 cases in 2.5 months recorded by a dedicated account made just for NFT theft on a platform that really hates NFTs when 26,000 NFTs are minted a day kind of puts it in perspective. Anyway, using this Twitter account, I decided to check how profitable all these cases were to test if it was genuinely easy and practical to make money from art theft, or if cases of art theft were just heavily publicized. Now, most of these screenshots don't show proof of if they had ever sold, so I scrolled from May 14th all the way to March 1st and recorded any instances where the screenshot showed either the volume traded or the transactional history of the NFT. When it showed volume traded 0 or no activity, I knew that no profits were made. Likewise, when activity was shown or the volume traded had a number higher than 0, I recorded it as art theft making profits. In total, across 2.5 months, 6 instances profited and 27 failed to make any profits at all. Breaking those 6 cases down further, 2 weren't on mainstream sites, which doesn't matter too much, but this was probably successful because there was a lower chance of being found out, at the same time a lower number of potential customers and therefore less profits. Although, apparently one of these sold for 200k, which if anything makes me more suspicious. This kind of art from an artist with no reputation doesn't sell for 200k on mainstream, let alone where it's art theft on a no-name site. Like, I'm pretty sure this was just a fake price to make people think they're getting a deal when they buy it for a lower price. It's just like how you can't trust reviews for items on dodgy products or service sites. These reviews are all fake just to encourage you to buy. I've actually seen a couple of claims like this before, where an artist claims stolen work was sold for something insane like 170k as an NFT while their like hospital bills pile up, but they don't post screenshots on the marketplace, and I'm like, wait, hang on, what marketplace with this? Are you sure this actually sold? Because copy-paste stolen art selling for that much is really unprecedented on mainstream markets. Anyway, those were 2 of the 6 cases, but the other 3 were image edits or traced art, meaning it was harder to reverse image search and required a bit more work. Not to say that justifies it, what I'm saying is it further adds to the idea that making money through art theft with NFTs is not as practical and easy as it's made out to be, and therefore probably doesn't happen as much as it seems. And finally, one wasn't even plagiarism, it was just a similar, probably inspired art style. This was a fucking stretch, and I don't think it should have been here, so it really should be like 5 to 27. Now, full transparency, this data isn't perfect. First off, I can't verify if most of the data appeared because of systems like DeviantArt Protect and simply had no time to sell because those systems immediately notice on upload and ping the artist. That said, it would still prove that even if art theft was profitable before, it certainly isn't now. Secondly, something I didn't include and might have arguably been more successful is art theft that wasn't done directly for profit but instead for advertising. There were a few instances in this list where stolen art was used for promotional material for presumably scam projects or minted as an NFT and then gifted for free as part of a giveaway in return for likes and retweets. I can't verify how successful these projects are, nor can I know how much of their profits are actually attributable to stolen art, so take that as you will. That said, it's quite similar to all those cases of art theft for social media clicks we saw before that actually made up the majority of most art theft instances, so I feel like this should be kept and compared from within a separate category. Thirdly, even looking at direct art stealing to sell for profit, these were not the only instances of profitable art theft on this list. They were just the ones that met the exact rule set that I set out. That said, there were also instances of art theft that were unprofitable that I didn't include because they didn't meet the rule set either. This was just the easiest way to make clean data that anyone can replicate just to check my biases to get a feel for how much profitable art theft there was compared to unprofitable. But in conclusion, yes, art theft does happen and sometimes it is profitable, but it's definitely overstated. I would conclude that it's probably no worse than t-shirts and other merchandise. It definitely seems like a lot of instances of art theft were just mooks who got suckered into thinking it was free money, only to actually waste money on their account fee. Given the sheer number of unsuccessful attempts, and that most successful attempts required some level of work, it indicates that it's not easy money, and therefore probably doesn't happen as much as you think. It just looks like it does because any instance of art theft gets heavily signal boosted by a community that was very passionate and active in their hate for NFTs and a media capitalizing on the hot new topic. But the idea of signal boosting shouldn't surprise you. There is a reason everyone knows about animations like Cryptoland and the Red Ape family, but no one has seen animations put out by like Azuki. Or Killer Girlfriends. Or any of the animators making one-for-one art. Or doodles.
Data invalid.
Nanoverse HQ. Or even just animations put out by the actual Bored Ape Yacht Club, the one thing you'd think people would be familiar with because it's the brand that's synonymous with NFTs. But no, people have only seen animations about Bored Ape made by not the actual company, but some of the people who collect them, of course. This isn't me hating on people doing this, people are obviously sharing this stuff because it's cringe and it's funny and they already hate NFTs. And similarly, people do this with art theft because they're angry and they have yet another reason to hate NFTs. My point is that there is a precedent for signal boosting. A lot of people think NFT-related art and animation is only ever ugly, not because it's true, but because it gets signal boosted, which gives credence to the idea that art theft doesn't happen as much as you think, it just gets publicized a lot. Although maybe if you're going to make 3 20-minute long YouTube videos just to laugh at cringe, maybe you should stick to that, rather than use the hot new hated topic to safely add some sense of self-congratulatory righteousness to your work without having to actually risk anything by ham-fisting in some sweeping generalizing statements like,
it just pisses me off. So in summary, for all the crypto cartoons, the NFT cartoons, all of it, it's a big old bucket of shit from top to bottom. And it takes the form of scams, low quality animation, banking on community, quote unquote, to scam people into supporting your shit that has no security. Art theft is rampant. The NFT vibes in general across the board make me feel sick. And the only way to really fix it is more accountability. And that goes against the entire, selling points of NFTs. It's supposed to be decentralized. It's supposed to be in the hands of the individuals or whatever. It's like, no, it's just an open sea of corruption. That's what I see. And the antithesis of shutting me up as far as artistic merit goes is making something of quality, and I have yet to have seen it. Because all of you are rushing out to churn out garbage.
if you're gonna jack yourself off like this, at least do the barest minimum of research to check your own biases. Honestly, the idea that art theft is overstated makes sense, because when you think about it, we've established the original creator matters, so like, who's gonna drop $300 on a piece of art without vetting it as the authentic creator? You're out of your fucking mind. It takes 5 seconds to reverse Google search an image. Between this and DeviantArt Protect, it makes perfect sense why the 3 of the profitable cases we saw were edited art. But it makes sense with t-shirts, because, like, if you're doing it for the t-shirt, you most don't really care that much about the creator. But literally, the point of NFTs is to authenticate. If who it's authenticated to is meaningless, then, like, few people will perceive it as valuable. So NFTs might be the one place where buyers are really picky about buying from the original artist. Anyway, this was a giant tangent. If you really want to show that artists don't make money from NFTs, ideally what you'd be looking for is a statistic that shows how many good artists failed. That would actually give you a point of reference to compare to other ways of making money through art. Of course, good art is mildly subjective, and so it's hard to get a stat for that, which is why I just show you how to find very small artists so you can get a feel for how good it's been for them, which is incredibly easy, and you can do it yourself right now.
And it's funny that you really have to dig to find this information.
Please spare me, you didn't even visit the fucking hardware store. But if you must use dodgy statistics, perhaps you could look at Foundation for your data source instead of OpenSea. Something I recently found out is that Foundation doesn't actually let anyone upload like OpenSea does. You have to get an invite from someone who successfully sold something on their platform in order to mint and sell your first work. At first I was like, oh shit, maybe it is just like a club where you only get in by knowing someone popular, so maybe these small artists really do have a platform through someone bigger. But it's not really the case. You get 3 invites every time you sell something, and by sheer number of these small artists, it's highly likely that many of them got them from each other, not necessarily a big creator giving them a platform. There's also the fact that a quick search for Foundation invites will show you plenty of people, even within the past 24 hours, offering their invites to the best artists in return for retweets, or just because they're artists themselves and they just have a genuine passion for it. You can also look on Foundation to see who they were invited by. Feel free to check this yourself, but I've seen no correlation. There's some big artists, but also a lot of artists have been invited by other artists of similar sizes. Where was I? Oh yeah, with this in mind, it makes sense that you can often find a much higher density of decent artists on Foundation. This statistic could try using Foundation instead to better understand how many decent small artists make money, but of course it uses OpenSea, and only OpenSea. Did I mention that? To be fair, this article does actually proactively counter this claim, but it doesn't really make sense. They just say it's fine because this data does include some sales cross-listed from some more curated sites. And it's like, okay, so what? Of course, some of the data is going to come from legitimate artists who happen to have cross-listed. The problem is the giant chunk of bad data. You don't make up for bad data by, like, adding a little good in there. That's a theme with crypto-related studies, by the way. Going to bring that back up when we get to the environmental damage. But for this, it's not even just that. You didn't even fucking say how many artists this was. I don't think you've noticed, but sum isn't a very scientific term. How much is sum? To add insult to all of this, a lot of people make a big deal about gas fees like it's a thing that fucks over artists and somehow not scammers, but it's actually the total opposite. On places like Foundation, where artists have to pay gas fees and mint fees, rich collectors sometimes offer scholarships, as in, if they like your art, they will literally just pay for your first mint. While scrolling through anime NFT accounts, I noticed that @Weeb3DAO kept coming up in bios. Turns out it's a website created by some of the big artists and collectors you'll see in this video, and all you need to do as an artist is submit your portfolio, and they'll just give you the ETH to mint your first NFT. I thought I might have been missing something, but I did I sent a quick message to Anna, one of the over 1k, under 1k artists that got their first mint from them, and it's apparently just no strings attached. So it's like, this small artist literally wasn't risking anything with their first mint. They put no money in and only got money out. When you think about it, scholarship programs make total sense. If you're a collector of NFTs, you have a vested interest in getting people involved. Even if you look at it from a soulless money angle, it makes sense, because if you're first to invest in a really good artist, it can pay off for you later. If buying an NFT is an investment, paying their minting cost to get them into NFTs in the first place is an investment as well. Either way, with good enough art, the artist doesn't necessarily have to take any risks. This whole narrative about minting costs being the bane of artists is very questionable when you actually look into these communities, as opposed to getting your claims from large chunks of data that you have no real-world context on how to use properly, because your only interaction with the subject has been pulled through a website API. And after you get off the ground, mint and gas fees are completely irrelevant. Remember, I'm only showing you accounts that are under 1,000 followers. These artists were already making life-changing money. I can't stress how revolutionary this has been for artists the further they climb. Lemon Tea has this old 80s anime retro style, among other things. They have about 4,500 followers on their NFT account and 50k followers on their main. You can count out the profits on their collections, and they've made about 8.4 ETH. That's about 17k USD. Also, I'm sorry if you've noticed that the conversion rates for the USD amounts I'm giving you for the mid and high range artists are different from the under 1k followers. I wrote that section of the video a while ago, and since then the price of Ethereum went... So, yeah, that's why. Also, a couple were recorded before the drop, so that's confusing. If you want absolute accuracy, you need to look at the ETH and then cross-check it with the value of ETH at the time of the sale. But just as an example, it's 23rd of June as I write this line. Lemon Tea just sold a piece of art for 1k. Because of the recently and admittedly very large drop in ETH, like it went down by like $3,000, you're going to see people claiming that the bubble has burst and crypto is over. It's really not. It's been established since years ago that crypto is volatile currency. Everyone knew this. But if you're looking for a legitimate criticism of crypto for artists, though, yes, it is volatile. It tends to go up and down and up and down. But even at its lowest, artists big and small still seem to be making much more than they would have otherwise. Again, this is why I showed you my artist finding technique. No matter what state the market is in, you can check this yourself to see if artists are still profitable. But, and this is the last edit I'm going to do before I upload this video so it's as recent as possible, if we check back on our under 1k, over 1k artists on August 21st, well after April when I took the first screenshots and wrote down the numbers, stuff was still being sold in mid-July to August, and the value of Ethereum is still high enough that what they earned is still worth plenty. Nors sold this on August 14th for 243 USD. Kusin Kessel sold this on July 15th for 541 USD. Arilla sold this on July 27th for 400 USD. Orise sold this on August 13th for 357 USD. Toya sold this on August 1st for 303 USD. And of course, again, even when we go outside the anime community, things get even better. Pepe Chilla sold this on July 31st for 1,251 USD. GLP sold this for 804 USD and sold this for 965 USD, both on July 15th. I also looked more into photographers in this time, and I don't have another place to throw this, so I'll just throw it here. I've run into like a ton of like Australian photographers making like crazy amounts, which is so crazy to me. Some of them are really small too, like Andrew Hooker, who has 1k followers, but sold this for $806 USD on August 17th. I have definitely seen a lot of small photographers that haven't sold anything yet, even if it was at a low price, but it is absolutely possible. When you get a bit bigger, you get people like Tim Bossless, who's an Australian photographer who has 30k Instagram followers and does advertise his NFTs on it. He sold this on August 16th for $4,775 USD. Again though, 30k followers, that's more of like a mid-range artist, so I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. In terms of graphic artists, Random Freaks is an account with only 3,500 followers and 1,600 on Instagram, who sold this on July 13th for a whole ETH, which right now, August 22nd, is 1,624 USD. And all these screenshots were taken when we were only about $800 up from the lowest point in the market crash. As for always like at the bottom and what it looks like when it's dropping that hard, that fast, well, I'll talk myself about what it's like for small artists at the bottom of the market crash in July in a little bit. Spoiler alert, it's still unquestionably better than commissions. But for now, this is technically a small artist if you only count the followers on their NFT account, and mid-range if you count the followers on their main, that they're not actually even selling NFTs on. They just made 1,000 USD on a piece of art at presumably the bottom of the market crash, because it seems to be stabilizing and even climbing a bit now. And before this, even a couple of months back when the price was double and I wrote down the rest of these artists, they were making even more. Oranji Sakai does these like pretty flowing anime girl art, has only 2k followers, but when you count up all the stuff they've made like 9.42 ETH. That's about 20k USD. Powwow does fucking McDonald's waifus. Okay. They have about 5k followers and have made about 4.56 ETH, about 10k USD. Mochi has only 500 followers, and I was going to include her on the under 1k list, but she actually has a main with 28k followers. More waifus, count them up, that's 14 Ether or about 29k USD. Vox is a German artist with 3k followers. She makes these kind of cool abstract Ghibli fantasy nature things. She's one of the more unique artists I've come across. 7.16 Ether, about 14k USD. Butch is a Japanese artist with only 4.8k followers who does retros 80s style, who has made like an insane amount of money for their following count. 16.53 ETH in sales, about 34k USD. You think that's crazy? 0010 is an artist who had one of the most meteoric rises up to the mid-range category I've ever seen in NFTs. They do these really abstract blends between surreal modern art and anime style. They have 33k followers, and Deadass have made 164 ETH. That's like $500,000 in USD when I took these screenshots. They've only sold like 16 pieces too, but anything new they come out with like can sell for like 35 ETH these days. Shit got so out of hand, my dude sold a black square as a fucking shit post, and it sold for 16 ETH for some reason. And they were just like, I didn't expect this, what do I do now? In the upper range category, there's artists like Honey Haya, who's a Japanese or Korean artist, I think, with this really cool style of shading and coloring. They have almost 100k followers and have about 54 ETH in sales, which is about 111k USD. There's also artists like Sao, with 60k followers on their main account. They do these very realistic anime wide shots and landscapes in modern settings, a lot of the time with like guitarists being the subject. They've made 51 ETH so far, so about 105k USD. Most of their recent work usually doesn't sell under 5 ETH and sometimes pushes 10. Now, perhaps the most successful artist I've found on this platform since starting research is Seiro Art. He does these really cool lo-fi style GIFs. In fact, the style might actually seem a little familiar to you. If you watch Ludwig and you've stayed long enough to see his outro,
Alright, I think we're good.
Yeah, this outro was made by Seiro Art as a commission. Seiro Art even posted about this back in April last year, which is interesting because it's about a month after Seiro Art actually made his first NFT, and Ludwig still follows him on Twitter, so he definitely knows how good this has been for artists who get into it. Which makes it really weird when he says shit like,
we all know that NFTs provide absolutely zero value to the world in any way, shape, or form. And if anything, detracts from the world, the environment, and from overall people's well-being.
You three knew I was in there, and you didn't do anything.
Anyway, when Seiro Art started NFTs, he was usually selling for around 2 to 4 ETH, which is already a lot. I'm assuming the commission with Ludwig was probably ordered and paid for the month before getting into crypto, because otherwise there wouldn't be much point in doing commissions. Anyway, Seiro Art started out selling for around 2 to 4 ETH. His most recent GIF NFTs sell for, I'm not kidding, around 100 ETH each. The most recent piece at the time of the screenshot, 150 ETH. This artist, who if you're not on Twitter, you've probably never heard of, and started off as just a small artist doing commission work, just like any other, sold a piece of art for about, at the time, 300,000 USD, which is still like about the price it takes to make a meme monkey picture, but again, media presence. You've probably never heard of this artist. Bored Apes are synonymous with the idea of NFTs. That's fucking insane, and the average price of his work is only going up as he gains more and more fame. CryptoArt.io is a site that tracks sales, which is also quite helpful in seeing the total sales of more well-known artists. By using it, we can see Seiro has earned 1,758 ETH total, almost 4 million USD. Editor's note, slight correction, I think this isn't strictly what they've earned, but the value of all the pieces they've made. So the combined total of each price each of their pieces sold for in their last sale. So it's generally accurate to what they've earned, but if a piece was resold later for much higher, which is fairly rare but does happen, the original artist would only be earning a percentage of that. So yeah, it's a bit messy, but these are probably fairly accurate to what they've earned. And it gets even crazier. He recently started his own profile picture collection, so in layman's terms, his own version of Bored Ape Yacht Club, except with anime. It's called Capsule House, and it's kind of a gacha element to it where you you buy it as a capsule image like this, and when a certain date is reached, it transforms into a proper profile pic, which is, it's interesting. I didn't know NFTs could do that. Anyway, Seiro is, I believe, one of 3 founders, so presumably he's getting at least a third of the profits. But according to OpenSea, Capsule House has traded 24,000. Not USD, 24,000 Ether. That's like 25 million at time of me taking this screenshot in June, while ETH is at the lowest it's been in the current bear market. And I think that's just amazing, right? This was your typical hardworking, starving artist trying to make a living from commissions on Twitter, who at one point did this commission for popular YouTuber Ludwig to make him an outro. Based on what I know about commission rates, Ludwig probably paid at most $200, I bet, for this. But because of NFTs, that same artist might now literally be making more money than the popular 3 million subscriber YouTuber and streamer he used to do commission work for. That's fucking wild. And again, I just want to stress, this was just my weeb-ass anime niche. I haven't even talked about people like DK Motion, who's on a similar level to Seiro, or Emily LaRussa, who just came out of just fucking nowhere with only 15k Twitter followers and 30k Instagram followers, sold her Genesis piece, her first piece, for 21k USD just recently on August 19th. There's also the front page of CryptoArt.io, which shows the most expensive artwork sold, and it's not just Beeple. I haven't even looked at any of these. So there you go, there's a million reasons to think NFTs are genuinely helping the artists who choose to make them. Here's the thing, I don't blame anyone who's not on Twitter for not knowing this. This idea that small artists and even artists in general don't profit from NFTs is a very propagated lie, especially on YouTube. But on Twitter, if you interact with crypto or an NFT post or a single goddamn time, you're getting shit constantly recommended to you. And given how many tweets there are just to dunk on NFT bros, with even accounts just dedicated to suffer porn for NFT bros, there's no way people didn't know this was happening. I learned about this accidentally. I didn't understand or know about NFTs until people started asking me what my thoughts were on it. And after 5 seconds of research and Twitter found out I'd looked at something NFT related, I got NFT artists as well as the abuse they were getting just naturally recommended to me. If you interacted with anything crypto related, there's no way you didn't know about this. But despite how easily available all this is on Twitter, there is a very prevailing narrative that echoes across the platform. Remember kids, NFTs don't support artists. NFTs hurt artists and exist to launder money and scam people. Get right-clicked. Hey dude, NFTs don't support artists. Again, from what I've heard, NFTs don't help artists. NFTs don't help artists, they never will. Any potential they had to help artists was destroyed when they became a tech-broke, get-rich-quick scheme. Capitalism literally destroying innovation by monetizing it and exploiting it until it dies. I hate this shit. NFTs don't help artists. 5k retweets, 20k likes. No, NFTs is good! Exclamation 1. Because it helps small artists! XDDD. Literally only big artists have been jumping onto it. This NFT is don't help artists thing reminds me about 19th century capitalism, which has crushed the early wage laborers under it, but their descendants benefit from it greatly. That is to say, if this NFT business isn't nipped in the bud, it will start helping artists, and that's horrible. NFTs don't help small indie artists because of the way that NFTs function makes them the cryptocurrency equivalent of trickle-down economics. You can help small indie artists magnitudes more by just doing regular commissions with them. New ways of helping artists is always a great thing, but NFTs in art is just trickle-down economics with pretty colors. NFTs aren't only harmful to smaller creators, it's also incredibly harmful to the environment. NFTs do not help smaller artists. She's not getting royalties from them. Lamau, the first major NFT collection, literally does the exact opposite of the protecting artists claim. NFTs help artists. Tell me more about how NFTs help artists. Don't you ever fucking use the excuse that NFTs help artists. You literally can. Fuck anyone who thinks NFTs help artists. NFTs help artists though, right? But NFTs help artists. This is so sad. NFTs help artists protect their rights is a lie. NFTs guarantee that artists get paid is a lie. Every single benefit of NFTs is a lie. 199 retweets, 421 likes. You need to be an already established brand or name in art/NFT to be able to sell in the first place. If you're a no-name artist, the odds are stacked against you on your initial sale. 59 likes. NFT is dangerous, especially for small artists. 628 likes. For all the crypto bros saying that NFTs help artists, all I see every day is artist after artist finding out that someone has made an NFT of their work without permission. NFTs don't help artists, it just creates more art theft. I have literally seen the phrase NFTs don't help artists once in response to an article about an NFT artist making like 140k. The cognitive dissonance is wild. This all might by itself be admirable at first glance, they're just concerned for the artist. After all, apart from the last one, this is always posted under documentations of art theft, or things like how the artist behind Bored Ape didn't get any royalties. And it's certainly true, I'm not denying that there's art theft, it absolutely does exist, but NFTs don't help artists, period? Like, people are very quick to acknowledge the original lead artist behind Bored Ape was not paid royalties and be like, see, NFTs don't help artists. But they never mention that, one, asking for royalties as a commission artist, not just NFTs, would mean that job would have just gone to someone else. It's like, who's the artist who designed Mario? You think they got any fucking royalties? You think literally any character designer on any animated show gets paid royalties? Two, that fame that she got from Bored Apes gave her the media presence to not only get, presumably, a paid interview with a Rolling Stone, but also advertising to start her own successful entry into NFTs, which did quite well. Very conveniently left that shit out. She also has the connections to get into the Met Gala after party, and you can't underestimate the power of connections. And three, we'll get to three. It's the exact same pattern as the rest of Twitter. Talk up all the bad stuff, declare it doesn't help artists, and then Thanos snap all the successful NFT artists out of existence. If you were reasonable, you would have had a nuanced take that acknowledges both the pros and the cons, but they don't do that for some reason. All the pros get swept under the rug, and I know they've been intentionally swept under the rug. You can have been on Twitter and been interacting with these tweets and just never seen this. To me, it seems like people are literally just lying and pretending this side doesn't exist for some reason. Which, to be fair, lines up perfectly with people like Ludwig, who absolutely must have known about this side, and Folding Ideas and Moonicat, who absolutely should have done enough research to know about this, but directly lied about it anyway. In fact, Dan literally did a tweet asking for cases of art theft with NFTs, so there's no way he wasn't getting art-related NFT posts recommended to him anyway. In fact, you showed the NFT theft Twitter account on screen, which means that you must have looked through it and seen NFT artists in that list because they had their art stolen too. So he must have known. And it's not like acknowledging this simple fact has no precedent. Despite being overall critical of NFTs, Some Ordinary Gamer, Solar Sands, and CoffeeZilla were all capable of acknowledging the artists in the space. They're great, I respect them. Not lying, that's all I ever wanted. In fact, CoffeeZilla in August 2021 had this whole section dedicated to this is being good for artists. And I'm like, holy fucking shit, I'm not crazy. Genuinely, like, watching people ignore and lie about something so blatantly obvious to me for so many months was mind-melting. I've never been gaslit so hard in my fucking life, trying to, so hard to work out why I was apparently the only one seeing this shit. So, good on these guys. But they were the only one. And when it wasn't just randoms on Twitter, but big, highly researched YouTubers upholding this bullshit, there was no way it was a coincidence. The whole thing stinks of an agenda. This sentence, that artists don't make money from NFTs, is everywhere despite how clearly wrong it is, or at least how clearly nuanced it is. If you were arguing in good faith, you'd have an all-rounder take that at least acknowledges the nuance but still goes against it anyway. But no, just like in these videos, Twitter doesn't do that. They shut their eyes and lie about it for some reason. My best guess is it's a lot easier to brandish something as bad if you claim it's only ever bad for those hardworking artists. After all, artists are something of a protected class. Whether it be animators in the industry or just commission artists on Twitter, they usually don't make a lot and are willing to sacrifice an easier lifestyle to keep doing what they love. So if you really have it out for something, it's a lot easier to pretend it doesn't help artists whatsoever, even if this information is obviously available to you. It's not that they don't know NFTs are good for the artists who try them. It is a vapid, superficial lie to gain the high moral ground at the expense of artists. Do you know how I know this? Because the second one of those artists they supposedly support with their own agency and research decide that it's worth trying NFTs, all this huggy-wuggy protect artists bullshit goes out the fucking window. Please know why. I'm so disappointed in you, Sal. I'm sorry you feel this way. I have been looking into NFTs for quite a while now and weighing the benefits and drawbacks. It's a conscious decision I've made and I understand if you don't agree with it. Thanks for your support until now. Damn, at least you own it being terrible. Seiro does NFTs, fuck him to hell then. Get a load of this fucking retard. I wake up mad knowing I can't put my hands on you internet. What a fucking coward to disable the replies. Hey dumbass, people can still quote tweet you anyways. Stop being such a coward since it's pointless anyway. I'd like to tell @Jisoo Art and @Uwucrew that they're a disgrace to art. Both are absolutely spineless grifters who'd sell off their family if it meant making an extra dollar. You should end your NFT journey with a quick sprint off a short pier. For anyone new, this person is a crypto bro scumbag and makes NFTs, so don't support them. Your art was nice, too bad you sold out and started selling NFTs like a scumfuck. Not to mention you disabled replies so nobody can tell you what an asshole you are. Get fucked, motherfucker. NFTs more like no fucking thanks, you piece of shit fucking vermin. You should be actively cyberbullied. Good to find another NFT idiot to block. You disgust me. You're a disgusting human being. At least other NFT artists flocked into the comments so we can block them too. NFTs are bad no matter who engages with it. You'll get the flames? Anyone that sells an NFT, regardless of person, will always be burned? Unfollowed. You are either criminal or greedy or scum. Choose one, smiley face. Honestly, they've ruined their possible integrity to such an extent that calling them an artist feels like a disservice to art. I have no sympathy. And of course, you have the one that introduced me to this bullshit. I fucking hate that companies and dumbass artists are trying to legitimize NFTs. They're an outright scam and everyone can see it. No, they don't do shit for artists. Yes, each and every single one of them is terrible for the environment. Anyone stupid enough to think so otherwise deserves to have their careers dragged to the back and be put down like Old Yeller. I don't care how skilled you are. Artists shouldn't put down other artists, but if they make NFTs, they need to get their ass blasted and never be acknowledged again. Prime example is that one dude who animated Stewie Griffin looking booba girls at 60 FPS. Good riddance. Part 3. The abuse. Just look how many fucking likes and retweets this has. Like, are you kidding me? 800 likes on the first tweet calling any artist who does NFTs a dumbass, and then 371 on the last tweet literally saying it's okay to abuse artists because they need to be abused. What the fuck? And you know what? I just gave you a teaser. This isn't even the worst. This is a fraction of the screenshots I have. For instance, okay, let's talk about the lead artist for the Bored Ape Yacht Club again. Did I mention that this story about her not only had tweets saying it's proof NFTs don't help artists, but simultaneously people are needlessly throwing out insults at her art, and it happens with zero pushback too. So she made NFTs and she ain't even getting anything from them? 18 retweets, 1,700 likes. No, she never made NFTs. She made the artwork and other people minted them into NFTs, marketed them, and sold them. Didn't pay her royalties, which shows how bullshit the It Protects Artist claim really is. 376 retweets, 4,886 likes. She's still got some ugly ass art. 2 retweets, 79 likes. Not the point, but great contribution, thanks. That was the only pushback. That was the only comment. It's almost like if an artist associates with NFTs, you're dead to them, which is a thing, by the way. But if you can use them to push a narrative about NFTs, they will. Other than that, they don't give a shit about you. You'll notice at the start of this montage I showed you before, someone simply was disappointed and the actual abusive comment had like way less likes. I'm not going to pretend that every huggy-wuggy pro-artist person became an abuser, although it's definitely a percentage, which I'll back up later. What I am going to say, however, is almost every single huggy-wuggy pro-artist person was complicit in this abuse. That comment I showed you at the start of the montage, damn, at least you own it being terrible, no one pushed back on it. 0 comments, and it's the same thing here. Remember those tweets about how to not treat artists always get insane likes and retweets, but despite the fact that there are people here making quote-unquote pro-artist statements, when someone unnecessarily insults the artist, it gets 0 pushback. In 2 tweets, someone spread a complete lie that they don't make NFTs and implied that the art was stolen, falsely victimized the artist just to criticize NFTs, and gets 400 retweets and 5,000 likes for said total lie. And then someone comes along, totally unnecessarily, calls the artist's work ugly, gets 79 likes, and the only pushback is a guy saying thank you. And it's not the only time that's happened. Good, fuck her. Serves her right. Okay, and her art still looks like dog shit. Damn, that's crazy. Her art is still shit. And everyone is just kind of okay with it. Even the post author, who's supposedly so pro-artist. So she's not affiliated with NFTs, she's just a shit artist? Nah, she still does NFTs. She should do porn instead. Would be a better use for her. Bruh. Again, that was the only pushback they got. Bruh. Even from the account that made the supposedly pro-artist post about NFTs, they didn't call him a dick for calling an artist shit. They only corrected the thing that would have given them a better image of the artist. And that was only the first post. They literally said the artist's work was so ugly that she should sell her body instead. Not even as a choice, he just said a better use for her. Like her freedom exists to serve him. And the only pushback on this was bruh. And it wasn't even from the post author they were just talking with. They were fucking silent. Isn't this objectifying women, Twitter? God damn, can you imagine getting away with talking about an Asian woman artist like this on Twitter in any other situation? Also, in showing this, I'm admitting that, technically speaking, the post author does acknowledge that the artist makes NFTs, but not only do they never mention how much she makes, because that'd hurt the point, they also only ever say this in response to two individuals, one of which being horny and the other being willing to abuse the artist, both of which I'm interpreting as, you clearly don't care about the artist as an artist, so it's worth correcting the information and telling you they do NFTs because it won't detract from the pro-artist point, and you'll just hate them more because they do NFTs. Because if this was about correcting misinformation, there was a fucking huge post right above this with 5k likes and 338 retweets with completely wrong information that ratioed the big tweet above even though it was less accurate. Not gonna correct that? No, why would you? It doesn't help the fucking narrative. And so, when you look back on this initial tweet, it reads a bit different contextually. She's not getting royalties from them. Lamau, the first major NFT collection, literally does the exact opposite of the protecting artist claim. That Lamau wasn't a general feeling of irony of the situation. They were spitefully laughing at the artist. They were trying to make an argument against NFTs with a pro-artist stance while simultaneously laughing at the artist because she worked with NFTs and didn't get royalties. And that's not the only place they try to do both at the same time either. One of the most ridiculous examples I ran into was with an artist called Uwucrew. We'll talk about the hate she got in a bit, but all you need to know is that she's one of the few artists who, upon getting hate for getting into NFTs, started to push back on it. Among other things, this included getting pissed off at someone trying to follow police her. Follow policing is when you look at the followers of someone you want to police and see if anyone in your circle follows them. Then you basically just pressure them to unfollow. Why are 60 of my mutuals still following Uwucrew, even though it's now been revealed that she is in fact extremely pro-NFT? I've seen some of you guys be pretty vocal about this topic, so what gives? Because followers are connected to your livelihood as an artist, this is a bit of a dick move, especially when you're applying pressure to your friends to unfollow as opposed to just informing them to make their own decision. And so in response to this, UAE turned the tweet into an NFT to add to a collection just for NFT related abuse that artists get. They tried to cancel her for art theft over a fucking tweet. Over a tweet about follow policing. They called it art theft. I'm not joking. And thus, Uwucrew said NFTs promote original authentic works from artist Uwu, and then stole a tweet to use in the lowest effort NFT in the world. Stole a tweet! 44 likes, 1 retweet. Environment thing aside, you do realize this is straight up theft, right? You are profiting off someone else's tweet and doing what some NFT creators are being criticized for. You probably don't want others to steal from you, yet you have no issues stealing from someone else. 55 likes. I love your art, but the fact that you're completely okay with stealing from others just because they criticize you is really not okay. 30 likes, and then they held on to it and tried to cancel her over it in future too. Haha, hey, do you remember when you yourself wrote in a Patreon post that it supports authentic original work? What's up with selling someone else's tweet? It's almost like anyone can steal anything and sell it on NFT platforms like people have been saying since the beginning. Weird. 27 retweets, 200 likes, over a fucking tweet. It wasn't even for sale, it was obviously just satire. So you can see how the same pro-artist people are doing this, because they're literally abusing a pro-artist argument to abuse an artist. And of course, no one gets effectively any pushback, and meanwhile, despite this ridiculous hardline stance, none of them say anything about Uwucrew's NFT art being copied and pasted, which in their own words is being stolen. And these aren't rare outliers. The first one has 145 likes. No one even says anything about the people replying to her work saying they're gonna commit art theft. But this mean-spirited tweet trying to ruin an artist's livelihood, now that's art worth protecting to these people. What happened to all those people in 2019 who rallied behind her to signal boost her when her art got stolen? Where are they now? Because they're not fucking here. Unless, of course, they're the same people taking part in this bullshit. And when they use the exact same rhetoric, it makes it seem very likely. These instances of both the abuse and the pro-artist stance happening at the same time are, to be fair, fairly rare. But these two things as a whole is a common trend we'll see through all of this. A group carrying out awful harassment, demonizing, and insults, and then another group that is in the same space jerking themselves off about how much they care about artists while completely ignoring the abuse and even spreading bullshit that reinforces the NFTs are bad for artists lie. I'll talk more about the second group later, but I really want to focus on the abusive people first, particularly because I have a shit ton of examples, and I want to emphasize what I'm showing you and what I'm going to be showing you aren't outlier opinions. They're not the majority, which is admittedly not much better, but the tweets that are this harsh make up a significant number, and people agree with them too. I'm not like, for instance, Folding Ideas, who will show you some admittedly bad comments, but then you look at the likes and it's like 0 likes, 1 like, and 3 likes. The third of which didn't actually say he was even going to do it, it's clearly just a poor taste joke. Like, was this the best you had? For every comment you show about threatening to steal art, I have like 3 actually doing it or saying they're actually going to do it with no context to say it's a joke. Too bad you're an NFT artist, so get bent. This makes for a great lock screen though, I appreciate it, 2 likes. The OP is a big enough pussy to disable notifications on this in their main account. Lol, by the way, I stole this for you, 3 likes. And not all of these have max 3 likes either. Do whatever makes me feel comfortable? I'm stealing your art then, 8 likes. Here's someone replying to an NFT artist telling everyone how to find websites that have stolen their Patreon exclusive art so they can see it for free. This has 4 retweets and 44 likes, and there's 0 pushback. Free NFT, just use Twitter video downloader to grab it, 145 likes. I guess this is kind of halfway between malicious art theft and a haha right-click save joke. I haven't even been counting the thousands of haha right-click save jokes, which I understand contextually are jokes, right? But it's a huge double standard. As I've covered, Twitter is immensely hardline about the definition of art stealing. There are people in the same thread from before who presumably don't know the artist did NFTs once, politely asking if it's okay to use it as a lock screen. That's how hardline Twitter is. But suddenly, it's totally okay, and Folding Ideas is no better. If you're going to mention this poor taste joke about stealing art as if it's serious, after all, he did say asking for a friend like it's a joke, which you clearly understand because you did it yourself. How you're not going to do it on the thousands more times it happened to artists when people got quote-unquote right-click saved. I'm not saying right-click saving is bad. At worst, it's a poor taste joke to an artist who clearly put in a lot of time and effort into something. I'm saying you would think it's bad if it was done on a non-NFT artist, because you literally did. I am calling you a hypocrite.
Artists, including deceased artists, were told that it was their fault for not jumping in sooner, that if they had bought in and minted their stuff first, then it would have been easy to prove the forgeries. Because evangelists don't see this as a tool, as a market that may or may not fit into an artist's business, they see it as the future. So failure to participate isn't a business decision, it's just a mistake. They're terrible people.
And look, I don't have a problem with you mentioning bad tweets even if they're not reflective of any significant size group, or if there are worse tweets elsewhere. But can you not ignore things that are way worse that are directly connected to the same issue? It looks so malicious. And then to call everyone in a community terrible people based on a few bad tweets with like fuck all likes. Oh my god, wow dude, you care so much about artists, don't you? Look at you over here on Twitter talking about choking someone out because they made a bad taste joke about stealing someone's art. You care so much. What a strong claim to make about a single comment with 0 likes that clearly doesn't represent a significant group of people. Because you're just so full of that righteous love and anger. Meanwhile, there are people getting 800 likes, literally saying it's okay to ass blast artists and ruin their career, and you say nothing despite it being the exact same topic. And that's not even the worst of it. Ugh, nah, what a fucking hero, dude. It's just all about the artist. Totally not doing this of your own self-interest. Not at all. I actually later looked up the tweets he used in the video, and to be fair, there is a few with a solid amount of likes. But the only tweets over 3 likes that I'd really call bad had a lot more nuance to their specifics that make it seem more like normal internet assholishness than any behavior trend inherent to NFT bro. Like, these people weren't going out of their way to hurl at abuse in artists just living their life, as we've seen. These were done in defense of something or someone. And one of them wasn't even a reaction to art stealing like Dan says. Like, these people were literally just expressing that they'd want to buy the artist's work as NFTs, and the artist responded by comparing them to drug dealers. I think this was done in good fun, but it's also not surprising this ruffled some feathers either. And the other technically wasn't art stealing either. I'd say it's a legal ethical grey area. That is to say, this was an example of someone claiming to be the creator or even copy-pasting art to sell it. as like the art. This is called a marble card, and the image on it could literally like change at any time outside of the creator's control, even to potentially nothing. This is because the NFT is actually tied to a URL, not an image. The image you see is just whatever the preview image is of the web page. You've seen preview images before whenever you post a link to your friends. In fact, this one links to the artist's unofficial subreddit and takes the images from the banner. If the banner changes, so will the image in the NFT. So it really can't be used in the same way as like the art theft we've seen before. This is more about making unique collectibles around URLs people see as important, as each URL can only be minted by the same collection once. This person is clearly just a fan of these collectibles, didn't think they constituted theft, and so took issue with it being called an abomination. This reaction was still too far, guy's being a dick, but to take the situation like this and attribute it to everyone in the community as like an inherent trend of NFTs, this is just what happens when anyone on the internet criticizes what someone likes. Again, both of these examples were defensive reactions. We're a long way from attacking and harassing artists just trying to make a living from their own art. Come on, where's all the people calling the artists vermin or telling them porn was a better use for them? Was this the best you had? Now, for the record, like Dan Olsen, I am going to show you some comments that admittedly also have 0 likes, but the difference is I have way more and they're way worse. Like, I have screenshots of tweets directly to artists telling them to kill themselves. And if you want to get technical, there is actually a bunch of comments telling artists to kill themselves that actually have a lot of likes, sometimes anywhere from 30 to over 150. But they're always said in lol funny meme ways like go frag yourself or screen grabs from Fallout saying degenerates like you belong on a cross, which isn't really better, but I'm going to be generous and say it's not the exact same thing. Actually, never mind, just joking. Near the end of polishing this script, I found a tweet calling out an artist by name and then posting Filthy Frank's Kill Yourself song. Please kill yourself. You know how many likes this got? 963. This was to Seiro, by the way, the artist who went missing. Do you understand my concern yet? Someone told an artist to kill themselves and got almost 1,000 likes. How is this just happening and no one fucking cared? How am I the one giving a highly researched breakdown of all of this and debunking all the major arguments, and also the one breaking the story? This is actual insanity. And you're just there, making a 2-hour hit piece, pretending you care about artists, all the while not acknowledging any of this. Even in late April, the guy is still implying that it's all a scam and that artists don't profit from NFTs. There is no way at this point he hasn't seen any of the small successful NFT arts, let alone any of this abuse. Okay, like, to put it in perspective how widely it is believed that NFT artists should be abused, I got ratioed on my own tweet. So this god-awful tweet here, I quote tweeted it and said, Jesus fucking Christ, these are the same people who make lavish purchases from immoral companies and justify it by saying they're forced to live in a society. But when an artist uses NFTs to pay the bills, they think they're in the right to be this disgusting and spiteful. And this guy replies, "Now, I think this NFT thing is something we should push back against at all cost." He gets 16 likes. This is before I had deeply researched the actual evidence for the environmental claim, so I just say, so even though you could just push for nuclear or push for more efficiency in the crypto space, you'd rather abuse artists who are trying to make a living. I get 15 likes, literally asking him if he thinks it's okay to abuse artists when there may be some other solutions, and he responds, "Don't whataboutism me, bitch. I can do far more stopping this parasitic business practice on a person-to-person basis before it gets a foothold than I can reshape the entire US power grid that's held by the balls of oil and coal tycoons." And the dude gets 16 likes, one more than me. I respond, "That's fucked, dude," and get 6 less likes. I literally got ratioed by an account with 70 followers when I had 7,000. And the tweet in question was him literally just admitting that he feels justified in abusing artists just trying to make a living. The guy follows me, and if these likes are to be believed, half my followers agree with him over me. Whoever fucking said that an influencer is responsible for their fan base was smoking fucking Lego trees. This guy does not speak for me, and I cannot control him. Still don't believe me? Here's a tweet from Seiro the day she announced the creation of her NFT account. "I hope you achieve your dream." 1 like. Oh, hey, that's nice of them. I mean, I only got 1 like, but yeah, it's something. "I hope they don't. Fuck NFT supporters." 89 likes, 1 retweet. Is it starting to sink in just how many people don't just quietly disengage to boycott, but actively hate artists who do NFTs? And this isn't even counting the number of posts with like 800 likes and 138 retweets literally telling people it's okay to cyberbully people who work with NFTs, or tweets with 4K retweets saying anyone who does crypto should go to hell, Or this tweet by famous composer Hideki Nagayuma with a picture of Sonic saying, "Sonic says if your profile picture is an NFT, I am coming for you. It is futile to lock your doors and windows. I will get my hands on you." With 6,000 retweets and 41k likes, which I am generously not counting because contextually I don't think those are aimed at artists specifically, but many artists are within a doubt in that category. But no, I'm not even counting these. Everything I have been counting and showing you has been aimed specifically at artists and either replies or call-outs to specific artists or artists in general. In fact, while I haven't counted this image itself, people have literally posted this image in direct reply to artists doing NFTs, sometimes multiple times, and have gotten over 200 likes. So, cool. To add insult to injury, the idea that this kind of thing is a minority is again me being generous, because the stuff I'm showing you is just the stuff that I've caught. Twitter has a stringent deletion and report policy, a culture of people wiping their history as to not get cancelled, a terrible search function that gets less accurate the more time that passes, a lot of tools for tweet owners to hide and prevent comments, and a quote tweet function that will prevent you from seeing any quote tweets as it tends to break the more time passes and shows you none of the quote tweets that apparently exist. Like seriously, look at this shit. 3,562 quote retweets, you click on it, ho, nothing to see. Not only did I get into this game late in like the last month or two of 2021, but it was also a month or two before I realized I had to screenshot everything the second I saw it. Like this one screenshot from before that I got from someone else, first thing I did was I found the original tweet and bookmarked it, but you go back there later and it's gone. This type of thing is very common. These people will just wipe their fucking slate clean on a regular basis. Here's another example. Butch Hartman got hacked by a crypto scam account, and because a lot of people don't like Butch Hartman, someone responded, "Me to NFT accounts, perhaps I treated you too harshly." It's a bit of a joke probably, but you know, it got 263 likes. But hey, what's these deleted tweets here in the screenshot? I guess we'll never know because most toxic tweets get wiped out by the creator within a few days. Oh wait, I have the second screenshot right here. Let's see what this says. Not really, but it's still funny. In brackets, keep treating them like shit. 542 likes. Even the guy who said I treated them too harshly responds, "Trust me, I will." Are you equating like abusers and predators to somebody making an NFT? Lol. Now, obviously two very different things. Really? Why'd you delete the tweet then? But occasionally you get lucky and you find tweets that don't get deleted for whatever reason and have time to climb to their full potential, and they are very telling of the community's general attitude towards artists who get into NFTs. Here's a tweet with 13,800 retweets and 110k likes going, "Even as NFTs value plummets, I think it is important that we remember the artists who got involved with them and how stupid and deeply embarrassing that is. How alluring to be promised money only to end up spending way more, hurt the environment, and having the people who made any be literal children because it's easier to launder money through younger people? Hope spending money on a program that had no real artist interest at heart was worth losing any goodwill you had with every other artist. Maybe you and the Pope can trade tokens or something?" This one also had some pretty crazy retweets like, "Do not forget and do not forgive the clowns who were willing to sell out their fellow man and our collective futures because they had to get the bag. Yeah, we all need to work to survive in Hell World, but that doesn't mean every action carries equal moral weight." This has 15 retweets and 31 likes. I think it's important to ensure stigma is attached securely and firmly to everyone who engages in NFTs. In 3 years' time, they should be tweeting to get popularity with just hordes of people posting screenshots of their NFT tweets as an own underneath. Praise the art gods that NFTs are going down. Everyone involved with them, especially the artists who contributed, should feel embarrassment tenfold. New deal for animation, guys. I want them to live in shame for the rest of their lives. 3 likes. A lot of the worst screens I have come from donators who knew I was working on this, but at the start, a lot of this came from me mass following a ton of artists so I could, by chance, grab screenshots within the same day or so as an artist, like starting an NFT account. This admittedly didn't work very well, so it became one part of my strategy, with the other part being asking artists for help tracking down origin tweets, which they were also like often deleted after a barrage of harassment the artist got, and another part being literally just guessing keywords used in harassment so that I could do very specific tweet searches on short specific time periods so as to not allow the broken search function to shit itself. It was a nightmare. Even so, I am going to shower you in examples, but just keep in mind the majority of stuff, and particularly the worst stuff, is probably gone. Most of what I have to prove that is tweets like this that demonstrate intent to do it, or tweets that otherwise refer to it. Although, you know that quote retweet glitch? There was one time in this video where the quote retweets actually worked on a big post, and holy shit. But we'll get to that. God, I wish I had DMs, man. It's the one thing that, like, can't get deleted, isn't prone to glitches, and is done privately, so the people probably acted even worse. But of course, they're private, so I have to ask the artist for them directly, which I did do with a bunch of artists, and were like, hey, you got any nasty DMs for me to publicize? And a lot of them were like, yes, but I don't want to involve myself. There was actually even one public statement from one of the artists I'm going to bring up where she claimed to have had death threats and gore sent to her business email and DMs. This certainly wouldn't surprise me knowing everything, but I want to see proof first before I base an argument around it. See, it's this kind of thing that makes me so scared to publish this video, even though basically everything I'm publicizing is public information. Because I know it's going to be putting more of a spotlight on these artists and sending them more hate. Unfortunately, I fear in order to convince people, it's important to give as much information as possible, which is why I'm not censoring hate comment usernames either. I want people to be free to fact check me as much as possible. I don't want it to look like I'm hiding anything, because I'm not. The gamble I'm making here is that I can convince enough people that it becomes no longer a popular opinion and people won't feel pressured to oppose it. Then public pressure and shame will do the rest. Hopefully tides will start to shift after this video and artists will feel more comfortable standing up to this sort of thing. But hey, if you're an artist and you got some nasty DMs you want to show me, I'll publicize the shit out of them in a follow-up video. Just take some screenshots and send them to me on Twitter. Thank you. Anyway, point is, this is just what I was around to screenshot at the time, and what I could find through connections, links, and Twitter's broken search function. Although, I suppose that's speculation. It's hard for me to verify whether or not you've seen like all the abuse for any given artist, or only just a fraction. But judging by the big case studies I have at the end, where I was in one actually like online at the time taking screenshots, and the other where like the fucking stars aligned and a bunch of people actually didn't delete the big origin tweets, and I actually was able to like freely scroll through a lot of the responses, I'd say it's probably a fraction. Because I have a lot from those two case studies, and you'll get to see the sheer amount of abuse that can be directed at a single artist when they switch to NFTs, and also particularly how long it can last for. Still, for all these instances I've seen, you can find breadcrumbs, you can find abuse, but mostly what you find is indications that abuse happened. Like, for instance, there's now a lot of deleted tweets from posts from artists where the replies indicate that it was an NFT announcement post. These artists would stop doing NFTs almost immediately after and delete all the links to like NFT sites on their account. But the deletion of the origin tweet to these replies simply announcing NFTs indicates to me that they simply deleted just to try and stop the harassment they were getting. This was a case I found for Kikuo Sound, Sekimichi-chan Art, Forakli, and Artureta. Actually, Artureta, from context and screenshots I salvaged, simply floated the idea with their followers and still deleted the post after anyway for some reason. It doesn't look so much like they're dodging criticism as some people will try to put it. It definitely looks like they're trying to cut down the harassment. And when you get replies to just floating the question like, people who sell NFTs are almost as despicable as the people who actually buy them, is it really surprising? Uwucrew even wrote one random tweet where they mentioned getting a commission request that wasn't actually a request, but instead someone telling them to kill themselves. I don't have evidence it actually happened, nor do I know if it was even related to their bout into NFTs, but I wouldn't be fucking surprised. It literally happened the same day they announced NFTs, and saying I have evidence of a precedent for this is a serious understatement. And I'm not even talking about ominous, unsettling meme images people send to artists who don't even speak English. I remember when Twitter had this huge viral tweet about how you shouldn't send ironic meme images to foreign artists, even when the intention behind it was good-natured, because the artists who don't speak the language will interpret it as malicious. Here people are actually sending it maliciously, and no one has said jack shit. By the way, the one NFT Uwucrew sold before stopping happened at an all-time high for Ethereum. They earned 1,300 USD on this one image. Uwucrew only has 13k followers. Imagine making that much money as a small artist from a single piece of art, and then your salvation is ripped away from you by the realization that if you keep going, people are going to keep telling you to kill yourself and whatever other god-awful messages she was getting. That's a lot of money, so while I don't have any screenshots for actual abuse for this one, we can probably assume that she was getting enough abuse to justify sacrificing that amount of money. This is why I say that most of the abuse was probably deleted. Generally speaking, small artists get a lot less abuse, but it does happen, which you'll see later, and there's a pattern of people claiming it happened too. Even Peritrago, who only just now has over 1,000 followers, claims that she had someone tell her, "I hope your art goes nowhere like NFTs and your family burns." I don't even think Peritrago had an existing audience to turn on her. I'm pretty sure she started out as an NFT account and still got this. Anyway, returning to artists who jumped in and jumped out, Kikuo Sound is another artist who switched to NFTs and then quickly deleted everything. Probably because they were getting comments like, anyone who sells an NFT, regardless of person, will be burned, 3 likes, and you'll get the flames, NFTs are bad no matter who engages in it, 27 likes. And why? So you can normalize selling that garbage? and people who don't respect the environment don't deserve any. I'm very sad that a talented artist like you would ask this. 9 likes. That's a bold statement, my dude. I hope you did your due diligence to check that was right. It didn't even matter that Kiwi from Context was planning to buy like carbon credits or doing something else to try and make up for the supposed environmental damage. I put the quote retweets on the wrong thing, but whatever. The comments were still this toxic. Unacceptable. Regardless of where the money goes, the process to produce NFTs is still destroying the planet. Even if the money went to organizations that help the environment, destroying the environment to produce that money is still hypocritical. 57 likes. It's not a matter of where the money is going, but how did you make that money? And using NFTs is a bad way of financing yourself. It's destroying the environment, putting poor countries in an even worse situation for money that can disappear as soon as tomorrow. Don't do it. 7 retweets, 84 likes. Setting aside the fact that this doesn't make any fucking sense, like, they're trying to meet you halfway here. Could you not stand to do just like a little bit more polite? Why do you sound like a helicopter mum? Unacceptable. Don't do it. Why is it this harsh? They're trying to find a compromise, and quite a good one too. If you know what carbon credits are, you're effectively paying money to a company to reduce their carbon emissions by a certain amount, effectively cancelling out your impact. But this isn't good enough because it's hypocritical. I thought it was the environment that mattered, not the optics. It's almost like you never cared about the environment and were willing to pop up any fucking bullshit, highly disputed analysis as long as it helped your actual motive. If you're a bigger artist that makes a lot of money on Patreon, like Sakamichi-chan art, you suddenly get people aggressively telling you you have no right or justification to make NFTs, even though I have seen far smaller artists get harassed anyway. Don't you make like 6 figures on Patreon? Fuck you need NFT money for. 800 retweets, 7k likes. Why the fuck are you using NFTs? 26 likes. Thousands of patrons, and yet you still decide to squeeze money from your fanbase by selling them a scam. Piss off, lol. 3 retweets, 140 likes. My whole respect for you is now dead. 10k monthly patrons and you still need to sell your soul for money. Poor Sakamichi-chan. She earns so little money per month, she's obliged to give NFT to eat at the end of the month. I saw at Sakamichi-chan quietly deleted her main NFT tweet, but it's still on a less known Safe for Work account. It's frankly disgusting for an artist to be making this much money to go into NFTs. Judging by that tweet deletion, she already knows that. 52 retweets, 378 likes. And of course, for good measure, they'll throw in a, it doesn't help small artists, even though they've made no effort to actually look for them. No, NFT is good because it helps small artists, XDDD. Literally only big artists have been jumping onto it. 37 likes. Have you tried looking? It helps small artists my ass. This shit is only good for people who are already making bank. Just say you're greedy and want even more money and you don't care what happens to get it. And be done with it. Ugh. Of course, none of this even accounts or gives any benefit of the doubt for what their personal financial situation might be, and maybe if they need more money. Why? There's not a single reason for you to need to get into NFTs. Incredibly disappointing. What a shame. 32 retweets, 1,639 likes. Oh yeah, I don't know, like fucking medical bills, debts, maybe there's a lot of people in your life that are dependent on them. Dare I say it, maybe they're not as privileged as you. Something Twitter liked to care about up until like 5 fucking minutes ago, but don't you worry, we'll get to that with another artist. But no, fuck that. Send an artist you don't know the personal situation of an image saying degenerates like you belong on a cross and somehow have fucking 170 people to agree with you. Hell, why stop there? Accuse them of scamming their fanbase and then tell them to piss off. 140 likes. Make fun of their art, because I guess apparently they draw an incorrect number of fingers sometimes, and then just like post an image flipping them off. 24 likes somehow. Or maybe just keep it simple and call them a garbage person or just say fuck you. 35 likes. Sakamichi-chan is interesting actually. They recently had a controversy where they made a anime pinup poster of an aged up character who's a child in the original anime. This resulted in a similar reaction with people in the replies and quote retweets even sending things as bad as saying that the artist's hand should be chopped off and to kill themselves. I suppose technically you could say this is another example of Twitter backstabbing artists. In fact, there are a few things you can do on Twitter as an artist that will get you very toxic comments. Fan art of underage fictional characters, fan art of incest, even certain ships between characters that the fandom doesn't like will get you sent death threats. There's also instances where artists will make character skin tones too light for Twitter's liking, or just straight up like swapping characters' races from either tone, black to white or white to black. Both will get you nasty comments. But what makes the difference for me between these things and NFTs is I'm not necessarily sure if the people that have the huggy-wuggy protect artist mentality are the same people, or even if they're just complicit in it, because in these instances, a lot of people are still on the artist's side. Just like in Line Goes Up, there's a lot of fairly sensational stories you see around with this sort of thing where they'll like always trawl through like a ton of positive comments to find a few really bad, really negative comments, even if you can see by the likes that no one agrees with them. And these kind of posts always get like a fucking insane amount of pushback too. Even in instances like this one with Sakamichi-chan, people are divided. Yeah, people are sending really negative comments, but there's also people sending really positive ones, and there's loads of pushback on the negative ones. If you actually scroll through all the quote retweets for Sakamichi-chan's fan art, you'll notice over half the quote retweets are positive. Unfortunately, I fucked up somehow and I didn't record this, and now I can no longer see the quote retweets because of that fucking glitch. But even if you just look at the top 2 comments, it's completely contrary opinions, both with similar amounts of likes, and both comments have significant amounts of pushback. You can also just look at the likes and retweets to quote retweets. People are obviously split. Even with the most inflammatory posts by artists like race swapping, whether it be black to white or white to black, the likes are often much bigger than the quote retweet. But when we get into the one time the quote retweets actually worked for me with an NFT artist, this will absolutely not be the case. It is all hate and no pushback. This perfectly explains why Sakamichi-chan, despite the controversy and all these tweets, didn't delete the offending post, nor did they hold off posting the full drawing once they finished it because the post was just a teaser. Despite everything, they posted it anyway, so clearly they have pretty thick skin. However, they destroyed the NFT tweet within a couple of days. Do you see what I mean? Does that maybe put it in perspective how bad it got? It's because not only is there more people who hate NFTs this much to send artists this shit, but also everyone else is just kind of okay with it and say nothing because they hate NFTs too. So for an artist who just switched to doing NFTs, your feed ends up being like 95% negative, and while the majority aren't abuse, there is still a large portion that is, and everyone else does not give a fuck. This is why I say this was a backstab when I don't say that with other Twitter hate mobs towards artists, because effectively nobody speaks out against this. All the supposedly pro-artist people, who at least should have cared enough to speak up against the abuse, even if they didn't agree with NFTs, are just fucking gone. Unlike all of the other controversies, nobody is defending these artists, which means these pro-artist people are either taking part in the abuse themselves or they're complicit in it. The non-negative stuff is incredibly rare. Best case scenario, you might get like a negative comment with like 100 likes, and then maybe someone will defend you, like, dude's making any money off his art, let him be. Gets 8 likes, gets blasted with 18 comments, some of which being suspiciously deleted now or from suspended accounts. That's not the only time I've seen deleted comments with a bit of defense, but normally what I see is like one hate comment with like 200 likes and one tweet of pushback saying read the fucking room with like 0 likes. Oh my god, that's literally the same guys in the other thread. That's how few people are defending these artists. Barring some exception cases, that's as good as it gets. Like that one with 8 likes is legit one of the best I've seen so far as defending artists goes. I'm like, oh shit, 2 people defended them and one got 8 likes. Oh, this is doing numbers. That's what this feels like. So yeah, it's pretty bad. Also, did I mention you get put on a list? Yeah, there's a list and an app. An account called AntStyles, who I've shown in a few tweets before, literally created a list called Artists Not Worth Your Time or Money so that people can block them. And Sakamichi-chan is still on it even though they stopped making NFTs. I think that was the idea though. Like, this isn't even like a list of people to boycott until they stop. This is just for people who ever got into it. This is a theme we're going to get into, actually. Like, even if you back out of NFTs because of the backlash, that shit doesn't matter. You're still demonized. This account also made an app that like automatically blocks thousands and thousands of NFT artists for you, and it's like, Jesus fucking Christ. He also has a number of huge articles on why NFTs are bad that regularly get shared around. I'm not going to point by point them because a lot of the same core arguments you can find against NFTs tend to be the same, but with like more or less detail. Case in point, in one page, here's 3 of the huge outright lies I tackle in this video, including one of which I've already tackled. Again, I say lies because anyone willing to do this much research should have immediately seen blindingly obvious contradiction. NFTs, on the other hand, have no such defenses. Yes, they can be used by any artist around the world, but the vast majority of artists who will profit from them are those who are already doing exceptionally well for themselves without NFTs. The argument that it will make it easier for artists in, e.g., developing countries to make a living is a little more than a smokescreen. Dude, I literally know a small artist in Brazil who owns a fucking house now. They sent me pictures. I've seen it. They bought the house outright too. They do their own art and collaborate with others, but they actually made most of their money just because they were an artist in the space, and that made it possible to become friends with a lot of other artists who happened to start profile pics and gave out free complimentary promo NFTs to them for those projects that resold for a ton later. Don't want to count that? That's fine. Even in just flat earnings from NFTs, Dibicato has made 155 ETH, and they're from Brazil too. They probably bought a house outright with that money as well. Though, they have 200k followers on their Instagram, so they are technically a big artist. Still, not big enough to buy a house outright in a single year, no matter how many fucking commissions and prints you sell. But okay, let's talk small artists. There's another artist I know called Jules Blanc, who, by the way, apparently lives in one of the most dangerous cities in the world, and another called Kami. They're both from Brazil. Jules has made 6.52 ETH, 13k USD, and they only have 3k followers. And Kami has made about 6 ETH as well, with only about 5k followers. Although, to be fair, Jules recently lost their wallet to a phishing scam and lost a bunch of money. That is, I think, one legitimate criticism of this space. Unlike crypto in general, NFTs have brought in a bunch of people who don't have an inherent understanding or passion in the technology, or like computer technology in general, and as such, have likely never had to practice or internalize why they need to be vigilant with cybersecurity. Most of these people have never been targets of high-yield phishing scams before that can literally only require you to, click a link. Nor are many of them the types of people who enjoy watching things like scam call channels on YouTube and know much about the process and, red flags. If you're a tech bro, though, that shit is lifeblood, and you were already well aware long before crypto that clicking on a single link can drain your entire Steam wallet of all your CSGO skins, let alone your crypto wallet, and potentially lose you tens of thousands of dollars. Actually, Jules did an article on their experience with some helpful info on avoiding scams, so if you're a new artist to NFTs, definitely give that a read. I'll put a link in the description. Thankfully, Jules seems to be getting back on their feet. Someone set up a donation link and they just recently sold an NFT and got 700 USD. Also, their recent tweets aren't like doom and existential suffering, so they're getting that. Anyway, most artists don't even say where they're from like Jules does. I only learnt Kami is from Brazil because she mentioned her currency once. By similar logic, I believe Hane Faduzzi, Bago Sanguito, and another artist I know called February Graves, who's quite successful, are all from Indonesia. Oh, also Kusin Kessel, one of our under 1k followers, over 1k USD artists. They're from Indonesia too. Oh, and Seek Goliath, another one of our 1k over 1k, is from the Philippines, which is also a developing country. Actually, while I was polishing the script, another artist came to my attention that really blew my mind. Benning Baja has only 14k followers on their Instagram and Twitter. They've made 57 Ether. ETH is down by a lot right now, but even as I write this, that 57 ETH they earned is in total worth 100k USD. And where are they from? Indonesia. Also, Malaysia is debatably third world. Rochelle is an artist who's only made a couple of pieces and has only made like $5,000 so far, but that's because she's busy working on a pretty hype profile pic project called Neko Nation that'll no doubt make a bank. It has randomized cats, so there's different traits, it's pretty cute. But she lives in Malaysia, which in her own words is third world. This actually kind of confused me a bit at first because I had a different image of Malaysia in my head. Luckily, I actually have a friend that's from Malaysia, so I asked him, and in his own words, Malaysia has got first world amenities but third world financial markets, which is why Malaysia is a great tourist spot for Westerners. I respond, that would probably be why I associate it with being richer. And he responds, we are like Arab, we look like we balling, but we ain't. I'm like, okay, it's like Dubai, that makes perfect sense. Honestly, this is the kind of awkward thing with all this. Definitions for things like developing countries and third world are a bit nebulous and change depending on how you define it and who you ask. But I think the point is really about, quite literally, starving and poor artists in poor countries who aren't as privileged. And for that, I actually have a thread later in this video where people in a lot of poorer countries like these talk about their rates and what they were like before NFTs and how much they're making now. And that shit is crazy for all of these countries. Google will tell you places like Thailand and newly industrialized, their fucking rates don't look like it. Also, PayPal was just banned in Indonesia. I literally saw a tweet from another artist who is, even at the bottom of the market crash, under 1k followers but has made over 1k in profits, being like, my country blocked PayPal, small artists really can't live here. But they weren't talking about themselves, they were talking about normal small artists, commission artists. This artist, however, is fine because they use crypto and because they're an NFT artist. So, I don't know, Anstars, you keep going on about how only big artists are profiting, and it's not good for artists in developing nations. Have you tried looking? Like the example I showed before with the deleted tweets, there's also a number of other little breadcrumbs from this time indicating that people saw a lot more harassment that has since either been deleted, or I just can't track it down now through the fucking ass search function. But I believe this wholeheartedly, because even if you've never made NFTs like Sass Manila and were just like, it's literally so confusing and frightening to see people witch hunt artists for even following NFT accounts, especially when said artists do not mint NFTs or nor have any plans to do so. It shows your priorities are bullying others and ego boosting yourself. You get people telling you your brain is genuinely rotted as fuck, and 33 people fucking agree with you. You also get people trying to literally just rebrand and justify it like, it's more frightening to see how bad NFT is for the environment, but sure, it's scary when they get called out for supporting/indulging in something that ruins our environment. 144 likes. Called out? That's what we're calling it? There's someone in the exact same thread saying the poster's brain is genuinely rotted as fuck just for being concerned for artists that simply associate with NFT artists. Can you believe this has over half the number of likes as the original tweet? This person almost got ratioed for saying, don't abuse artists just for following NFT artists. That's insane. In fact, they did get ratioed by a quote tweet going, y'all are really calling us witch hunters over being against NFT centrists. 235 likes. With a follow-up tweet going, harassing small artists, they have 15k followers. Are you okay? 108 likes. Remember this account, by the way. This is one of the big players in this. We'll come back to it. But can you imagine getting pushback big enough to ratio you on a tweet as innocuous as don't harass small artists who don't even make NFTs but follow accounts that do? And Sasmanella wasn't even for protecting artists unilaterally. They specified everyone should prioritize pressuring artists that profit the most from this rather than small artists, and it still gets that much pushback. I think that's why this is like the only even like moderate sized tweet I have from an artist that actually spoke out about any of the abuse. I have seen tweets from this account I showed before that actually imply a lot of big artists spoke against the abuse at first. If true, they were presumably all deleted because of the backlash, because I could not find a single one by the time I started looking into this. That's why this one still exists, because it was only halfway defensive rather than fully. Which isn't surprising. Nobody even wants to work with you if you do NFTs. Mochi, an NFT artist we'll talk about in a bit, has reportedly tried to commission multiple artists and riggers for VTuber models, but gets shut down just because she does NFTs. There was even a post where someone shared screenshots of a conversation with an NFT bro trying to commission them, who, to be fair, was making a bit of a fool of himself. But the first comment in reply to the artist was, just means I'm blocking you for doing NFT work, lol. What did you stand to gain from showing some dude obviously just fucking with you, lol? This got fucking 164 likes. There was even an artist who got into VTuber models, who then got into NFTs and made like this big apology to like VTube streamers they'd done art for, that were now worried about being associated with them. And apparently, if I understand this correctly, because their English is a little broken, those VTubers started hiding the credit to the artist in their streams just because they started doing NFTs. If you're an artist who does NFTs like Uwucrew and try to like speak your mind, it gets even worse. You've already seen the post from Antstars literally calling two artists, Uwucrew included, a disgrace to art because of their NFT propaganda that was apparently for their own selfish benefit, not, just because they genuinely believe it. They even went so far as to agree with the commenter that they're spineless grifters who'd sell their own family for an extra $1. Like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck is wrong with you? But also, artists like Uwucrew, who are openly pro-NFT, get such ridiculous amounts of hate generally, and it's like for the most innocuous shit too. Regardless of what anyone thinks about NFTs, it's not a reason to attack them. Jumping to, if you're not with us, you're against us, is a dangerous mentality and unproductive way to handle things. I'm about to attack y'all IRL with a metal pipe or something. That was the fucking response to that. Also, no one cares, shut the fuck up, shut your bitch ass up, shut the fuck up bitch, and you wonder why no one respects your ass. My god, you're insufferable. I hope you enjoy hell. Look at the amount of emission cryptocurrency he makes and how many GPUs have been sacrificed for this sacrilegious technology. Anyway, support real artists by giving them the real money they deserve. Jesus Christ. For artists who decide to keep doing NFTs in spite of the backlash, there's similar context clues. Etama Cuomo disabled their replies to strangers sometime after they started doing NFTs, and have disabled them ever since. And with people in the comments even in that short amount of time calling any artist who does it brain dead, who can blame them? Oh, but just do commissions, man. I'll pay for it in a heartbeat, because I care so much about you. I care so much about you, you brain dead fucks. Come on. Meanwhile, artists like Emyo started disabling replies on NFT posts and even made an entirely new account just for NFTs. In fact, as of now, Emyo has stopped advertising their NFTs entirely on their main account, even though they still make them. Of course, this isn't surprising when just announcing this account in the first place resulted in shut the fuck up with 1 retweet and 4 likes. There's also artists like Sao who don't link directly to their NFT page, instead just keeping it within a link, so it's a bit more hidden, but they're still able to verify it's the same account. There's also a fairly big artist YouTuber called Naoki Saito with 900k followers who actually started doing NFTs, and even the YouTube comment section for that is pretty toxic. This is where I found the YouTube comments I showed earlier about small artists. But around 10:30, he even mentions how artists get attacked for this.
が特にフォロワー数が多い人は NFT をやると表明した時点で思ってもみなかったバッシングを受けることは高い可能性で考えられます。
He also has some delightful comments like, "Thanks for spreading this cancer. You don't deserve any of the attention you get," and ended up being an awful influence to new and young artists. It's not even disappointing, it's just plain pitiful. Quite recently, while I've been polishing the script, two artists I've mentioned, Mochi and RNG Sekai, have come out and talked about their experience, and it's honestly pretty heartbreaking. Also, I just want to point out, this was May 17th, months and months after they switched to NFTs. Just a note on why I no longer post NFT-related stuff on my main anymore. The amount of NFT hate I get from my main is insanely huge. Every day I get swamped by hate comments. People wish for you to die, wish your family and your dogs die, wish good things never come for you. They expect people with big followers to be perfect, can't even vent or complain because they follow us for the art, not personal life. We can't promote NFTs because it's a bad influence on others. We can't sell our art as NFTs because we're greedy and only care about money, which we work for, by the way. They expect us to only post art for them for free. I know it's nice and all to see that you're appreciated, but at the end of the day, we have to feed our family. So from there, the hobby becomes a job. I have some people, after I block them for being mean in the comments, coming to my other social medias to be petty on why they were blocked and continue to say hurtful things to me. Oh my god, especially with the people who always say, "I used to be a fan, but..." Always the people who say they were a fan. If you were a fan, you would understand whichever choice your artist makes and either continue to support us or leave us peacefully. Because to be honest, you already hate us in the past and you were just waiting for an excuse/opportunity to strike. Mochi quote retweeted this on her NFT account and said, "NFTs have damaged my reputation so much in the art community. I don't get anywhere near as much work as I did before. Lost friends, many followers, signed up to spam and vulgar things constantly." That's a new one, I haven't heard that before. "Hate mail, death threats. I think everyone in NFTs have experienced all of the above. Part of me wishes I never made it public on my normal Twitter account. Wish I just kept it quiet on the side. I could have kept those friendships, but it does make me think, were they my friends to begin with if they stopped supporting me because of something so trivial? It baffles me how quick people are to change their tune about something they know little about. We are treated as if we've committed a horrible crime. I'm not even exaggerating. When NFTs first came to the surface, there was a Twitter thread on finding artists, basically witch hunting and blacklisting them from the art community, talks of doxing and getting accounts suspended. Every time I go on my normal Twitter account, I don't feel welcome. I feel completely shunned from the art community and the VTuber community. When I post art, it doesn't go as well as it used to. I can't seem to gain followers like I did anymore. It's really hard for me to grow now. But I can only blame myself for being naive about people on the internet as a whole. I underestimated the wrath of the woke brigade. I don't wish this upon anyone. It's a horrible, traumatizing experience in its own way. Here's a great example of what just happened in response to my quote retweet. See what I mean? And no, I'm not rich in the slightest. I just want to be clear, I'm not trying to direct hate at this person, I'm just showing proof. I have really bad anxiety right now speaking about this. I'm terrible at confrontation. I'd rather run away from it like a coward in all honesty, but it needs to be made more aware, and I wanted to support Orange's case as well. Sorry for all the tweets, I just have a lot bottled up from everything that happened. I've barely spoken about it only to close ones. Talking about it again is really upsetting, as having regrets in my life really takes a toll on you. And ironically, the NFT community have the most supportive, kindest people I've ever met. I've made some really great friends on here, and have made some fond memories. You don't find this in the VTuber community and art community in the amount of years I've been in it. Gosh, the amount of support is just overwhelming. I was literally not expecting this. Thank you for everyone, your kind words. Mwah. Probably didn't have to read that part out. Also, since my normal work has dried up a lot more, I'm constantly concerned that I'm going to have to quit art and get a full-time job since I can't rely solely on NFTs. It has been on my mind for a while now. If it happens, it happens, but I hope it doesn't come to that. Most of what I've shown up until this point has been quite bad, but quite minimal. And a lot of what I have is breadcrumbs, indications of more. As I've covered, getting screenshots for all of this is a pot shot. It gets easier when the more recently you catch it, but things can be deleted very quickly and at any time for any reason. So a lot of what we're left with is breadcrumbs like this. But I have two big case studies where everything just sort of worked. One actually started pretty far back in 2021, but it just so happens that a lot of big viral tweet threads weren't deleted for once, which made it much easier to find and record abuse. Of course, a lot of tweets within those threads were probably still deleted, but what this case study is good for is showing you how long-lasting the abuse is. You'll see what I mean. The other instance came much later in the year, and because I was actually around for it, the quote retweets luckily didn't glitch out for me, and I could see what this abuse was like in full force. And holy shit, you are not ready for the sheer amount of spite and toxicity. But let's start with the first case study. This is Malin T. Fouch. She is a Norwegian artist with about 100k followers that's well known for her Legend of Zelda fan art, especially her homages to famous paintings with Zelda characters. Her original tweet announcing her first NFT is now deleted, but screenshots date this on March 19th, 2021. I don't know what the quote retweets to it were like, or even the comments, but it's fine because the backlash was so great that I can track it far beyond the initial tweet. First off, and this is kind of a side note, I believe she got added to a list. No, not that list, the other list. Yes, there are lists, plural. You know the guy earlier that pushed back on Saspinella for saying to not abuse small artists? Well, he made a public list of NFT losers, which to this day is being regularly updated with NFT artists. Although, the Succulent Bud account has been inactive for months, so I think it might be an automatic list that just accepts community editions, I don't know. Either way, it has people recommending it, like, definitely follow this list at Succulent Bud has made. I've blocked 100 plus accounts thanks to them. It really sucks seeing artists/musicians become NFT scumbags. By the way, the creator of this list also has some fucking absolutely unhinged tweets. My girlfriend is complimenting me for getting NFT artists, and I'm just like, yeah, this is my life now. The NFT hunter! The NFT hunter! I suppose this one comes off like more as a joke, but okay, how about this? I'm feeling a lot of emotions when now, suddenly, Big Art Twitter, again, there's that deflect onto big artists again, is saying we shouldn't attack others, but is silent when marginalized groups are constantly harassed on this site. You guys really aren't that slick, huh? What kind of a comparison is this? I don't know, people are weird. Big Art Click Twitter just isn't worth it at this point. When one of them gets bullied, cough, for NFT neutrality, and they all come up in support, bro, where were you? So basically, a bunch of big artists who are probably like 100k followers where this user says big art like it's Big Pharma, when, hey, I'm not for or against NFTs, but can we not bully artists just for trying to better their livelihood? And then this user made a public list of NFT losers and put a bunch of artists in it, tries to imply that because the artists are not engaged enough in the issue he cares about to make a public tweet, then therefore it is okay to bully them. Bullying isn't okay, but if you ignore bullying, then it's okay for me to bully you. While there is a fair few completely unwarranted and disgusting messages with no justification, a lot of the abuse you see in this space always comes with this annoying little caveat of justification. Oh, you ignored bullying, so it's okay. Oh, you're participating in a scam, so it's okay. Oh, you're ruining the planet, so it's okay. In fact, they deserved it is a very common phrase I saw when confronted with the hate they spew. Just ignoring the fact that simply Google searching for counter-arguments for these issues makes them a lot more complicated in terms of the technicals of how blockchains actually work, to the point that these people themselves definitely haven't tried to learn enough from all the available information to deem themselves judge, jury, and executioner. The arguments I'm going to use at the end of the video, I never saw anyone try to address. They're just ignored. No one ever has a discussion on them, even though they have been available since 2019 and published in the same journal as the original claim. We'll get to it. Point is, this shit is abusive and terrible without justification, and it's just as abusive and terrible with a justification. It's not a justification, it's an excuse. Anyway, not only did Malin get put on a fucking list, she got hammered with tweets, some with a really big amount of retweets just trying to get as many people as possible to unfollow or block her, and I'm not even talking about like the initial NFT tweet. 5 days after, on a completely irrelevant art post from Malin, someone quote retweets, "Heads up for everyone still supporting them, OP is very pro NFT art." 1,579 retweets, 1,947 likes. Ironic how a Breath of the Wild artist doesn't give a shit about the environment. You see what I mean? What an assertion to make about someone you've never met. What a harsh way to do it too. Damn, I really like the art. Me too. Seems like no big artist can be a decent person these days. 36 likes. What a fucking disappointment. I hope you lose all your money in the pyramid scheme, but not even the environmental damage you'd cause would be worth it. Jesus, 8 likes. There was also more of this. NFTs do not help smaller artists. 88 likes. It is incredibly disappointing to see such a highly profiled Norwegian comic artist support NFTs. NFTs aren't only harmful to small creators. Lies. It's also incredibly harmful to the environment. Lies. If you're aware of both of these things yet still continue to support NFTs, I can no longer in good conscience support you. You have comic books selling in Norwegian and other Scandinavian bookstores. There could have been many other ways for you to make more money other than profiting off a system that's destructive for others. 43 likes. She even tried to defend herself in some of these comments, like, hey, I make NFTs to make money, how is this much different to, like, driving for work? And, like, got fucking blasted with more quote tweets like, this was so dumb, and Cosmo and Wonder, I wish centrists would vanish off the face of the earth. I just want to point out that if this was directed at any other artist on Twitter, they would have called it a death threat. And there was even one that was asserting that she should just live paycheck to paycheck on commissions just because she had a choice. And like, the fucking attitude it was said with. You chose to engage with it when you didn't need to. Most people don't have a choice. Now live with it. Muting this now. I've said my piece. Hope the money was worth it. By the way, all of this is a response to her response to the Dogpile tweet, where she was just arguing that you shouldn't harass or blacklist artists for engaging with something that was condemned by a single article. Shh, don't tell anyone, but the article she's talking about has like 3 rebuttals, published by the same journal. But yes, this is totally scientific consensus, and you're not just taking the one you liked and running with it so far that you tried to ruin people's lives with it. Of course not. There's also a bunch of tweets saying that they were going to block. Not unfollow, but block, which is a pattern we've seen before. This is quite telling for me, because if the artist changes their way and you feel you can support them again, you're never going to learn about it. So it prompts the question, how is blocking them getting them to stop doing NFTs? If they can't get their following back, what's even the point? You should know better. Blocked and unfollowed. This one was sent to Melon. 58 likes. Well, I'll be blocking you. 18 likes. I'm so sad to see this. I really enjoyed your art, but I can't support people using NFTs. I hope your experience trying this is worth the damage you've done to your followers' hearts. 6 likes. I love their art so much, and then they went and did their NFT shit. I have them blocked now. Yeah, all that talent wasted. Don't like them. There was also a ton of follow policing, as shown here. Even a week after, she was getting comments on a relevant post like, how much are you going to destroy the environment to mint this one for, clown? You sell prints but feel the need to do NFTs? Yikes. And okay, pay attention, because this gets good. Even if we cycle a month on, we're still getting viral tweets. In fact, there were 2 viral tweets and 1 semi-viral tweet over a month after Melon's first NFT. Here were 2 of them. Heads up, artist deals in NFTs, 58 retweets, 111 likes. And, hey y'all, heads up, this artist advocates and deals in NFTs, with a whopping 876 retweets and 3,758 likes. April 19th. But maybe you're thinking, oh, this isn't that bad, not compared to the stuff I showed at the start. But hold on, it gets worse. You know why? Because Melon stopped doing NFTs. She caved and stopped doing NFTs within the same month she started. She only ever made 1 NFT, and I don't even think she sold it before she took down the sale page. Those tweets I just showed you were posted well after she stopped doing NFTs, which means they were total lies. They were trying to cancel her because of something she already backed out of. And that's not the only lie. Even as far as July, she was getting tweets like, that Melon T. Falch artist gets on my nerves because they deleted all their NFT tweets thinking they're so slick. No, I think she deleted them because she was getting harassed, and then she stopped making NFTs to appease you, and you took it as she was hiding it. Don't believe me? Here's another big tweet in this time that made the rounds, which was in July 2021, by the way. It said, the proof since they did a dirty delete and lied to say they're not involved in anything NFT related. And she responded to this thread saying, yeah, I did do an NFT. Since then I burned it and didn't mint it anymore, knowing that it's not for my fan base. I wouldn't ever say I'm against NFTs, that would be a lie, but I don't plan on doing it anymore. Do with that what you will. She was very open about this. She didn't even hide behind the, oh, I just didn't know how bad they were. She got blasted just for having the opinion that NFTs were okay. And the tweets in reaction to it prove it. It's a yikes from me, dude. God, that is so sad. Do you think Nintendo would be pleased that you made an NFT using their copyrighted characters? Is this a threat? Fan artists have been breaching copyright for years, and now suddenly it matters when it's NFTs. Are you seriously threatening to report a Twitter fan artist to a giant megacorporation just to get revenge? This tweet, where she had people responding to her, insinuating that they were going to message Nintendo for using copyrighted characters, isn't a response to her doing NFTs. It is a response to her saying she stopped doing NFTs, but she's not denouncing them. That's the case with all these tweets. They don't give a shit that she stopped. They wanted blood. There was no thank you or I'm glad you changed your mind, just frowny faces, rhetorical questions, and snide remarks like, ironic considering the content of your art, 6 likes. Forget boycotting and abusing artists for making NFTs. They're not even allowed to have an opinion. Are you starting to see a pattern yet? Is it starting to make sense why Twitter and anything anti-NFT related just wipe the existence of certain artists under the rug, all while parading around how pro-artists they are? It's disgusting. It's almost like they don't care about the environment, they care about shutting artists up. As I said, this isn't the only viral tweet around this time. Hey y'all, heads up that this artist advocates and deals in NFTs. 876 retweets, 3,758 likes. This was April 18th. She had already stopped and deleted everything. This was a straight up lie that got 876 retweets. One person replied to this tweet and said, "Kinda sick of seeing artists tearing each other down here instead of working to educate and discuss." 0 likes. And the tweet creator responds, "Artists have had plenty of time now to educate themselves on the enormous disastrous environmental effects of this shitty pyramid scheme. If being fed up with selfish behavior that has harmful real-world impacts for the sake of profit is tearing down, so be it." 13 likes. And then for good measure, someone conflates any artist who does NFTs with art thieves. I could talk about how rich it is to talk about educating oneself when it's fucking April 2021 and this is a very new issue with plenty of black back and forth, but instead I'm just going to say how rich it is to talk about educating oneself when you're getting people to dogpile an artist based on the fact that they're doing NFTs when they already caved and deleted it weeks ago. There is literally a screenshot of a post from Malin the same day, like, "I don't sell NFTs," which is, I assume, this deleted tweet here where they referred to when saying that she lied, but it's not a lie. She doesn't sell them anymore. Nothing in the original statement implied she never did. She just says she doesn't sell them. It's this manipulative justification to call people whatever bad word they can under the sun that really is the more prominent abuse you find in these spaces. But it is without a doubt abuse. You can't just publicize someone is a liar to thousands of people when it's not fucking true. She stopped. You got what you wanted, but it's not good enough. They first pushed her to delete everything, and then used that to spread lies about her. They won't even admit they're misinforming people when she corrected them. Given the fact that Malin was opposing anti-NFT narratives right from the get-go, and was against blacklisting and witch-hunting of artists, I think that put a black mark on her. They pushed her to back out and delete everything, and then they started maliciously lying about it to ensure she was ostracized, which you can tell because the lies and cancellation attempts were relentless. If there was a compassionate bone in their bodies, they care about not spreading lies, but instead, if you look at all her tweets, all the way up until her recent tweets, people are still trying to ruin her by spreading a lie that she works with NFTs, or otherwise trying to ruin her even though she already stopped. You sell prints but still feel the need to do NFTs? Yikes. 5 likes. March 30th. Wait, isn't this the NFT artist lol? 1 like, May 8th. We aren't forgetting you did NFTs. 10 like, 17th of May. Still a wonderful work. Shame they were selling it as a crypto NFT not too long ago though. July 18th, 1 like. Why do you support and have sold NFTs despite the elitism and toxicity it brings to the art community by being a scam? July 20th. How did 25 people agree with this word vomit? It's like a Gish Gallop argument, but like someone just like strung all the arguments into a single sentence. Did you stop doing NFTs so I can like you again? Because your art is really good. Oh, well, maybe I misjudged. And they deleted tweets, but still say they support that stuff. They just don't want backlash. Ugh, God damn it. August 2nd. An opinion. We are ruining artists' lives over opinions on something that happened months ago. Didn't you do NFT shit? 6 likes. October 11th. We ain't forgetting your NFT venture. 9 likes. October 13th. OP does NFT work and is very unapologetic about it, by the way. A total lie, 6 fucking likes, October 14th. And when she reposted the same image she minted as an NFT, but for phone ratio, it started another wave of retweets. Sad that they had to try and sell it as an NFT, 20 retweets, 189 likes. What purpose does this serve other than vindication? A year ago I drew this, reposting for Vertical Crop. Too bad you're an NFT artist, so get bent. 2 likes. This makes a great lock screen though, I appreciate it. 1 like. Wow, and suddenly art stealing becomes suddenly okay if you think they deserve it. New deal for animation, guys. And you know what? Now that we're up to March 2022, it's actually recent enough that I can actually see the quote retweets without it glitching out. And so, from March 2021 to March 2022, a full year on from when she did one NFT and stopped within the same month, I can give you a look at the quote retweets of a recent post from Malin and show you the insane reality that she still gets shit. And I'm kicking myself for this, but for some reason I'm missing 2 of the screenshots in my files. I don't know how I managed to only save 2 of the 4 when I was looking at them at the same time, but for some reason I have them written down. I just can't show you the screenshot file. So fuck it. Those tweets read, They do NFTs, by the way, 4 likes, again, total lies. Good art, but they do NFTs, 4 likes. The other 2 were Shut Up NFT Girl, 2 retweets, 4 likes. Lamau, I didn't realize a lot of NFT artists quietly deleted any evidence in hopes of pretending the people will just forget about it. 3 retweets, 12 likes. This was in March of this year. People are still calling her names and reminding everyone she did NFTs, and sometimes even lying that she still does them a full year later. She did 1 NFT and stopped a full year ago. This isn't a boycott. This isn't criticism. This isn't saving the planet. This is abuse. And if this is the shit she's getting a full year on, just imagine what the full list of comments and quote retweets must have looked like back when she was getting quote retweets with over 1,000 retweets. Remember, I showed you how often the worst tweets get deleted the more time passes. This was a year ago now. Now, I can't show you what that was like because it was so long ago, but I can still give you a feel for what it probably looked like because my next case study started in December of last year. And unlike the first case study, I was just starting to find out about this, so I have a lot more ammo. What I've shown you up until now has been bad. Allow me to show you the worst. So, Seiro Art was an art account that was fairly memey but had a lot of genuine creativity in like a unique 60 FPS smooth animation style. You might be wondering why I say was. Well, it's because she was harassed to the point she deactivated her account entirely, even though it had 100k followers. Seiro didn't just willingly deactivate her account either, she took down her Patreon as well. Twitter is going to do a lot of well poisoning in this one, and basically just doing anything to paint her as a bad person to justify their abuse. You know what Twitter is like, hate someone first, then scour every part of their online presence second to find something you can spin into a bad thing. A lot of this resulted in the idea that she's a soulless money grubber who will do anything for a buck, but I just want to point out ahead of time that this girl intentionally axed her own revenue source and her main source of advertising just to get away from the abuse. Okay. On December 2nd of 2021, Seiro uploaded this GIF to Foundation to sell as an NFT. This is basically the incident that served as my introduction to a lot of this, so as a result, I didn't even think to take screenshots at this point. I've never documented Twitter stuff before. Unfortunately, the original art account was deleted before I saw it. Thankfully, the first tweet was actually tweeted out from both her main account and her NFT account, so I could still go back and take screenshots from the NFT account like a month later. But I don't know how much disappeared in that time. I could also use Twitter's broken-ass search function to salvage tweets from the deleted main account. See, I can't see the original tweet and have easy pickings of all the tweets underneath it. I can, however, advanced search for specific keywords that might be in the reply tweets and stumble across those replies that way. As a result, some of the tweets like this look like they could be from anywhere, but most of them have the tag @SeiroArt or @NFTSeiro, which is the alt account which she created to sell NFTs. Some don't have anything for some reason, but I guarantee all were found by searching Seiro as one of the keywords. Anyway, this is all to say that not only were the replies a month old and probably half deleted when I took the screenshots, I didn't even have easy access to all of them. Regardless, I'm about to drench you in abuse, in spite of the fact that everything I'm about to show you started on December 2nd and all happened in 3 days. So let's begin. In this 3-day period, we have weird personal comments. Are your balls for sale as an NFT? Insults. You know, I'm something of a fucking idiot myself, 36 likes. Paint art of a character flipping her off with 346 likes. Get fucked, motherfucker, NFTs more like no fucking thanks, you piece of shit, you fucking vermin, you should be actively cyberbullied. 4 likes. God, I hope this NFT shit is just because you're misinformed, 17 likes. They know what they're doing, they literally don't care, lol. Artist is a piece of shit, 8 likes, 1 retweet. Again, no pushback. There's also swearing at her and telling her to shut up. Shut the fuck up, NFT supporter, with a picture of the creepy meme dude who appears in the Mandela catalog, along with text saying, Lamau, bye bozo, 7 likes. Shut the fuck up, NFT art, 3 likes. Lol, get fucked, 19 likes. Dude's making money of his art, let him be. No, get the fuck out. I understand artists resorting to new things to make a bill, but this? Fuck off, you know you fucked up, 6 likes. Aw, fuck you, bro. Bro, now you're doing NFTs? Fuck out of here. Fuck off, we don't want you around anymore. Fuck off, NFTer, 3 likes. We've also got art insults. People on my timeline saying, no, so sad, amazing artist did NFT. That is a lie. This is not an amazing artist. NFT Seiro, look at what I'm saying. Your art is so bad. I am a hater of your art. It's horrible, super ugly. Learn to draw. You draw some of the worst art I've ever seen. Love it when an artist gets into NFTs so that now I can shit on their art. 8 likes. I can finally say this, your drawings of Curly Brace is dog shit, never touch Cave Story again. 2 retweets, 14 likes. Damn, I actually looked it up, and yes, it is shit. 1 like. Not surprising you went NFT considering all your art is just NFT art anyway. Lol. 2 likes. This one's just a picture of Crash Bandicoot with an easel saying your art is shit. It has 16 likes. Oh hey, someone's actually defending an artist again. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe there are more. Oh my god, it's the same guy as the previous one again. Better than you could ever draw, 0 likes. True, but it's always morally correct to bully NFT morons, 6 likes. I hope you achieve your dream, 1 like. I hope they don't, fuck NFT supporters, 1 retweet, 89 likes. Then there's this art stealing threat from before, and then there's like personal insults, like, your art was nice, too bad you sold out and started supporting and selling NFTs like a scumfuck, not to mention you disabled replies so nobody could tell what an asshole you are, 11 likes. You keep disabling comments on your art because we're all voicing our disdain for doing NFTs. Actually pathetic, Lemao. Oh my god. Voicing disdain. Voicing disdain. You don't deserve support, and neither does any so-called artist who bucks into the NFT train. Your work deserves oblivion. What the fuck? 3 likes. Lightning McQueen here to tell you that NFTs suck, and if you make them, you are a sad, useless human being. 16 retweets, 210 fucking likes. Read the fucking room, 0 likes. Well, I read the room and it looks like you're in the wrong, buddy, 7 likes. Stupid NFT fan. Hope those NFT scumbags you support steal and market all your existing art like they did for millions of real artists who actually have a backbone. It's impressive how fucking quickly your cred as an artist tanked when you posted NFTs. Almost like it's a bad fucking idea, Lamau. Just for anyone new, this person is a crypto bro scumbag and makes NFTs, so don't support them. 2 retweets, 13 likes. You clearly didn't, you NFT shit. Maybe you should stop worrying about the virtual number on screen and start worrying about the environment, you sick fuck. 2 likes. NFT artists, and then there's just a picture of 0. Does the image imply they are being scummy like 0, or is it just a reaction of disappointment toward the artist? Because both are valid. It was more of this image just being funny to me, but honestly, yeah. They're literally comparing an artist who makes NFTs to someone who apparently has multiple accusations of being a child sex offender. I can't make this shit up. There was also this art stealing threat from before. There's also a bunch of admittance of harassment. Me when I get backlash after defending harassment of an NFT artist. Then there's like seemingly an ironic sad face, 1 like. You can always cyberbully NFT bros, it's always morally correct. 8 retweets, 212 likes. By the way, multiple accounts have posted this multiple times on other posts. 6 retweets, 139 likes, 2 retweets, 64 likes. How about suspicious deleted tweets from suspended accounts for people replying like, dude, I agree with environment is a priority, but don't fucking harass her for it. 0 likes. This tweet is from a suspended account. Go cry and stop harassing someone, you dipshit. 0 likes. Then someone whose tweets are now deleted seemingly responds in defense of Seiro to someone flipping her off and somehow getting 346 likes, and after someone responds, I bet you support this person that sells NFTs because the only thing they draw is women with big breasts. 25 likes. And then someone responds, I fucking hate NFTs, but that's it. The amount of harassment towards this person is too much. If someone gets harassed because they are selling a piece of art, do you think that's fair? I 100% agree that NFTs are fucking shit, but the harassment is even more shit. Again, 0 likes. By the way, respect to this guy. This guy is out in the fucking trenches, even though he's against NFT. Absolute respect for this guy for being one of the few consistent motherfuckers who wasn't complicit in this. Good on you, seriously. Speaking of, there's also some other tweets referencing death threats from the time. About Seiro Art's new NFT stuff, as much as I disagree with NFTs morally, hearing that threats are being made towards them is an even bigger no-go. Just because they want to auction off art like this is not a moral good in the public's eye. But the fact that people are sending death threats is simply not acceptable. While I would usually not support this, it has got to a point that I might as well start worrying about their mental health. 1 like, 1 retweet. Do you see what I mean about, like, there being no pushback? Like, it exists. Good on this guy, but, like, this guy is part of a tiny minority. There are so few likes on this stuff that it clearly never gets signal boosted. And given how quick Twitter is to tell people to not treat artists badly, there has to be pro-artist people that make up most of art Twitter that has to have seen this and are just okay with it. It is statistically likely that most people who have seen this have just been like, fuck it. Gutless traitors and hypocrites. The whole fucking lot of you. There's also threatening images like pictures of creepy Photoshop Sonic posted by itself, or like with text like, get a load of this dumbass, 87 likes, or get a load of this guy, 34 likes. It's not even the same person posting all these. There's also this one, at Seiro Art. Me when the police come to take me to the electric chair. I kidnapped an NFT artist and ripped out their carotid arteries with a rusty screwdriver. And it has a picture of a guy in an electric chair saying totally worth it. I want to stress that while I don't have anything I'd consider true death threats, i.e. telling you where you live or saying matter-of-factly that you're going to come to their house with a shotgun, we've seen comments mentioning death threats, multiple artists have said they've got death threats, and tweets like this imply that a large majority of people feel justified in harassment and are okay with posting malicious things towards someone with direct references to death. If it wasn't for Twitter's stringent comment deletion system and culture around wiping your own history, there was absolutely some fucking death threats. I've noticed some of the worst comments I've seen are usually posted with funny images or GIFs or videos like we've seen with the video saying, "Kill yourself," with almost 1k likes. At first my interpretation of this was people posted vitriolic things with a touch of irony so they could fall back on "it's a joke." But now I think of it, I think it's because Twitter's auto-moderation system is very good at reading and distinguishing vitriol in text form, but it can't read text in images, GIFs, and videos. So after the auto-mod has swept through, it's just the media threats that remain. Which is why, lastly, for good measure, we have one goofy GIF with text flat out saying, "Kill yourself." Again, I want to remind you that the Folding Ideas video blatantly pretended NFT artists didn't exist in any capacity and certainly weren't able to make money, tried to represent the rest of the NFT community with tweets with a few admittedly distasteful tweets about art stealing with a maximum of like 3 likes, and then proceeded to somehow ignore all of this as if it wasn't a million times worse and happening a million times more. And of course, we have the absolutely unhinged tweet you saw at the start that got 154 retweets, 800 likes, even though it claimed NFTs didn't help artists, claimed artists who used NFTs were dumbasses, said they deserved to lose their career, said they needed to be ass blasted and never be acknowledged again, and for good measure, also called out Seiro specifically and insulted her art. Everything I just showed you happened within 3 days with nothing to prompt it other than an artist just making an NFT. Maybe you think it's just the exception and it wasn't happening to most of the artists who got into NFTs, and you might be right, but it's debatable. Again, this was the recent incident I managed to catch and screenshot, and I proved to you before that things get deleted very fast. Furthermore, this kind of backlash is very similar to what was described in the personal stories of some NFT artists like Mochi and Oranji Sakai. The backlash you've seen is probably very similar to what the average NFT artist experiences. This wasn't the exception, this is probably the standard for accounts of this size. That said, we're not done. This was just the first 3 days for Seiro. Beyond this point, she would end up receiving even more hate from this, even though I would agree that while other artists of similar sizes probably got what she had initially in these 3 days and a decent amount of continuous abuse as time went on, Seiro, without a doubt, would suffer the worst abuse of anyone. Let's stop for a second. Even if you assume everything you've heard about the environmental damage of NFTs is true, which it's not, this was still an absolutely insane reaction for something that was not directly harming people and only would have had a real tangible effect on the environment in conjunction with others. It'd be like Twitter cancelling a YouTuber just for flying on private jets, which, by the way, they do. And even though, according to the completely fallacious per-transaction energy cost that says one NFT transaction is roughly equal to flying on a private jet, there's no controversy. Fucking PewDiePie rode on a private jet recently, the one person you'd think Twitter would be ready to cancel, but no, nothing. God, it's not even like a private jet. There's no such thing as an electric private jet, so carbon emissions are inherently tied to them, but they're not inherently tied to crypto. Crypto is mined with electricity, meaning if everywhere in the world had nuclear or renewable energy, crypto would be net zero emissions anyway, no matter how much power it consumed. But for some reason, the artists must sacrifice their livelihood even though they're not inherently reliant on carbon emissions and they can't control the energy type alone in their country, let alone other countries. If a single NFT artist can't damage the environment alone, why the hell is it their responsibility to change the nuclear policy of their country, also alone? If nothing else, couldn't people stand to be a bit nicer, a bit more understanding? Between that and the disparity in abuse between small artists and big YouTubers on private jets, the whole thing just reeks of an agenda. The second you make an NFT, even if you're an artist, you're automatically considered to be an evil person and anything you do will be interpreted through that lens. We've even seen artists try to compromise and work around the supposed energy problems with crypto, but Twitter doesn't offer the same courtesy. These people are demonized even though they clearly don't want to hurt the environment either. Before Mochi even got into NFTs, she was asking about the environment and trying to work around the supposed issues. She didn't just see green and jump right in, but people will demonize you for it anyway. That happens even when you don't make NFTs and just have an opinion. And it don't even get me started on the complete disregard for any artist's personal situation. No, every action you take that can be given a context with an evil motive will be given it regardless of how many other possible interpretations exist. Speaking of, On December 6th, just one day later from all this hate that Seiro got, things would be set to explode again, as the Twitter mob found something new they could apply this lens to, and it took on like wildfire. On December 6th, Seiro's NFT account auctioned off an NFT of a GIF of a tiny water girl with water hair inside a plastic bottle being swished around. People saw this as having a resemblance to a popular character called Kelda by another artist called Akai Riot. So the new claim for justifying this atrocious behavior became, you stole someone's character and made it into an NFT, and would often end up being shorthanded into, you stole someone's art and sold it as an NFT. Now, you might notice something kind of weird about this, and yes, you're not wrong. Twitter is about to start a giant hate mob about stealing original characters over naked girls with water hair and fucking straight bangs. They do this as if straight bangs aren't a generic hairstyle, and water hair, as well as melting into water, isn't a common fantasy design. Oh my god, this anime stole Kelda too! Yes, this character is indeed so generic that while you could argue that this is Kelda, you could also argue it's a ripoff of Merc from Mercstoria, a niche mobile game that released in Japan in 2014 that you're probably just learning about now, as I was after the 3 or 4 Google searches it took to find something similar. This one arguably has just as many similarities with Kelda as the character is not only tiny, but in a bottle as well. You could also argue it's a ripoff of all these other random different characters I also found in the same Google search. You can even find the same shit in Adventure Time. So I don't know, you tell me, was this a ripoff or was it a coincidental selection of generic traits that when combined together happen to coincidentally look like a pre-existing character? I mean, the most unique trait I'd argue is that the water flows off the shoulders like a waterfall and covers the nipple and then falls until it reaches the ground. But the side strands don't even reach the water. Where is the tit waterfall? It doesn't even have the tit waterfall. Surprisingly, there was actually a few comments that even picked up on how ridiculous this was. They were a minority, but they were there. Good on them. This included that Adventure Time comparison. I'm not going to take credit for that. Oh my god, can you believe Adventure Time stole his art too? When will this madness end? Totally legitimate point. 2 likes. Do you really think your friend invented water hair? 2 likes. Big fucking reach. The concept of a pale girl with blue hair or water hair is no one's intellectual property, and they're not similar enough for someone to objectively say it's the same thing. 1 like. Love Akai's art and characters, but to say Seiro is stealing the character design seems like a bit much. Not from a prove intent standpoint, but because the character design is quite simple and girls with water hair aren't something new. Oh, 8 likes, big spender. Isn't this just a woman with boobs and blue hair? It might not be the same character? It's literally the same character. Go check the original. There's no identifying features. I just see a water elemental sloshing around. Exactly. The water hair is her most defining features. It's been completely stolen here. There could have been ways to do this artwork without completely ripping off someone else's character design. I've seen water hair a million times before. That's like saying fire hair is a unique trait. It's the same character. Simply looking at the original artist's work shows that. Has the original artist said anything, or are you just bored and looking for something to complain about? Some people even completely misunderstood, either because they couldn't make sense of such a dumb point, or possibly with willful ignorance since they don't correct their mistake. Not trying to defend NFT people, but the character is generic. Anyone could get a girl with blue hair and call it a water girl. It's not that creative. There's a difference between a girl having blue hair and straight up downloading artwork an artist once spent hours creating and then posted it to social media, submit to an NFT place, and making 30k from the artist's work. It's not the same image. The girl in the pic isn't the same one as the other one. Could you explain more why it's the same character? Please provide more info so I can say for sure that this is 100% a copy of the character. 0 likes. Oh, you got ratioed, despite being completely in the right. Look at these, why are they this close when it's so blatantly wrong? And nobody even comments back being like, oh, you're right, I lost my cool at the artist I pretended to care about. No, they just ignore it. This isn't even the only time this happened. This happened to me. I was arguing with someone it wasn't stolen, and it took me a few tweets to realize the guy was only looking at the image which is by Akai Riot, thinking that was the stolen one. And when I pointed out, didn't reply. Apparently, you care about artists when you think their work is getting stolen, but when you realize they're getting blasted over a viral tweet over nothing, you're like, oh well, shame I was wrong about it, on with my day, I guess. Anyway, despite how questionable all of this was, it didn't matter. There was an excuse. Art thief, 1 retweet, 47 likes. That fucking Seiro guy is literally scum of the earth. What kind of loser not only will decide to sell out to crypto scams, but also steal other artists' work to do so? Reported that asshole's profile and images as stolen from Akai Riot. This guy is literally trying to get people to misuse the report function and say that Seiro is impersonating Akai Riot. reported the tweet and account, fuck these guys, fucking scum. And he has comments off, what an asshole. Just in case you need another reason to hate this loser, NFTs help artists, there's that again. Fuck Seiro, seriously. That OC is already way more popular than he will ever be through that one animation alone, but ooh, this gets me heated, stolen and making bank off it. And then they post a gif of someone loading a fucking gun. All of these posts came off the back of big viral tweets supposedly calling this out. NFT artists literally stealing another artist's OC and selling it? Bruh. 139 retweets, 862 likes. Seiro is just speedrunning getting everyone to hate them at this point, laughing my fucking ass off. Straight up stealing another's OC and selling them. Their account is at Seiro Art. They're hiding it all on their alt to avoid criticism. Yeah, criticism. 63 retweets, 462 likes. These were actually the smallest of the retweets. I'm sure there were probably more that are just now deleted, but the biggest, most viral tweets I actually have came from a couple of big YouTubers, Rebel Taxi and Ross O'Donovan. That's where I found most of these delightful comments, including the one with the fucking gun, as you can see from the tags. They really just ripped off a Kai Riot's OC, Kelda, for an NFT, 452 retweets, 3,291 likes. Stealing at a Kai Riot's character and repackaging it as an NFT to make $3,000. I'm so sick of these people. Want to support the real artist? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. 1.6k retweets, 13k likes. Yes, these two big YouTubers did indeed just blast an artist with 2k retweets worth of media presence, brandishing a thief with no evidence over water hair and fucking straight bangs. Told you we'd get here eventually. Well, we have arrived at last and I was not fucking exaggerating. Now, to be completely fair, while I have no evidence of this, there are rumours this GIF was once old fan art of this OC, with Kelda's artist himself even recalling seeing Seiro's original post, although he wasn't sure if it was explicitly fan art or people were just tagging him because of the resemblance. But I'm willing to bet that if it did exist, it was just a resemblance rather than explicit fan art. It is exceedingly unlikely that this was fan art. Because, 1, despite using well-known copyrighted characters in her animations, Seiro does not sell NFTs of them. You can scroll through her list, there are none. This means there is zero precedent for her doing this, even though there is monetary incentive. As of yet, no large company has sued an NFT artist for copyright. Second, Seiro's Water Girl was posted on December 6th. The first semi-viral tweets came out as early as December 8th. There was a 4-day period before her account deactivation where people could have scrolled through her account to find the original tweet. The fact that no one screenshotted it or even screenshotted a reply in reference to the now deleted tweet indicates to me that it either did not exist or it was not fan art, merely art someone saw a resemblance in. That's why no one screenshot it, because it didn't help demonize her as much as just lying that there was a post out there that she called Kelda fan art. And third, while the Twitter search function is unreliable, for what it's worth, it doesn't turn up any evidence of this tweet having existed. Even if she made such a tweet before deleting her account, and even if she deleted the tweet itself before deleting the account, it should still be possible to search for tweets replying to it. If the rumor is true and these replies exist, it should have people saying, "This reminds me of Kelda," or tagging a Kai Riot if it's fan art. I did searches for both of these, there was no record. But you know what? Fuck it. Benefit of the doubt. Even though we don't have any evidence, let's assume it was fan art. Number 1, that doesn't change the fact that a bunch of big YouTubers jumped on this seemingly without ever hearing the rumor. After all, they're the ones who got the ball rolling on this, and one even explicitly mentions only hearing this after. And 2, I don't give a shit if it was fan art. There are a million more charitable interpretations you could have given this rather than going straight to art thief. Like, even just contextually, it doesn't make sense that she would decide to upload something that she knew would be considered stealing. 1, she makes plenty of money from NFTs. She made 18k in 3 months. 2, she's clearly not creatively bankrupt when she does stuff like this, and this. 3, she even has other Water Girl NFTs with different designs, which makes it seem much more likely that this is just a thing she just happened to like to draw. And finally, 4, it would take one fucking line to destroy all resemblance to the offending material. If she knew or believed what she was doing would be considered stealing, why wouldn't she have just done the slight edit to change the hairstyle from straight bangs, making it effectively like any other generic water elemental? And if all that mattered was one line, isn't it more reasonable to look at this artist not as a demon, but instead as someone who didn't even realize this would be considered stealing? I mean, with such a generic list of copied traits, maybe she just forgot it was fan art. Maybe she thought the original character was vague enough that it didn't even count as fan art. She may have thought, I put a lot of effort and time into this, it has truly no unique identifiers and only generic traits that when used together make it look like it might be fan art. I mean, this wasn't even just a water girl character with the same hairstyle. This had a totally original concept of being a tiny girl in a plastic water bottle being switched around. The idea that she's not allowed to profit at all from what is her labor would not be an unwritten social rule that comes easy to a lot of people. If she didn't interact that much with other artists or is from a culture that doesn't hold this idea this strongly, this would be very counterintuitive, and you must admit it's a little bit confusing. I mean, Akai Riot even uses copyrighted characters from companies to sell prints, but no one attacked him for stealing character designs. The only thing that makes it okay then is income and following, which can be hard to tell with indie games, especially if the publisher is taking a cut. So I don't think it's surprising to be unsure if there's a line between a small indie company with a popular character design and a 200k follower artist who's selling prints, t-shirts, has a Patreon, and apparently has enough to buy a house. Couple this with the fact that this was only 3 days after she started doing NFTs, and you realize her understanding of NFTs and the hate surrounding them was probably only just starting to set in. She may have not even considered such a weak resemblance was likely to set people off. Or maybe she was just high on the money she was getting and was happily going through her backlog thinking of what to put up next. Perhaps she was just too distracted to realize or consider how it might come across. That's a less charitable interpretation, but you still could have gone to that before Scum of the Earth art thief. Seiro Art actually had one of his work copy-pasted as a small part of someone else's, and while he was against it, he was really chill about it. This is what I'm used to with artists talking about other artists, because Seiro Art can appreciate that even though the guy shouldn't have used part of his work, he has compassion for a fellow artist with their own skills who did put in some of their own work, even if a small part was copied. This wasn't responded to with Scum of the Earth art thief, this was responded to with don't do it again, but put credit in and we're chill because I don't want to ruin another artist's life over this. And this was with actual copy-pasted art stealing as compared to this fucking nothing burger. Again, there's still not even evidence that this was even fan art. It's highly unlikely that it was. In fact, it's highly unlikely that it was even a piece of animation from a backlog to begin with. I haven't seen a single shred of evidence. Twitter search didn't show any record of people tagging or mentioning Akai Riot or Kelder in response to Seiro. There is no record of it ever having been re-uploaded independently on image message boards like Danboro or otherwise even appearing in Google searches. The animation isn't even on her Newgrounds account, the one place you'd think she'd have overlooked since she hasn't uploaded there since November. Which, by the way, you can find people calling her scum on her fucking Newgrounds account in May of this year. Good on this guy though, shout out to you. There's just no prior evidence of this animation anywhere, and I've tried my best to find some. To add insult to injury, even the original artist spoke directly against the claim that it was stolen. He did this implicitly at first on December 6th, saying it only looked like Kelder and he didn't like it. But on December 12th, after both Ross and Rebel Taxi had brandished Seiro as a thief and blasted her with abusers, Akai Riot made a follow-up tweet where this time he directly specified that he never said it was Kelder or that it was stolen, only that it had an uncanny resemblance. Also, editor's note, I just want to point out, round top blue hair made of water, straight bangs with a triangle part in the center, can melt into water, naked female form. This is really not such a crazy coincidence. And then he didn't like seeing a character that looked like his being used that way. And in the same tweet thread, on 2 separate tweets, Akai Riot said he didn't want Seiro to get hate. But that didn't stop the mob, of course. Seiro is still called a thief to this day, and neither Ross nor Rebel Taxi made a follow-up tweet to get out the presumed original artist's feeling. Hell, neither of these two even retweeted Akai Riot's comments despite it being a day after. It's one button. Seriously, look. Ross posted some random shit on December 11th. Sometime on December 12th, Ross posts the claim that Seiro is a thief. And also on December 12th, Akai Riot makes a statement. And then it's December 13th, and it hasn't even been retweeted, nor has there ever been even any follow-up to this. And we're back to posting about how NFTs are bad in general on the 15th. Totally unrelated to Seiro and Akai Riot though, that was just forgotten about, leaving Seiro to be branded as a thief to at least 13,000 people, even though that went against what the artist that was claimed to be stolen from actually wanted. Although, total transparency, for some reason Akai Riot also thanks Ross for his post on the same day as the statement. Twitter doesn't give me times, but I'm assuming it was before, and when he realized the hate that it brought, he made the second statement. This feels a little at odds with his own statement to me, but you can make up your own mind on that. The post from Akai Riot, who was quote-unquote the victim of the situation, his actual up-to-date feelings on the situation was only retweeted 34 times. Rebel Taxi and Ross are nowhere to be found in those 34. Meanwhile, their posts on the situation completely dwarf Akai's post just trying to get the word out to not abuse another artist. Again, when it comes to Twitter, I don't think anyone actually gives two shits about how any artist actually feels. They literally only care when it's convenient for them. The anti-NFT people just saw an excuse to drown someone who was making NFTs in hate. The excuse to do that was just that, an excuse. Even the artist who was quote-unquote wronged by this was ignored when he spoke against harassing a fellow artist. These tiny retweets prove that to me. Nobody gives a shit. There are literally people in replies to Ross's tweets that have misunderstood and think that the art is literally being straight copy-pasted as opposed to just being the same design, and he couldn't even do Seiro or Kiwi the courtesy of correcting any of that. Almost as many people like this as the previous tweet. How many people came away from this thinking that this was flat-out art theft? But does Ross do anything to clarify as to not send a huge hate mob to her? Nah. Look, I'm not someone who's too crazy on the idea that people with large followings have a responsibility about where they send their fan base. I think if you're on the internet and you chuck shit at someone with a large following, you can't get angry when they chuck shit back. I believe they have a right of reply, especially of equal kind. If you get called names, fuck it, you can call them names too. Even if the rest of your fan base joins in on the name callings, they did start it, they knew what they were getting into. However, if someone in your fan base takes this to mean as, I should go dox them and chuck a brick through their window, that's on them. Like, obviously no one implied or endorsed that action, but they escalated anyway well past what the creator was endorsing by their actions and well past what the victim was willing to dish out in the first place. It's not a creator's responsibility to verbally condemn stalking or property damage. Society teaches you that, your parents teach you that, and the law enforces that. You already knew it was bad, it's just an easy pot shot for people on Twitter to take the one crazy guy from your audience and pin that on the content creator. After all, the bigger you get, the more likely it will be that there will be that one crazy guy who no doubt was not going to listen to you anyway. Half my Twitter audience are fucking crazy people, for God's sakes. You think they fucking jump when I say jump? No, they were okay with abusing artists even though I spoke against it. But if I publicly call someone an asshole, that's me endorsing through my actions to think of them as and call them an asshole. I'm also a lot more justified in it if they call me an asshole first. Likewise, if you call someone a thief, you are endorsing to your audience that it's okay to think of them as and call them a thief. However, no one called you a thief first. In fact, no one did or said anything to justify retaliatory action. So this was fucked up. An artist was minding their own business, trying to make a living from their art, and you come out of nowhere, brandish them a thief with zero evidence to thousands of people. You escalated from nothing to name-calling and making assumptions about her motives, and so you endorsed that to your audience. And you did it in response to nothing. This artist did not wrong you, and there was zero evidence to say she wronged anyone else. Sending a hate mob inadvertently as a content creator is often inevitable when participating in discourse. The real question is, was it justified? And the fucking answer was no! You blasted someone with thousands of harassers unjustifiably. That's the bottom line. And that's not even speaking about the people who misunderstood you. Some people thought it was copy-paste art theft. I don't think it's a moral necessity to correct misunderstandings about what you've said to your followers, but I think it's a courtesy, and when you sent at least 2k people to another artist to dogpile them on nothing, that seems like a courtesy that you think you would extend to a fellow artist, and also the artist who was the actual quote-unquote victim of this, who explicitly said they didn't want to send a hate storm to anyone. And personally, if someone posted an image of loading a fucking gun on my tweet, I'd at least drop a what the fuck. But no, you got your virtue signaling points, and you moved on to the next thing without a single concern. And yet, you had the fucking nerve to lie to yourself about how good you are by liking tweets like, I've been an artist for so many years, and goddamn, it's a fucking struggle to financially be able to be stable as an artist. Show some love and respect, we would be nothing without artists. What the fuck are you doing liking tweets like this? Not only did you brandish a struggling artist as a thief with no evidence, but you knew that NFT art makes money, and yet you have zero interest in portraying its possibilities for struggling artists accurately. How deep up your own ass do you have to be to like a tweet like this after all of this? I followed both of you on Twitter. I was actually even a fan of Ross before this. I watch you every day, going on with your lives, doing passion projects, hanging out with your little YouTube clicks, enjoying all the money and connections of your luxurious YouTube career, enjoying your lives. And when I was taking a break from this video and scrolling through Twitter, part of me looked at all of that and just went, you're just human like everyone else, I shouldn't try to demonize you. I should just politely tell people what happened and leave it at that. But every time I did work on this section, I looked at all these screenshots and remembered just what this girl went through, in part because of you two, and all of those human moments I see on your Twitter are recontextualized as a complete lack of guilt or self-reflection as this girl suffered, and I was overcome with rage. December 12th. That was the day after Rebel Taxi's tweet and the day of Ross's tweet. That was the day Seiro deactivated her account. Both your fraudulent claims played a significant role in this girl's mental state, and I know you must have had notifications pinging you, gloating to you that she deactivated. Did you even think? Did you even wonder what she was going through, or question your baseless claims, or even feel the slightest pang of guilt? Did you even check her other account just out of curiosity, or wonder when she was going to reactivate her main and move on with her life? In that whole 4 months, did you even notice she was gone? You got so fucking lucky. You got so fucking lucky she came back when she did. If nothing else, I will make you appreciate that. I will make you appreciate that she is okay. Because there is literally an unused video file sitting on my computer swearing to tell everyone what you did at the end of every fucking video I make. I'm pretty sure that's against YouTube policy too. I was willing to burn down your career along with my own. I was genuinely angry enough to play that card. You got so fucking lucky. So you better be happy that she's okay. And so all of this would only combine with the huge amount of hate Seiro was already getting. Remember, before this art stealing claim, there was all of this, and it was just in 3 days. So a lot of the tweets made around this time would incorporate both new and old justifications. On the 12th, Seiro would disable her main account hoping to avoid the harassment, but they would only start focusing on her NFT account instead. Bruh, Seiro Art is gone now. They only have their NFT account, laughing my fucking ass off. They're a lost cause. 3 retweets, 45 likes. Thief, 4 likes. Stealing art? That shit's lame as fuck. 4 likes. You're dog shit, 22 likes. You suck, lol. 6 likes. Their account is Seiro Art. They're hiding it all on their alt to avoid criticism. 2 retweets, 44 likes. Damn, delete your main to move on to full-time scamming? 28 likes. Deleted his main probably because of harassment actually, 3 likes. Well deserved for a scamster, 32 likes. It's objectively and morally not, but whatever helps you sleep at night, 6 likes. That's one of the few decent pushbacks I've seen actually. Still got ratio by a wide margin though, and probably half the people who even liked that fucking tweet were NFT bros who are now following Seiro. You're just as bad as Melon for Note that stole from a dead person's art. You are all disgusting thieves, stop stealing. Jesus Christ, that's the stationery store that stole Quinny's art days after her death. Even though there's no evidence, and if anything it would be a design steal, this person equated Seiro to someone who sold merchandise of someone else's art days after their death. I don't know what possessed you to steal, not just someone's art, but their animations. As someone who's dabbled in animations, especially frame-by-frame animations, I can say that shit is tough. People put their soul into animations, and it's not right to claim it as yours. This is total misinformation, and it has 9 likes and 0 pushback. Hey, can you at least stop stealing characters from other people? I know you don't care about anything anymore, but still. This is literally a different piece of art to the one that was claimed to be stolen. The hair's not even remotely the same this time, and someone just... and someone can just say it's stolen and get 43 likes. Imagine stealing other people's art for profit, you sick fuck. 23 likes. Art thieves are scum. You're worse because you stole art and made shitty NFTs out of it. 12 likes. My 3-year-old cousin can make animations better than this shit, 14 likes. You must feel great to profit from others' hard work. You are less than scum, 11 likes. I hope you trip and fall, 16 likes. Congrats on giving up art to shill cheap crap to people at the cost of the plant. Hope those NFT scumbags you support steal and market all your existing art like they did for millions of real artists who actually have a backbone. Came back to say fuck at Seiro Art, NFTs fuck the environment. Steals OCs, mints crappy NFTs, acts like everything is okay, scumbag, 25 likes. No one is going to forget you stole someone's OC and profited off it. You are a scummy individual, 14 likes. Your career is going into the garbage. Also, why steal OCs and make profit from them? Pretty scummy, 21 likes. Forgot to mention you steal other artists' OCs, 48 likes. Stop stealing characters and selling them as if they're your own, 4 likes. Your career is going into the garbage. Also, why steal OCs and make profit off them? Pretty scummy, 21 likes. Pretty sick of you to steal someone's art and make them into an NFT, dude, 7 likes. Seiro Art crafting the ugliest and most motion sickness inducing fan art possible, 19 likes. And, oh my god, NFT bad, and then there's just an image saying you should frag yourself now, 37 likes, 1 retweet. So all of this harassment would eventually lead to her reactivating her main account on the 19th of December, where she would make a now deleted tweet longer. Hi. I've been pretty much staying silent on the NFT thing. I didn't expect such a strong reaction, and I just wasn't sure what to do. Through this, my notifications were muted on both accounts, and I was not reading Twitter comments or anything on Twitter really, but I could still see when my followers replied to some bad tweets. I spoke with my boyfriend yesterday for advice, and a statement of like everything that probably led me to this and what's in my head would probably be good instead of continuing to ignore/silence. I want to preface this and say that digital art is my job. I have a myriad of physical health issues, and because of this I'm unable to work. The big two are Crohn's and arthritis, and I've been dealing with it since I was a kid. Crohn's since 9, arthritis since I was around 14 to 15. I'm 20 now. Because of this, I've been through, and I'm still going through, a lot of shit medically, and I'm still dependent on other people in my life. I felt like a burden. Since my other two sisters are physically healthy and able to work anyway, I desperately want to change it. Basically, doing NFTs made me realize that maybe even with my health issues, I can still have some sort of stable future. The yield is much higher than commissions and Patreon combined, and in a much shorter time. I can completely understand people who don't want to support NFTs or me even with the predicament and block and unfollow, etc. I know about the environmental impact and it blows, but I've been told that next year the impact should be wiped out with Ethereum 2.0, so I continued knowing it will eventually get better. But the issue here is what has followed me, even after 2 weeks. I feel broken. Really, mentally. I have not been diagnosed with anything, but it just gets so rough having to look at this over and over again. I can't handle it, and I've already been through so much. I've gotten harassment, threats, death threats, and even gotten gore sent to my email. I've abandoned my email for the time being. I deactivated Seiro Art after all of this. I thought everyone hated me and really didn't want me around anymore. Even if I did fan art from time to time, I feel like the harassment would never truly stop. I broke down yesterday because I didn't know how to proceed. Still, I wonder if the money was really worth it in the end for all this mental anguish. But I have a feeling even if I stopped NFTs now, it won't really end. I'm writing this just to let you know that I just don't know. I wanted to say something like, I'm still human. I'm not some cartoon villain who just wants $9,999 infinite dollars to buy 3,000 private jets and then immediately piss on 9 billion trees or something. I just wanted to live happily, even with my health conditions, and be safe for a while without the aid of anyone else. I'm sorry if you're disappointed. I'm really sorry. I know I can't change your mind on all this stuff, and you have a right to disagree with it. But please, just leave me be. TLDR, art is my job, my health is not good, I have Crohn's and arthritis that gets worse by the year, and I am unable to work. I feel like a burden on my family. Financially, doing NFTs brings a much higher yield than commissions or Patreon, in a much shorter time as well. I'm doing NFTs for a hopefully stable future without assistance. The environmental impact sucks, but better solutions will be implemented next year. That said, people are sending really bad comments and images to me on all platforms. Please remember I'm human too, and can only take so much. I feel close to a breaking point. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Could you imagine being 20 years old, only 2 years out of high school, and getting blindsided by an insane hate campaign out of nowhere because you participated in something that doesn't even directly or observably hurt anyone, and doesn't even claim to hurt the environment as a single individual, only as part of a larger group? Never mind the fact it's all wrong anyway. Can you imagine having multiple health conditions and just wanting to not feel like a burden to your family, and then Twitter fucking cancels you on a high moral ground basis despite not having any clue of what your background is, and don't even question what kind of person would feel the need to continue in spite of the hate when others quit? You know, I never thought I'd say this in my life, let alone to Twitter, but maybe you should check your fucking privilege! I couldn't go through her now disabled account to verify if there was previous mention of any medical conditions, but it makes sense. This is a lot of hate for a 20-year-old girl to go through just for money. You wouldn't do this unless you really felt like you needed to, so I believe it. Of course, no one thought of this. No one gave her any of the benefit of the doubt. Every possible thing that could be interpreted was interpreted as negatively as possible. And it didn't matter after either. For this single post, things would get a bit better. And there were admittedly some positive comments with a solid amount of likes. I don't think NFTs are right, but I respect your decision and nothing justifies the hateful comments you receive. My best wishes for you and your family. This was the biggest of the positive comments with 94 likes. Sarah, I know you might not read this, but even though I disagree with the NFT stuff, your reasoning is understandable. Please stay safe out there. Also, fuck you to the peeps who are sending gore images, death threats, or harassment to you. That's absolutely not okay. 9 likes. Concerning NFTs, the science and environment concerns, I'm not entirely informed. However, it's understandable for one's own health, which I'll respect your effort and reasoning, even when disapproval is quite known. I hope you're able to recover, physically and mentally. To those who have sent harassment, threats, death threats, graphics, image, and gore, please step away from social media and seek help. Due to your actions, you're not helping anyone, including yourself. Won't support the NFT thing, but I hope you get help soon. Sorry about the death threats, those were too far for even NFTs. So, that's positive, right? No, I'm sorry, all this rings fucking hollow to me. Between this and the replies to Mochi's thread, I noticed a pattern. These were the only kind of posts where you would see significant pushback on the abuse, when those tweets were in reply to the artists, not the abusers. Reminder, basically no one pushed back on the abuse when it was happening, and when they did, the likes they got were tiny. The vast majority of people who saw this abuse were completely fine with it. There was a very high chance of overlap between someone who saw this twit longer and responded positively, and someone who saw abuse before and said nothing. I think it's far more likely that all of these comments are just from the types of people who, if they ever saw hate, just ignored it. These are people who are complicit in the abuse, now feeling like they're being associated and lumped in with people and saying, "Oh, I'm sorry this happened to you. Yes, I agree, death threats and abuse are bad." This is quite a drastic assumption and that assumes the worst in people, but you will see in future that all these people that supposedly think it's not okay will disappear like fucking magic the second the abuse starts up again. Hell, they'll go right back to ignoring it right now. You know that comment with 962 likes calling out the artist, telling them to kill themselves? That was the day of this twit longer. No doubt posted in reaction to this, and no one gave a shit. There was one tweet of pushback with 0 likes. Not only that, but the pushback to any abuse under the twit longer was only a little bit better at best. And yes, there was still abuse, by the way, and not only did it get minimal pushback, but the actual positive comments I showed weren't even the majority of comments. The actual majority of comments were shit that hand-waved the abuse and went on about how she was a bad person, or even just belligerently ignoring all claims of death threats and abuse and her personal medical situation and pressured her to stop anyway, like it's so fucking easy. Not supporting you, but thanks for talking about it, 95 likes. No acknowledgement of death threat or medical issues, tossed aside like trash and no one even calls it out. And the biggest tweet in response to this was, "For the record, not here to hate. Nothing justifies NFTs, even with health issues there are plenty of ways to gain money off your work, such as auctioning them off as symbol, video, or GIF. NFTs are destructive and all around unnecessary." Oh my god, we'll come back to that. The fact that such talent is being sold in a manner is heartbreaking. There is also the whole stealing OCs thing, but that's another topic I'm not here to discuss. The internet has said what needed to be said about that. You can do better. This got 134 likes, 30 more than this one. They didn't even mention the abuse, the death threats, the gore, all disregarded. Go back to the commission grind like a good fucking slave. There were only 2 tweets of pushback to this that weren't from a crypto account, and there was a maximum of 13 likes. 13 likes for being like, they've got medical bills and are clearly in a bad situation, and if anyone needs to do NFTs, it's them. 13 likes. 13 versus 134. I always admired your art, but I'm very disappointed about NFTs. I followed and unliked your art because of them. The career suicide on this path isn't worth your integrity as an artist. Be better. 4 likes. No acknowledgement of the abuse, disregard the medical situation, go back to slave commissions. This was the exact same situation with Mochi. Half the replies to her getting abused looked exactly like this. Point of view, you're a greedy rat that is trying and failing to return to a glorious community. Why don't you try and make some fucking reparations first instead of playing victim and acting like you weren't being greedy? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, 2 retweets, 1 like. Think about why that is, 6 likes. You know NFTs are taboo in this community and you still did it anyway. I don't know what you expect, but you reap what you sow, 5 likes. And the other half wasn't much better. They all come with the stupid but caveat, like death threats and abuse are not okay, but, which is like, I'm not against nuance. I hate it when people say everything you say after the word but is a lie. Like, I'm like, oh wow, I'm glad I can just reverse the order of the sentence so that you agree with me wholeheartedly. No, I'm not against nuanced takes. No, what pisses me off is that this is the only time they ever acknowledge the abuse. You can tell they're lying not because they said but instead because this is the only time they fucking show up. Supposedly, they think this shit isn't okay, but they only give it pushback when they're responding to an artist claiming they've gotten abuse. You could literally prove me wrong by replying to any of the abusive tweets right next to you in the list of quote retweets, but no, they only ever respond to the artist, and it's only ever done as part of a critique. Every goddamn statement just rings so hollow. On one hand, no one deserves the bullying and threats for sure. On the other hand, I'm not going to pity you for losing jobs and respect because you fell for a pyramid scheme that was so obvious everyone warned you against. 5 retweets, 46 likes. I know we all just want to make money. I know it can be tough for a lot of reasons, but I'm pretty sure you willingly went into it. Know why people hate it. You already accepted the consequences of losing jobs, respect, and opportunities. 19 likes. I love the rebrand, by the way. Mochi didn't fall for anything. She's doing just fine money-wise right now. She's only worried because she doesn't have a backup plan if this fails. The whole tweet was about the mental toll you put on her, but you rebrand it as if she's failed and she wants to come back. Obviously, death threats, even if empty— hang on, that was a strange assumption to make— cross a boundary, but— you know, otherwise, many people have already said this, but it's to be expected that you'd lose your followers or even friends if your actions contradict their ethics harshly enough. 2 likes. No one should deal with the threats, obviously, but you can expect to maintain admiration of fans if you go in the direction that opposes their ethical standards. If you have conviction in your ethical standards, then you accept that you will lose the support of the people who oppose them. 72 retweets, 832 likes. If you have conviction in your ethical standards. God, it must be so fucking easy for a YouTuber with 900k subs to say that. By the way, Mochi, nowhere in her thread did she say she wants you to act against your own ethics. She was expressing how bad her experience was. Go fucking figure, her fucking life was ruined by you people. She's allowed to express that? She even reaffirmed to you that that was exactly what she was saying and corrected you when you implied that she hid doing NFTs in the first place, which she didn't. But you didn't even respond to either of these things. I'm telling you, the whole thing reads like insecurity. You just don't want to admit that you were okay with her getting abused and having a life ruined over this, and the second that ugly reality stops presenting itself to you, you're gonna go right back to ignoring her suffering. And this attitude was the exact same for Seiro, even though her situation was so much worse. Heartbreaking all round, nothing justifies the abuse and harassment, but it's sad to see an artist turn such beautiful work into a miserable thing. Wishing you the best, but I think this is where I'll get off. 3 likes. Yeah man, just fucking wipe your hands clean. I do feel bad for your medical situation, but there are a lot of better ways to receive help and support than using crypto pyramid scheme. 8 likes. Again, we'll come back to shit like this. Some people even tried to blame her. Finally, some explanations. My only complaint is that you should have talked about this before to avoid all the drama, but at least you finally let out your reasons. Hope things get better for you. 82 likes. I love how this guy doesn't acknowledge the abuse, it's rebranded as drama, and he even has complaints, like it's her fault for it because she didn't disclose her personal situation and medical conditions. Nah, I wasn't on you to just not jump the fucking gun and assume she might not be as privileged as you. Nah, not at all. Who invented that stupid concept? Twitter? This has 82 likes. And some comments weren't even passive-aggressive about it. You fucked up. You have 2 options now. 1, you take the L, you stop making NFTs, and you try to rebuild your reputation again and live off commissions. Or 2, you keep using health as an excuse to keep making NFTs, you keep destroying the environment, and you keep getting hate. Choose. 6 likes, 1 tweet of pushback. I think it's in a different language. Seiro put out a thing about NFTs, but a lot of the passage just felt like asking for pity for their conditions, arthritis, Crohn's, etc. Of course, I feel bad for them, but it really made no sense in their argument against making NFTs, like, at all. Bet it's fake stories to milk money. We need to stop supporting them. It's a bit too detailed to be a fake story per se. I don't like NFTs, but trying to brush away someone talking about the issues is kinda artist turned crypto bro. I'd say I feel bad. Frankly, I don't care if her boyfriend got her into it. She still refused to listen to everyone telling her it's a bad idea, then started crying when it backfired. It's hard to have much sympathy. 4 likes. Jesus Christ. I haven't even shown all the notable responses to this twit longer yet, but we'll come back to the rest in a different section. So speaking of privilege and stuff, it's worth mentioning this isn't even the only time it has mattered that an artist has been poor. Something quite recently was another 100k follower artist switched to NFTs, but they had a different angle that forced the anti-NFT crowd to change their approach. Probably gonna try NFTs, don't understand them or why they're controversial, but can't keep making less than 10k a year. And so if there is a chance, I want to be able to afford healthcare and stuff. Sorry if it offends you, please do whatever makes you feel comfortable. And even then, from the simple angle of I'm poor and this is the only way I can live a normal life, Twitter did not give a shit. Twitter found every excuse in the book to doubt the claim that they weren't making enough money. Don't understand them or why they are controversial. There's been active discussion about why NFTs are bad this entire year. Don't try to soften the blow. 6 retweets, 64 likes. What a shame. Blocks. 9 likes. Holy L. 8 likes. Just could have said you're trying NFTs for the money. Pulling the ignorance card makes this 10 times worse. Literally all you have to do is Google NFTs and I'm sure you will find an article explaining at least one controversy surrounding them on the first page. 16 likes. You realize when people say I don't understand, they might just mean they're not convinced by the argument, right? Like you've explained it to me but I don't understand it, right? You can't just expect someone to understand something by waving some big scary number in their face saying it's scientifically backed and undisputed. They're not going to believe you just based on that. And rightly so, because you'd be fucking wrong. You're not even trying. 2 likes. See a good artist. They act like they don't know NFTs are bad. They decide to do NFTs and act like they're forced to. Turns out that there were multiple other ways to make money. Now they're worse than they started. Loops back around to see a good artist. 3 likes. The fact that you even blocked replies tells everyone everything they need to know. Lol, you would have been smarter and better off not making an announcement like a sociopath? 8 likes. There's no way you make less than 10k a year having almost 150k followers unless you're doing something seriously wrong. Also, most NFTs are not real NFTs and are hyperlinks or basically scams. Having no experience, where do you think you will lie? 6 likes. Now, this motherfucker has been playing this for months. They probably already own like 50 fucking shit coins and didn't want to get blow until they thought they calmed down a bit. Fuck off. Sorry it offends you. What offends me here is that you're trying to play innocent about NFTs when it's so easy you could look up literally any information. That pyramid scheme is crashing. You're better off opening up a Patreon. 23 likes. Bestie literally said, don't understand why it's controversial when there are literally thousands of articles and videos explaining why they're bad. You don't get a free pass with a sob story. 4 likes. And of course, there was the usual shit too. Abuse, laughing at them, wishes of ill will, and of course, the odd ominous death threat. They beating your ass in the quote retweets, 2 retweets, 7 likes. It's controversial because even if you mint your NFT and try to rug pull someone, already scummy by itself, there is nothing. They will keep others from stealing your work and minting it themselves. I get you need money, but you don't want a pyramid scheme or that brand. 6 likes. I cannot believe that even after NFTs have been clowned on to the highest degree that some people would still choose to be fucking stupid and try it out. 14 retweets, 54 likes. You're gonna join in on NFTs as they're still plummeting? Lol, 20 likes. My art isn't making ends meet. Boy, you'll never guess what happens when you kneecap your follower numbers and audience goodwill by jumping headfirst into a well-known pyramid scheme. 4 retweets, 25 likes. What a shame, I really liked your works. Have fun getting scammed? 7 likes. Another cool artist I followed for a long time does this shit, especially stupid now since the market is crashing at the moment. 3 likes. Have fun losing your funds? Damn, I'm not going to pretend to even guess how potentially busy you might be, but with 140k plus followers, you couldn't, like, open a Patreon instead, or just more comm slots? But then you also admit you are wholly ignorant of how much of a complete scam they are. Damn, frowny face. 9 likes. L, 4 likes. This is so funny. The NFT market has been dead in a ditch for months. You wouldn't be able to make any money that way regardless. Just open a Patreon like a normal artist. 2 likes. NFTs are plummeting hardcore right now. Lamau. 8 likes. Right as the market's crashing, and there's just a video of Tyler the Creator laughing. 2 retweets, 22 likes. Have fun with that market crash. 15 likes. Lol, why would you start doing them now of all times? Market's dead, you can't even make big bucks anymore. 10 likes. Of all the times to start, laughing my fucking ass off. 2 retweets, 38 likes. Refreshingly bad take, let's see how it pans out. 9 likes. Yikes, 4 likes. Always sad to see a good artist go the way of a scammer. Loser, 2 likes. Hope it doesn't work out for you. You're gonna be poor with no followers and an ugly monkey picture. What the fuck is it, Jibble? I burst out laughing apparently? And the thing that makes me comfortable is saying this. Everybody boo this 2 likes. I hope your project is doomed to either failure or being forgotten and lost in obscurity. 7 likes. Do whatever makes me feel comfortable? I'm stealing your art then. 8 likes. And finally, nice opinion, one small issue, I am inside your house. 11 likes. This isn't even all of them, but as with Seiro's twit longer, we'll come back to the rest of them in a different section. All of this is to say that even when you really need money, no one cares. And after Seiro's twit longer made the rounds, it would do nothing to curb the hate. In fact, it definitely got worse, and neither before nor after this twit longer would you ever see a good-natured reply like this again. Nor would you ever get anything close to anywhere near this number of likes, let alone a big standalone tweet condemning and calling out the hate like, what the fuck is wrong with you, Twitter? The truth is, just like Mochi, they'll condemn it when the NFT artist confronts them with it, but no one will go out of their way to say something. Like, I think this tweet might probably be genuine. I doubt most of the likes were. It's people being like, oh, me, no, not me, I was just complicit. Death threats are really bad, okay? Look how good I am. Am I gonna do anything after I stop being associated with them when this tweet dies? Fuck no. Twitter has no standards, man. I remember when this image made the rounds constantly, and people loved the expression no ethical consumption under capitalism, so much so that it was used constantly to justify why not just poor people, but why rich entitled little shits were buying iPhones and million-dollar houses. And yet we do the exact opposite here. Neither the rich nor poor are defended from this. What happened to that attitude? I thought we were supposed to be at least nice to the people that were in bad situations. Instead, you have people saying, do not forget and do not forgive the clowns who are willing to sell out their fellow man and our collective futures because they had to get the bag. Yeah, we all need to work to survive in Hell World, but that doesn't mean every action carries equal moral weight. This has 15 retweets and 31 likes. This is not an outlier opinion. If it's okay to choose to work for terrible companies that hurt the environment because you're a minimum wage employee who doesn't have a choice, why is it not okay to make NFTs as a struggling artist with multiple medical conditions? You know, it's all very well for people with comfortable living standards like Ross O'Donovan to preach to the choir about NFTs, but the idea it's happening for a moral or ethical standpoint is bogus. Not doing NFTs is the smart choice to make in his situation. The risk of losing his massive following far outweighs the potential gains. Hell, I can prove it too. Sorry, this is me being petty at this point, but holy shit did you piss me off by contributing to this. Ross really likes Final Fantasy XIV. He streams it and tweets about it all the time. Back at the start of the year, there was a big controversy where one of the executives mentioned the possibility of NFTs in Final Fantasy. You know what Ross said? Fucking nothing. And there was no way he didn't know about it. I didn't even play Final Fantasy and I learnt this. Surely someone on Twitter who plays the game would. But no, nothing. He was even tweeting about Final Fantasy within 2 days of it, but no mention of NFTs. I suppose technically he might have mentioned it in a stream, but I can't find any record of it. And even if he did, it'd still be a pussy move anyway, because less people are going to see a random 5-minute portion in multiple 3-hour streams. It's strange too, because he tweeted out about his disappointment in a website before for taking part in NFTs, although he refused to name them. But when it's a big company he likes, with a controversy everyone knows about, he's strangely quiet. You'd think if he was anywhere near as hostile to NFTs as he was to artists making NFTs, he might say something swearing to quit Final Fantasy if they included NFTs. But nope, completely ignored it. So it seems to me that sacrificing potential money you can make with NFTs is far easier for you to do than having to even threaten to sacrifice a fucking video game you play if they do the same. And he did the same thing with Nintendo when they threatened NFTs too. In fact, just in general on Twitter, for people willing to boycott, bully, and abuse artists for making money on NFTs, I wasn't seeing anyone swearing to quit Final Fantasy or Nintendo at all. What, was that just too much of an inconvenience? Were you willing to sacrifice everyone's livelihood but your own? In fact, Twitter itself is so full of people so ready to willingly boycott and abuse artists for paying their bills with NFTs, but the site they're on literally supports and earns money from NFTs. Why don't you boycott that one? You're committed to sacrificing an artist's livelihood. You're telling me you can't at least sacrifice fucking Twitter? Nah, fuck that. The Twitter community is a vapid, disgusting community that makes a million different rules to claim they're saints, and then makes a million different exceptions that only apply to them so they can feel good while continuing to be the most disgusting, spiteful people they always were. Everything the Twitter community has ever fucking said, and will ever say about being pro-artist, will forever ring hollow to me. Perhaps you think this is harsh. I don't, because even after the goddamn privilege check, it wasn't long before I got to witness the largest, most spiteful stretch of harassment I have ever seen over the most harmless tweet that even the harassers didn't claim to be some kind of moral wrong. Because at this point, I was fully online to all this and familiar with all the ways to gather evidence and how it could be lost forever, so I screenshotted everything. What I mean is this happened recently enough that the quote retweet glitch wasn't a factor, and I knew to record it before it became as such. And holy shit. If this is what the quote retweets look like 2 months after Seiro first got into NFTs, I can't imagine what the full list looked like in the thick of the harassment. On the 22nd of January, Seiro on her NFT account posted a humorous reaction image about a significant and continuous drop in the price of Ether. Now, if you're familiar with cryptocurrencies, you know it's volatile as shit and this tends to happen from time to time and never really drops lower than what it was a year ago. Like even right now, it's currently hovering around what it was like last year. This sucks if you own crypto, but it's not an indicator that it's going to drop to zero. It's called a bear market, it happens all the time. However, if you're unfamiliar with cryptocurrency, as hilariously all these people who claim to be educated are, you will think, holy shit, this is it, the prophesized end of crypto, the bubble popped, the Ponzi scheme is coming apart, everything I've ever said will be validated, and those disgusting, disgusting NFT artists will finally get what's coming to them. And all of a sudden, there wasn't a facade of being a good person. There was no humble victory. There wasn't even abuse protected by the thin veil of a justification. There was just spite. And it was all directed at a sick, frail artist who didn't want to be a burden to her family. Lamau, Seiro deleted their art account with 100k followers to do some dumb fuck NFTs and it's tanking. God, you fucking idiot. You absolute dumbass, actual hyper dumbass. 126 retweets, 520 likes. I honestly like Seiro Art a lot, but oh my god, this motherfucker is so stupid. Like, you deleted your 100k art account just for this. 3 retweets, 51 likes. How does it feel being heavily criticized and then deleting your old account, which nearly hit 100k, to pursue some shitty trend that's dying out? You can't even reach 50, let alone 100. This is the site's biggest L I've ever seen. 71 likes. That's what you get for destroying the environment with your greed. Remember, folks, don't do NFTs or you'll end up like this, and if you don't, you'll end up like Fredbear here. 44 likes, 2 retweets. You get what you fucking deserve. 7 retweets, 72 likes. Get fucking owned, idiot. How's it taste? How does this miserable failure taste? Mind answering me? What does it feel like to trip over your own dick and eat pavement like a punk? How's it feel going out like a punk? 7 retweets, 54... Oh my god, it keeps going. That's what you get. This is what happens when you buy into a fucking money laundering scheme that chews through natural resources like a fucking tank of piranhas. 1 retweet, 8 likes. Deserved. 2 retweets, 20 likes. You did this to yourself. 2 retweets, 46 likes. Dumbass, 14 likes. Eat shit. You knew exactly what would happen and you did it anyway. Greed is one of the biggest killers of our creative integrity. This is your recompense and downfall, and ain't nobody going to save you from your own misfortune. 2 retweets, 12 likes. I love how it's always the type of people who censor swear words. Like, is that supposed to seem polite? Like, who are you fooling? Hope ruining your career and showing you're an incredibly immoral person was worth it. 34 likes. Clown shit. 27 likes. 497 retweets. What a fucking coward to disable the replies. Hey dumbass, people can still quote retweet you anyway. Stop being a coward since it's pointless anyway. 5 likes. Sucks to suck, Lamau. Sucks to be them, Lamau. Oh noes. You see, kids? This is exactly why we artists don't become NFT sellouts. 58 retweets. 608 likes. They deleted their account with over 100k followers. Laughing my fucking ass off. Good. They didn't need to be promoting their shitty pyramid scheme scam to their large platform. 100 likes. Still won't allow replies in his posts. Man just doesn't want to ever deal with any critics. Crackheads have more dignity than NFT cunts. I hope Don Chan beats their face with a stick. Motherfucker said that, deleted their main account, and then months later posted this shit. I'm fucking wheezing. This is what I'm talking about, bro. I can deadass smell the regret from that post, bro. It's foul. I would say it's karma, but bro didn't even do anything wrong. Just fumbled hard as hell. I remember them saying something about it's easy money because I just sell 1 NFT and I'm set for a while. I don't have to keep drawing. Like, bro, right before the market crashed too. They deadass had 150k followers and just launched that bitch. Hey, I hope they're making their bread even though I still prey on their downfall for anyone who hops into the NFT space, including them. Deadass, like, with all due respect, Seiro, I hope something really bad happens to you. Wait, didn't you just say they didn't do anything wrong? Lamau, everyone laugh at the NFT artist. 5 retweets, 70 likes. This just in, artist who participated in a scam and was warned against it by everyone is shocked that scam was a scam. Honestly, they ruined their possible integrity to such an extent that calling them an artist feels like a disservice to art. I have no sympathy. 19 retweets, 110 likes. Sold your soul for the NFT scam and got utterly fucked. Rip bozo. This one's just a video of saying you are an idiot with flashing lights. They put a content warning on it? Oh, wow, how considerate, what a nice person. 5 retweets, 71 likes. Was it worth losing the goodwill of 100k people? I want to feel bad for you, but you were absolutely warned and you still fell for the scam. 15 retweets, 183 likes. All this because you did crypto instead of some commissions. 17 retweets, 170 likes. Ah, artist turned crypto bro. I'd say I feel bad. Frankly, I don't care if her boyfriend got her into it. She still refused to listen to literally everyone else telling her it's a bad idea, then started crying when it backfired. It's hard to have much sympathy. 4 likes. Oh my god, the selective fucking memory. Cause she's a fucking idiot that threw away everything she had for funny, unstable internet money. Let her suffer, these people need a wake-up call. Ah yes, the classic fuck around and find out moment. Literally threw their entire reputation away for a scam, and stealing someone's OC, and is now paying for it. 100% deserved. 5 likes. Rip bozo, you won't be missed. 3 retweets, 62 likes. Lamau, ha, fuck you. 2 retweets, 47 likes. They got what was coming to them. Deserved, laughing my fucking ass off. 1 retweets, 13 likes. Oh, I'm sorry, did you think I was fucking done? Bitch, I was taking a fucking break! Rot, 5 retweets, 21 likes. Lol, sounds like a you problem, 28 likes. Funny as fuck, not gonna lie, 19 retweets, 451 likes, deletes almost 100k follower base art account for a new NFT account, loses literally every follower, steals OCs and makes them into NFTs, gets rightfully shat on 24/7, NFT market begins to crash and burn, loses everything. Rip Bozo, 19 retweets, 93 likes, cry about it you crypto cocksucker, woo! 4 retweets, 37 likes, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, 2 retweets, 31 likes, deserved, especially because you gave people's pets boobs. 7 retweets, 56 likes. This is the same person who gave a real-life cat giant tits. I'm 100% not sorry for them. 26 likes. Oh yeah, I wasn't even going to mention this because it was so fucking stupid, but I suppose I might as well now. This was another one of the really stupid justifications for this hate. When they say gave a real-life cat tits, what they really mean is she turned a cat from a meme into a girl with big boobies. Yeah, that was it. She does this quite frequently, as do a lot of artists on the internet with literally anything under the sun, but none of them get comments saying kill yourself with almost 1,000 likes. Yeah, that was where that tweet was from. You thought I didn't show it just because it was like incriminating or something? No, it was just a stupid fucking justification that it wasn't worth ruining the video's flow to provide a counter-argument to halfway through the previous section. The controversy was literally as stupid as it sounds. The owner of the cat didn't like the animation, so they said don't sexualize my cat. Someone with a screenshot of that posted it on the day Seiro posted her tweet longer, called out Seiro by name, causing people to actually tag her in the comments and said, kill yourself. That was the justification, and 1,000 people thought that saying kill yourself was an appropriate response. Don't get me wrong, if it makes the owner of the cat uncomfortable, I think it is courteous to stop, but I don't think you're obligated to. Nor do you have any right to tell an artist what they can and can't draw. I mean, you can literally just disengage with it or block the artist. Problem solved. You didn't have to restrict someone's artistic freedom. But also, she did stop! There was only one of these animations. That should have been the end of it. A simple misunderstanding of one another and what they are and are not comfortable with. Instead, you had viral tweets out the ass like this doesn't happen on a regular fucking basis with other artists. Fuck off, this was an excuse to dogpile her more. There was another one of these tweets with 2,466 retweets and 22.9k likes that was like all coy and like, remember when someone drew Jinx the cat and gave her huge badonkas? Like it's totally not because it's 2 months after or so that Sarah started NFTs and you need an excuse to chuck another giant hate mob at her. And then, in the next tweet down, you showed you had a screenshot with her Twitter handle on it the whole fucking time. This wasn't someone, you knew exactly what you were fucking doing, and so just like the kill yourself tweet, everyone starts tagging her. Anyway, back to these quote tweets. Get cucked, 2 retweets, 29 likes. It is genuinely impossible to feel bad for you, 2 retweets, 18 likes. Lamau, you deleted your 100k follower account, ignoring everyone when they told you NFTs were a scam for a quick buck, and stole people's OCs to sell them. Like, how do you make so many wrong turns and expect people to still be supporting you? 3 retweets, 9 likes. Seethe, 12 retweets, 154 likes. Guy who nuked his main account that had almost 10 times the following to cash out selling NFTs of his big titty Nintendo girls drawings eating shit. Lol. 10 retweets, 72 likes. You brought this upon yourself, especially when you drew a fucking real cat that someone actually owns with a large chest as an artwork. Rip Bozo, 6 retweets, 72 likes. Laughing my fucking ass off, 71 likes. Lamau, get gamed, 54 likes. Should have just done commissions instead, dumbass, 5 retweets, 81 likes. That's what happens when you trash your reputation and put all your effort into a fucking scam. You reap what you sow. 13 retweets, 96 likes. Not saying it's not fun to rip into an NFT nut that lost everything, but man, this shit makes me depressed, seeing all that amazing talent go down the drain for nothing. They axed their 100k account with all their cool animations, cool art/animation for this. Lol, can't say you weren't warned. 33 retweets, 270 likes. So wait, what the fuck? They did NFTs, got crazy backlash to the point they broke down and explained they did it because of their financial woes, which people offered to help with solutions too, and then continued acting like this and doing NFTs. 82 retweets, 1,088 likes. Ah yes, the solutions, like, just do commissions, man. We'll come back to this. Poor Seiro. No money, no fan base, no respect, all alone. 35 retweets, 156 likes. This is gonna be one of the worst ones. Way to play on every insecurity the poor girl has now because of the shit you did to her. This shit keeps going, by the way. Like, fucking look at this shit. In fact, I tell a lie, this wasn't even the full list. I don't even know how many fucking retweets I scrolled through, but it definitely wasn't as many as 1,500. Look at that. It completely dwarfs the likes and normal retweets. Any attempt to call this criticism or boycott completely goes out the window with this. These people think her life is crashing down around her and she can't make NFTs anymore for a living. They effectively got what they wanted, but it's all a spite anyway. Between this spite, the sheer amount of quote retweets and missing quote retweets, and Twitter's automatic strict takedown policy, I don't doubt for a second Sarah's claim that she had people sending her death threats and gore. Okay, here's the thing. As widespread and disgusting as all of this is, it's debatable to assume that this is the majority of people. On one side, I have some really big tweets now that demonstrate how vitriolic a very large number of people are towards NFT artists. There's also people like Seiro, who even at the beginning seem to have, most of their tweets being toxic. In fact, that last tweet I showed you was literally all abuse. But I'd be lying to pretend that was everyone's experience. There's people like Sao, for instance, who did get abused, but got far less. In general, the abuse makes up definitely more than what you think of when someone says the loud minority, but unless way more tweets than I thought are getting deleted, it's probably the minority. The actual majority, most visible when an artist first gets into NFTs, is basically to say things like, "Damn, I really love your art, but this is a horrible decision that I can't support in any way. I really hope you do some research on just how much damage NFTs cause and will change your mind. Wow, this hurts so much. I've been following them and supported them for so long. For fuck's sake." Oh, immediately unfollowing. I used to love the art so much. Why do people still do NFTs? I'm disappointed in you, I'm unfollowing. That's the actual majority. And while it's not abuse, it's not inaccurate to say that you absolutely hemorrhage followers if you switch to NFTs, especially for English-speaking Twitter. As I showed, popular top comments say that they'll boycott you just for working for NFT people. Now, of course, minus the rude tone, when you're dealing with an artist, it is still your right to disassociate, and I don't think you're a bad person for boycotting or politely expressing your disapproval. But even then, I think there's still a lot to have a problem with within this majority. Not the complicitness in abuses that I've talked about before, and not so much the action of boycotting itself, but the motivation and justifications behind it. Particularly because, as I covered, most of Twitter likes to pretend it's pro-artist, and a lot of the justifications for boycotting contradict what they've said in the past, calling into question their motives. I feel like artists have been affirmed for ages on Twitter that their job is incredibly hard and they deserve to be paid more for commission work. Here's a post right now within 2 days of me typing this. I think this is all true to some extent. Depending on how fast you are and the quality of work you put out, you can put in vastly more hours for less money. Unless you have a style that drives demand by itself, the typical level for simple commissions is only about 20 to 50 USD, so you have to manage a lot of different jobs and people and workload to make rent. It's only if you're willing to do porn or fetish stuff like furries that it gets more expensive because there's less artists willing to compete with you and drive the price down. The fact that this is the main method of earning money and artists complain all the time about how hard it is implies commissions do not make enough money. It is called a commission grind for a reason. Despite all this being known and propagated, suddenly, commission work is now the shit. It's not even a question if artists should be okay with working for less pay with less artistic freedom. When Saspinella made this tweet and someone replied that their brain is genuinely rotted as fuck, they had a follow-up tweet that said, "Crypto is brain rot. You are all quickening the end for pixel money. Just sell your shit normally." Yeah, sure. Because I really trust your ability to look out for what's best for artists when you just told one that their brain is rotted. The NFTs are actually kinda cute, at least compared to the Bored Ape shit, but they really torched their career when they could have just sold stickers or something, 25 likes. Okay, seriously, in the space of a year, Twitter really went from artists are overworked and underpaid to, dude, just make stickers or something, man. Fuck off, you traitors! I 100% see the appeal of NFTs for independent artists, and I don't get why everyone is shitting on you for trying to capitalize on it. Because it's useless, just do commissions, it's the same thing, but better. I've shown a ton of these tweets already, but the prevailing mentality is people will tell you to do commissions without any acknowledgement of how hard it is. Of course, that's not all of them, of course. No, other people acknowledge it's hard and then tell you to fucking do it anyway. Normally this goes hand in hand with some ridiculous assumption about how big you are and what money you should already be making without any regard for your personal situation. Like this tweet towards Malin saying that if someone can live paycheck to paycheck on commissions, so should she. First off, an example wasn't given. Secondly, even if one was, there's more things that define your security than just your income. What a short-sighted thing to say. If something goes wrong, like medical shit, something breaks, you get robbed, rent goes up, if you don't have savings, you're fucked. Of course, I'm sure this seems like an easy thing to say if you've got friends and family to fall back on, but that's not everyone. I'm sure it's you, though, because you didn't think of this. And none of this even accounts for extra expenses, like medical conditions. Then you have the people who will acknowledge it's a hard life, but either give you no solutions or stupid fucking solutions. Sorry, I can no longer support people who get into NFTs. I know you need money and stuff, but surely there were better options than that. 265 likes for, I don't know, there are probably better options. Not that you know, you're the only person most affected and are intimately familiar with the pros and cons of each decision as you're the one financially affected by it. Was going to post about this earlier. Honestly, they can take a massive L. I understand artists resorting to new things to make a bill, but this isn't it, fam. Leaving it with a comment saying, you do you, while disabling comments. Yeah, fuck off, you know you fucked up. This was literally like, artists are overworked and underpaid, and I know I have zero answers to fix this, but how about no? And also, you're a bad person for saying you do you. Ah yes, what a tall ask that someone simply unfollow and politely boycott like a mature fucking adult. Sorry Twitter, I forgot I wasn't dealing with adults. On that note, there's always people arrogantly declaring things like, why NFTs man, I love your art, I would have thrown money at you for commissions but you went this route, 213 likes. Yeah man, there are so many people who want to commission you, no reason you couldn't stop doing NFTs and do those right, 83 likes. Yeah guys, I'm sure you aren't biased at all and are totally more familiar with how many commission offers she gets, and more importantly, how many she's actually able to do at a time, especially when accounting for how busy her life is and her medical conditions. She has arthritis as an artist, you dumb fucks! Again, among the I'm disappointed tweets, these are the biggest, most popular kind of tweets in response to NFT artists, so I'm assuming there's a good amount of overlap with the rest of Twitter, which is up until half a year ago was like, artists don't get paid enough and work too hard. But no, now it's open a shop, start a Patreon, work with brands, literally you could do anything else. 3 retweets, 32 likes. Even acknowledging the medical issues, it doesn't fucking matter. This was another response to Sarah's twit longer. Charge more, you had an entire audience ready and willing to throw money at you for commissions. There was also this one from before. Nothing justifies NFTs. Even with the health issues, there are plenty of ways to gain money off your work, such as auctioning them off as simple video or GIF. Yeah, but that's not fucking selling, is it? There's no demand for that. No one buys that. Only NFTs. God, people just suddenly started pretending making money as an artist is so easy. If you could just sell the image itself, don't you think every artist would already be doing it? She doesn't control the whole damn market. I want to remind you this has 134 likes for this total willful ignorance. I'm pretty sure this was the highest upvoted comment on fucking Sarah's twit longer too. Herder, why don't you just sell something that no one wants to buy because I feel like it's the same thing that's actually selling? I don't want to spread hate or disrespect with this image, I just want to say there are better ways to have more income for your health issues, and people would be more than welcome to help without harming neither the environment or yourself. I'm sorry, yourself? How is she being harmed? Do you mean the so-called scam that's obviously paying her bills somehow, or the harassment that comes from her switching that you do nothing but ignore? And then they patronizingly throw an image of a man shrugging holding a bunch of monetization methods that are all basically stand-ins for each other, one of which she was already using. There's also big tweets about this topic generally like, NFTs, bad for the environment, usually poor quality and algorithmically generated. I mean, look at this shit. Buying commissions more directly supports artists? You can do whatever you want. Seriously, commission a drawing of yourself getting smooched by your favorite characters. It rules. 25k retweets, 93k likes. I'm not kidding when I say commissions suddenly became hot shit overnight. The fact that this is the main method of earning money for artists on Twitter and that people talked about all the time about how hard it is to be an artist implies that commissions do not make enough money, and yet now, it rules! And if you're an artist just curious about NFTs, people won't just say commissions are better, they'll outright bullshit you to get them to stay away. Are you for or against NFT stuff? Should I try making some or stay the heck away? I'd love to hear your opinions, feel free to DM me about the subject too. I see a lot of hate for NFTs in the replies. I agree that a lot of lower quality projects are attempts at cash grabs, but this space is providing a platform and opportunity for artists. 1 like. No, artists will and do get more profit from commissions than NFTs. If you support an artist via buying their NFT, you are simply wanting them to trade and resell their work for profit of your own. You aren't supporting artists, you're supporting art theft? 5 likes. Like, what the fuck is this word vomit? It's a classic grift pyramid scheme, so A, you can only profit if you get in very early and with NFTs that time has long since passed. B, you can only profit out of the misery of others. You have to make peace with your willingness to be predatory. This has 30 likes. Do not, please, God, do not make any NFTs. It's a scam, it's horrible for the environment, it's basically money laundering. Please, Sean, no. 112 likes. If you have to say basically money laundering, it makes me think you have no idea how money laundering actually works. It's an investment scam ran like a pyramid scheme that only profits from those who use them for money laundering, and a huge chunk of NFT sites steal art from artists all over the net. I rarely say this about anything, but there are 0 positives to them. 92 likes. Stay the fuck away, it's bad for the environment and unnecessary. Who the fuck are you to— oh my god. Stay the heck away. Talented artists have tried to get in and been ignored. The NFTers are only interested in resale. Dude, you should already know, as an artist it ain't a good look and it's kind of a scam. Stay away, buddy. Just focus on making fun game and maybe some merch. 12 likes. No, young one. Do not look on this shelf. You will find no cookie jar here, my child. Go on, run along now, back to your slave labor. Chop chop. See, when you actually interact with the artists who do NFTs, it paints a very different story. One of the artists, Uwucrew, she was one of the ones that got tweets like these. She tweeted out, "Artists, how much were you charging for a commission before, and how much do you earn from NFTs now? Previously, I was taking 1 to 3k illustration work and 2 to 5k VTuber models. A year later, I'd be making 10 to 50k from each NFT." A bunch of NFT artists chimed in with crazy success stories, and it's all just very feel-good. A lot of these artists rightfully feel like this has been very liberating for them. Oh my, that's amazing. My commissions was $80 for a full illustration. Now it's $600. But I'm not a professional, so this is really good pocket money for my baby boy. Before NFTs, my bust up priced at $30 each. With NFT, I can draw a bust up priced at $250 plus each, plus the freedom of drawing whatever I want. That's a big thing I didn't really mention. NFTs give you a lot more freedom than commissions. You still have to play to demand to some degree, but you don't have a single client breathing down your neck with the ability to change any little detail. For people who supposedly cared about artists' mental health, suddenly money was the only thing that mattered. And even that's wrong. I was taking $16 on average and $1,000 average per 1-for-1 on NFTs. I used to only do emote commissions for $15 each, lol. Now my 1-for-1s sell for $600 plus. Lol, $500 max for commercial illustrations, $150 max for personal. Safe to say I was the starving artist meme. This motherfucker, by the way, holy shit, this is the motherfucker who made like $500,000 from their art. NFTs took this person from starving artist to going to be a millionaire. Mochi, who we were talking about earlier, replies, "I was charging £25 to £150 for commissions. VTubers £80 to £1,500. NFTs, I think I've been making around £1,500 to £12,000. Whoa. I literally couldn't do commissions, lol. It just didn't work for me. NFTs are the only way I found to make money from my art. Was getting paid $20 per background art. Now I get paid $3k per 1-for-1 art, and $150 per profile pic art. It has definitely improved my life so much. I am able to pay my bills on time and not live paycheck to paycheck. Before I was charging $500 to $900 per work, now with NFT I can get 1 to 3k per work. Commissions $100 to $400, NFTs around $3k. I was working on 40 illustrations for coloring books for $500 including the creation of its book cover, only to find out that the companies ordering these make millions. Now my 1-for-1 is valued at least $600 each. Crazy how companies have been underpaying artists since forever and making stupid amounts of money off their art, but NFTs get called a pyramid scheme and scams instead. So true, I'm glad that my art is valued in this space. Now I can pay bills and buy necessities, pay debt, and buy nice things using art money. Of course, I think it's even more telling when you look at the artists from countries like Thailand and Indonesia and other developing countries or newly developed nations. Remember good old Ant Style and the NFTs helping developing nations is just a smokescreen? Yeah? Well, in the Thai market, I used to earn $15 for full color bust shot. On the other hand, in Lao market, my own country, it's even lower, plus COVID situation. Thanks to NFTs existing, this has really been my last hope for my future, that I could make it with my hands and community. They've earned like $600 at time of writing. I was taking $15 each full body character and deadline is in 2 to 3 days. I am impressed in myself that I can afford that for like so many years straight. I am a $4 to $5 per page manga artist in Thailand and was previously a salaried employee with an average wage of $630 a month. Currently selling one NFT equals my life savings in my 20s. I didn't mention it before, but Biznay is another one of those small artists on a pretty meteoric rise. Literally every one of their 16 pieces has gone for over an ETH each. At least. They're doing really well for themselves. Look, if that's how it's got to be to get a fair commission price for the artwork these days, go get it. This space has really given me so many perspectives. At least I appreciate myself more. I heart you all. Again, Twitter is strangely good at not checking their privilege. It's just like, why didn't you guys just do commissions, man? There's also an NFT artist called Vixpora I met while trying to track down a lot of this who's from Brazil. They were one of the few NFT artists who I found who were like, nah, fuck you guys, you're being assholes, and like directly antagonizes them. They documented a bunch of the harassment themselves and other artists, and they were a big help in giving me ways to like track all this stuff down. Itch.io made a big virtue signal post about how NFTs are a scam and an exploitation of creators, and for anyone who takes part in them to reevaluate their life, and Vixpora responded with, "I'll be reevaluating my life choices from my new place. Thanks. Shout out to Uwucrew and other such communities, and all the folks who help me with dignity and not $5 commissions." You'll foreclose in a year when you have no money to actually pay for it, since the bank doesn't actually deal in Bitcoin. That's not how Bitcoin works, and you've got the wrong cryptocurrency, and oh my god, it keeps going. Oh, and you can charge more than $5 for commissions. It's your fault for not raising your prices or putting out quality work. Oh wow, is that easy? Jeez, I better set my commission prices for $1 million. Ugh. Okay, hang on, I can't resist. I get one of these, okay? Just let me have one. Please learn basic economics. Oh, so now we're going to pretend that artists don't sell their own commission prices, I see. Also, this tweet had another example of people trying to be pro-artist while abusing an artist at the same time. I notice all people hyping them up when they screenshotted your post are just NFT people, and not people who genuinely appreciate art and other creators. That would kill me, lol. It just feels so sell your soulsy. What a fucking assumption to make, that you're the only one who cares while simultaneously telling an artist that they sold their soul, that none of their audience cares about them, and then laugh about it. Cause you're just so full of love, aren't you? We don't appreciate art or our creators, clown face. Vixpora was genuinely one of the coolest people I met through all this. Never changed, man. I think I was talking about something. Okay, right. Developing countries. While I was talking to Vixpora, something interesting they mentioned was that for someone in a third world country, they find it rich how everyone hyperfixates on crypto when they have corrupt politicians in Brazil taking part in huge deforestation of native forests for the sake of presumably selling to rich countries. Vix believes crypto has been influential in helping people in developing countries, so it's insulting to have Westerners attack the thing that actually benefited Brazil when Westerners are turning a blind eye to the environmental attack that they benefit from that only negatively affects Brazil. Another thing Vixpora mentioned that I thought was interesting, it was when they talked about crypto versus PayPal for money transfers. There's a lot of other bullshit in the anti-crypto pieces, whether it be Ant Styles or Line Goes Up, that I could tackle here, but there are plenty of people already tackling a lot of that. There's also, for instance, like a lot of observable evidence that makes these hit pieces very questionable. For instance, Line Goes Up tries to pretend that crypto is so slow and expensive, and that it's only useful if you're buying drugs. But if you literally just have a goddamn conversation with anyone working in this space, they'll just tell you of their own free will how it's helpful to them. I didn't even ask this, but like Vixpora just naturally told me about it in conversation. For me, the network itself is a fucking blessing. It's fucking bullshit using things like PayPal or other bank methods to transfer the money for my bank account. With Binance, it takes like 5 minutes to transfer a huge ass amount of money, charging me like 2 BRL. PayPal alone eats 6.40% plus more rate bullshit depending on where the money is coming from, plus 3.5% conversion bullshit, plus spread and IOF and other local bullshits. Imagine trying to transfer 10k in USD using PayPal, or like 100k. How much will they eat for no fucking reason? When your money is the standard currency of the world, you don't care about it that much, but for us here in South America, sometimes the value of our money just evaporates and we need to exchange it for something that's more stable while we wait for things to normalize again. Give a look if you can to the inflation of Argentina currency and this. It's funny there's not even inflation, it was hyperinflation, Lamau. TLDR, third world countries are fucked and exploited all the time. Anyway, there's a lot of success stories, and I think therein lies the biggest crime that even the people who are politely boycotting aren't innocent of. Most of Twitter claims to be pro-artist, but in light of this, no one's even remotely giving it a chance. These pro-artist people aren't like, hey, let's look into this very carefully, because if we were wrong about it, it could be a revolution for artists. You know, those people we like and want the best for, maybe let's research some other opinions, break down the original evidence, or even just like, look at the community, see what we find, you know, in case we're wrong. Like, when it comes to the hard evidence against environmental claims, all the arguments that I'll bring up have been around for ages, and yet I've never seen them be brought up or suggested. Like that crazy energy cost per transaction number that everyone likes to bring up, that basically started the whole shitstorm, was popularized by a report published in Nature Climate Change that, again, has 3 rebuttals to it published in the same journal. And there are even very convenient videos that mention this and break it down. At the very least, these things should make these people second guess their current beliefs, right? But you never hear about this stuff from Twitter. But you should! They are the people who you'd think would care simply because of what it could mean for artists. And it's not just with scientific stuff either. Like, the observable evidence small and big artists make money has been around for ages and no one brings it up. Like, oh hey, were we wrong about this? There are so many goddamn comments where people act like this is so set in stone, arrogantly telling others to do their research when they clearly haven't done a second of research at best, and have actively blocking and avoiding anything contradictory that was presented to them by the algorithm at worst. It's either arrogant, negligent, malicious, but whatever it is, it's clearly not helping artists. Let's take JMW the pixel artist, who very recently got into NFTs because they were sick of making $10k a year and not being able to afford health insurance. When they announced their NFTs, there were a lot of abusive comments, but what made up a lot of the majority were people trying to dissuade them when they clearly had no idea what they were talking about. You're gonna make less doing NFTs, it's literally going down as we speak, 11 likes. It's a pipe dream that was sold to people by the filthy rich. Don't buy into it before you do your research first, 44 likes. It is a pyramid scheme. Like all pyramid schemes, they will take advantage of the most desperate. Open a GoFundMe, or if you're uncomfortable with donations, make a post that you're looking for more work that emphasizes your dire financial situation. We'll share it far and wide. 12 retweets, 67 likes. This is a lose-lose. You won't make much money, you'll lose a good chunk of your established fan base, losing you more money. 15 likes. You won't even make money anymore. The economy literally crashed. On one end, I know what it's like to be surviving on monthly checks and how it can impact someone's mental health and force us into reckless behavior to be able to afford living, because it's the same here. But at the same time, don't you need a good PC for that shit? Like, you're just gonna get scammed. 3 likes. If you ever read this, I'd urge against this experiment. The NFT market is absolutely plummeting right now, and even if it wasn't, they're still designed to be lucrative only for those who already have money. Don't become another great artist lost to a collapsing pyramid scheme. 6 likes. No offense, but you chose the wrong time to even start something that you have no clue about. 5 likes. Not understanding them will absolutely lose you more money than ever. I understand the desperation very well, but this is a dangerous path. Please reconsider. 15 likes. Even forgetting how harmful NFTs are to the environment, you're destined to fail getting into something you don't understand. But also, NFTs are a scam. Pyramid schemes, whatever you want to call it, this will harm you way more than it will help you, in reputation and financially. 17 likes. Ignoring the environmental issues around NFTs, you would likely lose a solid chunk of your audience and soil your reputation if you do NFTs. Not to mention the fact that NFTs are dying out regardless, so you're less likely to profit from it in the first place. Please reconsider. 9 likes. NFTs are a scam that takes advantage of people in vulnerable situations like this. Joining now is a lose-lose situation because you will lose even more money, especially now that it is crashing down, and also lose the reputation you built up as an artist. Hope you reconsider. 11 likes. You're gonna go into debt if you do that shit. I promise you, please do You're gonna go into debt if you do that shit. I promise you, please get a fast food job or something. Oh my god, that's better than the sticker. This has 18 likes. That's That's so much better than the sticker one. In the space of a year, Twitter went from artists are overworked and underpaid to, I don't know man, just get a fast food job or something. Stranger, that market is currently plummeting. Maybe do your research first. You're gonna be in the negatives and without healthcare. 7 likes. Literally no clue why you would do this when there is a massive downfall in crypto in general. Maybe that should be an indicator for you to do some research then. I can't imagine not being aware of the controversial aspects of NFTs, least of all the environmental impacts. Jeez, 21 likes. I can't believe you're not aware of all this small ass making bank, but I guess no one's perfect, huh? You're not gonna get rich from that, lol. 4 retweets, 25 likes. Why would you start doing NFTs just as the market is crashing? 24 likes. I get your frustration. I'm lucky to even make 1k from my art in a year, but this isn't the way. You will of course be welcomed into the community with open arms by non-artistic types with backgrounds in finance, marketing, and sales. They will use you and spit you out. 21 likes. The market is crashing and you will be worked to nothing by NFT bros who are desperately trying to make their pyramid scheme survive. For 24 likes. I understand being tired of being broke, but you're falling for a scam. They're controversial because they're a pyramid scheme. I'm broke too, I get it, but you won't make any money off these things, as much as they might try to convince you they will. 7 likes. Please reconsider this. I know it can be hard, but if you research, you'll see that it's nothing more than a scam. A dying scam even. 15 likes. Wow. That was a lot of people saying that they weren't going to make money, wasn't it? Do you want to know how much money they made with their first NFT? 20.9 Ether, 41,402 USD. 4 times what they say they make in a year with a single NFT. And this was on May 18th during a bear market when Ethereum was at the lowest it's been in 12 months. I can't talk this up too much. It did go viral in the NFT community, so there was a ton of bidders as well as a lot of people who just wanted to see the artist do well just to prove it to the assholes. But it definitely wasn't a failure, and the artist definitely made money, and if you look for 2 seconds, even though it's the 6th of July as I write this, seemingly at the bottom of the market crash after Ethereum lost like $3,000 and is seemingly starting to stabilize, you can still find so many goddamn artists who have made money recently. Market crash be damned. Kibetsu sold a piece like this for 800 USD. Kirakuru sold a piece like this for 230 USD. Both of these guys are under 10k followers. In fact, Kao Sato, another really small artist I didn't mention, just sold a piece today for 3,400 USD. They only have 2,000 followers, and don't even think about their main account or Instagram account in their bio, they have less followers on those than their NFT account. This is a small artist in July at the bottom of a market crash making $3,000 on a fucking JPEG. This was a full year on from the point in time Dan Olsen said artists supposedly stopped making money from NFTs. You are lying through your fucking teeth. And when you look at the mid-range artists, they're still making bank too. Remember Sao? Their last piece was on June 19th. It sold for 4,000 USD. Tsuru, a Japanese artist with 40k followers, sold a piece just a couple of days ago for 3,500 USD. 0010, that starving artist who had that meteoric rise up to the mid-range category, just today, July 6th, also sold a piece. It sold for 20,000 USD. Like, I'm not going to pretend that the market isn't a bit quieter and you make less money right now, but it is still miles better than commissions, especially when you take into account the mental health that comes from the artistic freedom. The currency is volatile as shit. Yes, you did hear me correctly when I said that the value of ETH dropped by $3,000. But the idea that the bubble has popped because the supposed pyramid scheme has come undone and is now impossible to make money as an artist, this shit wasn't true 5 months ago when it was first said, and it's still untrue now. And yet people are still mind-numbingly ignorant of this. Oh my god, the sheer stupidity in these comments. I'm not sure if it's intentionally ignorant or just plain stupid combined with a fear of technology, but oh my god, even when pro-NFT people reply to this shit and beat them in the face with the information, it's still not good enough. Guess you're just committed to being scammed at this point. They've done 24.53 ETH in sales. How can you say this is getting scammed? Hey, I just made 10 times as much value in my imaginary chocolate coins, and these don't depreciate in value. Yeah, but the difference is that they can convert ETH to around 50k USD within a few minutes. They're doing amazing. If you actually care about and support artists, you should be happy for their success. If you care about the artists, you would commission them, or donate to them, or support them on Patreon, not force them to mint bullshit meme coins in hope that you can scalp some value out of it later. I'd much rather pay artists to make the work they want to create. With digital art, NFTs are a great way to do that. There are plenty of bullshit meme coins out there, but none were involved in this artist sale. Not sure what you're talking about. All issues with crypto and NFTs summed up, explained, and sourced. You guys hate this video. Currency value isn't imaginary. Its value in other currencies is in direct correlation with how much other people are willing to pay you for it at the exact moment. Oh my god, imaginary chocolate coins. Oh, it finally happened, didn't it? It finally happened. I have lived long enough to see my generation become boomers. No, I think I'm being too generous. There are way too many people who are this dense and not enough people willing to concede anything. It makes it look very suspicious. I say this because when this sold and the artist tweeted about how happy they were, there was not a single goddamn quote retweet from someone who wasn't pro-NFT. Even now, these people only ever reply or quote retweet when they put an NFT up for sale, but never say anything when it fucking sells. Not a single person saying, what the fuck happened, or, oh, I guess I was wrong. Not even a single person trying to justify it as a fluke or some shit like that. What started out as 800 quote retweets disappeared into 45. These people refuse to acknowledge any artist's success unless they can spin it in a negative context. It's malicious as fuck. It looks to me like the hate mob seems to signal boost anything that looks bad and tries to heavily punish any artist that gets into it who has a big following but is yet to sell something. But when it comes to success stories or when it comes to small artists that don't have followings, they avoid signal boosting completely and just sweep that shit under the rug. You might notice I haven't shown you much abuse from Seiro Art, one of the biggest, most successful artists in this video. The truth is, I couldn't find much, but this might explain why. While I'm sure a lot of it is deleted now, I think the real reason I haven't seen much abuse targeted at Seiro Art, despite his size, is because he got into it super early, didn't close or mute his account, didn't respond to any hate comments, and he had nothing that could be spun into ammo. He had a completely non-offensive art style, no booby girls, no public statements on NFTs, showed no weakness, and just kept fucking winning. And suddenly, it just wasn't worth signal boosting anything. Otherwise, the greater community might find out that that small-time commission artist switched to NFTs and ended up becoming a millionaire. Instead, they just unfollowed and quietly ostracized him. Everyone else, though, and particularly artists like Seiro, who had a lot of stuff that could be spun into something bad that could be used to associate with artists who got into NFTs, suddenly they became the go-to example to signal boost, even being signal boosted so far as to appear in YouTube comment sections. We'll come back to that. It would also explain why there's such a focus on follow policing. While it's usually profitable to signal boost certain tweets, you never want an artist seeing all of them. Otherwise, they might see what these NFTs sell for. Hey, unfollow if you do. Some of you'll follow, by the way. Another artist sucked into the scam. Make sure you unfollow. There was like 55 mutuals following this person. Fucking sad. This is your reminder to unfollow Seiro Art. We don't like NFTs in this house. At RealSWOfficial, you follow their main. This in itself might not inherently be bad, but contextually you can tell they're not doing it to inform so they can make their own choice. They're doing it to pressure. Like, it's always a blunt message. It's usually never, hey, in case you don't already know, in case they don't actually care. With the stigma as bad as it is, could you imagine saying to your friends on Twitter that you weren't going to unfollow? I've literally never seen that happen before, and I think with good reason. In the same vein, I can't help but feel like while most did not take part in the abuse, they're sure as hell complicit in this. I've mentioned this before, but I saw very, very, very few people be like, hey, maybe we shouldn't abuse artists? Like, it exists, but it always gets less likes than the abuser. No one agrees with it. Furthermore, the only time I've ever seen any sizable standalone tweets about this was defending only small artists, and even that was getting ratioed by accounts half the size. Any genuine tweets about telling people not to abuse artists only exist through implication, with Succulent Bud implying that there was at some point a bunch of artists who were speaking out against the abuse, and considering I haven't run into them, they've probably been deleted by the artist. Which isn't surprising considering the shit you just get for just even suggesting that you shouldn't abuse anyone even following NFT artists. This means it is probably safe to say that when artists have spoken out against the abuse, a majority of people must have been against them or they wouldn't have deleted. I mean, literally the only time I've seen people push back on abuse was when Mochi, Seiro, and Orange Sekai talked about getting death threats. It was only then people took a hardline stance, but I never saw these numbers of people when the abuse was actually happening. Like, no one ever went out of their way to take a stand. The only time they acknowledge and condemn death threats is when defending their own opinions about NFTs from someone associating them with a group of people making death threats. But when someone actually tells an artist to kill themselves, statistically speaking, you weren't defending them. You were either ignoring it or liking the fucking tweet. For every one person that defended an artist, there were 1,000 agreeing the artist should kill themselves. Somehow, all of this abuse managed to happen with basically zero publicity. I literally had to do it myself, and the internet had a year and a half to publicize it and instead just lied. Viral tweets didn't circle around Twitter drawing attention to this, being like, hey, maybe don't abuse artists. Not once did I see that. Despite all the don't treat commission artists like this tweets, I only ever saw people trying to accelerate the hate. And Twitter usually is very vocal about people being harassed into deleting their accounts. But no one said shit when Sarah deleted her account. Even though there was way more evidence of abuse, that evidence is way worse and there was absolutely no evidence of pushback. Everyone just says she deleted her account because of criticism. Truth is, I think for a lot of people, no one wants to see this be publicized. They signal boost the things, anything that makes NFTs look bad, like art theft, sure, but when it comes to a tons of small artists making money, or the abuse bigger artists get, or just artists in general, they pretend it doesn't exist because what's important isn't actually the artist or even the truth, it's the argument they're trying to make. That's what matters. Which is not some conspiracy, this is exactly what we've seen replicated outside of Twitter in this video where Moonicat claims only very big artists make money, and in line goes up when Dan Olson claims NFT artists who didn't get in early can't make money, and when he calls crypto bros terrible people while making no mention of these swaths of people literally saying they'll harass artists that get into it. Caring about artists is irrelevant. Looking like you care about artists, that's what matters. I followed so many damn artists in research for this. I have seen so many success stories, so many happy, cheerful posts about selling their first NFT, so many I did it, I made it posts, so many sweet interactions from artists who made it, now using their disposable income to give back to the community and buy NFTs from a new artist they're fond of and start the whole cycle over again. Looking at all the abuse over these past months has boiled my blood. The only thing to even it out was that my heart was melting too. And that should have been everyone's reaction. Nothing should have justified this. And yet, those two big justifications have sat there in the back of this video as some kind of excuse. And hey, if you think the environment is a good enough reason to abuse artists, then I'm probably not going to be able to high moral ground you on it. After all, what could be more important than the planet? I suppose hypothetically, if the world was actually going to blow up tomorrow because of NFT minting, maybe there is a reason to abuse artists, a sense of urgency at least to get them to stop as quickly as possible, and ends justify the means argument. So let's give that a shot. Let's view things from your angle. Because even if you assume that angle is just, you know what the first thing I think is? That is an extreme solution no matter how you look at it. I mean, you better be right. You have to be able to justify everything you've done. If you weren't doing your due diligence to check you were right, then you've ruined people's lives over nothing. You'd be an unspeakably terrible human being. But to you, that only counts if you're wrong. If you're wrong. Part 4. It's fucking wrong! The idea that an artist mints an NFT or even makes a single transaction that because of them an extra month's worth of power for the average US household would therefore be consumed is completely fucking wrong! They would be consuming fuck all! I mean, even just from the get-go, does this seem reasonable to you that a transaction would consume this much energy? That would be completely unprecedented for every industry that requires power. Do you really think that's likely? Do you really think that someone would invent a currency system that consumes over a month's worth of power per transaction? Who do you think is paying for that energy? Yes, it's the miners, but how would that shit be profitable for them? You know there are transaction fees, right? That users of Bitcoin have to pay to make transactions. You know they don't cost a fucking month's worth of power for the average US household, right? How's the miner paying for all of that? Yes, you could say that miners also get new generated bitcoins as a reward, but there's a cap on that. In future, they'll just be paid by transaction fees. Do you really think someone invented a currency where the end goal was for each transaction to cost in fees the equivalent of over a month's worth of power for the average US household? Do you really think there's not slightly more thought put into it than that? You think they're literally processing fucking transactions with these numbers? You think fucking subtracting 2 Bitcoin from Betty and giving it to Malcolm requires you to use the energy of a fucking house for a fucking month? What in the world does that? Certainly not fucking blockchains, because that's not how they work. Okay, so the solving of the puzzle. These computers spitting out random numbers to beat each other to solve the puzzle. The thing that's so energy intensive, yes? That decides which crypto miner gets the right to process the current pending transactions. The miners competing to solve the puzzle is the energy-consuming part, not the act of processing the transaction itself. Actually, adding the pending transaction to the blockchain really doesn't require energy. If the miner solves a puzzle first, they get to decide which pending transactions they update the blockchain with, which usually means all of them because they earn a fee from every transaction. One more time. When you make a transaction, it is sent out to miners as a pending transaction. The only energy cost there is the energy it takes to send less than a kilobyte of data over the internet, because, you know, it's literally a line of text. While that's happening, all these computers, these crypto miners, compete with each other to basically guess a number. In order to be the first to guess it, people build really big rigs to guess answers as fast as possible. This takes a decent amount of power, but not what you're thinking it does. We'll get to how much exactly in a bit. When one of these miners successfully guesses the number, they get to update the official blockchain with usually all the pending transactions available. That's when your transaction is made official and no longer pending. Do you see how your transaction isn't the thing that consumes energy, and regardless of whether or not you sent it or not, those computers would still be whirring away and consuming just as much energy? Whether you send 0 or 100 transactions, it makes no difference. That means energy cost and transactions are not correlated, which means this number, this energy cost per transaction figure, is manipulative. What they've done to get this number is taken the average energy cost of mining and then divided it by how many transactions are processed on average every time a miner solves one of these puzzles and earns the right to add the pending transactions. Per transaction energy cost is just an average energy cost it takes to mine a block divided by how many transactions are in a block on average, in spite of the fact that the number of transactions doesn't increase the energy cost. Regardless, they gave you an average per transaction energy cost. This, of course, makes it sound massive, because it feels like if you jumped on crypto right now and made a single transaction, you alone would single-handedly be ordering the crypto miner to consume an extra month's worth of energy for the typical US household. This is blatantly untrue. You would be adding effectively nothing. And of course, when you think about it, you'd be like, oh my god, if everyone is using crypto instead of banks, that would be an insane amount of energy because there would be way more transactions, which is exactly how they get figures like Bitcoin is on track to consume all the world's energy by 2020, which, oh look, that didn't happen, I wonder why. It's because they just looked at how fast the transactions per year are increasing and then use that to work out how many transactions will happen in future. Then they multiply it by their fallacious per transaction energy cost. This is exactly how you get Bitcoin emissions alone could push global warming above 2 degrees. Which is the name of the analysis published by Nature Climate Change in 2018, which was one of the first and most popular analyses to use this fallacious energy cost per transaction figure.
According to the journal Nature, Bitcoin's growth could single-handedly push global temperatures above the tipping point of 2 degrees Celsius.
Even this report explains that the energy cost comes from the puzzle, not the transaction, but when it gets to the end, they suddenly start using energy cost per transaction with no explanation. Each transaction paid for with Bitcoin is compiled into a block that requires a computationally demanding proof of work to be resolved, which in turn uses large amounts of electricity. They say themselves the large electricity cost comes from the block, not the transaction. But when you get to the end, it's the CO2 emissions of projected Bitcoin usage were estimated using CO2 emissions for Bitcoin transactions. No explanation as to why. But since then, everyone likes to bring this up, and it's commonly the source, or at least the very least the key logic for any claim that proof-of-work blockchains are bad for the environment. But as I said earlier, no one brings up the rebuttals published by the exact same journal, that 2 of which will tell you exactly what I'm telling you. And my god, there is some fire in these reports. The rebuttal implausible projections overestimate near-term Bitcoin CO2 emissions says this. First, the use of transactions as a driver for future Bitcoin emissions is questionable, given the tenuous correlation between transactions and mining energy use. It is well established that energy use is driven by the computational difficulty of the blocks mined, whereas the number of transactions per block can evolve, for example with SegWit, with no direct effect on block mining difficulty. Alright, you ready for this? Get this. The authors themselves calculate Bitcoin energy and emissions in 2017 on the basis of block difficulty, not the number of transactions. Without explanation, the authors switched to transactions as the driver for projecting future emissions, undermining their methodological consistency and the integrity of their projections. Fucking boom! You like listening to experts? You like to high moral ground people by waving around fancy numbers from fancy journals and studies in their face and call it a day without ever needing to understand, substantiate, or explain your points in any capacity to convince someone? Do you like using experts to justify you being a terrible person? Well, there you fucking go. There's your fucking experts. That's not even the only rebuttal in this paper or the other 2. There's like 5 other problems mentioned by this analysis alone. Could Bitcoin emissions push global warming above 2 degrees? Another one of the rebuttals also mentions the energy cost transaction fallacy, but also takes issue with the fact that the original study apparently has just ignored that blocks of transactions are processed on average every 8 to 15 minutes by design, and apparently just sped up the intervals between transactions as the years on the model went up. And if you thought, wow, even if it doesn't go up by transactions, that's a lot for an average, well, that's tackled in these rebuttals too. And yet, the numbers were really off from the get-go anyway. Rational mining limits Bitcoin emissions focuses on how the original analysis uses outdated, inefficient hardware, even by 2017 standards, to calculate the metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent for 2017. This was the big number they divided by average transactions to get their ridiculous per transaction energy cost and used to calculate what it'll be in future, so that's why this is relevant. Anyway, after this, the rebuttal recalculates the carbon footprint of Bitcoin in 2017 to be 15.5 megatons of CO2 as opposed to the 69 megatons the original paper calculated. Both this study and implausible projections both bring up this same hardware issue and recalculate to be around this amount. These 3 rebuttals were published in the same journal on the same day, but also, along with them, the author of the original paper was given the ability to publicize his reply next to the rebuttals. And it doesn't look too great. Their counter-argument is to say that they use inefficient tech because people are often slow to pick up new, more efficient hardware due to upfront cost, which seems reasonable, but then you realize the rebuttal didn't argue that people would pick it up because it's more efficient. They argued the old stuff was not economically viable, as in if the miners didn't pick it up, they would be losing money on electricity cost. That's why they wouldn't be using that tech. A rational miner would have turned off 14 of these 62 ASIC miners more than 99% of the time, and only 12 of these 62 ASIC miners were profitable for the whole year. On average, the ASIC miners mentioned in Mora, the original paper, were profitable only 42.5% of the time. Without applying any profitability constraint, we compute that miners would have lost at least $3 billion USD in 2017, 3.4 billion in revenue minus 6.4 billion USD spent on electricity, not accounting for hardware fixed costs. The paper did not argue that people would move to more efficient hardware because it was more efficient. They argued they'd move because the old tech was no longer economically viable, i.e. they'd be losing money on increasing electricity costs as the puzzles became harder. When we remove the unprofitable, and thus most inefficient and polluting, hardware from each block, miners are found to be profitable, 1.4 billion spent on electricity for profit of 2 billion USD profit, not accounting for fixed costs. The resulting estimation for 2017 carbon footprint of Bitcoin is then 15.5 megatons of CO2 equivalent, not 69. This reply from the original author also argues against the per-transaction energy cost fallacy by saying, they asserted that our analysis of our projected carbon emissions was flawed because it was based on transactions rather than the hash rates of the blocks. Their assertion was a misinterpretation of our methods. The project emissions in our paper were based on the hash rates of blocks and their transactions. I'm sorry, and their transactions? No. You can't just say using bad data was fine because there was good data in with it. Only one of the rebuttals even mentions hash rate, and that wasn't even what they said. They said, neither in reparametricized Bitcoin protocol nor in the current protocol is electricity consumption proportional to the transaction rate. Instead, Bitcoin's electricity consumption is exclusively proportional to the hash rate. Therefore, why are you using transaction number at all? Period. Full stop. Transaction number is not correlated with energy cost. You should not be using it at all to calculate energy cost. And I question the validity of how much this hash rate even played into this in the first place, when the biggest problem was you creating a per transaction energy cost and using that to create a model for future emissions based on future increases in transaction numbers. Regardless of whether the average hash rate went into the per transaction energy cost, it is still fallacious to use any kind of per transaction energy cost to calculate future emissions. Energy use does not go up by number of transactions. It's a pretty weak response that I think completely rephrases the rebuttals to have a straw man to take down, but I don't know, you make up your own mind on which experts you want to trust. But that's okay if that all doesn't convince you. I could hide behind these experts like I did with your sad excuse for journalistic integrity, but I'm not that guy. If the fact that no one brings up these three rebuttals from these perfectly valid other experts isn't enough evidence for you, all good. I have another way to prove what I'm saying about per transaction energy cost. So everyone's familiar with the big scary sheds and warehouses full of computer parts whirring away to solve a puzzle. But these are not the only miners. In 2022 alone, there were not one, not two, but 3 individuals just mining on their computer who correctly solved one of these puzzles. This is not bullshit, this is not me trying to mislead you or send you to sites or studies about climate change arguments that have their own incentive to lie to you. These were documented instances published by a bunch of websites because they were very interesting and have nothing to do with arguing against the environmental harm argument. For all of these instances, we know the exact block number so we can look up all the details on the blockchain of who solved the puzzle, how long it took, how many transactions were inside the block, and we can even see the hash rate that even backs up that this guy was not on an intensive rig. But I think what's more convincing is the guy actually posts his rig after the news broke to show everyone, and it's like 9 USB sticks plugged into a PC that you can see in the background. That's it. That's the rig. If you assume that it's the puzzle consuming all the energy, this makes perfect sense, because it's not so much a puzzle as it is a guessing game where everyone tries to guess the code. The more computers you have, it means the more guesses. So it's still possible that a single computer could have guessed the number before every other computer, even if it's not consuming a ton of energy to put out guesses. However, if you believe the energy cost is consumed per transaction, that means this man on a home computer consumes 72 days worth of power for the average US household per transaction, of which there were 2,815 of, all within 40 minutes, and he did it before any of these warehouses did, of like full of computer parts. Bitch, did you pioneer quantum tech and put it in 9 USB sticks? Did you fucking black out your entire neighborhood? Or perhaps, crazy thought, the energy cost per transaction figure is immensely fucking misleading. Even if you think transaction energy cost is averaged out with other miners with bigger rigs redundantly trying to process the same transactions, you still have to admit a single home computer processed 2,815 transactions in 40 minutes. You need an insane amount of redundancy from everyone else to make that make sense. The energy required for each transaction would need to be small enough for a home computer to achieve 2,815 in 40 minutes, but big enough to explain how all these other computers make up the rest of the 72 days for each transaction. Even running your computer at full blast, you wouldn't even be getting remotely close to using even an hour of average energy for the US household to mine a single transaction, much less 72 days for each of the 2,815 transactions. Bitcoin network is big. It's not that fucking big. God's sake, there are only like 1 million unique individuals mining Bitcoin. If the highest is warehouses and the lowest is like 9 USB sticks plugged into a home computer and everything else is somewhere in between, do you really think there is enough redundancy to explain how a single computer processed 2,815 transactions in 40 minutes? Processing each transaction would need to be small enough to achieve 2,018 in an hour, but big enough to explain why a million other miners could use in total 72 days worth of energy for each transaction. Does that sound right to you? And if you have to complete a guessing puzzle to process each individual transaction in a block of transaction rather than just one single puzzle for each block, how the fuck did solo miners with the processing power of a home computer beat out warehouses of computers 4 times in the first half of 2022? And for that matter, why wasn't there a trend of low transactions? Why did these solo mined blocks all process an average amount of transactions? If you have to do a puzzle for every transaction, surely there would be a pattern of these solo miners mainly only succeeding when the transaction numbers they have to process are low. After all, the more transactions, the more energy intensive it is, and the less likely it is that a small rig will process them all before a warehouse of computers does. But there's no pattern. We can look at all these blocks, the transaction numbers are just average. And since this isn't even the only documented case of this happening with solo miners and a similar size rig, we can actually compare the times it takes for similar rigs to process transactions, and lo and behold, it still doesn't make sense. There was a rig of similar size in 2022 that apparently processed only 200 more transactions in half the time. There was another in 2022 that was almost exactly the same size as this one that processed 800 transactions in 1 minute. 1/3 of the transactions done in a 20th of the time on the same kind of rig. Does that maybe indicate that each individual transaction doesn't have any extra effect on energy consumption? Number of transactions and energy cost are not correlated. This jackass study just took the average power consumed with each puzzle and divided it by the average number of transactions per block. All this is to say that if a new artist jumped on the Ethereum network right now and minted or sold a single NFT, they would not have suddenly just burnt an extra 72 days worth of energy for the average US household. That is bullshit. They would have burnt nothing. And it is most certainly fallacious to take the average transaction growth per year, use that to calculate how many transactions there will be per year in 16 years from now, and then multiply it by your bogus energy cost per transaction just so you can prophesize the end of days. Now, cryptocurrency will probably grow in energy use over time, but by how much and for how long is very debatable, because it doesn't go up by each transaction. It's a whole number of complicated factors. The more miners there are and the faster the puzzles get solved, the more complicated the puzzles get, which means it requires more energy to solve. But the more energy is used, the less profitable the earnings are because you have to pay for the electricity. And so when the electricity is more expensive than the payout, the number of miners decreases until it reaches an equilibrium. But the higher the value of Bitcoin, the more economically viable it is to build bigger rigs because the payout is worth more. But every 4 years, the Bitcoin payout for miners is also halved. So runaway growth isn't dependent on a number of transactions. To get runaway growth, the value of Bitcoin would literally have to exponentially increase every year in order to stay ahead of the halving. So at best, this seems unlikely. Point is, this is all very up in the air right now, but there's no reason to think it's going to accelerate into a doomsday scenario as opposed to a moderate increase over time just like any other growing industry. Getting actual projections for how much cryptocurrencies will grow in energy use is a lot more complicated. It's hard to get clear speculation on rates of energy growth, but if you look at, say, University of Cambridge, you get to see an estimate of what Bitcoin's actual growth looks like over the past 4 years in gigawatts per day. The yellow is the range estimate, the orange line is the actual estimate. Oh no, I can see the end of days, it's coming. Although, while not the end of days, this is, to be fair, a pretty decent amount of energy to being used. In fact, Dan Olson briefly makes note of the figures like this when he says how
But even conservative estimates from within the crypto mining industry puts the sum energy cost of Bitcoin processing on par with the power consumption of a small industrialized nation.
this is true. Right now, Bitcoin does indeed use the energy of a small country, but he conveniently leaves out that while a whole country sounds like a lot, this is actually way less than a lot of industries and products, so Bitcoin isn't all the outlier you think it is. According to the Cambridge Center of Alternative Finance, it's way less than what's used per year by air conditioners, iron and steel, chemicals, and paper and pulp. If you still think a whole country is a lot of energy, be consistent. If you're going to tell starving artists to give up their livelihood or try to ruin their career, harass people to give up their air conditioner too. Hell, give it up yourself, you hypocrites. Stop using products with steel and paper in them, or chemicals, because all of these industries consume way more than Bitcoin. Dan, in a way, acknowledges this, but he's very sneaky about it. Right after he talks about the small country figure, he says that,
Now, evangelists will counter that the global banking industry also uses a lot of power.
do you notice how he uses banks as his comparison point rather than any of these other industries? It's so he can, rather than compare with the more reasonable estimates of Bitcoin power per year against other industries' power per year, he chooses banks so he can do a switcheroo with the data and compare their per transaction energy cost rather than the far more accurate terawatts per year that actually puts it similar to a small country.
Now, evangelists will counter that the global banking industry also uses a lot of power, gesturing at things like idle ATMs humming away all night long, which is, strictly speaking, not untrue. On a factual level, the entire global banking industry does, in fact, use a lot of total electricity. But for scale, it takes 6 hours of that sustained power draw for the Bitcoin network to process as many transactions as Visa handles in 1 minute. And during that time, Visa is using fractions of a cent of electricity per transaction.
He used banks so he could switch back to the fallacious data to compare it to another industry without giving up the lie. This makes it look like Bitcoin would use much more of an insane amount of electricity than banks do if they were processing the same amount of transactions, which again, is not how proof of mining works. This is actually, I believe, the same source that Styles uses in his articles. It compares Bitcoin's average energy cost per transaction against Visa to get this crazy comparison. But you look into the data that they're dividing by average number of transactions, despite it not correlating, to get this fallacious figure, and it leads you to the much more reasonable sounding median point of just over 100 terawatt hours per year that brings it in line with other industries. And also on a smaller end at that. And again, I feel the need to remind you, this number is not going up by transactions. They do not correlate. For a much more reasonable video, Reason TV did a very good outline of all of this, so I'll just play some of the video here.
So how much energy does Bitcoin mining actually consume?
The Cambridge Center for Alternative Finance estimates Bitcoin uses just over 100 terawatt hours per year, which is less than gold mining and many other residential and industrial activities. Critics routinely invoke the idea that Bitcoin uses more electricity than whole countries to generate attention-grabbing headlines. But that's also true of many industries. And if Bitcoin were a country, it would rank 32nd out of 59 tracked by the Cambridge Center.
All of this really makes sense when you think about it. When you see a bunch of computer parts loaded side by side in a shed running at once, it looks very excessive energy-wise. But what's going to be more intensive? A bunch of these very tiny things with little fans roaring while sending like tiny electrical currents over and over again? Or the electricity it takes to lift and move and operate giant heavy pieces of machinery, drive equipment, and people to and from work sites every day, and then also process the finished product and take it to market. Again, AC uses up way more energy per year than Bitcoin does, and that makes perfect logical sense. Look at any graph of where most of the energy in your home goes. Do you notice how heating and cooling is almost half, while your computer is some tiny shit like 1% that's probably been rounded up? According to this, your computer uses $28 of electricity per year, while heating and cooling uses over $1,000. So if there's 1 million Bitcoin miners and only the upper end of that have these sheds and warehouses, and not even computers with like monitors and speakers and everything, but just computer parts stacked up in large numbers, do you really think this is enough energy to end the world? And that's another thing. A lot of the fear around crypto is realized when people see these shots of hundreds of computer parts in warehouses. Like for instance, there was this one viral tweet where a Bitcoin miner showed his setup and people just like lost their fucking minds. There was a metric fuck ton of quote retweets and abuse and outrage that they were ruining the planet. What if I told you that this specific example had literally net zero impact on the environment? Yeah, really. So a little bit of background. When mining oil, often natural gas comes up with it. Natural gas is useful as fuel, but it can't be transported in like propane tanks, like, propane. You really need like a pipeline to transfer it. Normally, the oil mining that brings up the natural gas happens in the middle of nowhere, but if you have a pipeline to transport the natural gas, it becomes possible to transport it and sell it for a price that's actually cost efficient. But understandably, this doesn't happen in most cases. The infrastructure is crazy expensive, and depending on how much oil is in the well and how far away it is from society, it's often not worth it. So they don't use the gas. But now the problem is for oil miners without a pipeline, they can't just ignore it. They've still got the problem of a bunch of flammable gas coming up where they're mining, and potentially being a safety hazard. So they funnel it off as it comes up, and they burn it safely. This is called flaring, and it's incredibly bad for the environment. It's also a complete waste of natural gas. Effectively free energy. And don't even think about turning it into electricity to transport. Electricity is even harder to send over long distances than gas is, which is why your city probably has its own local power plant. But that's where crypto mining comes in. Mining is in a very unique situation in that it doesn't need huge equipment, certain locations, pre-built infrastructure, or any other dependency. It just needs an internet connection. They are the one group of people who can rock up, take the natural gas, turn it into electricity on site, and use it for mining on site. Don't believe me? This guy literally has another tweet where you can literally see the flare turning off and the Bitcoin mining rig turning on. This viral tweet that had everyone gasp and faint at the sheer audacity of this man's callousness towards our precious planet literally made no difference to the environment. Never fucking speak to me again about misinformation, Twitter. Never tell me to do research. You guys speak out your fucking ass so damn frequently. Maybe you think, oh, but one noble act doesn't matter. But it's not a noble act though. There was literally a profit incentive for doing this that only applies to crypto miners. Since the energy was going to waste otherwise, Bitcoin miners can get this energy for very cheap prices. This matters because they need cheap energy in order to maximize profits. Hell, to be profitable at all, because the more crypto miners there are, the harder the puzzle becomes to solve. Crypto miners are therefore incentivized to find energy that no one else wants, because it's the cheapest, and because electricity can't be moved over long distances or kept for a long time, electricity is going to waste everywhere. This was another point in Line Goes Up that was also very disingenuous. At 1650, he also mentions that crypto goes everywhere cheap electricity is, but leaves out that it's often cheapest where electricity is going to be wasted otherwise because it can't be transferred over long distances. I've seen very interesting projects like energy insurance, where Bitcoin miners sign contracts with power plants to allow the power plant to turn on and off the Bitcoin mining whenever they're going to waste electricity otherwise, which is really helpful for unexpected dips in energy usage and off-peak times, or when they're producing an excess they just can't use for whatever reason. Of course, this is an opportunity totally exclusive to crypto, because mining isn't really solving a puzzle, it's more like guessing the answer by brute force, and on average takes around 8 to 15 minutes. So, unlike heavy practical and physical industries where each step in the process has a whole bunch of dependencies, crypto mining can be turned on and turned off like it's no problem. It takes less than a second for each guess of the puzzle, and your chances of solving the puzzle with any one guess don't improve because of the previous guess, so at any point you can tap out and then come back on with the next puzzle. And of course, all of this doesn't take into account that using greenhouse gases is not exclusive to crypto. It's just like electric cars. They're only mildly better than petrol cars if you're still using fossil fuels to make the electricity. Crypto can be mined with electricity from fossil fuels, yes, but it will also be mined via wind and solar and hydro and nuclear. Even if you pretend the relatively tiny energy cost of mining somehow matters more than all these other industries with far bigger costs, it baffles me that we're putting the blame on independent artists just trying to make a living when the focus should instead be on convincing voters to switch to renewables. I'm not going to ruin the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of artists because you fucks refuse to live next to a big scary nuclear plant. I'll fucking do it. I'll live next to one. Those steam silos are scenic as shit. Like, with nuclear being so much more efficient than coal, nuclear should be cheap enough that miners will take it over coal. So even if energy consumption was a problem, which it's not, crypto miners would just become clean anyway just by achieving what climate activists were already trying to do. Also, I haven't read too much into this statistic, so I can't really verify it, but it's also worth noting that there has been industry surveys done on Bitcoin miners to see where most of their energy is coming from, and it's like 56% green. So like again, I haven't seen any of this shit be brought up on Twitter. Even if you assume no one checked the original study, the Reason TV video has been out for 6 months. You're telling me no one was like, oh, I've never heard of this before. Are we backstabbing artists for no reason? No one is even like, what's the counter argument for this? It's just all deathly silence. Rather than have a conversation about it for the sake of the artists that they claim to care about, it's just ignored and swept under the rug. To add insult to injury, everyone abusing artists acts like the environmental damage of crypto is a studied and proven absolute that's not even disputed, but researching this for 5 seconds proves that it's at the very least disputed science. There are unquestionably counterpoints. And you'd think at that point people would be less keen to jump down artists' throat on it, like in case they're wrong. Because a lot of this stuff is very technical, and they, as a matter of fact, are a fallible human being capable of making mistakes like any other. Like, I wouldn't abuse someone over an argument, but if I was going to, I'd make damn sure I'd seen every possible argument and understood the issue inside and out. But a lot of people involved in this get very, very basic shit wrong about crypto, and then tell you to educate yourself on the environmental impact like they know better despite clearly not understanding crypto or checking or understanding any of the sources they use themselves. 3 rebuttals, man. No one said anything. And when you push them on this shit, they never reply, they just ignore you. When artist Seiro got into NFTs and was getting hate for it, a crypto bro brought this up, and there was 0 replies and 0 acknowledgement. Like, what the fuck is going on? It looks very suspicious. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing, but it's very suspicious when there's not even a dialogue happening. It doesn't help that every 3 fucking months these people are on Twitter celebrating the end of crypto. We did it! NFTs are taxable! We won! NFTs have no purpose now! Haha, the market's crashing! We told you so! Haha, the market's crashing again, we told you so. Artists even make fun of this, but they never get acknowledged, of course. Someone literally created a website called Bitcoin Obituaries just to track every instance in the media where someone said crypto was dying. At a certain point, you look less like the smart guy and more like the exact person you complain about, the guy who bought a shitcoin yesterday talking about how it was going to go to the moon. You're not smart. You just think a future is self-evident just because you want it to come true. But I don't think it's stupidity either. They probably do believe it, but it looks very suspiciously like trying to reinforce a narrative so people don't look further into it and find how shaky a lot of these points are. Now that the topic has had time to provide multiple different viewpoints, and all it takes is 1 or 2 Google searches to find this out, it just kind of seems like people want crypto to die more than they have a genuine desire to protect the environment born from a thorough understanding and genuine passion to do just that. I think this is why, rather than focus on the environmental side of things that has a lot of hard evidence, Dan Olson puts much more emphasis on the scam side of the anti-crypto argument, with the whole video basically revolving around the idea that it's all a greater fool scam. Part 5. The scam argument. See, where the environmental impact can very easily be disproven objectively just by looking at statistics, case studies, and literally just understanding how crypto actually fucking works, proving something is not a scam is much harder. Of course, proving a scam in the first place is pretty hard too. There's no objective measure for this. But at around 38 minutes, Dan provides what I would say is the closest thing to a thesis statement about NFTs for the whole video. It outlines his problem with NFTs, which is the title of the video, and it's literally the explanation right before NFTs are brought up.
Schemes around crypto tokens cannot create or destroy actual dollars. They can only shift them around. If you sell your crypto and make a profit in dollars, it's only because someone else bought it at a higher price than you did. And then they expect to do the same, and so on ad infinitum. Every dollar that comes out of cryptocurrency needs to come from a later investor putting a dollar in. Crypto investments cannot be anything but a zero-sum game, and many are actually massively negative-sum. In order to presume a crypto investment functions as a store of value, we must simultaneously need to suppose an infinite chain of greater fools who keep buying these assets at any irrational price and into the future forever.
Alright, with all that out of the way, let's talk about the ape in the room.
NFTs super sexy.
Basically, crypto is a greater fool scam with no quote-unquote value to anyone apart from earning money by getting other people to cash in, and is destined to crash to nothing when it runs out of people willing to cash in. NFTs are just the latest in a line of things invented that also no one wants for any reason other than to convince other people to cash in, hoping that they can also make money. Proving this wrong is difficult for the same reason proving it right is. We're trying to prove intent, but no human can read minds. So instead he draws comparisons to things that have happened in the past that seem similar, like 2008 and Bernie Madoff's Ponzi scheme, and points to the number of instances where people are clearly just doing it to get other people to buy in, pump and dumps, fraud, etc. which works well if you use it as overwhelming conjecture and hide all things that don't align with it, but of course all I need to do is to call it into question is show a whole bunch of situations where it doesn't seem to fit, and then it just becomes like a mass question. What makes up the majority? What are the outliers? But ultimately, no one can really say for sure. It's all just conjecture. Anything both he and I can bring up are all just things that could either be a reflection of the core reason people get into this space, or the exception. You can't prove either. It's really just a matter of who can explain their side in the way that makes the most sense with logic, precedence, conjecture, and also show the contradictions in those things on the other side. So that's what I'm going to do. See, you could look at it and say that crypto is only successful because of its scams, and all the scams prove it. But you could also look at it and say that maybe crypto had success on its own without the scams, and the success is what attracted the scams, which to me makes more sense. It seems unlikely to start with a supposedly completely useless technology and hype people up so much that they invest in it continuously and in greater numbers for years. Yes, you could say that's true of Ponzi schemes and Dan's understanding of the 2008 crash, but the difference with all these examples is that big important pieces of information were intentionally being hidden. The original Ponzi scheme relied on hiding exactly where your money goes, and 2008 apparently relied on hiding from investors the reliability of who they were giving loans to. But Bitcoin is open source and completely decentralized. From the very beginning, no one was hiding shit about the inherent tech or what they were buying into. People were simply allowed to speculate on the asset's value with total transparency. The same is true of NFTs. There are scams within this space promising stuff that they know they can't or won't deliver on that is being kept a secret from buyers, but NFTs don't have this as an inherent trait. A scam is reliant on misleading, but with Bitcoin and NFTs inherently, you only have the logic to say that it's a speculative asset. You could, however, argue that the tech isn't a scam, but everyone who uses it is a scammer, which I guess is more what Dan kinda does. And I get why people feel this way. As vague of a reasoning as this is, it clicks for most people because there's a lack of a better explanation. Why in the fuck would anyone buy JPEGs of monkeys for 100 grand? Yeah, I get it. Naturally, because money fills the hole perfectly. But there's a couple of different theses that also fit the mold, and then also a couple of different precedences of those theses that we can point to that look exactly like this and have much more in common with NFTs than Ponzi schemes do. I think you can divide the ecosystem into 4 different groups, with scammers/investors, people just trying to get others to buy in so they can cash out, only being 2 of these 4 groups. Line Goes Up has only ever shown you these 2 to give you an impression that they're all doing it to earn money, but they're only 2 of the 4 groups in the space, and they're only there because they're dependent on the other 2 groups. In most cases, that's where they're getting their money from. I'll show you the other 2 groups one at a time, but first I want to outline the big visible difference between them and investors/scammers that makes it very obvious that they're not the same people. Line Goes Up's big point of comparison is Ponzi schemes and 2008. The huge glaring difference? No one talks about their subprime mortgage or their investment stock like this. Throughout this entire video, he never shows anyone talk about the art in NFTs and focuses solely on the idea that people are buying purely because it might increase in value. But if you dig into these communities, and I fully encourage you to do so, this is definitely not the only way people talk about NFTs. Feels nice to collect again. I won Over the Rainbow, a beautiful piece by Whittier71 on Foundation. It will live with August 1, which I collected earlier. One of the big things I did research for was I followed not just artists but collectors as well to see how they talk. Many of which I found because they're collectors that bought the art from those 25 small artists I showed you at the start. Like for instance, Chip NFT is one of the big whale collectors I've seen over and over again because he's very integrated into the community in such a way that it's hard to say it's purely about profit. Whether he's buying or not, you'll constantly see him under the posts of lots of different artists, and it seems a lot more like he's just very social and vested in the art and the artist. A lot of comments aren't the most in-depth, but he posts an insane amount on pretty much everything, and none of it feels like cookie-cutter responses or someone trying to pump something either. They're all different. So cool! Very nice, beautiful, so small and cute. Wow, fantastic high details, love it. Wow, these are hyper cool. Fantastic work. Sick, amazing art. This is true of a lot of collectors actually. My new killer girlfriend, isn't she gorgeous? Amazing work, Sashimi. I'll cherish and take care of her. First time trending in my lifetime. Congrats B, I just got home, crying face. Good morning, working on the stamp right now before going to work in the afternoon. What's everyone's plan for the day? Crying about my empty wallet. Save some for your future wife doting fund, Jimmy, screams internally. I don't know what the context here is. The point is that a lot of collectors seem to chat casually with artists. Chip also ran an art contest where he offered money prizes for people to make redraws of some of the Uzukis he owns, which at first makes it seem like he's trying to pump his own investments, but he's left comments on other derivative contests owned by other collectors too. So clean, so cute, amazing job well done. Similarly, I've seen a lot of collectors talk about the art in other people's collections. Arcane.eth is a collector too. In one post he's all like, "This is my fave at Naoki Saito sensei's work. I like the message of one's own color contained in the artwork and the expression of various colors." This wonderful piece is owned by Chip NFT. Azuki number 1790 is my personal favorite from @AzukiOfficial, currently owned by @Chip NFT. What's your guys' favorite? Some of these collectors are so invested in things like art and NFT collections like Azuki's that they can even recognize which number it is even if they don't own them. Messy work in progress. Azuki 8480? Haha, yes, this is a contest entry for Sir Chip's Azuki fan art. One of my favorite Azukis, I instantly recognized. Erroltix is another collector I came across who's actually like a doctor apparently. Also apparently plays the violin, so they seem like a overachiever who probably has the money for this. But they're very involved with the artist as well. They started off collecting, but now they even collaborated once with an artist by writing an accompanying violin solo for an art piece. But it's mostly just collecting. Every time they buy an NFT, they always post about it and express what they love about it. Heya and Lilia by @HanbenP, feat @Don Salati. The Heya OC and rendition of Don's Lilia is just too cute, combined with the signature rendering, coloring selection, and lights displayed that accentuate the OCs. This was an awe-provoking masterpiece that I'll certainly treasure. Bloom by BM Macrew, whatever. Wow, the moment I saw Bloom, I fell in love with it. The character, the pose, the background, the mood, and rendering complement each other so well. This is definitely amongst my all-time favorite collected pieces. Well done. Errolitix posts like this all the time. There's even things he says that he likes like steampunk, and that pattern can be substantiated in the NFTs he buys. And he's not the only one who talks about NFTs art like actual art. Good morning, while cleaning my teeth, I was looking at my latest 2 additions to my collection. Shichiho Gold of @Chatakora and a dress from @Fumidori. Seems like I am in love with the color gold recently. Some people even buy derivatives of the contests I mentioned before, even if they don't own the Azukis they're derivatives for. Oh my god, I just received a bid from @OASP after 21 minutes. Thank you so much, colorful number 13 crying Azuki. Azuki's derivative, Incandescence, was given a value of 1.1 ETH. I appreciate my favorite artist, Tama5chan, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you to Chip-san, Chip NFT, the organizer of the Chip Azuki contest, and to everyone who supported this auction. This one sold for like 2,266 USD. And yes, Chip NFT even offered a prize pool for artists, and then even after it was done, gave the artists their blessing to mint and sell their art as NFTs. And not just that, they even increased the prize pool because the price of Ether dropped over the duration of the contest. It might be easy to look at profile pic collections and think that at least those are stupid and don't help artists, but they really do. Most profile pic collections fully embrace the creation of derivatives, and some artists have pulled themselves out of really bad living situations because of it. Peritrago is exactly that artist. They do, among other things, biblically accurate angel derivatives of the Tubby Cat profile pic collection. They've made like 5 ETH. Going back to Errolitix, something that happened quite recently was they had their own art contest for one of their own Azukis, and when the entries came in, he did the thing where he talked about the art for 401 entries and ranked all of them as well. Like, fucking, look at this shit. It's still going. This is one of the more insane examples, but this passion for art seems to be a consistent pattern for a lot of people. My new killer girlfriend, isn't she gorgeous? Amazing work, Shishimi. I'll cherish her and take care of her. Today I went on a shopping spree at Foundation. Lustful Purple Tulip by @DNSC Selen F. What are these names? Tea Time Temp by Florets. Happy to add some pieces to my collection. After selling Hera a few days ago, I was looking for new pieces, and finding 2 in the same day. How lucky. And like, sometimes people have conversations about their collections too. I would like to create more works on Foundation, so I will fix the number of requests I receive per month. I'm sorry I cannot respond to many requests we receive from people who want our work. I decided that this was necessary for the growth of my painting. Yay! Excited for more Sashimi-san Foundation art. Thank you for all your hard work. Do you have any sashimi art in your collection, Chip-san? These 2. I hope to get a Sashimi Foundation piece too. Ah, they are very beautiful. I hope to one day have some sashimi art too. In addition to being very well done in the colors and details, they inspire me a lot. Thank you. I'm so honored that both of you love my work. I'm getting more and more motivated, and a lot of inspiration is coming down the pipe. And none of this even accounts for the fact that a lot of collectors are just big artists who now have disposable incomes because of NFTs. Remember this small artist from the beginning? Searlight owns one of their pieces. Sal, one of the big artists from the start, who was called a terrible person for switching to NFTs, they recently bought a piece from a small artist for like 3 ETH, or like $8,600. Look at this cute little drawing the artist made with the artist character thanking Sal's character. Camellia was given a value of 3 ETH. I have great respect for Sal, who is a great artist himself and always supports many artists. Thank you very much. And to those who supported this auction, thank you for all the happiness. And that's not the only one. I got the first bid in 13 minutes. My hand is still shaking. Thank you so much again. Sal made a bid of $3,000 on a small artist's work within 13 minutes of it going live. Sal actually has now like a modest collection now, like about 20 pieces. In total, they spent like 24 ETH. That's like half their profits that have just gone back into buying NFTs of their own. This of course makes perfect sense for artists. Maybe you can't see why someone would be invested enough in art and artists to see value in being able to say you're the exclusive owner of a piece, but artists are deeply in tune with what it takes to make good visuals. Things like line structure and texturing and all these tiny little things that are associated with specific artists are things that artists are vastly more invested in. And the thing is, I kind of get it. Like, I don't mean I understand them by watching how they interact. I mean, I kind of feel it myself. When I started researching for this, like 6 months ago or whatever, I was like, I'm happy for the artists, but I'd never buy this. Like, I don't understand you people. I support you, but you people are fucking weird. But the more I learn about these artists and see them interact, the more I started to see and recognize each one's individual style, and you start to become more invested in them, particularly the ones you like. And so being able to say you're the holder of a specific piece of art from this artist, it has a certain pride to it. I found myself on occasion after seeing a hexagon profile picture be like, oh, I wonder who made this, because it it looks familiar, and it'll be like an artist I've seen before. Even if they don't have the hexagon, I'll find the art in an artist's profile that looks familiar, and I'm like, oh hey, oh yeah, that's Vix Pora's avatar. And look at that, they actually own the NFT. Or, I'll be looking at an artist's profile, and I'll see a piece that I like, and then be like, that's cool, I wonder who owns this. And I'll actually recognize the collector, and it's like, oh wow, that's interesting. It's gotten to the point where I like subconsciously start like eyeing up unsold pieces that I like, and when they sell, part of me is like, ah, damn it. And I'm like, did I really just think that? No one's going to understand me on this, but recently I right-click saved a couple of NFTs myself as desktop backgrounds because I liked how they looked. And then as a thought experiment, I tried to put myself in the collector's shoe and was like, how would I feel if I had the NFT for these desktop backgrounds? And like my brain fucking shot off endorphins like fireworks. And I'm like, oh, I kind of get it. There's this pride that comes from the idea that you own the authentic piece. You know Theobald's, the pirate NFT artist I mentioned ages ago with under 1k followers, but was selling his stuff very cheap? Well, one of them was picked up by one of those Bored Ape Yacht Club people. I even checked. Bored Ape 8526, Lord Troffington. Yep, it's him. One of those stupid fucking ugly monkey holders with no taste who only do it for the money. So why did he do it? Well, apparently it matched another pirate NFT they bought. They even have like 100 or so art NFTs if you check their wallet. It's almost like Bored Apes are just campy and intentionally ugly, and some people who have bought them, especially in the early days when they were cheap, are in it for the art and have bought it because they enjoyed Seneca's campy style. Speaking of Bored Ape, attention to visuals isn't exclusively restricted to normal art either. Good morning. Finally, I got an Uwu that I like and can afford. I'm a poor artist, gamen. White hair for the win. Sao even recently bought a Bean, which is an NFT profile pic series by the same guys as Azuki, and was like talking about how much they love the trait combination. Especially with profile pics series, I see traits come up a lot in conversation. A lot of the time it's like, I love how this trait matches this color scheme or other traits. Picked up my last Azuki waifu, number 8769. Love how all her black clothes match perfectly and the foxfire makes her epic. Love her so much, very satisfied with my Azuki waifu collection. I even did another thought experiment to try it out for myself to get a better feel for like what drives people. Visually, I like the style of Azuki, so I looked through them and went through the trait list and was like, if I could own one, for free, what would I pick? I ended up looking through the trait list, and I'm like, well, I like eye patches because I have a pirate thing going, and I love coffee, but nothing on the list really like looked like me, and the eye patch on the side-on characters made it like so you couldn't see the eyes at all. So I switched the patch for a waistcoat, which is also a thing I like. That narrowed it down a lot, and then I looked through and I'm like, okay, this one kind of looks like me, the hair's the same color, and I like the smoke effect, and I'm like, oh hey, I'm kind of invested in this token now. How much was this again? 14k? Alright, thought experiment over. Anyway, point is, if you're looking in the right places, a lot of the way people talk about this isn't consistent with the idea that they're just trying to get people to buy in. Well, I suppose it could be a long con, but it's getting really far-fetched, especially when you account for the fact that most of these whale collectors have very large collections and rarely sell anything. If it was just about money, you'd think they would be holding much smaller bags with much higher turnovers, but Chip NFT owns 158 NFTs. Eralax has 139. Ligeratus, who's shown up in a lot of the auctions so far, I've shown, has 179. And these are the ones on the smaller end of the whale collectors. Path owns 580. Robeck World owns 762. In fact, a lot of collectors have separate wallets called vaults that I assume are cold storage, which is safer from hackers, but less convenient for transactions. These vaults collectors have are specifically intended for NFTs they don't plan on selling. I'm looking for some new art pieces to add to my vault. I have so many friends on FND, and I want to collect at least one piece from all of your collections. It's gonna take some time though. So stoked to add this beautiful piece to my vault. And if you check the sales activity for any of these vaults, this holds true. Era's vault has like one sale in it, and there's probably just some kind of exception. Even some collectors who do flip NFTs on occasion, like Robeck World, have the set reserve price on some of their NFTs to insane amounts that realistically will never sell for that price. Everyone has a price, but if the price has to go that high, I think it's a pretty good demonstration of their unwillingness to part with it. A lot of people, like Era, even have a little virtual gallery set up that anyone can click on and walk through to show off their collection. And okay, this is kind of a minor point, because I've seen this only once, but if you were buying purely because you were planning to sell, why the fuck would you get it tattooed on your arm? I've seen people talk to one another about why they chose their monkey and what they like about it. I've seen collectors rave about their recent piece they've collected and what they like about it. I've seen people talk to prominent collectors under artist posts asking them if they have anything collected from this particular artist. I've seen collectors run competitions where artists can win money prizes for making the original art of their Razukis, even increasing the price of the prize pool of Ethereum when it dropped. And I'm sure you've all seen the fact that a ton of the most common NFTs are designed to be used as profile pics and have caught on like crazy for that specific purpose. I have never seen someone take a picture of their fucking investment portfolio and use it as their avatar on Twitter. All of this implies that it's not just about the investment or the money, there's definitely more than that driving it. And you're probably thinking, for that much money though? There's no way. Even if people occasionally talk about aesthetics, that's still not a good enough of a reason to dump 100k on a monkey JPEG. And here's where we get into one of the four types of people in this economy. Because believe it or not, there is already a precedent for this. There is already a precedent for people buying things for prices far higher than the cost of materials and labor, with seemingly their only purpose being in their aesthetics. Hypebeast. NFTs are just hypebeast for nerds. Don't believe me? Both sell for higher than the cost of materials and labor. Both have drops of limited release and artificially scarce products that people seem to want because they're scarce.
Yo, I'm so stoked I picked up these dunks, bro. You like these?
I don't really mess with dunks, bro.
Dude, you don't like dunks? These are crazy and they're so limited.
Huh? Limited? How limited, bro? These are actually pretty fire, bro. How much? I'll buy it off you.
Both even call it a drop. Both have buyers that get up at crazy hours to wait for the release of said drops. Both have scalpers and investors who try to resell.
I got my stuff. I'm locked and loaded. You know, you need the ornament? Bruh, I got it, bruh. It's going for like $40, but I got you $100 right now, bro. You need this.
Both try to market themselves with celebrities. Both have a fascination and fixation on flexing and showing off how much things are worth. Both feature on websites like hypebeast.com. Both have a fixation on the real thing, even though both can be copied/counterfeited. Both are widely mocked for being superficial. Both have collections. A lot of these guys have fucking sneaker walls, none of which they'll ever take outside. Both can sell pretty much anything, whether it be a brick or a black square, so long as it's from the authentic brand. Both have ridiculous looking shit that seems to fail on a functional and aesthetic level but sells anyway. Both have companies that copy every other trend-setting company like crazy. And finally, both of these things have literal overlap too. Shoe companies have literally started using NFTs to verify hypebeast ownership. There are a ton of hypebeast brands that have got into NFTs. And if you look for it, both have plenty of people interested in both hypebeast and NFTs and even display them in the same way. So tell me, what has more overlap with NFTs? Ponzi schemes or Hypebeast? I guess you could say Hypebeast is a Ponzi scheme, but that bubble has been around for generations and hasn't popped. Brands come and go, trends come and go, but the genre remains unchanged. It's all about the flex. Oh, if you're not aware, Hypebeast, they're typically the type of people who are like crazy obsessed with like buying specific brands of clothing, usually waiting outside a store for hours before opening, usually for like limited run clothing. You might even be like aware of the videos that everyone like memes on a bunch of kids in England standing around in like designer brands, and they like walk up to the camera and list each item of clothing they have and how much they bought it for. That's Hypebeast. And most of the money to buy doesn't go into the quality or how much it costs to produce. The money is about the flex. Owning and showing an Uwucrew or Bored Ape NFT in your profile pic is a flex in the exact same way as wearing a Supreme jacket or a fucking Gucci bag. Copy-pasting NFT images in your bio when you don't own the NFT for it matters no more to collectors than you buying a fake Supreme or Gucci apparel. What matters is they have the line of logic to say that they are the legitimate owner. By the way, people getting mad about right-clicking their NFTs was always a bit. I don't know what to tell you, they were literally just playing you the whole time, maybe even to increase the value and awareness of their collection. Check their likes. I wasn't taking screenshots at that time, and I'm not scrolling back that far, but check their likes. They were liking tweets and laughing at you for falling for it. I suppose if I'm being fair with this hypebeast NFT analogy, there's not really Supreme clothing or anything that goes for like $100k off the shelf. It can go for it in after sales though, but you can pay like $1,000 on a pair of ripped trousers, which is similar to what we've seen with artists. Although that's an artist with 10k followers versus like an established brand. But the higher price point makes sense to me. If anything, I think NFTs tap into what hypebeast taps into a lot better. Not only can you use your Bored Ape for aesthetic purposes on social media just like you would wearing branded clothing, but unlike clothing, you don't have to worry about damaging your flex in the process of showing it off. It's a collector's item that is in always mint condition, which is good for reselling as much as it is for good for flexing in public. Not only that, but it's also much easier to confirm a legitimate owner from a fake, something that's very important if you're trying to flex. And not only that, but also, owning an NFT you can flex is not solely reliant on money. If you see a bunch of kids standing around flexing about how much their clothing is worth, you're like, oh wow, I'm so impressed your parents have a lot of money. But with NFTs, there's also the possibility they actually barely spent any money on it at all because they got in early. You don't just get to flex that you have something of extreme value, you get to flex because you got it, because you made a good investment, because you got in early. That's another bonus. The pride that comes from owning a popular NFT is almost the perfect embodiment of the hipster concept. There's a genuine pride people get from feeling like they were the one who were in on something before it was cool. NFTs not only give you a way to prove it, but also make it harder and harder for people to get in later and later the more popular it gets. And suddenly, you own something exclusive that starts being associated with celebrities, meaning your poor ass is associated with them via your stupid fucking monkey picture. This makes you feel special, which if you look at hypebeast clothing and these kids are listing off how expensive all their shit is, that's clearly the goal. It's about standing out, feeling special. My point in this isn't to make these people look good or say like hypebeast fashion isn't kind of fucking dumb. My point is that this isn't necessarily a scam, Ponzi scheme, or otherwise just a community full of people trying to get the next guy to buy in so that they can cash their check. That just seems to be more because there's money involved. After all, reselling exists with hypebeast too, but it's a lot more valuable here, which seems to be more of a side effect of NFTs not being able to degrade over time, and reselling being built into the product as it's stored on the blockchain. It seems more like a significant part of this is about flexing. It's not surprising that the most valuable Uwucrew and Bored Apes tend to be the really shiny ones which they themselves are made up of the rarest traits. It's not just profile pics. Even within the pure art side of things, I've seen people use the word flex. You don't need to guess their motive like a conspiracy theorist, they will literally tell you it is a flex. Thank you for your support, Sir @BG Jervin. I'm so happy, you are my first collector. Wow, he has honor to support good young artists. Nah, I buy cool art and flaunt my collection for selfish reasons, but supporting small independent artists is a nice bonus, not gonna lie. Oh, look, some of these NFT bros said, have fun staying poor. It's clearly a learned in-group mentality to psych themselves and others into continuing to invest and continue the grift. It's a flex, dude. It's just a flex. It's not that fucking complicated. Point is, things like hypebeast fashion show that there is a precedent for buying things vastly more expensive than the cost of materials and labor to make them. Even if this behavior doesn't make sense to most people, there is a precedent for it, and it is far more reasonable to assume the investing and money-making side came out of that, rather than spawned from nothing as this weird cult where everyone deludes themselves to invest on empty promises infinitely, starting with a technology that was totally transparent from the get-go, unlike Ponzi schemes. And if you look within hypebeast, you'll notice the hypebeast people sometimes talk about the art too. Well, close. I mean, this is where the term drip originated from. They even criticize or compliment one another's outfits based on the different articles of clothing and if they match.
I still had to flex my Gucci belt, $540, $60. Yo, this guy's wearing a belt and he got joggers on. Oh my god.
That's it.
Bro, this is a pretty sick outfit. I love it.
Oh, polo bag. Free as too.
How are you getting all this for free?
Shout out Telly's, my boy works there. I can't say no names.
Yo, plug me.
For many, it's not just about the money/flex basis, but an aesthetic basis as well. Perhaps hypebeast clothing is not the most flattering comparison. It's definitely true of a lot of people, and it is part of what makes it fun as a whole, but people in this space act a bit differently from kids in a street listing off how much their clothes are worth. Perhaps it's more accurate to say that NFTs are a lot like fashion as a whole. After all, hypebeast clothing is part of fashion too, and has some level of overlap with everyone. The crazy flexing, look how much money I have is only one type of people you can find in spaces who care about fashion. The same is true of NFTs. You know, I think fashion is all about association. Trends come and go, and not necessarily because of how good something looks, but also based on what it's associated with. That's why a celebrity or someone else well known can determine the course. When a trend is in and popular at any given time, wearing it allows you to take the association of that trend and tie it to yourself, and by extension you feel in and popular. Which starts to explain why people would buy a fucking picture of an ape for 100k. The price isn't for the picture of the ape specifically, it's what it represents. An exclusive, scarce item that few people have that evokes a feeling of being the hot new popular thing. This doesn't make sense unless you have a large disposable income though. Obviously you're not going to do this if you're living paycheck to paycheck, but if you're living at large, your bar of what you're willing to spend money on for the sake of entertainment gets lower and lower. If you're rich but you want to feel like you're part of the hot new thing with the rest of the cool kids who got in early, maybe you will buy an ape for 100k. The price isn't for the ape JPEG, the price is to feel special. Speaking of celebrities, people are quick to say celebrities are doing this because of some money or investment based thing. There's even some evidence that these are brand deals from MoonPay, and I'm sure for some of that's true, but I don't think that's necessarily always the case. First off, these people have fucking money to burn. These people have half a dozen houses, 500 cars, and thousands of clothes, and all of them are luxury brand. And we know it's not sponsored because they legally have to disclose that, which they do everywhere else, so it'd be weird to break that now as the theories go. People are assuming celebrities are doing it for money, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. These people aren't money-making sociopaths, they're celebrities. Most of them spend their time at parties snorting cocaine off hookers' tits. They're not exactly peak rational behavior. Luxury clothing brands exist for a reason. Most rich people brands exist for a reason. They are to flex. A way to show your bank account without walking around with your account balance written on your chest, and a way to associate yourself with the thing that's popular. Just because this is the one thing that doesn't degrade over time, and can therefore be used as true, albeit volatile investment, doesn't mean they're buying in for the money. That's not often consistent with how celebrities act, and it's a bit of a jump to assume it when NFTs have a lot more in common with the hypebeast brands they always buy than a fucking Ponzi scheme. Just recently, Jim Carrey bought an NFT. He did the usual thing on Twitter, talked about it a bit and why he bought it. But it wasn't a Bored Ape, the hot new most popular thing, nor was it from some uber-rich brand or company, nor was it from someone who had any other joint venture with him. Or at least I don't think so. Because it's from a relatively small NFT artist. I mean, they've made 185 ETH total, which is still a fuck ton, but that's not celebrity money. I've shown you anime artists who have made more money from just like relatively unknown collectors. This one stops me. James Joyce said that's a good thing. Thank you, Ryan Koopsman, for gently capturing nature's exquisiteness and relentless reinvention. By the way, you're my first NFT. Maybe there was an argument to say celebrities were in it for the money when it was the most popular hypebeast shit that was at the surface level of the collective consciousness. But as the space grows, it doesn't seem like some of these celebrities are trying to pump, dump, and get out. It seems like they're going deeper and deeper into it for less and less profits too. As time passes and people have more time to learn, this argument makes less and less sense. It's just a rich person hobby. It's a flex, just like any other designer brand. That's why it's important that NFTs are scarce, and it's why creators like Bored Ape Yacht Club do limited runs, just like how Hypebeast clothing does. If you could buy an infinite number of Bored Apes right now, no one would care anymore and the price would plummet. It's actually one of those weird instances where artificial scarcity is part of a product that consumers actually want, which is why they put so much emphasis on the authentic original. Trading card games are a lot like that too. Sure, it's possible to perfectly replicate these cards, and if there was enough demand for it, they would be made and you would be able to open knockoff card packets that are totally the same in every way. But people don't want that. They want to put emphasis on the real thing in order to maintain the feeling of scarcity. Because it makes it more exciting when you pull something truly rare. So, okay, two things. There's the ability to flex your wealth or the fact that you got it early, and there's the ability to flex that you're associated with what's popular. Two big reasons why someone would pay a premium for a fucking JPEG. This isn't just given precedent by Hypebeast either. High fashion men's suits are another big one, I guess, but it's also true of a lot of show-offy, hoity-toity rich people stuff, paintings being one of the big ones. But also, if you ever watch one of these mansion tour videos, the host is usually very quick to point out some really shitty looking feature and be like, this is worth $100,000. It's a flex. So this is all a big part of it. But of course, you've got to ask the question, how do these things get popular in the first place? And that I think makes up our fourth type of person and the rest of what makes this industry tick, along with the scammers, investors, and hypebeasts. It also explains the people who are more focused on the visuals than the flex. Collectors. A lot of people simply buy things because they either think they look good or because it allows them to express themselves, which seems weird to do over a JPEG, yes, but you gotta keep in mind they have disposable income and collectors are weird fucking people. Have you looked into all the weird things people decide to collect? Just go to a fucking listicle. People collect all kinds of weird things even if it has no function or resale value. If this dude's got a fucking belly button fluff collection of all things and it's not gonna increase in value, is it that strange to think there are people here that aren't just collecting because of investments, but because of something they enjoy? It's a hobby, and NFTs are just another type of collectible. There's fun in taking something you enjoy like art, and then being able to slowly fill out a page of art that you bought with your own money, and slowly watch the collection grow. It wouldn't be as fun to do it if you just did it with right-clicking. The scarcity and the fact that you have to win it in a bid makes it feel more special. It wouldn't be fun if it was easy, because then it wouldn't feel special. Before something like Bored Apes became popular and worth thousands, I'm sure many of the initial buyers chose to buy them over any other NFT collection because they enjoyed the campy, intentionally ugly style. And when selecting out specific few apes to buy, I'm sure many of them didn't just buy based on what they thought would go up, but what features they felt resonated with them. I mean, okay, these started selling out as like fucking $100, so it's not as insane as it would be to buy it today, but NFTs were super hyped when Bored Apes started. When you look at NFT's inception, CryptoPunks were originally distributed for free with the hopes of making money on secondary sales. There wasn't a lot of dedicated collectors at this point, so you had to price low. Before the investors and scammers came in that Folding Ideas tries to associate with all people buying NFTs, there were just collectors taking part in a pretty cheap hobby. Which is exactly true of other Hypebeast products. Here's something fun. While I was researching Hypebeast for this video, I watched some old PewDiePie videos, one where he laughs at a bunch of Hypebeast people, and the first thing I thought when I opened the video was, hey, isn't that a fucking Hypebeast brand on his fucking shelf? And PewDiePie even addresses it.
Like, I know I have the cost statues in the back. I didn't know that was a Hypebeast thing. Everyone's like, oh, PewDiePie's a Hypebeast. I just appreciate art, okay? I just hate how they're ruined now because of these little kids. Okay? Oh, it's popular, so it's cool because it's expensive.
PewDiePie just gave me the perfect example of how Hypebeast starts. Collectors who genuinely like the aesthetic qualities buy it at first, and once that makes it popular, it becomes Hypebeast. It's probably the exact same of Bored Apes and Azukis and every other profile picture collection that becomes popular. Likewise, collectors of more normal art do the same thing. It starts much lower and collectors buy the things they like. Some collectors buy Pepe stuff, some buy anime stuff, some buy abstract or creepy stuff. These people didn't come to just different conclusions about what would sell in 5 years. We know this because they talk about the art like it's art. They all, at least on some level, enjoy the art, and when they see their collection grows, it helps them express a part of themselves and what they like. And of course, with all of these things being scarce, not only does it make it so your collection feels more important and authentic, but it means you have instances where two collectors end up vying over the same piece, meaning unlike non-scarce items, the value of the item can dramatically go up beyond the price of labor to make it. That's where these crazy prices come from. It's the scarcity. It's like, imagine two rich people trying to buy the last piece of bread in a store after a natural disaster. The scarcity allows the price to massively inflate. Take this example where a reserve price was set for 1.1 Ether and an unknown account placed a bid, and then Erlytics bids 0.15 higher, and then over the course of the day, what would have gone for 2k USD initially shot up to 15k. Without the scarcity, without two people who wanted the same thing, it would have just sold for 2k. I guess that's still pretty high. But hey, Naoki Saito only set a reserve price for 0.20 ETH, but remember the color of yourself ended up going for 25 ETH, which at the time was 85k USD. Oh hey, it was sold to Chip NFT, but I suppose Naoki is a big artist. But remember, Hone Art, he set his reserve price to 0.10 ETH, about 300 USD at the time, which is, for a full-colored image like this, is maybe like, I don't know, double the price of what it would cost to commission. But the first person to bid the reserve. If it wasn't for all these other rich bidders competing for a scarce product, Hone would have only gotten that 300 USD. Instead, it went all the way up to 5,000 and was bought by, oh my god, you're fucking everywhere. This is how even small artists can pull in such huge value. It's not that NFT art is intrinsically worth more, it is a direct product of multiple rich collectors types competing with each other to be the person who gets to say they own an exclusive collectible item and gets to place it proudly in their collection. This would perfectly explain all those instances of big whale collectors with vaults who genuinely seem to love the art and love interacting with even small artists. But occasionally, yes, as a collector, you sometimes get on board with a small artist before they become a fashion icon, and then maybe it's worth parting with your prized collection because someone gives you an offer you can't refuse. Now, often when you present this idea to someone that they're just digital collectibles being collected by collectors, a lot of people lose their fucking minds and go, but it's not physical. But this has never been an inherent established factor about why people collect. That's just a difference you found. Like, what part of the collector lifestyle inherently requires you to pick up and touch collectibles? If being physical mattered to collectors, they wouldn't keep them on a box, and even the plastic wrap they bought them in, stick them on a fucking shelf and never touch them again. But let me guess, it's about displaying it physically. Is it though? Wouldn't you expect there to be a much bigger market around creating counterfeits and replicas? If the collectible physically existing is what gave it its value, collectors wouldn't care about having the quote-unquote real thing, so long as the collectible was identical to the original. But that's not what collectors are about. The original Mona Lisa is valued at $900 million. You can have a practically speaking perfect counterfeit made legally because it's in the public domain for like $1,000. Where is all that extra value coming from, even if it's effectively the exact same physically? You think the Mona Lisa is too complicated to replicate? Fine. Sports cards have sold for $3.1 million. Tell me, how much of that $3.1 million do you think can be attributed to being physical when you could have an indistinguishable counterfeit made whenever you want? It's a fucking piece of paper made in the 60s. Hell, you don't even need to get a fake made. The company did reprints, but not even those sell for anywhere near as much, and collectors go to great lengths to distinguish between the reprints and the originals. If you have to get out a microscope to tell the difference, then for all intents and purposes, it is indistinguishable from the original for physical display purposes only. If all that mattered is being able to display it physically, then this solves it. So why the price difference? Because being physical isn't what matters. It is about being able to say you own something considered the real thing. What about Hypebeast and their overpriced clothing? Bootlegs are everywhere. Some are easy enough to make yourself, but the real thing is the only thing that sells high. It's not about being physical, it's about being able to say you own it. And regardless of whether or not you agree with it, NFTs give people the line of logic to say they own something special or rare that's authenticated to the original creator. Or at least, who they associate it with the most. Sometimes it's a brand or the dude in the meme rather than the creator, to be fair. Speaking of, that's another common thing I hear. Oh, but what if the link goes down? An NFT's image is just a link to a URL after all. Okay, so firstly, this isn't 2006. People aren't using PhotoBucket on an internet forum. When was the last time you saw an image pulled down by a server host? Tech has increased so much that the space is now, abundant, and there's no real reason to pull images down, and backup storage is just as easy in case the server spontaneously combusts. Secondly, why are you people so selective? When someone sells a monkey JPEG for 200 grand, everyone's like, it's just a picture, I can copy paste. But when the link goes down, everyone's like, a truly scarce resource, lost to the annals of time. It's just a picture that's authenticated to a specific creator or artist. That's where the value comes from. Creators and artists both have an incentive to remint for the collector if an NFT should become unusable at no fault of the collector. Jules Blanc, the artist who got scammed, is considering doing exactly this. They made a new foundation page because the other one was compromised. So people who bought NFTs from them now have an NFT that authenticates to a foundation account that is no longer owned by the artist. But assuming the gas fees are covered and the collector deletes the NFTs, Jules can just remint it again for them, and hey, now they have an NFT that's still scarce, and now it's re-authenticated to the artist. Collectors and creators are aligned in their incentives. This shouldn't be surprising. You'll notice that it's possible at any point for Bored Ape to produce multiples of the same NFTs and sell them at a discount, but they don't, because the collectors are buying it for the scarcity, so that would completely devalue their brand. Do you seriously think if some doomsday scenario happened and all the links died to the monkey images, that it wouldn't be in Bored Ape's best interest to protect the value of their brand? They'd just remint all the monkey pictures, probably charge a remint fee, and then trade the new NFT for the original NFT for free to maintain the scarcity. The transactional history would be gone, but apart from that, there's no difference. People would still get their exclusive monkey picture verified by the brand and the people they see as the real thing. What gives a collectible value is the collector's feeling that they truly own it, that they have collected something that means something. For a lot of collectors, a digital token that they own and can trade with others that is linked to an original artist, that ticks that box. To add insult to injury, Digital collectibles already exist. Calling it a scam is laughable because precedent already exists. I mentioned earlier in this video, but the only tangible difference between things like CSGO skins and NFTs is that one is recorded on Steam's database and the other is recorded on a blockchain, which makes sense as to why this caught on for collectibles because you don't have to trust or rely on any company. I've seen someone once say that the difference is that, oh, well, you can just right-click and save NFTs. Yeah, good point, you're right. NFTs are harder to save than CSGO skins. You don't even have to right-click save as. It's already saved on your computer, you absolute pool noodle. Oh, I see, you want it in-game. Good for you. You can literally edit your texture files. Oh, I see, you wanted other players to see it as well. Good for you. There are literally community servers which let you pick and choose whatever one you want. Oh, I see, you wanted it on official servers. Okay, why? Why do you want other players to see it so badly on specific official servers? Would you actually care if other players could see it on official servers, or do you only care because it looks like the quote-unquote real thing? If everyone else could have the same super rare item at the click of a button, would you care about all of those skins equally, or would you only care about the ones that could be verified as the quote-unquote real thing, even if it looked the same? And that's not even counting the fact that literally any game could utilize NFTs instead of a company database to have the exact same limitations on official servers as CSGO skins do. Like, seriously, what's the difference? Both are purely digital, both can be traded freely for money, both have people using it to invest and make money, both can be used for aesthetic purposes, both are used to verify an owner either in-game or by application linking to a wallet, neither have function, both are bought and sold for large amounts of money, and both are used in scams. But you wouldn't look at all the CSGO scams and the CSGO Lotto scams and the one-click links and phishing scams that drain your entire wallet and go, lots of scams exist, therefore the whole thing is a scam. No, obviously the digital collectible had its own value to collectors first, and then the scams appeared because of the money, not the other way round. I use CSGO skins and TF2 hats as an example, because it's the clearest example that can be freely traded and has its own economy. But if you want to talk about purely digital collectibles, the world is full of video games based around collecting purely digital collectibles. One of the most popular games in the whole world gives you the goal of filling up your digital list with the little pictures of like 151 different monsters. Now, do people pay for this? No. But the point is, the fun is in filling out the collection. It has nothing to do with it being physical. It doesn't even necessarily have to do anything with showing it off to other people. You could learn to crack your Pokemon game for free to complete your Pokedex, and it would probably be quicker than doing it in-game. You could even buy your game from a reseller with all the Pokemon already in the decks. But people don't do that, because there's no fun in a collection unless you can say you collected it. Okay, on that note, let's take a quick break to talk about copyright, because this is kind of relevant. This is mainly for people who know I'm an IP abolitionist, so you can skip this if you want. Although, now that I've said that, I've probably got a bunch of people being like, you said you were pro-artist, what the fuck? I think for the vast majority of small artists, copyright only hurts them. Fan art is illegal. They can't profit from big IPs to jumpstart their career, but they can't use copyright to defend their own works either. Vast majority of small artists have never filed a DMCA claim, much less taken someone to court. Because of that, art stealing is rampant and copyright does not let them earn any money back from that. Only big companies get that privilege. Even so, artists can still thrive. They've just found a bunch of different ways to monetize their content that don't rely on copyright. And I think everyone, not just small artists, should do the same for the good of the artists and consumers in general who will have a media market that's now properly opened up to competition. This argument and many more in this video. Go check it out. Now, NFTs and copyright are not at all the same thing, just like on a basic legal and technical sense. However, I've seen a bunch of people make the comparison anyway, and because I'm a copyright abolitionist, people are often like, how can you support NFTs and not copyright? And I think the reason people are saying this is because both of these things are heavily associated with artificial scarcity. That makes a lot of sense to me. Okay, so the reason I'm against copyright is because I think it creates consumer abuse. I think artificial scarcity is necessary to a lot of consumer abuse, and people associate it with consumer abuse because of that, but it's not inherently tied. There are a lot of types of products that people debatably want to buy because they're scarce. They're not necessarily scarce because the company is trying to get the most money from the customers in a way they don't want. In a sense, calling this consumer abuse is weird, because it's like, how can it be consumer abuse if your consumer wants to be abused? Oh man, my voice is dying. I've been recording for a long time. A whole bunch of the stuff that we've been talking about meet this category. Here's one though. How about shinies in Pokemon? You can hack them in, but do you see the pride in someone's eyes when they say they caught one for real? But then would it be a smart move for Nintendo to lower the chance of a shiny to nothing just so that everyone could have one? No, of course not, because the fun is in the rarity. The fun is in the scarcity. Just in general, a lot of Skinner box type MMO games and grindy RPGs sometimes fall into the abuse and predatory category because of that, but you'd be hard pressed to find someone who's like, get rid of all the scarcity, flood the economy with all the rare drops, one free for everyone. A similar kind of conundrum appears in the physical world with hypebeasts. Again, despite the fact that it's often possible to get a perfect replicate of any scarce product from a bootlegger, it's the authentic original that sells for a high amount. This plus all the flexing really implies that people are doing it to feel special by buying into the scarcity. If you look at it from that angle, it actually would be consumer abuse to keep selling it, which is weird, but technically you would be going against what the consumer wanted, which makes it consumer abuse. If Supreme stopped doing limited runs, there'd probably be a backlash. But of course, that isn't the only type of person that buys t-shirts, so you'd still be abusing your consumers by doing a limited run when people just want the fucking shirt because they like how it looks. By this definition of consumer abuse, there's literally nothing a company can do that isn't consumer abuse, so how am I to say it's bad when there's nothing they can do? But there's a better way of looking at it. I used to be against limited t-shirt runs, but now I think of it, limited t-shirt runs aren't bad because the authentic brand is scarce. They're bad because they're scarce, period. Because people try to control the bootleg market with DMCA.
I only got a bootleg Trash Taste shirt because I missed the drop. Looks good in grey though. What do you mean by bootleg? Hold on. Are you out here buying bootleg merch of us? Don't do that. I'm not calling you out, Andy. I'm just a bit concerned as to where you potentially purchased this bootleg stuff from. Because we know of a couple of bootleg places. And we're trying to do something about it.
But without copyright, both these customers get what they want, because if there's enough demand in the market after a limited run ends, someone else will make it. This means there is an exclusive, authentic product for those who want to say they own something scarce, and there's bootleg products for those who wanted the physical product but got in too late. However, if you DMCA a bootlegger, that's when it becomes consumer abuse, because you're forcing consumers to buy a scarce item when they aren't buying for scarcity. They're just buying because they know they won't be able to get it later. Now that's consumer abuse. Similarly, we can look at NFTs, which are the same thing. No one would be interested in them if they weren't scarce. That's what makes them popular. So same deal, it's not consumer abuse because they quote-unquote want to be abused. And just like t-shirts and bootleggers, you can always right-click save. It's the same thing. Hell, no one wants this, but even if you want an NFT linking to that specific image, you can do just that. It just won't be linked to the authentic creator, but you can have an NFT of an image whenever you want. Hell, if you want the exact same metadata, you can technically make a new blockchain. The only reason this doesn't happen is just because there's no demand for it. This is contrary to my core understanding of what makes copyright bad, a ban on replication. I said this in my copyright video. When something can be replicated by an independent entity, it means competition can't exist and it's possible for consumers to be abused without them just going to a competitor or creating the demand for the creation of a new competitor. But when you think about it, there's this meta element that is unreplicatable. Yes, you could make an NFT that's the exact same in every functional and physical way, but it wouldn't be the same NFT that was minted by the artist. Technically, that's not replicatable. That specific NFT, by definition, is non-fungible. You can mimic it perfectly both digitally and physically, but you can't have that specific one. So you can't have the meta element that applies to it. This is my bad for me not being specific enough. When I say a product needs to be replicatable to prevent consumer abuse, I don't mean meta elements should be replicatable as well. Here's why. Because that's no different to how no one can replicate your car or your house or your mug. They can take new materials that they own and replicate it perfectly. With enough land and resources, you could even replicate the surrounding area, but they can never have yours. This is because private property rights prevent it. But while things you own are replicatable and thus vulnerable to competition, in a sense, you do have a monopoly on houses owned by you, or cars owned by you, or mugs owned by you. Likewise, you could say an NFT by this artist is unreplicatable. No one can make an NFT that was created by this artist, thus they have a monopoly on NFTs authenticated to them. But that's the same as saying that Johnny Depp has a monopoly on selling houses recently owned and lived in by Johnny Depp. Anyone can replicate any of those houses physically, no one can replicate this meta element. I guess you could say that you can use an NFT to verify and restrict access to something else because of a meta element, But that's no different to saying that because you don't own a physical ticket or an entry in a company's database, that your access was restricted to a movie theater, so therefore it's abusive. I think it's possible, because of these meta elements, to argue that private property rights create abuse too, and therefore we should get rid of both, but I think that's an instance where the cons outweigh the pros. Sure, no one can restrict your access to the movie theater without copyright, but the movie theater probably won't be as good, or perhaps not exist at all, without the ability to restrict who can use its resources that it spends time and money on to maintain and beat out its competitors. Likewise, the benefit that comes from artists being able to sell a digitally scarce version of their work would disappear if you made total NFTs fungible. There wouldn't be a point to it anymore, and it's like, okay, so what do we gain doing that? Artists can't sell a digitally scarce product to consumers anymore who wanted a digitally scarce product. It wasn't creating any real abuse because the only thing they couldn't replicate was a meta element. The only benefit was now creators can't restrict access to things using NFTs, even though the things they could restrict access to can be replicated too, and thus is vulnerable to competition, just like movie theaters and tickets or digital entries in databases saying you bought the ticket. The only time you could restrict access to something that couldn't be replicated is with copyright. To sum up, I think the best example is Mona Lisa. Anyone can replicate it. In fact, now that it's in the public domain, you can have counterfeits legally made. But the original still maintains its value despite how it can be replicated even effectively perfectly. It's simply because of this meta element, that it was the first of its kind created and that it was created by Da Vinci. You can replicate the Mona Lisa, but this specific Mona Lisa is unreplicatable. You cannot make another that is considered the original, and you cannot create another made by Da Vinci. That's effectively what an NFT is, the original Mona Lisa when it's not under copyright. However, if the Mona Lisa was still under copyright, then it would be unreplicatable not just in these meta elements like who it was made by, it would be unreplicatable physically and aesthetically, and this would create various consumer abuses. Suddenly, you couldn't have a counterfeit made when you wanted to, usage of the image online could result in DMCA takedowns, and only a single entity would have the right to sell merchandise with the image leading to high prices and poor quality. That's what matters. That's what makes copyright bad. Alright, back to the video. Collectors and hypebeasts. There's obviously a lot of overlap as well, but those two groups make up the ecosystem that sees these crazy prices. And I think it's this ecosystem that gave rise to people trying to make money by flipping things they think will sell well in future, as well as a metric fuckton of scams based on promising something that will sell well in future. I do not think it happened the other way around. I find it highly unlikely that this arose by itself, purely started by empty promises. It's like seeing people trying to forge, farm, or scalp autographs to sell them online, and then declaring that it was the scalpers and scammers who built the industry by making people think they want a useless piece of paper with a signature on it. No, it started as a popular collectible first, and then people chasing the money soon followed. And there's a lot within the actual community that backs this. People talk about the art, people talk about the flex. Another thing about collectors that doesn't line up with Folding Ideas' narrative is this. He says that there's a culture of getting rid of any kind of doubt in project. Everything's gonna go to the moon, listing off buzzwords like FUD and paper hands to show how everyone tries to pump each other up to keep investing. Okay, firstly, he doesn't mention FOMO in this list, despite it being more popular of a phrase, which kind of breaks the narrative from the get-go. But if you actually look for it, there's a ton of people condemning various products and even criticizing the ones they're part of, even showing people stolen art and how to spot stolen art. This idea may be true of scammers and maybe even investors who have invested in criticized products, but it's not true of collectors. It fails the point of a collection to buy an item with questionable integrity. Every why I'm bullish on X project thread can be summarized in the following statement: because my bags are heavy. PSA to people, if you see a new project with insanely good art and is asking for engagement similar to these, when you check their profile, if no artist is credited, there is an extremely high chance that they just stole someone's art and is just farming engagement. DFK is hands down the worst game I've ever played. You literally cannot change my mind. It is a glorified on-chain Farmville with the sole purpose of farm and dump, be it Heroes or Jewel. As my hero started hitting level 7, I can't wait for an actual game to release. Can't wait to see what At the Treeverse and/or Bitmate's NFT releases. They literally cannot be as disappointing as DFK has been. This is Erolitix, by the way. So here's a collector type who presumably bought into this and still went full FUD mode because the actual game was disappointing. It's almost like it's not about the money. Like, it's not this crazy cult where everyone's all in it together unless you FUD or whatever. Everyone has different opinions on different projects and no one is immune to devaluing their brand for any reason. There are even comedians in this space, quite good ones too, who absolutely love and enjoy NFTs, but are absolutely not above making short-form comedy to satirize and make fun of everything within the community.
A random person just sent me a link. I'm gonna click it. Oh, it looks like it's porn. Oh, and they have my email now, so I will be getting lots of this. Oh, how cool. My grandma sent me a cat video. Wait, I'm not clicking that link. Bro, she knows better. She knows not to send me a link. The f do I look like, Abraham Lincoln? I'm not clicking that shit. My grandma's trying to rug me. There's no way I'm gonna click this link. The thumbnail does look pretty cute. All right, f it, it's my grandma. Oh, cool, my wallet's drained. What's up?
Yo, have you heard of those cats? The cool cats?
No.
Yo, they're fire, bro. I'm out
They
here
are?
just checking me out for my friend. You gotta buy them.
Okay.
It's cool. Yo, check them out. Check them
Okay,
out.
okay.
Buy them.
Thank you, I just bought it.
Yeah, that's sick.
Dude, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
Man, what a cool guy.
Sell.
What a nice guy. Just talk about wagging me, you know? Wait, why is the floor dropping? Hey, man, what's up?
What's up, man?
What brings you here?
I'm building.
Oh, that's cool, man. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, bro?
What brings you here?
We're building.
That's cool. What brings you here?
I'm building.
What brings you here?
I'm building.
What brings you here?
Building.
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 Oh, hey.
So, what brings you
Oh my
here?
God, let me guess. You're building. We get it. We all get it. You're building, he's building, she's building, everyone's building. And it's like, guess what? I'm building too, but I don't have to tell people every 5 minutes. Oh, where'd you go?
There was actually a recent controversy with Uwucrew that he made fun of.
I didn't scam people. I was learning. Sure, you may have lost a lot of money, but your loss is my gain in knowledge. I'm always learning. I don't even see the big deal. If Uwucrew was founded on scammed money, shouldn't that just be seen as crowdfunding? Teehee, I'm just a woman dev. Oh, wait. My advice to you is once your project does make money, do something on your roadmap and then delete all of your social media. You need to teach people not to expect anything else. You can look at my last projects as rugs all you want, but really they were just helping me build my next learning experience. Uwucrew.
And that's another thing. After this controversy, I watched as someone sold their Uwucrews at a loss because they didn't like the brand anymore. Was it about the money then? But of course, I'm sure you could just spin that as saying that they thought they were going to take bigger losses, so that's why they were selling, and we go round and round in wild speculation again because we can't read people's minds. Of course, then there are some people who sold their Uwucrews for profit months ago, and months later they're like, I missed them. Yeah, explain to me what the money incentive in that one is. Folding Ideas says all these people talking up their NFTs as their identity is just trying to raise the value to sell it. But you can literally see on the blockchain what their buy-in price is, and if they've gotten any offers that were higher than that. There's even people making memes kicking themselves later for refusing to sell something because it was their identity. And if you check their actual NFT, sure enough, they've been rejecting multiple offers that were higher than their buy-in price to this day. Folding Ideas never shows you the hypebeast or collectors, so it makes it look like it's nothing but investors or scammers selling to other investors or scammers. But it's not. It was collectors buying things early for cheap and not wanting to sell them, the hypebeasts who got in late but were willing to pay large amounts to get in, investors who tried to meet this demand by finding things early with the intent to sell to the hypebeast later, and finally scammers who tried to trick the investors into thinking they had the next big thing that they would be able to sell to those hypebeasts. There is, of course, levels of overlap with all these categories, but those are the four incentive types that make up this economy. It's even possible to see where these groups diverge based on conflict of opinions. I am collecting for worth plus value. Your art is secondary to me. Just to be clear, I'm collecting for beauty and edification. Your art is primary to me. 137 retweets, 980 likes. And sure enough, they're a really chill collector with a large collection who basically doesn't sell anything. Talk about bag holding someone else's framework. Try supporting new artists instead of blowing millions on a Fidenza or an ape. The cycle. Collector buys work from an unknown artist. Artist gets excited, mints a lot of the work and tries to print money. Realizes buyers aren't there and is left holding new supply. 1 step forward, 2 step back. The actual cycle. Collector buys work from an artist. Artist continues to mint art as they wish. Entitled collector attempts to shame the artist into minting less to protect their own investment. The notion that scarcity and floor price need to be maintained is toxic to artists. 72 retweets, 447 likes. Like, these aren't outlier tweets. This was a huge section of the community that everyone just fucking erased. And while investors are freaking out about the market crash, most of the collectors are really chill. After all, they're not doing it for the money. JPEG silent market crash. You being in it for the art. 7 retweets, 33 likes. In contrast, I saw a lot of panic from artists as the price was dropping. After all, they are in it for the money. It is their livelihood. Some were making memes, but some were genuinely scared. I even saw one quit, total transparency. But I saw none of this from the collectors I followed. They were all just chill. Some of them were even retweeting the memes. Why? because they weren't doing it for the money, even though some of these people had giant JPEG collections. If they were genuinely just buying for the money, it is unbelievable that they weren't freaking out. They were sitting on the biggest goddamn hot potato of their life, but a quick scroll through of their accounts will show, no, nothing. So yeah, I'm not convinced by this thesis statement of NFTs and line goes up. This idea that NFTs have no value except to legitimize crypto and to be sold to the next guy across. It's not hard evidence like the climate change stuff, but you weren't going to find hard evidence on this. It's a highly speculative market, but I think there's enough circumstantial evidence and precedents that set through other similar industries that the thesis is very questionable, even more so as to how he reached this conclusion anyway based on how much research he did. Okay, so, how did we get here? Why were there all of these very grand ideas about scams and Ponzi schemes to explain things that had very simple, much simpler answers that could be backed up with precedents that already exist? Why was there such widely disputed understandings of proof-of-work blockchains being used to justify huge environmental damage when the counterarguments were widely accessible to those who looked for them? And finally, to bring it full circle, why was there such an effort to pretend even small artists weren't making huge life-changing money from this? I don't know, it doesn't make sense. What was the real reason they threw artists, the people I genuinely thought they cared about, the people they claimed to care about, what was the reason they threw them under the bus?
Capitalism, 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 late-stage capitalism.
Anti-capitalist, hyper-capitalist, rewards the wealthy.
Capitalism, capitalism.
Hyper-capitalist.
Large corporations.
Anarcho-capitalist, the corporatization of everything. Anti-capitalist, capitalism, the core of the NFT marketplace, is a turf war between the wealthy and ultra-wealthy, who looked at 2008, who looked at the system as it exists, but concluded that the problems with capitalism were that it didn't provide enough opportunity to be the boot. And that's the pitch. Buy in now, buy in early, and you could be the high-tech future boot. Our systems are breaking or broken, straining under neglect and sabotage, and our leaders seem at best complacent, willing to coast out the collapse. We need something better, but a system that turns everyone into petty digital landlords, that distills all interaction into transaction, that determines the value of something by how sellable it is and whether or not it can be gambled on as a fractional token sold via micro auction. That's not it. A different system does not inherently mean a better system. We replace bad systems with worse ones all the time. We replaced a bad system of work and bosses with a terrible system of apps, gigs, and on-demand labor. So it's not just that I oppose NFTs because the foremost of them are aesthetically vacuous representations of the dead inner lives of the tech and finance bros behind them, it's that they represent the vanguard of a worse system. The whole thing, from OpenSea fantasies for starving artists to the buy-in for pay-to-earn games, it's the same hollow, exploitative pitch as MLMs. It's Amway, but everywhere you look, people are wearing ugly-ass ape cartoons. Capitalism, OpenSea fantasies for starving artists, OpenSea fantasies for starving artists, capitalism, OpenSea fantasies for starving artists. We need something better.
Oh my god. Is this about politics? Part 6. It's about politics. Ugh. This is not a good reason to throw artists under the bus. But I think that's what this was. This was a political attack. Ugh. Look, I didn't want to bring politics into this because I feel like the second I do, everyone picks a side and locks their opinion in stone. But to be fair, you guys fucking started it. The problem is, I feel like if I don't do this, this video isn't complete. You cannot convict a murderer without a motive, and I cannot convince you of a backstab unless I substantiate a reason why. These actions do not make sense without a motive. Okay. So, to many people on the left, crypto is seen as a right-wing thing. I don't think it should be, but because it is decentralized, i.e. the opposite of centralized, it rubs up against a lot of leftists as centralization is a bit of a cornerstone of things like socialism and a lot of other leftist policy goals. So I think there was a motive by the left to not only demonize crypto, but downplay the success of artists with NFTs because it makes crypto look good. Similarly, boycotting, follow policing, demonizing, abusing, and then lying about artists after the fact all had the same result. It prevented wide-scale adoption and prevented the people from finding out that crypto, a technology associated associated with the right had genuine positives, especially for poor people, a group that the left likes to argue that they are the only ones helping. Unfortunately, now that I've said this, I know exactly what's going to happen. We're going to draw a line down the fucking center, and there's going to be right-leaning artists that are forced over here, and left-leaning artists are forced over here, and if you're not political at all, it's going to be like, fuck you, pick a side anyway, even though this shouldn't have been a political thing to begin with. Most of the artists themselves are just trying to make a living, and most of them either aren't involved in politics or left-leaning themselves. Yes, most artists are left-leaning, and based on complete fucking bullshit, they're going to be forced to make less unless they want to be forced out of their social circle and brandished as evil, and it's so fucking dumb. And if they do leave that space and start doing NFTs, I fear they'll be pressured into changing their politics just because of that. Many artists are left-leaning. Even if they get into NFTs, they should stay left-leaning. Because it shouldn't matter that you're left-leaning. I don't care what your politics are. I just wanted artists to make what they want and make as much money as possible doing it. Period. That is what I prided myself in when I said I was pro-artist. And if a better option happens to appear in future because of some left-leaning policy and you decide to stop using NFTs, you have my word that I will not demonize you for it. I may be against the policy, but I will not pretend you don't exist or speak for your intention. The last thing I wanted to do was drag politics into this. It genuinely wasn't until line goes up that I consider this being politically motivated. I literally have a tweet saying so, and it was even longer until I realized all these pro-artist people I shared a banner with were total fucking liars and they were doing this for politics. But that's where we are. I didn't want to do this, but the evidence got so overwhelming that I can't just pretend it's not this. So let's look at the evidence. If we assume the Huggy Wuggy Protect Artist people had almost total overlap with the people that hate decentralization, this would perfectly explain where those Huggy Wuggy Protect Artist people disappeared to when they were needed most. They either became abusers and liars themselves, or became complicit in it because their hate for decentralization almost always outweighed their duty to artists. This overlap is backed up by the sheer amount of times things like capitalism and other right-leaning concepts are mentioned in a negative context by the abusers and liars, both on Twitter and YouTube, especially when it comes to lying about how much artists aren't helped by crypto. They are the same people. Protect artists here, anti-capitalists here. And just to repeat, we know these anti-crypto people have overlap with the pro-artist people too. Let me refer you back to the time an artist was called an art thief for screenshotting a hate tweet. This got 44 likes, remember, and there was also 2 other similar ones that got 55 likes and 200 likes. It's a good indicator that there is overlap between these two groups. Even when literally trying to go against an artist, many still try to uphold an air of being pro-artist, whether it be this or about protecting small artists rather than big artists that are supposedly the ones only profiting from NFTs. Keep in mind, this isn't me saying that the vast majority of people who hate NFTs are anti-capitalist leftists. This wouldn't make sense because everyone hates crypto. I am, however, arguing the liars, abusers, and people who are complicit in this when they claim to be pro-artist are. And it's from them that everything spiraled into everyone hating crypto. With NFTs, this issue exploded, and not just hard leftists, but everyone else got on board with the NFTs are fucking stupid train. This makes sense because NFTs definitely do look a little bit fucking stupid, and people latched onto the first explanation to explain that. Even on the conservative right, most people think it's fucking stupid. Even Matt Walsh of the Daily Wire hates NFTs, and everything beyond that just reinforced that NFTs are a stupid idea, and things like the environmental claims were the nail in the coffin. This was new technology that had a very small fan base compared to the rest of the world. It's because of that no one really questioned the information they were getting. If you don't care about crypto and someone tells you it's bad for the environment, you're not going to go, show me the source. You're going to go, okay, fair enough. You don't have any reason to doubt it or even a reason to want it to be wrong, such as it being integral to your paycheck. Something like that would make you want to fact check a lot of what was said in case it was wrong. But this didn't apply to most people. Most people just accepted the information as fact because they just didn't really care about crypto. The problem was, while people getting the information were not malicious, the people spreading it were, and I theorize the liars, abusers, and the supposedly pro-artist people who were complicit in it were all part of the same group, joined by the same ideology. I don't think it's a coincidence that this was first started by Democratic candidates and left-leaning media pumping a fallacious study about Bitcoin, then Twitter, a heavily left-leaning platform, and then the big crypto and NFT takedown videos that were first to truly and sincerely condemn the entire movement as a whole were leftist YouTubers who cannot for the life of them stop mentioning capitalism. But even if you think of it all this way, it's still a bit of a reach to think this group of pro-artist people were not only part of this anti-decentralization, hard left type, but also cared about it so much that they'd throw these artists under the bus. And, okay, this is where I get inflammatory. I am now going to argue that this was literally the goal the whole time. These people never cared about artists, and they were aligned with artists because it helped them push a political goal, and the second those artists became inconvenient for that goal, they had every intention to execute them without trial. Oh, God, I hate how bad this looks. Okay, full disclaimer, I'm capitalist and a libertarian, so I'm perfectly within the zone to for it to make sense why I'm doing this video. Even so, it's not really why I'm doing this. I thought NFTs were interesting from a anti-copyright stance, and I was probably gonna mention it in a copyright video, but I was seriously not gonna make this until I saw the sheer amount of abuse that had been going on for months and realized that if I don't publish it, no one is gonna publicize it. Genuinely, for what it's worth, I'm not aiming at every leftist here. Just the ones who abuse people, spread lies, or even just the ones who claim to be pro-artists, who saw a bunch of shit happening and did nothing because it didn't suit their politics. Which I don't think is the majority of leftists. It is, however, the majority of Twitter leftists. You're the ones who must have ran into these arguments and contradictory evidence by now and chose to ignore them while artists were suffering. But for what it's worth, because I don't want to generalize or demonize an entire group, there are radical leftists within the NFT space. But perhaps more importantly, there was one radical leftist I saw who didn't make NFTs, didn't like NFTs, and was openly critical of NFTs, but remained consistent. They refused to lie about NFTs and what they did for artists, pushed back on the abuse and the blacklisting, and refused to ostracize their fellow artists, even maintaining friendships, even going so far as to criticize the right-click saving trend and to defend an NFT artist that they weren't even mutuals with when they had their work stolen. That was Saspinella, the artist who spoke out against witch-hunting people for following NFT artists, whom at first I thought when they said pressure big artists, what they meant was that they were okay with harassing and witch-hunting only big artists. But I've ran into enough tweets that it's changed the context of this tweet, and I think they literally just meant pressure and it wasn't a euphemism. Or maybe they've just changed their mind entirely on this. At any rate, as far as radical leftists go, you were one of the few who remained consistent and honorable in this, and for what it's worth, you have my infinite respect for that. Thank you. They no doubt probably think I'm a fascist or something, but whatever. It doesn't even fucking matter to me. It doesn't matter to me if you hate me. My respect for you is unconditional. Thank you. Okay, alright, enough pussyfooting, I need to substantiate this. So not only did the liars and abusers both mention capitalism a lot, and often maintain a pro-artist stance while simultaneously abusing artists, even going so far as to call an NFT artist hate tweet art so they can say it's stolen, but also, the biggest, most dedicated, and worst players in this were all radical leftists who all at some point mentioned capitalism in a negative context, sometimes blatantly and explicitly, even when talking about exactly this issue. Succulent Bud, the creator of the NFT Losers List, is pretty obviously a radical leftist. This, I think, is pretty evident from all his tweets. I showed from him earlier. He also mentions capitalism in a negative context a lot. The study done by the artist who did a data analysis to make the claim that artists don't make money, yeah, same thing, radical leftists, even going so far as to say that everyone should take notes of which big artists are being silent during the Black Lives Matter protest. Very, very pro-artist, thank you very much. Jesus, okay. I just want to stress, I'm not trying to cancel people for old tweets or trying to say that these people are bad just for having radical opinions or even that they're wrong. Sometimes radicals are right. All I'm doing is trying to establish a pattern and a correlation. Speaking of correlation, she also goes so far as to directly mention capitalism in a negative context in the article itself on NFTs. Another popular article I didn't really mention here because I focused on proof of stake blockchains was this one. It got shared around a ton, even by Ross, and sure enough, again, direct mention to capitalism itself in the article. And if you go to Twitter, they mention capitalism a lot, like a lot, holy crap. They also dropped the word fascism, dog whistle, and Nazi in reference to the leaders of political parties in a first world Western country for restricting types of architectural designs on government buildings. The only technical exception is Ant Styles, the creator of the other list and the document about why NFTs are bad, who absolutely acts like a radical leftist. I think you kind of have to be to call the entire right-wing party of your first world Western country Nazis, and that Nazism as a whole is rising in the US. But he does technically say he is a proponent of seemingly just heavily regulated capitalism and is against crypto just because it can't be regulated. Although, then someone will comment on an article summing it up like capitalism bad and he'll like it, so... And then there was another tweet more recently where someone said capitalism is bad for everyone, and he responded with yes. I don't know what's going on there, but it debatably holds true to the pattern. I say leftist as a general term, but even if he's not a leftist, the specifics of his politics, i.e. regulation, is directly opposed to a decentralized currency, giving him the motive to be manipulative about the facts. So not only was it the YouTubers who seemed to be spreading misinformation, but it was also a lot of the people spreading information on Twitter that seemed to have an anti-capitalist slant. Alright, now we've looked at the big players, let's look at the artists who are lying, participating in, and calling for the harassment of other artists. Because while leftists who aren't artists don't get anything out of NFTs, and so perfectly explains why it's worth it for them to shut down artists, artists taking part in this are going against their own interests, as they presumably know they can make a better living from NFTs. It doesn't make sense for them to go this far unless their political beliefs radically outweigh their desires as an artist to make more money. And lo and behold, every single time I noticed one of these people was an artist and checked their account, they were always either very active in left-leaning politics or had some very radical left-leaning tweets or retweets, not even counting radical likes. We've already talked about one of these because she wrote one of the articles, but yeah, no kidding. Every time I recognized one of these comments was an artist, I checked their accounts, and they were literally like always leftists, literally every single one of them. And I think all but one of them were either active in politics or radical. Even among the people that outright stated to have no political affiliation, like Cynic's Design, an artist YouTuber with 900k subs, the one who showed zero sympathy to Mochi's situation, is much like Ant Styles in that he's for regulated capitalism, which presumably crypto rubs up against. He also has a number of radical left-leaning tweets, highly active in politics, mentions capitalism in a negative light very often, was against cryptocurrency before the NFT craze even started, and even has a YouTube video in March of last year against NFTs where he lies about profitability.
The content of the image would probably be of minor relevance. Elon Musk could put up a finger painting and probably make $1 million off of it, while some hardworking artist that doesn't have a huge following could put up an absolute masterpiece and maybe collect 20 or 30 cents off of it.
A hardworking small artist could make a masterpiece and make 20 or 30 cents. Fuck off, try $5,000. Fuck me, dude. And also, in this video, he also drops the phrase late-stage capitalism in reference to NFTs.
Now, bear with me because we are going to get into some late-stage capitalism shenanigans. Capitalism, break free of the flawed economic system we are all forced to deal with. Some of you will certainly disagree with a lot of my open criticisms of unregulated capitalism.
That political correlation keeps happening. To be fair, this artist here wasn't the only exception. It was, however, the only exception I didn't have an explanation for. Editor's note, while I was editing, I noticed like 3 more artists in my screenshot, and when I checked them, they didn't meet the pattern. So add an extra 3 who did seem to be left-leaning, but weren't highly active or radical in politics, and I didn't feel like I had an explanation for why they were an exception. Oh my god, I'm so annoyed that I ran into 3 in a row. Now that point isn't like quite as strong, but the pattern is absolutely still there. The other exception was Ross, who does follow and try to buddy up with a lot of left-leaning commentators like Hassan and has left-leaning political tweets in his likes, but I'd be lying to call him radical or highly political or directly opposed to crypto as a whole. But as a YouTuber and streamer, I think he has slightly different incentives, which also explains to me why Cynics, strangely enough in that video I mentioned before, said he doesn't fault artists for doing NFTs.
I do feel like a segment of the negativity toward NFT stuff is more focused on resentment toward artists making a bunch of money, much like some people were mad at Sakimi-chan in the early days of Patreon. And no matter your opinion on NFTs, don't take it out on other artists. That's not really beneficial for anyone. Artists are consistently undervalued by society as a whole, and while NFTs are a mess in my opinion, I'll never fault any artist for trying to find ways to have their work be valued.
He says this on YouTube, but directly contradicts it on Twitter, saying that he's lost admiration for them. Similarly, Rebel Taxi, who isn't an artist but is a YouTuber, jumped in really hard on this but isn't particularly political otherwise. Even in his likes, there was really only like 1 radical left-leaning tweet. But all of these things can be explained, I think, better by looking at their incentives as YouTubers. Your YouTube audience and your Twitter audience are different. As much as people hate NFTs on YouTube, you'd have a much harder time arguing an artist's career deserves to be ruined over it on YouTube than you would on Twitter. Similarly, in Cynic's Design's video, he actually sounds like the centrist he claims to be on Twitter.
Well, that was certainly a rant. I'm feeling a bit tired from it. And I know I'll get a lot of various comments from the crypto lords and young Republicans alike. It's fine, you're allowed to disagree with me on everything and think I don't understand anything. We all feel that way about everyone we disagree with.
He is surprisingly very cordial with right-leaning perspectives and doesn't really resort to ad hominem or trying to attach ill will to them, which is very different to what he's like on Twitter. Basically, YouTubers risk alienating half their audience if they're as hostile on YouTube as they are on Twitter. Perhaps it's to protect their narrative, but in the case of less political people like Ross and Rebel Taxi, I think it's to protect income. We'll come back to this. Although, another way of looking at this disparity between how Cynics doesn't fault artists in his video, but loses admiration for them on Twitter, is by looking at it in time. This video was in March of 2021, while his tweets with his new feelings were over a year later in May. There's actually another left-leaning artist that looks quite similar to this. Very, very, very late into scripting this video, which is why I didn't mention this before, I found one tweet from a big artist called RJ Palmer, who actually said in a public tweet without prompt to not harass artists for doing NFTs, and it has a lot of likes too, although he does have 150k followers. This is a little bit weird coming from someone who implied that big artists who didn't speak out during Black Lives Matter were doing it for money, and also that it's important to see who's voicing their outrage and who is not. But fuck it, this is what I wanted to see. Someone going out of their way to push back on the harassment, and it's even from a leftist, which is outside of the pattern I'm building. And then you look at the next tweet, and he makes a clarification that there's a big difference between expressing disappointment and sending hate mails and threats. Which, to be fair, is fine. There is a very nice, clear ethical line between these two things that has been drawn, and both of these things have very obvious, clear definitions. Saying you're disappointed is fine, sending death threats and hate mail is not okay. But then you scroll down a bit more, and someone says, artists are still doing harm though, and the ones at the top of that pyramid scheme are even more so. That said, corporations and capitalists, there's that pattern again, should definitely be the main focus to organize against. It ultimately just can't be giving individuals a free pass. It's both, 94 likes. And then he responds, there can be a middle ground between free pass and straight up harassment though. Expressing disappointment is a whole other thing than sending them threats, you know? And he responds, confrontation and harassment are different things, absolutely. And it's like, wait, that was where you stopped replying? He started off implying that he was going to harass people because he literally disagreed with you by saying artists are still doing harm though, and rather than just say that's completely unacceptable like your first tweet implied, you instead suggest a middle ground between harassment and free pass that's, in your own words, expressing disappointment. But then the guy responds by seemingly agreeing with you, but replaced expressing disappointment with confrontation without explaining what that means. And you know he literally disagreed with you initially about not harassing artists. And then you scroll down a bit more, and someone disavows actual threats, but says those artists deserve to be clowned on at every possible chance. And he says, I agree. Define clowning. Like, we went from don't harass artists to express disappointment to defining expressing disappointment as confrontation to clowning on them. Like, in real time, you can see how Twitter started redefining words and justifications, and a higher and higher percentage of them quickly got more and more radicalized. It's how in the present, we got to people saying Seiro deleted her account because of criticism, or backlash, or voicing disdain, before calling her pathetic in the same tweet. Or people justifying harassment as consequences and you were warned. It's just like how RJ Palmer said it's important to see which artists spoke about Black Lives Matter and who didn't. What does important to see mean in practical application? We don't know, he doesn't explain it. It's a euphemism. And then you realize that's the second highest like comment in this thread, and the one with the most likes was literally disagreeing with him saying they should be harassed. Like, there was seemingly an initial gut reaction from artists when this first started, even from leftist artists like Saspinella and RJ Palmer, who saw colleagues getting dogpiled. But I think when they realized just how non-divisive an issue this was, when they realized just how much of the majority were okay with this, they realized they had the option to risk getting dragged down protecting their colleagues, or throw half their morals out the window and feel secure in the fact that, well, everyone else is doing it, so it's okay. But where people like Saspinella argued with people pushing back, actually remained consistent and refused to, at the very least, not lie and maliciously add to the dogpile, RJ Palmer seemingly walked back almost everything, and 4 days after this tweet, when Mountain complained about blacklisting and harassing artists, you not only redefined what she said to disapproving, you would also go on to boldly claim as fact to her that NFTs don't help most small artists, something you clearly never tried to look into, as 0010 minted their first NFT on the very same day to later sell for $1,600. But I guess you couldn't have seen that one yet. How about this one? Orabel. Even now, in 2022, they have less than 10k followers on both their Instagram and Twitter. They sold a piece in February of 2021 for $2,000. That took me 10 minutes to find today. All I had to do was look at who invited an artist who had been around for a while, like Dibicado. Literally, all of that 10 minutes was spent trying to think of that idea. I found an example of a small artist making bank that long ago on the first try. All you had to do in March 2021 was a couple of Twitter searches, and yet you claim this so boldly. Oh, I'm fucking done pretending. You were lying through your teeth, and you were using it to high moral ground another artist. Okay, I can't say that. There was a possibility he just missed all of this back in March and for some reason just assumed and stated something as fact without looking. But he still holds on to this bullshit to this day. How have you not seen the sheer amount of small artists making bank? Anyway, Cynic's Designs video came out around the same time, so it's possible this might have been exactly what happened to Cynic's as well. He was just defending his own network of colleagues, but after seeing how acceptable the vitriol was, just decided his colleagues getting dogpiled was a lost cause anyway, and because he already hated crypto, he can still get something out of it that he wants. And so while neither of these two completely walked back their morals, they contributed to the backstab in whatever way they felt they could get away with that being spreading total lies and turning a blind eye to the abuse from then on. But yes, anyway, despite the brief foray from the norm, both these artists, at least in the present, are contributing to the same lies and complicitness in the abuse. And of course, both are highly active and radical with leftist politics. Also, I just want to point out that there were 2 mentions of capitalism in this thread alone. Even at the beginning of this, you could see that pattern. The only other explainable exception of an artist taking part in the lying or abuse who wasn't either radical leftist or highly active in leftist politics was this one. I think they probably leaned that way, but they weren't radical or particularly active, and that sort of makes sense to me too. This was the person who criticized Seiro but also said she didn't do anything wrong, and then when someone else was abusive, she switched tunes to, "Seiro, I hope something really terrible happens to you." She is apparently 15, so honestly this just looks like peer pressure more than anything else. As I showed before, the only exception I couldn't explain was this artist, who sent this to Sakamichi-chan art. Again, they were probably left-leaning, judging by the bio, although I don't think that's, pronouns in the bio is a perfect test of that, but regardless, they were certainly not radical or politically active. At any rate, this was the only unexplainable exception with artist. Literally every other time I noticed one of these comments was by an artist, I checked their account, and lo and behold, yeah. I'll flash all the tweets I had to prove that from every time I checked on screen, but just for some examples, this one called XQC transphobic for making fun of people who misuse the VTuber tag on Twitch by saying he identifies as a VTuber. The artist who called NFT artists clowns and said not to forgive or forget them also uses the phrase eat the rich and called a politician in a developed Western democratic country a fascist for not being able to answer a question. The artist who tried to cancel Malin on the lie that she's still doing NFTs also said art accounts that use art then equals good versus art now equals bad meme template are probably white supremacists trying to push a Nazi agenda because apparently not liking minimalist modern art is a huge dog whistle for white supremacy. Necronomicon, the artist who bragged about NFT's value supposedly plummeting and called artists who got involved stupid and embarrassing, also called white people an invasive species, which is probably a joke, but I'm less sure because he also genuinely got angry at the Men2 hashtag trending during the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. Lauren Walsh, the artist who I'm assuming lied when she said NFTs don't help artists, said punching fascists is a delicacy in a video where it doesn't seem like the people punching are acting in self-defense. She also said drawing fan art of Selko from Arcane as best dad is problematic, and if I understand correctly is saying it contributes to relationships that harm victims. And many, many more. I'm not kidding when I said every artist I checked that was participating in the lies, abuse, and follow policing clearly leaned left, and for almost every single one of them they had some radical leftist opinions or were heavily politically active in that leftist slant. I fully encourage you to check this yourself. If you notice any of these tweets I showed was an artist, just scroll through the count or do some keyword searches. I didn't hide anything, cards on the table, I pride myself on my journalistic integrity, I showed you every single exception I saw. If you do this yourself, you will find a similar pattern. Again, this is not me going left bad or even radical left bad. Sometimes radicals are right about things. I myself am a radical. I want to abolish intellectual property. There was even one radical leftist artist, Saspinella, who pushed back on a lot of this and remained consistent. Regardless of political ideology, everyone is capable of having honor, but most people here did not have honor and so backstabbed the people they pretended to care about the second they had a reason to. By showing you the pattern of leftist politics among them, I'm backing out the fact that the reason was political in nature. I did check this with general abuse too, and there was a pattern, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't see the odd person who I'd infer was right-leaning. Twice to be specific, but I also wasn't checking abusers regularly. This was the guy who ratioed me, and also some guy who posted this on Sarah's last post on July 17th. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is wrong with you? It makes sense to me to some level why the general abuse isn't all left-leaning. People get off to being edgy or going on some kind of like moral crusade regardless of which side of the political spectrum they're on. It's wrong, but there is like an enjoyment people get out of a dog pile. For some very angry people, you don't really need a bigger reason than that to leave a couple of hate tweets. I think it's a lot more telling of someone's motives when they actually had to like sacrifice something to do it. Whether it be an artist who probably knew they could make more money if they got into NFTs, or activists who willingly sacrificed a ton of time and energy to make huge articles and lists. And that holds true of more high-profile stuff like YouTubers too. Like, the worst high-profile thing I saw out of anyone who I'd say was, like, right-leaning was Rev Says Des, who I call out specifically because he's a news channel that loves to talk about protecting and supporting artists, but then said nothing on this. But unlike left-leaning YouTubers, he seemed pretty moderate on crypto and didn't spread lies or abuse anyone. So contextually, he's probably just a coward and a hypocrite. Maybe he just didn't see any of the abuse, but again, if you were like on Twitter interacting with artists, I think it's very unlikely you didn't see this. At any rate, every other time I checked the accounts of liars and abusers, most had left-leaning tweets, and when it was artists or people who went the extra mile, they literally always had left-leaning tweets and were almost always radical or heavily active leftists. There were only two technical exceptions in Cynics and Antstyles who had a specific hate towards unregulated things like crypto. There was also Ross, who we'll talk about in a bit. Alright, so next on the evidence list. I can't believe I didn't realize this sooner, but when I look back on a lot of the Protect Artist posts, there was a lot of left-wing rhetoric mixed in there. Again, up until last year, Twitter was all about artist work being too hard and they don't get paid enough, and lo and behold, a lot of the solutions to this was left-leaning policy. UBI, raising minimum wage, redistribution of wealth, and perhaps the biggest way they do this is by doing it implicitly, by pinning any problem on capitalism as a whole, thereby implying that getting rid of said problem requires moving left by definition. And also, just like off the top of my head within my own community on YouTube, Canapa Effect makes a lot of videos on the artist industry itself, particularly with animators, and has a lot of videos about translators and animators and how poorly they get treated and paid, which is all true, but his videos tend to imply a direction towards this kind of policy.
Call me a socialist, but I believe that with the overseas anime industry making so much money, localization teams, including translators, editors, timers, they should all be entitled to paychecks that reflect the amount of money they bring in.
And what does he think of NFTs? Surely, since he cares about artists living better lives, he sees the potential in it, right? Or at least maybe nuance? No, he hates NFTs, totally agrees with Line Goes Up, and has even unfollowed a bunch of Japanese artists that have blindly gotten into the scam. Fucking really? Speaking of Line Goes Up, remember this is the exact same with Dan Olson, who talks about open seas fantasies for starving artists, and then in his conclusion says, we need something better.
Capitalism, open sea fantasies for starving artists. We need something better.
Mooneycat, Folding Ideas, and Canapa Effect weren't even the only big YouTubers that talked like this. The one that really pissed me off was JoeCat, because he was my friend. Or at least, friendly acquaintances, maybe he thought differently to me. I didn't want to do it, but I gotta be consistent. He was guilty of the exact same shit. He was pro-artist enough to criticize and condemn comparing artist work to other artists, but when it came to NFT artists, he spoke directly against them getting into it, but then completely turned a blind eye to the abuse they were getting, as well as the distasteful right-click jokes made under his comment by his own followers. If comparing an artist's work to another artist, even when totally well-meaning, is enough for you to speak out against it, how the hell are you not going to do it with the right-click save jokes when they're not even well-meaning? Not only that, but since he's replied to artists he's followed getting into NFTs and has even admitted he's unfollowed and stopped supporting artists who got into NFTs, he's had ample opportunity to learn how profitable this has been for them. In fact, by juxtaposing consent of the original artist and made by independent artists as opposite of NFTs implies these artists don't exist, period, which is really fucked when he's admitted to unfollowing these artists elsewhere. This was absolutely propagating a lie to at least 3,400 people. And of course, JoeCat is again radical leftist, so it lines up with the pattern. And for what it's worth, despite being willing to punish artists monetarily by retracting his support, just like Ross, he said jack shit when Final Fantasy threatened NFTs, and jack shit when Square Enix actually did. If you're willing to retract your support from an artist over this, be consistent. Retract your support from companies as well. For the record, I'm not just backstabbing a friend at random with this. I did message him beforehand to warn him I was going to call him out like this, and to like check if there was like maybe some tweets that contradict this impression of him, you know, something similar to Saspinella. But all I got were explanations, which at this point is not good enough for me. It just feels like excuses. I can't prove or check if what he claims was going through his mind at any time was actually what was going through his mind. All I know is I'm sitting on an insane amount of evidence of direct contradictions and a pattern of people doing the exact same kind of shit. So, fuck it, we're done, burning that bridge. Not that I'm someone who like necessarily ends friendships over like just bad behavior, but I just can't look at it in the same way anymore. I feel betrayed and disappointed. I mean it when I say I thought these people genuinely cared about artists. Anyway, back to the general pattern of leftist politics among the pro-artist posts. In fact, Jughead did one of these himself. Unionization was also a big one. We've even seen it in direct response to NFTs, one of which being the author of one of the big takedown articles. Although unionization isn't strictly left-leaning, like I'm not against unions unless it's like government-backed, but unionization posts never really like specify and is usually considered like left-leaning anyway. In fact, the New Deal for animation, the big one we saw even trending on Twitter, literally gets its etymology from left-leaning politics, the New Deal in 1930s and the Green New Deal in the 2010s. I could say a lot of this also has a lot in common with the general rhetoric of like the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. This idea of your boss is profiting from your labor and you deserve more money and less hours. I could argue that a lot of this stuff, like around like don't pay an exposure and all the encouragements to charge what you're worth, are all extensions of that rhetoric, even if they're not inherent to one side of politics. And to be fair, when there are tweets that literally take the whole Elon Musk not crediting an artist thing and spin it into wages are theft and gets over 1,000 likes, can you blame me? People make big popular tweets just telling artists to take breaks and not overwork, which mirrors perfectly with things like workers' rights type stuff and pissing in a bottle of Amazon, you know, that sort of thing. Wanting to not have workers piss in a bottle is not a political concept, but generally when people bring this stuff up, that's where they're going. I also just want to clarify, I'm not necessarily saying every artist or even a majority of artists who posted the more innocuous stuff like this were leftists trying to push an agenda. I think plenty of artists just like care about other artists and artist issues. That said, I think the majority of people pressing retweet are. I think the pro-artist group were signal boosting a very select number of tweets that reflected their values. Like, right-leaning artists exist, but I never saw a viral tweet like equivalent of like an artist equivalent of like, I don't know, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, that kind of post for instance, or something like romanticizing the grind. Like a lot of artists show off the fact that they're on the commission grind when they do commissions, but that's not usually the type of stuff that gets signal boosted. There's a very subtle difference in the kind of rhetoric that gets signal boosted. In fact, people talk about things like industry crunch all the time and how bad it is for artists, and of course the solutions to this, for instance, are unionize. By itself, this is all, of course, totally fine. There are a lot of legitimate problems in the industry, and while I don't agree that some of the actual policy changes offered will actually help artists, I also might be wrong. I am a fallible human being like any other, and I'm just happy knowing that people are trying to improve lives for artists. But now that a solution is on the table right now that clearly works, or at least has unquestionable positive impacts for some parts of the industry, it throws a whole lot of doubt on the motives of the pro-artist people that condemned it without nuance. Despite that everyone had agreed for years that artists had it rough, when the fact that it's rough is used now by artists as a reason to do NFTs, all of a sudden, those people flipped and were like, no, you shouldn't do NFTs, even though it's a solution that's literally working right now. You should instead wait until your next election and vote for left-leaning policies and hope to God everyone does the same. This happened quite late in the script, but there was a post that went semi-viral from an artist who, about like one of the big names in the concept art world getting into NFTs, and how it should be okay because of how bad concept artists have it. And the artist who did the study on the OpenSea data to say that artists don't make money responded to it with "unionize" in rainbow text. One of the most liked quote tweets was a long chain that condemned NFTs but agreed the situation was bad, and was like, what are we gonna do about it? Scroll down a fuck ton and he stops beating around the bush and, oh yeah, there it is, capitalism. That's the problem, of course. It's capitalism. There was another pretty telling one in reaction to this artist just saying not to threaten artists' livelihood over getting into NFTs. Blocking will always be easier than addressing the cognitive dissonance it takes to even consider NFTs as a viable source of income as they stand, completely unregulated and controlled by libertarian goons. Yeah, I can't imagine why you're against crypto. And as I say, these aren't the only ones. There's a bunch of tweets in response to NFTs that don't just bring up politics, but also imply left-leaning policies in place of them, even though NFTs are getting people out of poverty right now. Healthcare should be free, artists should be paid for their work, and all tokens should be fungible. And then it's like the Drake meme where it's like, buying NFTs and destroying the environment? No thanks. Commissioning artists and blocking all NFT art theft accounts? That's more like it. And it's like, why are these things talked about as if they're opposites of each other? Couldn't like both of these be possible at the same time? At first glance, this all just looks like they care about artists and just this is the way they do it. But when you combine it with every other piece of evidence that came in reaction to NFTs, suddenly it doesn't seem like that helping artists is actually their motives. And you have to ask, why? The real nail in the coffin for me was this. Honestly, before I just thought this overlap with leftist politics was just that, an overlap. A lot of artists are leftists, in part because of the problems in their industry, and a lot of leftists in general wanted things to get better for the group that they cared about because of those exact problems. This overlap in itself was not enough to indicate a malicious motive, but halfway through researching all this abuse and trying to understand why, I looked at the backstabbing, and remember this left-wing rhetoric in those pro-artist posts, and I'm like, oh my god, I've seen this before! If you still don't believe me that it's because of politics, what if I showed you that what is happening right now with artists has eerie similarities to leftists doing the exact same shit with other groups they claim to care about?
Now, whenever it takes a stoppage of something that's going to affect the white man, you find the white liberal absent. But when it involves something that primarily will affect the best interests of black people, and black people only, then that white liberal is present.
So if you aren't aware, Gideon went to some town in Arkansas, which is considered the most racist town in the USA, and basically interviewed a bunch of people. Hassan played the video without 2 seconds in, basically said a bunch of stuff. And so Gideon, hearing what he said, felt some type of way.
We've heard rumors that this is the most town in America, but so far, I'm not gonna lie, it's been like one of the nicest places. They said that this place was like the most town in America, but like what have you seen here that you would like deem maybe?
Out in Zeke, which is probably like a 20-minute drive, the leader of the Ku Klux Klan or whatever lives out there.
So this isn't the racist town, Zinc.
We have people, of course, but you're gonna find that everywhere.
Sure.
I don't know why Americans have such a twisted and broken fucking understanding of what is, which is weird. I mean, I know Gideon doesn't give a shit because he's like, you know, he's a content creator first. Like, that's what...
I mean, no, I do give a shit because, you know, first, I'm a black man. Like, it doesn't matter how many followers I have or what influence I have. First thing first, I'm a black man, you know? Like, not everybody in the world knows who I am, you know? When people just see me walk down the street, I'm just a regular black guy. So, first thing I do care. And then second thing, I care about my people. I love my people. I love being a black man. I have no shame about it at all. And I love my blackness and I love...
There's just something funny about a black man trying to convince a white man he loves black people. That's how bizarre this world is. You don't care about black folks. It's like, no, I love... Why am I just to my side? To this fucking random...
To who? To Hassan
Hassan Piker's the same person who says he cares about trans people but tells them to shut the fuck up when they have an opinion he doesn't like. Because you're just a trans person.
Hassan's relationship with the trans community is interesting. He once lost a trans-related debate, and people in his community were rightfully upset with him because they felt like he made them look bad.
My issue as a trans person is the fact that you, a guy that isn't super well versed on trans shit, brought on a known transphobe knowing he might bring up transphobic shit. You aren't exactly a vosh at trans debates. I hope that the rest of your life is as horrible as it is every single day, okay? There you go. Suck my dick. I despise you. I despise you more than anything else on the planet. You are fucking cancer. You are just a trans person. Sorry, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
See, I always tell y'all, be careful of these fucking progressive people who try to fight you. There's obviously people on the right who hate minorities or hate, fine. But these people who've come under the guise of wanting to help you, what was it, Malcolm X? Was it Malcolm X?
It was Martin.
Martin Luther King? Martin Luther King and the polite racism of white liberals. He warned about this for a long time, where people come under the guise. This has been a thing forever. It's not new. It's not brand new. It's been around since the good old days. Just because they lean left don't mean that they for you or they understand you or they know better, but they'll convince you they do. Mm-hmm. And that's the same arrogant attitude that a lot of these guys in progressive circles take.
What he's always worried about is you know, making fucking clickbait stuff and doing comedy or whatever. It doesn't really matter what the like message is overall, but that's not how this works. Like, you know, isn't just done.
The video is 2 minutes. He's in the video 2 minutes and 34 seconds, and he already judged what the entire video was. He literally just judged what the entire video was.
Yeah. That's what he does.
He literally just said, I was just there to get a clickbait title and make some shitty jokes and do comedy and stuff like that. 2 minutes into the video.
But being friendly and being a friend, I think, are two different things. I think there are many whites who act friendly toward Negroes. A fox acts friendly toward the lamb. And usually the fox is the one who ends up with the lamb chop on his plate. the wolf doesn't act friendly, and therefore the wolf has more difficulty in getting the lamb chopped in his plate.
I'd like to point out, though, that...
And I say that because it is usually if you study the structure of the Negro community, economically, politically, civically, psychologically, and otherwise, it's controlled by the white liberal, who usually poses as the friend of the Negro, who actually differs from the white conservative in the same way that the fox differs from the wolf. Their appetite is the same. Their motives are the same. It's only their mannerisms and methods that differ.
One thing that's hilarious about folks on left, right? The right folks, they don't even like to acknowledge a lot of history when it comes to minorities. But left folks, they claim, right? Riots come about. BLM comes about. They're like, I understand why black folks are mistrusting of the government. Considering your history, it makes sense to me. I understand why even if I don't condone it. Sometimes they do condone it. But they understand it. Then this pandemic comes along, and they're like, you fucking anti-vax, why would you not? But to think that everyone who hasn't done it is this unreasonable Trump supporter. You guys are so misguided. And this is why I don't buy into a lot of liberal media when it comes to like, we're for minorities. You're not. You're just there for them when it's convenient.
The left has a problem. I don't know if it's exclusively a left problem because of some ideological difference, or if the right would do it too, if not for the fact they don't really have minority groups that widely agree with them. But right here, right now, the left does this, and it's gotta stop. It's so fucking out of hand. They keep doing this. They'll take a group of people that, to be fair, that mostly align with their beliefs, and then they'll start acting like they're the proest that group there is. Everyone on their side of politics loves and adores them and wants to help them, and everyone else, they hate them. And so don't go near them, don't just stay with us. But then, the second you're part of one of those groups and go against what the majority of leftists wants, you're fucking dead to them. You get abused, you get called the worst shit possible, people start assuming the worst possible motives to explain what you believe, and wherever they can, they pretend you don't even exist to the wider world, and they sweep you under the rug. You see this shit everywhere. It's been around for a really long time too. Like the way I describe it versus Malcolm X has a couple of differences, but he was more or less pointing it out back in like the fucking 60s, and it's still relevant today. Like I just showed you a bunch of examples from May with popular champagne socialist Hassan, who aligns with a lot of minorities on a lot of topics, but the second you go against him as one of those minorities, you don't get the slightest amount of courtesy, despite how much he claims to care. You get abuse, or he will try to repaint your intentions as like, oh, you're just doing it for views. You hear this shit so warily often when it comes to black commentators with any view that doesn't go along with leftists. I'm not even talking about black conservatives. Even if you're a centrist, libertarian, or even just a leftist with a single ideological opposition, you get this. Aber and Preach are fairly centrist commentators. Sometimes they hit the right, sometimes they hit the left. But if they don't match the leftist opinion on everything, you get crazy people chucking crazy abuse, brandishing them with maliciousness to explain their opinions, and particularly things like coon, grifter, or pandering, or anti-black, as if there's no other possible explanation for having that opinion while being black. And it's the exact same for artists. If you're pro-NFT, you're greedy, and you don't care about the community, and you're spreading propaganda, and you'd sell your family for $1. If you genuinely cared about any specific minority group, and weren't just doing it because you aligned with the majority's political opinion, then at least, at the very fucking least, you could take them at their word. But they don't do that. They pretend to care about a specific group as a whole, and then the second you have an opinion they don't like, they get around it by claiming you're not part of your own group. Remember how often we saw, "You're not a real artist"? Okay, that sounds familiar. Where have I heard that before?
If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
Like, can you really deny this is a common pattern when this fucking, like, sitting president is saying it? Even the guy I was talking to was like, wait, hold on a second. Then you have Dave Chappelle, who's sure as hell not right-leaning. In fact, I'd say he's left-leaning with one exception because he doesn't agree on a lot of the trans stuff, and makes jokes about it too. And suddenly you have trans leftists on Twitter being like, at this point, it should be okay to call Dave Chappelle the N-word. Another more recent example, Roe v. Wade got overturned, and because one of the justices that overturned it was a black guy and also implied he wanted to do similarly with other cases, I was like, oh, yep, here we go, here it comes. And sure enough, you got white people on Twitter calling him a with a hard R. That's not even the only instance with Clarence Thomas. Years ago, fucking George Takei called him a clown in blackface, and somehow he still has a career.
He gets me...
Now, to be fair, these 4 instances got pushback even from the left. No one lost their job over it, which I think is quite telling, but there was a backlash. I'd argue, however, that was only because they were too blatant and effectively announced their manipulation to the world. To go back to Malcolm X, conservatives are wolves, liberals are foxes, and these were very obvious foxes. When you get just a little bit more subtle, there's no pushback at all, and the majority of leftists are just on board with it. One concept Abraham introduced me to was that a lot of vaccine hesitancy in the black community comes from, pretty understandably, a distrust in the government, especially on the medical sides of things due to a bunch of stuff that happened in the past. I'm like, okay, fair enough. But I never see that shit mentioned on Twitter. Instead, I see big YouTubers like ProZD, who is all Black Lives Matter, all cops are bastard, quote retweet about an actor in Black Panther not getting vaccinated like, cool, no vaccination? Fucking replace her. Easy. And I'm like, do you want to calm the fuck down a little? Like, isn't this a bit extreme? Like, I'm not asking you to change your stance, regardless of who's right in this. Could you have maybe just shown, like, a little bit of sympathy and understanding? Like, Jesus Christ, what an extreme reaction towards a black woman from a Black Lives Matter, all cops are bastards guy. Like, I know these are separate issues, but it doesn't make sense that you can be so passionate and caring about black lives, but not have a shred of sympathy for black agency. Like, you clearly don't care about the people. It's obviously the policy that you actually care about. And these aren't outlier opinions. There's more big YouTubers who seem to act so understanding in one situation, but then absolutely flip on a dime in another. Philip DeFranco did this as well, actually, and Abba fucking roasted him for that shit.
Today I saw this tweet and it blew me away.
You don't even like to say that word.
I don't like to say that word, but I'm so concerned with other shit. And this is the hypocrisy of the left that really rubs me the wrong way. So Philip DeFranco, he's been going after people who will not get the vaccine, saying all kinds of stuff. And then he made this fake apology today. And he said, I'm done trying to convince you guys. That's over. I'm just gonna mock you for believing a bunch of face grifter monetizing misinformation or ignorance over scientists using the most recent and relevant info, right? Basically just laughing the folks. And, you know, one thing that's hilarious about folks on left, right? The right folks, they don't even like to acknowledge a lot of history when it comes to minorities. But left folks, they claim, right? Riots come about. BLM comes about. They're like, I understand why black folks are mistrusting of the government. Considering your history, it makes sense to me. I understand why even if I don't condone it. Sometimes they do condone it, but they understand it. Then this pandemic comes wrong, and they're like, you fucking anti-vax, why would you not? Do you not know the history of minorities and healthcare system in America and in North America and the world in general? Do you not know what they've done to those folks? I'm not even talking about this pandemic. I'm talking about medical treatments in general. Minority communities have been distrusting of the medical system for a long time, and very valid reasons. If you guys are aware of what happened in Tuskegee and other places throughout this continent. But to think that everyone who hasn't done it is this unreasonable Trump supporter. You guys are so misguided. And this is why I don't buy into a lot of liberal media when it comes to like, we're for minorities. You're not. You're just there for them when it's convenient. You are not actually interested in learning the history and why this deep-rooted mistrust exists. Why their turnout rates are so low when it comes to voting. Why their turnout rates are so low when it comes to any kind of medical checkup. You don't know and you don't give a fuck. So don't get up here and post your black squares, say all this bullshit about how you support this or that, but then when it comes to what they're going through, you didn't even want to do a modicum of research. You want to label them a piece of shit. You want to say you want to kill your neighbors. You don't give a fuck. It's hard. I do think vaccines are the way forward, but I cannot sit here and act like you guys are not fucking giant hypocrites for not acknowledging the very valid reasons why these people are protesting or against it today. I just don't get that. You're all for Black Lives Matter. I understand why they don't trust the government then. Now you don't know. Come on. So let's have a better discussion. That's all I'm asking. You don't have to agree with them on the other side. You don't even have to go up there and say they're valid. You don't have to do it. But don't label them as closed-minded, stupid individuals, because we could do the same to you. I could say you're a racist. Yes, you're a racist for not acknowledging the real oppression that black people have lived and then expecting them to be complicit in the system that has oppressed them. I could say that, but I don't believe that all of you are. I could say that you guys are just governed by your fear and you're fucking sheep of the government. But I don't believe that. But you're fine with looking at the other side and saying, they're the idiots. This is where public discourse is today.
But did either of these YouTubers apologize? Nah, because they got fuck all backlash from the greater left. they're total hypocrites for some reason, and it only makes sense as to why, if you assume they don't actually give two shits about any particular group of people, they either just liked one of them for the policy outcomes that come from pretending they care about them, or they like being able to pretend that the majority that agree with them are a stand-in for all of said group so they can use them as a political cudgel to high moral ground their adversaries. But if they ever conflict on any other specific issue, the huggy-wuggy attitude goes out the fucking window. Another example, let's go back to Roe v. Wade. Sure, these moments against Clarence Thomas got backlash, but the subtler stuff? Nope. There was literally a post on Reddit with 27.4k upvotes equating Clarence Thomas to a character from a Tarantino movie whose main association is that of a black slave who hates other black people and loves his white master. And it's like, really? After everything the left has told me is racist, this is okay. Like, you guys know Clarence Thomas used to be a black nationalist, right? You know, he was like a big fan of Malcolm X, the guy who said liberals are foxes and conservatives are wolves, right? Like, you know, he's literally talked about how he makes his rulings, and none of them include, well, I just really love white people and I just want to follow their orders.
Further example of that is my high school, St. Pius X High School in Savannah, which turned out all these wonderful kids. The first 98, 99th percentiles I ever saw on the PSATs, for example, were there in an all-black high school. Well, that was closed in 1973 because of what the experts said, in part, the social situation. That is, it was all black. To me, the remedy became worse than, first of all, I saw nothing wrong with the school, but that's sort of an absurd application of a remedy. But I don't know. I don't know how far you go. The Constitution has very strict limits, in my opinion, on the use of race and sex categories. It says citizenship and person. And I think we have to be very careful that we're not locking in precedents that in the long run will do greater harm.
Neither this or his background indicate as context that this is how he thinks, so I can only assume you're making this assumption about his motives purely off the disparity between his rulings and your political goals. And it's like, again, if you care about any minority group, as you claim, you could at the very least take each individual at their word and not make malicious assumptions about their intentions to discredit them. Or at the very least, you should not do it completely off the cuff with zero evidence without actually tackling or rebutting their actual opinion first. Because technically I did this myself by saying that it's highly likely that active and radical leftist artists were lying and abusing because they hate decentralization, not because they were genuinely worried for the environment or concerned for other artists. But this is not something I take lightly. The key word is assumption. This was not my first assumption for any of these people, and it was only when an overwhelming amount of evidence piled up that I actually started to think it's this and argue for it. And even then, I acknowledge that all of this is just highly likely to the point where I believe it. I'm not going to act like this is matter of fact, just that it's most likely the case. I take these kind of accusations very seriously. I spent the whole video explaining how none of this shit made any sense, and only then busted out the explanation. But in all the cases I bring up here, no one gives anyone the benefit of the doubt. People just jump straight to calling artists a disgrace to art, just like how people jump straight into calling the black guy with a non-leftist opinion a black-hating slave. Also, I get this is a joke, but the joke is that Clarence Thomas is not literally this person. He's only metaphorically this person. That part isn't a joke. I know they believe he's metaphorically that person because everyone just flat out says it without the context of a joke. But then they'll say, well, this important black person said the same thing, so it's okay. No, it's fucking not. This is exactly how, like, radical leftist artists demonized and lied about NFT artists. It doesn't make it okay when it's a person from the in-group, it's still a backstab. You still pretended you were for a group as a whole just because you knew the majority wouldn't test you on it, and then when it became inconvenient, started being incredibly manipulative with a bunch of exceptions that you didn't even have the courtesy to declare as exceptions when you said you were pro this group. If you were, from the get-go, like, elevate majority black voices, at least that would have been consistent. But no one ever does that. They pretend to speak for the whole group, and then only read out the fine print when they can't ignore or hide the minority that opposes them. This is just as manipulative when you're part of the in-group as when you're not part of the in-group. This is, I guess, sort of where I disagree with Malcolm X on the nuances of the whole white liberal thing. I don't think it's a white liberal thing, I just think it's a liberal thing. It's not impossible for any black person to have any particular ideology. It's totally possible that hardcore black leftists will use the exact same tactic.
It's funny how the most SJW motherfuckers
especially from the black community, talking about community. We have to be, you have to not, we have to not. They're the first one to separate you. Oh, you're not black. They're gonna dictate how the you should act as a black person, what music you should listen to as a black person, who the you should date as a black person, or else you're not black. We're unity, but you're out of there because you're not thinking like me. It's funny how it's always those same motherfuckers. Shut the up. Shut up. It's always you motherfuckers that do that. Always the most black, but you're the ones that shit on us. The first one, the minute we don't agree with you, you're like, oh my God, you must not be. Shut the up.
I think it looks like a white liberal race thing on certain issues like vaccines, where a majority, or at the very least a significant portion of the minority, feels differently to leftists they usually agree with on any individual issues. But if you're a minority of a minority group, you still get this treatment by the majority of leftists, regardless of if any of them are part of the same minority group. Just like how we saw with artists. Yet there are still plenty of black people who looked at this shit people, both black and white, were saying to Clarence Thomas, being like, this is fucking stupid. But purely by virtue of them being the minority of the minority, they either get ignored or just lumped in the same category as Clarence Thomas. And yet these people still have the nerve to brag about Clarence Thomas's credit card getting stolen, and then in the very next tweet be like, elevate black voices. Bitch, which ones? Again, if you're gonna do this, at least be honest. Say elevate majority black voices. Anything else is completely disingenuous and intentionally propagates a lie that you can't find these people all over the political spectrum. And I wouldn't even say these minority groups of minority groups are technically the minority either. Yes, there are more black leftists than them, but I go out on a limb and say that the most black people overall are probably neutral on this. I.e., they don't agree with Thomas Clarence on Roe v. Wade, but they don't think he should have his intentions spoken for or be harassed or abused either. But this majority are not getting involved because just like artists who were NFT neutral, whose posts only exist now through implication, they have more to lose by going against the mob than someone who's pro-NFT and fully committed. This is why I say I only blamed artists for actively contributing to the lies and abuse, not the ones who were silent, whereas I did blame the pro-artist crowd just for being silent. Most artists were complicit out of fear. They could lose their job and artist social circle by speaking out. The pro-artist crowd, however, only stood to lose Twitter friends. Their social circle likely wasn't made up of people heavily integrated into their life and livelihood because they weren't part of their in-group. Remember, you got ostracized for even being NFT neutral, and if you defend an Uncle Tom, even if you don't agree, you'll get ostracized too. If you have social circles with any leftists in them, which is highly likely if you're a moderate black, they might try to kick you out. And if you're not fighting for a goal in mind and instead just holding and applying consistent principles, you stand to lose more than you could gain by speaking your mind. Whereas if you're against the abuse and Roe v. Wade, you probably didn't even have leftist friends to lose in the first place. But these people unquestionably exist, and just like how leftists ignored, lied, and refused to signal boost the experiences and opinions of NFT artists, they do the same with minority black opinions that hurt their narrative. And it's not just blacks. They do this with every group they generally align with. It's all about boosting trans voices, but then the second there's a really popular right-leaning trans woman, suddenly everyone has to find an excuse. And you get huge 2 million view videos on you, passively aggressively telling you why you're lying to yourself. It's incredibly toxic. Even if you're just a libertarian and not conservative, you still get a bunch of shit. Just recently, I ran into a Twitter post by a libertarian trans woman with a small following who had a fairly nuanced opinion on HRT with kids. And halfway through the post, she's like, this is gonna wreck my night. Whenever I speak about this shit, I end up being stalked, doxxed, and threatened by multiple people. And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Apparently she's had the FBI sent to her house like twice already. This was in June, by the way. I didn't troll through years of posts to find this. I didn't even have a research phase for this section of the video. Every example I'm using here was either from memory or just whatever Twitter recommended to me in the months I was writing this. I'm not kidding, this shit is crazy common. I never watched Dave Chappelle's comedy. I just kind of know the controversies, but when I decided to use his story as evidence for this video, I watched one of his videos on a whim, and literally the first video I watch, he tells this story of a trans friend he had who spoke up for him against all the demonizing, but then was abused for it on Twitter, and then fucking a week later, killed herself. I didn't even know about that. I wasn't even looking for more evidence. That shit just showed up on my fucking doorstep. I didn't even fucking believe it at first. I had to fact check it, but yeah, it's real. God damn, that's not even the first time radical leftists have bullied the people they supposedly care about into attempting suicide. I swear to fucking God though, it better have been the fucking last. Oh, and God forbid if you're trans and decide to detransition. I saw one of those threads just recently, and, like, disagreeing with it is fine. Hell, another trans libertarian I followed didn't see eye to eye with the post author, which is all fine. But then you go to the thread and you see a couple of the tweets have been reported and removed because they got mass flagged, and it's like, who's trying to censor this? I can only assume the left is, but then it's like, shouldn't you have been the one group of people to at least be understanding enough to let the guy speak his mind? It's crazy. I think the truth is, for a lot of people who hurl abuse your way, they not only benefit from being able to use a minority group they generally agree with as a political cudgel, but also are for a lot of heavy-handed authoritarian left policies. Take hate speech. I think a lot of leftists fight for this policy not because they care about protecting these groups from said hate speech, but because they benefit from the control. They admittedly align more with the minority groups than they do the right, so they're more likely to be able to use those same laws to censor their adversaries by redefining any lukewarm take said at any point as hate speech. I think that's why they really want these laws, and further improvements on those laws. But when they argue for them, it's always argued under the basis of protecting one of these groups they pretend to care about as a whole. So when someone from one of these groups disagrees, even through implications, the pushback on it is insanely hard because they are dependent on that group's agreement. It is a threat to the effectiveness of their argument to have too many people from that group disagreeing with them. In fact, it's a threat when it's a single person, because these people usually try to imply they speak for everyone within a group. When it's a single random person, they usually try and hide it, but when it's someone well known, they have to justify why it's not a contradiction, normally through demonization and trying to justify why they're not actually part of their own identity. This happens everywhere, man. You even see like the same shit happening with like Ricky Berwick and like disabilities.
Please share. Do not use the following ableist words ever. Insane, stupid, moron, lame, arslur, anything tard, brain dead, shit for brains, dumb, idiot, crazy, bonkers, loopy, and more. In addition, any insult to people based on perceived level of intelligence is ableist. I'm done letting this pass. All followers and viewers should know I'm going to be hard on y'all from now on. Ableism has to stop, and that starts by remembering our word choice matters. Ricky Berwick quote tweets him and says, "This is insane," to which Sam responds, "Ableist says what?"
What?
Sam responds to Ricky by saying, "Do yourself a favor and educate yourself on how pervasive ableism is in society. The word moron itself was created by a literal proponent of eugenics. Disabled people like myself have been stripped of our rights via this type of language."
Sorry, bro, I'm too busy living life to complain about every little fucking thing that bothers me.
The guy's just having fun. He doesn't care about banning bad words, but you see the way people try to demonize, redefine his motives, and wherever possible just sweep him under the rug. I was confused why Ricky Berwick was defending the quartering, misgendering me, and being transphobic with his huge platform, but then I found out he's friends with neo-Nazi cartoonist Stonetoss and was shilling Stonetoss NFTs. Oh my god, you guys, so there was this minority, right? And he was disagreeing with me? And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. So anyway, I looked through his Twitter, and I realized, it's like, doy, he associates with Nazis and NFTs. So it's all good, you guys. I solved the case. Rest easy. None of us have to question if minorities aren't actually a hive mind. He doesn't even count as one. It's fine. This is admittedly one of the more extreme examples, but as I say, this happens all across the political spectrum, from leftists with one ideological difference to libertarians, centrists, conservatives, you name it. This happens with disabled people, it happens with every minority race, it happens with everyone who's LGBT and has a criticism of the LGBT community, and now it's happening with artists. But the catch-20 this time is it's not even about opinions. If you even use the wrong technology to keep a roof over your head, even if you're a radical leftist that shares all their opinions, the same people will try to destroy you for it. Because the opinions were never actually the thing that mattered. What mattered was maintaining the moral high ground excuse to protect their political goals. But all of a sudden, a decentralized currency, the total opposite of their political goals, appeared, and one of their go-to groups they aligned with, starving artists, started using it to make money. And perhaps worst of all, they were making a lot of money, potentially completely destroying the starving artist narrative, and thus taking a huge group of people off the table as political pawns. And so we saw a mix of both strategies: abuse and demonize any artists who get on board, and then lie to anyone curious, sweeping anything inconvenient under the rug. I've been focusing on more of the demonizing and abuse, but let's take a closer look at the sweeping under the rug thing so I can show the pattern there too. Firstly, with the trans thing, I want to point out I gave you two examples, both from June. I didn't look for them, this shit happens so warily often, And yet, the censoring and the abuse never gets talked about, and you never hear about it outside of right-leaning spaces because no one has a reason to signal boost it. You may hear about it if it goes viral on the right and the left feels like it's forced to respond, but when they do, it just flips onto demonization and justification mode. A lot of centrists and apolitical people have no idea about most of it. Even as me, as a libertarian, that was literally the first time me hearing about the Daphne story. After the initial response, no one on the left brought it up again, which quite similarly is the reaction to artists getting death threats and abuse. Excuse, justify, demonize, and then go right back to doing nothing about it when it appears again in future. And it's not just excusing and turning a blind eye. Just like with NFT artists, it's outright lying too. When I went to fact check the Daphne story, do you know what literally the first article came up did? It fucking lied. It mentioned she killed herself shortly after the release of Dave's comedy special, but then attributes it to violent anti-trans people emboldened by Dave's comedy special, and it completely leaves out the harassment Dave mentioned her getting from progressives before she died. Despite the glaring possibility that she was bullied into it because she defended Chappelle, they omit it entirely and pin it on literally the very words coming out of Chappelle's mouth during his specials. How rich is that? I would be fine with this if it was like, we disagree with Dave's assertion that it was progressive bullying her and instead think it's this. That would have been fine. But the fact they chose not to mention it at all looks eerily like information control because they know they're wrong. Here's another example from memory. Unlearning Economics, another leftist YouTuber who's trying to popularize economic interest on the left, managed to go a whole 20 minutes about how economics is racist, somehow without ever mentioning one of the most well-known black economists alive today. To put it in perspective, Twitter accounts dedicated to his quotes have over 1/5 of the followers of the actual Twitter account of the commonly regarded most famous living economist alive today. For that matter, this video doesn't mention any black economist that disagrees with the creator of the video. In fact, there are a couple of statements in the video that outright made absolute claims about what black economists must believe, even though the ones that don't absolutely exist.
Becker was something of a free marketeer, and his theories generally depicted market relationships as benign. His theory of discrimination was no exception. Here, some individuals may have a preference for white people, but this means they miss out on black customers and employees and therefore will be competed out of the market. Becker was basically Harry from Mad Men.
Zoomer has no color.
Becker's colleague, Milton Friedman, shared Becker's theory of discrimination with a wider audience, popularizing the idea that racism was taste-based, and also that capitalism was associated with a reduction in racism. We'll return to that point later. It's quite a compelling vision because you don't have to do or advocate anything if you just believe that markets will make racism go away. Except when a professor's position is threatened because he was racist. That's cancel culture. Also, if you're not white, you can't believe the theory because it's being disproved in front of you every second of every day.
The more highly competitive the market for labor and for the employer's products, the higher the cost paid for discrimination and consequently the less leeway the employer has for indulging his prejudices without risking his own profits and ultimately the financial survival of the business. On the other hand, enterprises not subject to the full stress of a competitive market monopolies, non-profit enterprises, government agencies have greater leeway.
Blacks who have education and who have experience have been moving up on whites and in some cases overtaking whites. If you look at blacks who have not finished high school, blacks who come from background of families that are broken and so forth, they are falling further and further behind, not only further behind the population in general, but further behind whites of this with the same disadvantages.
What do you blame for that? You're not blaming middle-class blacks who are beneficiaries of affirmative action, are you?
I'm blaming the incentives created by affirmative action, because when it comes to the incentives that are created, the businessman is going to try to protect himself whatever way he can, and that means hiring those blacks who are overqualified, who have a long track record and so on. And that's what all the data show, that the more, for example, black couples where the husband and wife are both college educated now make more money than white couples where the husband and wife are both educated. But the black female-headed family has lost real income in absolute terms over the past several years and has fallen further behind white female-headed families. So the very opposite trends are going on at the same time, and you can't argue this because of blackness or racism, because both of them are black people. One group is shooting way ahead, one is falling further and further behind. And a large part of that reason, I believe, and the data seem to suggest, is because the incentives created by affirmative action and similar kinds of programs just make it too dangerous to take a chance.
What about the role of politics in the economic future of blacks in this country?
Again, I would draw upon the experience of other countries and other groups. I can't think of a single group anywhere in the world that has risen from poverty to affluence through politics. There are any number of groups that have risen from poverty to affluence through almost every other conceivable means. When I look at the groups that have had spectacular rises, like the Jews or the Chinese, they are almost invariably groups that stayed away from politics. And they usually stayed away until after they became affluent. Some of them could then afford to go into politics. But that was not the mechanism by which they got where they are.
What was the mechanism?
Basically work, skills, saving.
Now, you're saying then that the train in the black community, in terms of voter registration and political power, political empowerment, is on the wrong track.
I think that if what you expect out of that is economic advancement for the mass of black people, now if all that you're looking for is some advancement on the part of the leaders, or if what you're looking for is something like what happened in the Civil Rights Revolution, where you needed to get the Southern Jim Crow system broken, that was an enormous achievement through politics, as I point out in the book. So it's not that politics can't do anything. It's a question that politics, like everything else, has some things it can do and some things it can't do. And from what I've seen of groups around the world economically, one of the things it seems not to be able to do is raise groups from poverty to affluence. People have discriminated against other people wherever they've had the power to do it, almost everywhere in the world and almost every period of history. Some groups are kept back by this, and some groups, it seems to make no difference whatever. Insofar, for example, as you have entrepreneurial skills, the fact that people didn't hire Jews in the 19th century didn't stop Jews from hiring each other and setting up and dominating industries such as the garment industry or the beginning of the great Hollywood movie studios and other areas of the economy. It is the skills that are crucial and not the fact that other people are willing or unwilling to hire you.
You know, when making an extreme claim like racism or transphobia, the black or trans person who doesn't agree is something of an elephant in the room, but rather than acknowledge and argue against it, or even just not deal in absolutes, a lot of the time leftists choose to either demonize or erase them from existence, depending on whatever's easiest. Of course, for someone like Thomas Sowell, the guy who grew up in poverty and even started out in economics as a Marxist, and has a pretty detailed story of what changed his mind, demonization is out of the question. But you are introducing a wider audience to economics, so they're not any wiser about people like this. And so lo and behold, it's not only not mentioned, but directly lied about, saying that if you're a black economist, you can't believe this. This is such a weird comparison to make, but it reminds me of Seiro Art, a very successful artist with zero weaknesses that can be used to redefine his motives or otherwise demonize him, so instead they just ostracize him and never mention him. However, if you're a well-known comedian like Dave Chappelle, rather than being only big in a niche profession like economics or NFTs, instead you're just demonized. Even if you're otherwise left-leaning, you become known as an evil person just because you're outspoken on this one thing. Of course, for smaller stuff like the details of individual stories, that they'll lie about. Here's another example. Eric D. July is a black libertarian I watch a lot of, and you look at the shit he gets, and it's fucking insane. But when people with a platform talk about him rather than to him, he suddenly goes from black man to libertarian, and they conveniently leave out the skin color to a wider audience. And it reminds me exactly how these people will abuse NFT artists for being greedy, but when they talk about them, it's a scam, and artists don't profit. Don't you see? They just care about the artists. It also kind of reminds me how they victimize Seneca, an artist screwed over by NFTs, but then leave out all of her success stories with NFTs, not to mention ignore all the abuse she gets. Just this month, July at time of writing, Eric released his own line of comic books to fix a lot of what he thought were issues in the comic book industry, and posts about him were banned on comic subreddits. And it's like, wow, that's rich. Not only are you not supporting black businesses, you're actively trying to silence it.
They say we do not allow posts because it is comics gay related. Many disingenuous accounts, often dormant for months or years, just like this one, are now making their first few new posts to try to call it racism. Well, again, I'm willing to bet money that you guys spend a lot of time in this mod talking about elevate black voices, my racisms, and black creatives and all this stuff. And the minute you got one that simply had maybe a slightly different political position than what you may have approved of, you took issue with it. And I'd rather y'all just not be chicken crap and say that, because it's not like this company is projecting or presenting some like hate speech or anything remotely related to this. They know that. It's right there. It's public. Everybody can press play. You can see that, no, it's more of old guard protection and all of that sort of stuff. And the fact that there's a guy who in his community and these overlapping communities went and did something great. Like, this ain't just about me. This is about everybody that was a part of this. Went and did something great. You mad. See, I see it, guys, and that's fine. I told y'all they were going to do that. I told y'all they were going to do all these dirty tricks. But that's the awesome thing about what it is that we've built. Because it's so organic, we don't need them.
Even on the most extreme ends of opinions, the left hides the inconvenient stuff. Most people don't know that 38% of Hispanic people voted for Trump, and as far as black men go, 12% voted for Trump too. But no one knows this, or at the very least even acknowledges it, despite the fact that there are videos you can find of their opinions if you just search for them, and not just commentators who make their money off this that I'm sure will be passed off as grifting. I mean just everyday people that wanted to get their thoughts and feelings out.
But this is a light day for me. I get paid $120 a day to do this shit. And this is a light day. And after that, I gotta go straight over, go home, jump into bed, get a quick nap, and then I gotta go and do Amazon Flex. Okay? That's how I live my life. This is work for me. This is work. This is what I got to do. All right? And I struggled doing dumb shit like this most of my fucking life. I struggled doing all kinds of shit, wiping people's asses, wiping their noses, and all this other stuff, taking crap out of their butt because they crap on themselves because they can't control themselves. Because I used to deal with their mental and physically disabled. I used to have to do all that just to have good credit. Just to rebuild my credit. That's it. It took me 10 years to build my credit. 10 years to get where I'm at today. I'm almost 40 years old. I'm 39. I just hit 39 years old. And all I can say is I got good credit. I don't own no house. I don't have no money in the bank. And that's because of COVID, because I was doing pretty good. But I realized that was because of Trump. The reason I was doing pretty good last year because of Trump. Because the Democrats never gave me shit. Not a fucking thing. I don't have the luxury to worry about freaking Roe versus Wade. I don't have the luxury to worry about that. I'm too busy trying to keep my family fed to think about that. And for the first goddamn time in my life, I actually see a way out. I see a way out. Something I've never seen before. I see a way out, man. And just that little bit of hope is enough for me to have a fire in my belly, powerful to freaking charge the goddamn world, man. I'm ready to take over, but if Biden gets into office, man, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
In spite of all of these very real people, Twitter retweets that photo of the white couple in the Blacks for Trump t-shirt for the 50 millionth goddamn time. They also really like the tweet of the Republican politician forgetting to switch accounts to his fake black guy account. Oh my god, dude. I'm not kidding when I say I see these tweets every 2 fucking months. This one was in April, and the other one was from fucking July. And I literally found like an older version of the Republican sock puppet account one from like 2020. This one tweet has been making the rounds for 2 years, and every time either of these are posted, they always get a ton of likes and retweets too. But you never see the actual black Trump supporters, and they exist. Not only do they exist, they get huge amounts of harassment, and they acknowledge themselves that people pretend they don't exist too.
Traitors. That's what their haters call them. A secret group chat with other supposed sellouts. But they didn't commit a crime. They're just black Trump supporters. As a biracial woman, I know exactly what it feels like to be misunderstood by your own people. So that's why I came here, to find out why everyone acts like black conservatives don't exist.
People have been really crazy, especially black people. I had some people tell me to bleach my skin, kill myself, you're a coon, you're Uncle Tom.
It's like one thing to be called those things by like white people. When it's within your own community, it hurts.
Are you starting to see a pattern yet? Also, goddamn every political animation will always add tons of diversity whenever they draw leftists, but they never draw a minority on the right despite these statistics.
2 cops, 1 Republican, 1 Democrat. I bet you just assumed their politics based on their color, didn't you? Seems a bit racist, don't you think? Yeah, I'm kidding. You had it right the first time.
That last one was an example. That was Reason TV again. Honestly, those guys do great stuff. If you're curious about libertarianism, check them out. Where was I? Okay. Right, black Trump supporters. Regardless of whether you agree with them or not, these people exist. All arguments aside, the way these people get swept under the rug when they're apparently supposed to be protected and boosted looks very suspicious. And it's the same shit with a lot of LGBT stuff. Hell, I guess I'm LGBT, so I guess I'm part of that. Whenever I do a video on LGBT writing, there's always like vast swaths of different types of comments. Some agree with me, some disagree with me, and some think I'm a horrible bigot. But you only ever hear the horrible bigot type because that goes hand in hand with a lot of justifications for radical policy changes. And so that's all that ever gets signal boosted. And that's particularly why I want to stress this is not me digging at all leftists, this is me digging at all of Twitter, which I think holds a very concentrated amount of the worst, most radical, honorless leftists, who aren't interested in being right, they're interested in winning. Outside of Twitter, a lot of leftists are good, reasonable people. Or at least, that's what I want to believe. I'm assuming the majority of internet leftists are like this because, like, the upvotes on shit like this is crazy. But I'm assuming the minority is a decent chunk, or at the very least that most left-leaning people aren't active on these kind of posts. I want to believe that's true. Like, as I was editing this previous section of this video, and I was, like, yet to record this, something happened that just, like, made me so, like, genuinely happy. I was talking with one of my friends who's a fairly active leftist, and NFTs and the video I was making came up. You know what he said? It was something like, the environmental damage is really bad, but I acknowledge it's been good for artists. And I'm like, holy fucking shit, man. My friends are actually good people. I was so fucking close to being radicalized. I've been like in these trenches so fucking long that I was so ready for them to be like everyone else. But there's definitely good leftists out there who are consistent, genuinely care, and are not fucking manipulative. Daniel, I know sometimes you watch my videos, so if you're watching, thank you. You made my day. A nuanced opinion. That was literally all I wanted. Honestly, half my friends hate capitalism. I have another friend who's the same friend that convinced me on nuclear energy. He hates NFTs. He doesn't have a Twitter account like the others, so I don't think he had any chance to see any of the others. But if he did, I don't think he's the type to, like, bully a struggling artist with multiple medical conditions, especially when he actually shares one with her. I think, like a lot of people, he just took a lot of what he was hearing as fact because, to be fair, there wasn't really a reason to doubt it. He didn't see any positive to crypto in the first place, and the people who were deep into this rabbit hole had bad intentions going in and were willing to cut out anything that made this questionable. Meanwhile, the NFT community is young and small and can't signal boost counter-arguments the way I can. The people that made up the majority of the people who don't like NFTs genuinely didn't know any better, but for the people at the center of all this, all the abuse and lies, it wasn't about protecting the planet or people from scams. This was about shutting artists up to protect the narrative. That's why they hid information and why they abused every artist they could and why they tried to use pressure to cut them off from the rest of the community. It's so the idea that this was good for artists wouldn't spread to other artists and then to moderates. At its heart, it is a way to prevent artists from learning this and a warning to the artists who already knew. Still don't think this is about shutting up artists? Here's a nail in the coffin. It's just artists who got this. If the fact that they're preaching dodgy statistics like it's accepted fact despite having rebuttals since 2019 wasn't enough evidence, how about this? One Bitcoin transaction, which is less efficient than Ethereum, is, according to these dodgy statistics, equal to a return flight from Washington to New York. So, conclusion, private jets are just as bad, right? Well, Mr. Beast rides private jets all the time. Ludwig has rode on one. Hell, even PewDiePie has rode on a private jet. The one person you'd think Twitter would cancel the fuck out of for it. But when these YouTubers get a Twitter mob on them, it's not about emissions, it's about gloating that PewDiePie got robbed, or whatever the fuck this controversy was from literally July, or tweets from years ago they claim is homophobia or whatever. Don't get me wrong, politicians do get shit for private jets, but these people are not remotely comparable in size or motive to YouTubers. Even YouTubers aren't really comparable to small artists, but it's still a better comparison. But even though these bogus statistics claim that a transaction is similar to a flight on a private jet, something these YouTubers use all the time, no one gets shit for it. Hell, tons of YouTubers use crypto.
It was 90K. I'm down 13K lifetime. And that's it. I still use it. I still find value in it. Now, I don't find value in it as being the new currency and everything's on a ledger and all that bullshit. Maybe it's dumb, but personally, I find value in it for sending people money.
And some YouTubers do sponsors for crypto, which by their own logic is just as bad as NFTs. Both use proof-of-work blockchains, so both supposedly consume a ridiculous amount per transaction. Ludwig is one of these YouTubers. He even asks his audience in his videos constantly if he's being a hypocrite or what their thoughts are on this.
But is it wrong of me? Is it wrong of me to still promote it? I don't know. What do you guys think? Let me know. I'm curious. All right. Should I cut off all ties? Am I sending you guys astray? Have people bought crypto because of me and then lost shit tons of money? Or is it the same thing as telling you guys to invest and you guys are investing in Bitcoin and Ethereum and it goes down and it'll go up again? I don't fucking know. I don't know, but I don't want to be a giant piece of shit that goes online and makes fun of people for doing crypto things.
But he never stops because there are never large swaths of people that are like, no, stop doing this, let alone cancel him for it. Hell, 100 Thieves, the company co-owned by famous female streamer Valkyrie, makes NFTs. I haven't seen a fraction of the outrage that was directed towards artists at this. This tweet has way more likes and retweets than it does quote retweets. This was in February of this year. Ross motherfucking O'Donovan, you still follow this woman. You helped destroy an artist's life for making NFTs by brandishing her as a thief based on zero evidence, and you're completely silent when your rich friends in high places make NFTs. And what about Mr. Beast? You follow him too, and you suck up to him and ask him questions about money as late as February of this year. And Mr. Beast hasn't just bought a crypto, he's bought NFTs and has a company that's made NFTs. Go fucking figure, man. All the YouTubers that jack themselves off so hard on Twitter about how anti-NFT they are said jack shit when people in their own network got involved. It's the exact same pattern as before. You're all willing to ruin everyone's livelihood except your own. I don't think it's necessarily political, but all you guys are guilty of jumping on the fucking virtue signaling bandwagon. This is what I was talking about before, about YouTubers being in a different category. If you're not a political YouTuber, there's a good chance that at least half your audience is going to be pissed off at you if you get too radical. On the flip side, you still have your social network to maintain on Twitter because your ability to collaborate with others is a significant portion of your income. You need to toe the political line so you don't get cancelled and your friends don't disassociate from you. So in order to not piss off the right-leaning side of your audience, you keep that shit on Twitter and you stick to interacting with politics safely. You'll like tweets and interact with leftists, but you won't make big political posts unless you know it's going to be pretty safe even for your right-leaning audience. That's probably why you brandished an artist as a thief with zero evidence, because you knew you could get away with it. The less radical or politically active people within your audience gave it a bit of scrutiny, sure, but because NFTs don't get a lot of love from any of them, no one was willing to make a big stink out of it like I am. I think these YouTubers are fucking champagne socialists protecting their own assets by proving their allegiance to the people willing to cancel them by hating on something they can hate on risk-free. Which wouldn't be surprising, I only say this from fucking like personal experience. Like, do you ever wonder how, like, YouTubers become safe? Like, you know how it is. Risque jokes go away, the topics in videos become a lot more family-friendly or avoid being contrarian, they start getting very picky about who they associate with, and whenever drama pops up, they're very quick to separate themselves from the source, even if they're friends, or they just, like, remain silent. To some extent, I think even the willingness to be too passionate, personal, vulnerable, cringe even, they all take a hit. Audiences might be quick to look at this as that they've become weak, or that they've changed, but I kinda get it. I felt the pull myself, but I don't think I've changed. I think in reality it's just that I've got more to lose. When you start out, no one knows you. You have no reputation, and because that reputation can effectively be used for money, opportunity, and views, most YouTubers want to ride their own coattails and avoid rocking the boat once they get it. On that note, this does not matter when you've been in a blind rage for 7 months and YouTube just disabled the dislike button. Hence why I decided to wholeheartedly defend NFTs for 7 hours on my main channel like an absolute moron. But other YouTubers are not as reckless as me. Every year, I feel like I watch my industry like grow to look more and more like fucking Hollywood. Like everyone just hangs like cloaks of gold from their shoulders to stop you seeing they have no fucking spine. Like some fucking sovereign husk. Ugh. Anyway, despite Mr. Beast being way more well-known than a 100k artist like Seiro Art, there's a fraction of the controversy, and a fraction of the harassment these artists got. Artists are still being harassed and lied about over making a single NFT and stopping over a year ago, but everyone has already forgotten this shit from November last year. You could scroll through his quote retweets all day and no one mentions this. 2 months after he made NFTs, huge accounts with 2.7 million followers were like retweeting and associating with his pinned tweet that was like directly about Team C's, that was the thing that fucking made NFTs, and no one even brought it up in the comments. And even at the time, while I don't have perfect records of what the response to was this, I do have this one old Reddit post. It got 600 quote retweets, which, to be fair, is more than the likes for once. But again, Seiro had 1,500 quote retweets to 300 likes, and that was months on. The hate got, like, worse after her initial tweet, which had equal quote retweets with likes. People have all but forgotten about Mr. Beast's NFT now. And even then, these comments were pleasant compared to what I've seen. I have not seen death threats, I have not seen him be called brain dead, or any other names for that matter. There wasn't even a comment telling him to shut up, let alone posts saying kill yourself with 1k likes and someone saying they were going to stab him in the neck with a rusty screwdriver. The only time I see anything equal to these numbers is when someone is speaking through a corpse. In fact, disregarding necromancy, I've only ever seen comments as bad as what Seiro got once, and that was when Jimmy Fallon bought a Bored Ape. But that tweet still has way more likes than quote retweets. Half those quote retweets are from NFT bros too. And there are some bad comments if you scroll far enough, but you gotta remember, Jimmy Fallon has 51 million followers. Seiro got a fifth of the quote retweets with less than 1% of the followers. And if that's not enough of an indicator, where were these people when he even associated with people who were doing crypto? Remember how someone said an artist's brain was genuinely rotting and got 34 likes in response to the artist just saying it's scary that artists were getting harassed just for following NFT artists? Remember how someone got 200 likes pushing back on it, saying it's okay to harass artists who are neutral on NFTs if they have over 15k followers? Remember how an artist who did a single NFT and immediately stopped was lied about and harassed for a full year? Remember how people were making lists for NFT artists? I haven't seen a fraction of that. It's because it's never been about carbon emissions, it's never been about the environment, it's about shutting up artists. Leftists can't paint crypto as an evil thing if one of the groups of poor people they pledge to protect had their lives changed by this, so they try to put pressure on it to stop it from spreading to other artists and prevent the word from getting out that it was good for them. This is exactly why they had such huge punishments for artists who made a single NFT and stopped, and even for those who just associated with NFT artists or said to not abuse them. And it's exactly why you have all the posts on Twitter that pretend they don't help artists, and it's exactly why you have all the videos from leftists that maliciously lie about NFT artists not making money, even though it takes seconds of research to discover that they do. It's also exactly why so many of these comments and videos specify even if artists do make money, it's not poor small artists, only rich wealthy artists, even though they're talking about fucking 100k follower accounts that sometimes make fuck all. And in that case, they just call them liars. It's so malicious. Again, I'm pretty sure there are good leftists out there. Many genuinely want to help people, as do I. We both just have different policy solutions to different problems. Even most artists are leftists, and despite the fact that I am right-leaning, I'm doing this video. Not because of politics, but because this was fucking bullshit. There is a subsection of crazy fuck leftists who are highly condensed and I'd argue make up the majority of Twitter and almost the entirety of left-leaning Twitter that are seemingly so hell-bent on protecting their ideology or at the very least any specific policy future they want to see in the world that they will do anything and ignore anything. Look at me, okay? I am a capitalist. I have a lot of hang-ups about what we're currently in being in the perfect implementation of capitalism, but I am a capitalist. Are you ready for this? Okay. One good thing happening doesn't mean capitalism is the best system. You don't have to sacrifice your worldview. You don't have to throw artists under the bus. You can just be happy for them. Call it a fluke if you want. One good thing happening means nothing. Rent is still insanely high and usually chunks 2/3 of most people's income. Consumer abuse by companies is rampant. But in this one fucking instance here, a good thing happened even if it wasn't in the way you wanted. I mean, come on, rich people are literally giving poor people money, and you're mad? Please tell me I have some leftists in the audience who think this is fucking insane. I don't think you all think that. I don't want to think you all think that. Meet me halfway here. I'll criticize my side, and you do yours. These people are a lot like fucking chicken shit Republicans who ignore all the blatant consumer abuses and that rent costs 2/3 of the lower class's income in our current iteration of capitalism and be like, oh, I didn't need to reevaluate what's good about capitalism and why it seemingly is not working here. Everything is perfect because they own a house that's land value is 1,000,000 times the cost of dirt and is constantly being pumped up by their centrally planned city that totally isn't socialism. It's just doesn't zone based on supply and demand, but instead by those exact chicken shit Republicans who vote to keep house prices high and their neighborhoods under 2 stories. But no, this is the pinnacle of capitalism, apparently. Totally not a complete hypocrite. Totally not doing this out of your own self-interest. Sorry, I got a bit distracted there. That's the next video after I redo the copyright one. I think I lost track of the analogy. Where chicken shit Republicans talk about the current capitalism being like the perfect fucking implementation of it with zero reflection or acknowledgement of anything to the contrary, here it's the opposite. It's nothing's good about this and no one is being helped because it didn't happen due to government intervention. And I am going to ignore, lie about, and intentionally not check my biases, even though I am about to partake in such drastic action. I would never look at people thriving in a socialist country and be like, I have to demonize these people in whatever way I can and pretend people I can't demonize don't exist. That's so disingenuous. I'm fine if you have a bias for your own political beliefs. I admit that I have one. It's fine if you want to make a video where you ride or die your own side. That's what video essays are for. They present arguments. But can you please not lie and convince literally millions of people that there aren't tons of artists that have been liberated by this just because it doesn't reflect well on your fucking politics? If you had just acknowledged their existence and then argued, good for them, but here's why it's still bad, that would have been fine. But instead you lied when I know you know it existed. There is no fucking way. I learned about this accidentally just because I was on Twitter. If the algorithm sees you engage with crypto, it is inevitable that you'll eventually be recommended an artist or two. How can you be on Twitter interacting with NFTs and not know this? Let alone being YouTubers and doing the insane amount of research for these videos. You can't have not seen it. No, I don't fucking believe it. Fuck, man, I trusted you. Like, genuinely, all of that huggy-wuggy protect artist shit, I believed it. I even learned commission etiquette from you guys. I genuinely thought you cared about artists. But you didn't. I see now that Twitter protected artists because they saw poor, hard-working people and saw it as a way to push leftist policies as a solution to them and the people who cared about them. Look at these poor, hard-working artists, they said. They deserve fair minimum wage. They deserve to have their students' loan forgiven. Free nationalized healthcare. Don't you want to help artists? And most artists were understandably like, yeah, we do deserve a fair minimum wage. And a union was formed. But they only cared insofar as their goals aligned. The second artists found a way to lift themselves out of the grind, Twitter stopped giving a shit. Rather than be like, good for you, I'm glad. Instead they went, you didn't reach prosperity in your life the way we wanted you to. They didn't use government to unionize, they didn't vote in national healthcare or UBI, they didn't vote for the New Deal in animation, they just found a new product they could sell, and they chose to do it. And despite how innocuous an action that was, suddenly those artists were dead to Twitter. They served no further use because they could not be used as an excuse to push for more policies that they wanted. So in order to preserve the image of being pro-artist for the sake of pushing their policy, they shoved every artist who was liberated by the bad, evil, libertarian technology under the fucking rug and abused every artist with a platform so that most artists would be too scared to ever spread the message that something good had happened, or even just to discuss the topic openly. For the record, I'm not even really saying this was like a conscious action or some conspiracy. I don't think this was an evil, calculated plot. This was people seeing the walls closing in, seeing good things associated with something they didn't want to be good, and then trying to find alternative justifications to explain those good things as bad, so that they could still believe that they were good people while condemning the things they already wanted to hate for entirely different reasons. They were lying to themselves as much as they were lying to everyone else. Deep down, I think they knew that they were trying to demonize and shut up artists, but this wasn't as much to block the flow of information to others as much as it was to block the information to themselves. They themselves wanted to avoid being confronted with the reality that the thing they wanted to hate was actually a positive influence on many people that they had pledged to protect. Likewise, they told themselves they cared about artists because they didn't want to admit the real reason. So when artists started contradicting that reason, they demonized and shut them out to protect their belief that they still cared. As disgusting as these people are, it's hard for me to see these people and be like, and think they're like, I'm only going to correct people on the fact that the Bored Ape Girl makes NFTs in such a way that it spreads the reliance on socialist policies. That's a bit, It was more likely that they just didn't want these things to be true, so they kept it so far in the back of their mind that they weren't thinking it. But whenever they felt like they could selectively remember certain things to reinforce the belief they liked, it came forward. This is not an excuse. These people have fucking issues and they need to work them out. You should not be letting your biases drag you along to the conclusion you want, especially when it tells you to take such drastic action. You have a responsibility to be a good person, and you failed. And people like fucking Dan Olson and Moonicat are goddamn journalists and video essayists whose job it is to research properly and not ignore leads that might contradict your point. So a serious what the fuck to you two. But the idea that this is semi-conscious would make a lot of sense. It would explain why these people have such selective memories. Pretty much me after Seiro Art started doing NFTs. I guess they got sick of being ratioed. Oh yeah, that was what that was, ratioing! But the consequences of those subconscious biases and those toxic personalities have been disastrous. Some of the misinformation you saw in these Twitter threads spread so far that you could find them in the comment section of Line Goes Up, still trying to fucking control the narrative to an aggressively malicious extent. There was one artist I saw who had a massive fanbase and adorable art. They heard about NFTs and completely dove in, deleting their main account with thousands of followers and completely devoted themselves to making NFTs. Long story short, the artist lost all their money and all their following. They fucked themselves over completely. Seiro on Twitter had an account with 100k followers and could easily make huge bank by doing commissions. She started an NFT account to pay for medical bills, which got massive backlash, which made her delete her main because she thought no one wanted her, despite the NFT account being the problem. Continues to make NFTs and isn't making much money at all, and is actually losing money. There were plenty of people who even straight up offered to pay for her medical stuff, but she ignored them and continued to play into the scam. That actually made me feel sick reading that. Now you know the full story. Did you count the number of lies and contradictions in that? It's pathologic is what it is. People have a preconceived way they want the world to be, and they subconsciously shut out or reinterpret or justify any idea they run into that contradicts it. And over time, their brain reconnects the dots in the way they want it to be, which they then spread to other people. Small artists no one would see become non-existent, profits become losses, harassments and threats become criticism. And NFT artists become not real artists. But whether it was a subconscious thing or not, their goal was unquestionably to protect and propagate a worldview at any cost. My general argument with a lot of leftist policy is it, ironically, I think tends to have unintended consequences that hurt the people they try to help. I'd much rather focus on things like bringing down the cost of living by abolishing certain policies I believe prevent that cost from coming down. But if I saw contradictions to this, I wouldn't try to demonize them. I'd probably try to dive deeper into the details to check its accuracy, or I'd have to reevaluate my beliefs. But not Twitter, apparently, and that's infuriating, because if you open your mind a little, if we give this technology a chance, this could potentially lift up artists in entire industries. Part 7. Endnote. I'm not saying that crypto is going to take over the world and aspire to all its supposed value. It's innovative tech that's highly speculative and may fail like any other. But even if you think it'll fail, do we have to strangle it right out the pussy? Shouldn't we at least encourage it in case it is a revolution for artists? Last year, the author of Berserk, Kentaro Miura, died. There was heavy speculations based on some of the end-of-volume manga comments that his condition was caused by heavy work and subsequent stress, with comments like, I've had 1 hour of break this week and I haven't seen my family in days, that kind of shit. It ended up being the usual Twitter push for better conditions in the industry that just so happened to be leftist policies. Of course, these comments were actually from 2 decades ago and wasn't really relevant to the mangaka at the end of his life, but I remember thinking back to this when I first started to learn about NFTs and seeing just how much they made, and I couldn't help but think, if NFTs were well established and accepted, would they have changed the outcome of this? Even if it wasn't true for the famous mangaka when he was very successful at the end of his life, it's true that upcoming mangaka have a very difficult, working conditions, and with NFTs working effectively as investments, is this not the perfect solution for upcoming mangaka? Even if you put out just a single chapter of your new manga, it wouldn't require any work to sell a couple of panels or pages of the chapter as NFTs, and because these work as investment properties, you may have people buying them even if your manga isn't popular. Instead, people would intentionally be buying them early to bet on what they've seen so far with the hope that they will be able to sell it to collectors later. So with no extra work, startup mangakas will be able to earn extra profits where they wouldn't be able to before, potentially allowing them to keep their manga going longer without being cancelled by the publisher or keeping pressure off them money-wise so they don't need a side job and therefore actually are able to get 8 hours of sleep. Not only that, but this would vastly change the relationship between creators and early audience members. Suddenly, your audience's incentives and yours are aligned. Because they can make money from NFTs they bought, your audience actually has a vested interest in helping you succeed so they can sell NFTs they bought early on for profit. This could be revolutionary in terms of free advertising at the start when you need it most. And people who have an interest in both manga and investing will suddenly become a lot more interested in becoming early adopters of new manga, going out of their way to read new manga and predict the next new thing. Plus, it'd be fun too! Certain significant panels could potentially be worth more than others in future. Maybe you've guessed one panel you bought is foreshadowing to a big plot twist, so when that twist happens, the panel becomes worth way more. Maybe you predict certain characters are going to have good moments, and so if those panels become more popular, you get rewarded. Maybe the opposite happens. Maybe the character you were invested in end up dying and disappearing from the story. Can you imagine the memes for shit like that? It's like Wall Street bets mixed with storytelling. What a weird time that would be, where you could make a popular fan theory and then suddenly relevant panels inflate in price. Maybe you're so confident in your fan theory that you buy the relevant panels ahead of time so that when the theory is proven, you get to sell them for way higher. It's like sports betting, but with stories. What a weird little subculture that would be. And of course, all of this would be a great help to artists too. Especially when you consider that you can set up NFTs to give the original creator royalties every time they sell. By the way, on topic of secondary listings, I know there is a thing where you can actually bypass these royalties by taking it off the marketplace. This is not typically a thing that happens, and here's why. Every time I have seen secondary listings, the artist usually retweets it. This is because obviously they get royalties as well. But the reason the collector doesn't take it off the marketplace to sell it to avoid those royalties is because they have an advantage in the fact that, like, it's too good of an advertising opportunity to miss out on. Like, you get a direct line of contact with all of the people that already buy and love this artist's work. So typically this doesn't happen. If we look over at the animation side of things, I'd love to see each cut of an animation go on sale as an NFT after an episode of a show airs. We've already established that the original creator has some, if not a lot of influence over the legitimacy of an NFT. If you have cuts from the animated show being sold by the studio, with the key animators and in-between animators taking a cut, this could potentially be profits that the studio can't take away from the animators because they literally won't sell as well without that revenue sharing. And these would sell for a lot, and give animators so much profit and actual name recognition for their work. Can you imagine the clout a guy on social media would feel if he got to show off he owned the Akira bike slide as an NFT in their bio? Or like, what about Levi vs. Kenny Squad or the Beast Titan? Even if you personally would never buy it, you can see why someone would want to. Hell, you'd probably even see collectors of specific key animators, or tropes like the Akira bike slide references. Goddamn, collectors would have such crazy bid wars for that shit. Original sales for things like Akira already go for an absolute shit ton already, so presumably these would too. It's literally free money that could go right into the pockets of responsible animators. There's also the fact that this might push up wages in general. When I was finding artists for the webcomic, I briefly considered artists who did NFTs, but then I was immediately like, that's not fucking happening, because I literally can't compete with the money they make. There is no reason they'd want to stop doing what they want and earn less money. If NFTs became more successful and it becomes the standard profit source for artists, there is only one way you'd be able to hire an artist, and that's if you let them sell their work as NFTs. Now, I don't do NFTs because I have paying patrons, and the climate around NFTs is so bad right now that I'd probably lose half my patrons if I switch. Thankfully, there's still plenty of artists who don't like NFTs and as such don't do them, so I'm not forced to make them if I want to make a webcomic. But if the landscape around NFTs changes, that might be the standard. And if you still want to hire a commission artist, you'll either have to pay them more or let them turn their work into an NFT so they can make it worth their while. The only way I could hire an NFT artist to make a webcomic is if I agreed to sell NFTs and gave them the vast majority of the profits. It literally wouldn't be worth it for them otherwise. If you assume every artist got into NFTs, literally the only way large companies would be able to afford artists is if they just made NFTs and split the profits. This could very well push up wages throughout the whole industry. Even for people doing things that can't really be made into NFTs, like in-between frames, the worker shortage created by artists moving from professional to NFTs could theoretically drive up those wages as well. I don't think these things are surefire things. I don't even think crypto is a surefire thing. But isn't it worth trying? If it's not a scam, if it's not about the money, if there are genuine collectors here that do see value in this stuff, isn't it worth seeing if this is a genuine product that can revolutionize the industry? Think of what the home computer and home consoles did for the video game industries. Actually, think about what cameras and YouTube did for simple jobs. There are people who basically, with no extra work or money, are making extra money while working just because their job fits into the oddly satisfying category. Metal lathe and wood turners, lawnmowers, cow hoof fixers. There's a guy called Dylan LeMay who started out as a minimum wage worker in an ice cream place, and they allowed him to record YouTube videos of him just making ice cream. And the dude did super well for himself on YouTube. He even ended up opening his own ice cream store. What about VTubers? No doubt a whole ton of people who didn't stream before because their identity being known was a deal breaker raised themselves out of poverty because of that advancement in technology. Yes, you can stream with no camera, but for many people watching streams, no face cam is a deal breaker. That wasn't a zero-sum game. A more desirable product for no cam streams came into existence for these customers, and many people who needed it got rich off of it. Hell, you could say that speed paint and streaming services like Twitch have just been just like this for artists in the past, just on a smaller scale. For artists, you could do the work you were already doing and record it on or do it on a live stream and make a bit of money on the side as you work. I see NFTs as the same thing as YouTube and cheap, high-quality cameras and editing software. New technology became available that naturally created a new kind of product that people wanted to consume, and it lifted a bunch of people out of poverty and into prosperity at no extra cost. If it wasn't for YouTube, I'd be earning minimum wage for sure. I mean, I still don't make great money now. I wasn't even in the first tax bracket last year. But that's mainly because when I'm making enough money to live, my spare money just goes into high-risk passion projects. But I sucked at academics and even socializing in high school. There's no way someone like me would have been able to hold down a normal 9-to-5. But I was good at this weird little niche. I was good at comedy around my niche hobbies. I was good at video essays and arguing my point. But I never would have been able to get a job doing that without YouTube. If you think I could get a fucking TV show in my niche, you're fucking crazy. Instead, for video essayists, our profession literally just became dramatically more profitable because of new technology. And I think that's happening now for artists with NFTs. If I were to realistically guess NFT's future, I think the prices are probably going to like crash at some point soon. At the time I wrote that, the market wasn't down 3k. I don't know, that was probably it because it's starting to build back up again. I don't know, it could still go down more, but I'm pretty confident that it's just going to climb from here since the hype has finally died down. Maybe you don't think so, and I get that. It seems crazy to think there isn't some kind of bubble with the amount of money these artists are making. There's definitely a bit of mania as people expect the tech to grow, but, you know, just like the dot-com bubble, just because a bubble bursts doesn't mean there's no value. Even if it does pop, which it arguably already has, I think it'll slowly build back up just like the internet did, and eventually probably be stronger and richer than ever. That was nice. I got to be positive for a bit. Honestly, recording this video, that's been the parts that I've enjoyed the most. Talking about the success stories, how good this has been, and introducing everyone to how good it's been. It's nice escapism. I haven't forgotten, by the way, what this video was about, all the bullshit I saw, and the likely reason behind it. Look, to all the people who are participating in the lies and abuse, you can think it's a scam and the market is going to crash if you want. You can think you're going to get all your wishes of people's hopes and dreams coming down just so you can win political points. But please don't abuse artists. And don't lie about the basic facts. It'll look bad on you if you're wrong and it'll still look bad on you if you're right. If you're right about this, you don't have to do anything. You can just stand by and let it die. But for the sake of the hardworking people who have gotten genuine life-changing money out of this, stay out of the fucking way. Why am I even trying to end this on a positive note? Like, every other fucking video I make, I was so fucking angry at you people for fucking months. You acted like you care, and then an artist went missing, and none of you cared. Why would I ever give you the benefit of the doubt anymore? There's not a doubt in my fucking mind at this point that you did this maliciously. I genuinely think you're terrible human beings. You're not even terrible with principles. You're worse than that. You're hypocrites. Fuck off. Stop pretending you're more morally pure than everyone else. You are bad people. You're actually bad people. Genuinely, if you contributed to this, if you were pretending to care about artists, and you knew about this and said nothing because you didn't like what it meant for your beliefs, you were a bad person. A lot of people genuinely need to hear this. Some are so deep inside their own assholes that they've never even considered the possibility that they're a bad person. This is your wake-up call. For everyone else, please go support the artists I talked about. I'm not saying monetarily, just send them a message on Twitter or leave them a comment on this video addressed to any of the artists I mentioned, telling them what I hope most people on YouTube would think once they had the full story. That you don't think they did anything wrong, and that they didn't deserve what happened to them. I think that would go a long way. And not just the NFT artists, but the ones who stopped NFTs too. They're probably going to get more hate because of this video, and they don't even get extra money as compensation. As for NFT artists, many of them do just cut off all messages from strangers, avoid looking at comments, even lock their accounts, and don't check their emails anymore. But I actually have a line of contact with a number of them thanks to my research, Seiro being one of them. So if there is nothing else I can do at this point, I will flood her with positivity to make up for what she went through. So even if you just leave a nice message here in the comments addressed to any of these artists, I'll pass them through. I try to give my videos good endings. Ever since people criticized my video endings years ago, I stopped trying to like be lazy, I guess, and I tried to work out how to do it. I think I got pretty good at it too. I can't do that this time. I don't want to do that this time. This was an injustice, and one guy's opinion or uplifting one-liner at the end of the video isn't going to make it better. I can't end this video on a positive note. You've got to do it for me.